The game descended into reality. The laws of the world overturned, monsters running rampant, and humanity entered an era where everyone could change professions. Linling awakened an extraordinary, gaudier talent. As long as he named his magic spells after popular song titles, all his magic would transform into forbidden spells. Summon skeleton. Randomly summon a skeletal creature to fight for you. Name all living things. Naming successful. Summon skeleton automatically upgraded to all living things. After the skill is cast, all dead creatures within a 100-mile radius will temporarily resurrect to serve you. Name meteor shower. Naming successful. Fireball automatically upgraded to the fire element. Forbidden spell meteor shower, releasing 10,000 fiery meteors covering a 10,000-meter radius. Name snow dragon chant. Name fireworks in the human world. Name great black heaven. Name wilderness. When everyone thought I was destined to be a joke, I sat alone atop the mountain peak, raising my staff slightly. Forbidden spells washed over the 100-mile area. All living things. Meteor shower, thunderclap. Invincible 1,000 miles away, strong wind blows. Wild waves. With every incantation of mine, the world descended into panic. First place on the first kill leaderboard, the dungeon leaderboard, the attribute leaderboard, and the damage leaderboard top of every list. Looking back, suddenly, I realized I was the very calamity. The story begins here. In the Dragon Nation, Xuanfu Base City, Yaji Guild Reserve Team Training Camp. Crackle, snap. As Linling forcefully pressed the enter key, numerous components on the computer screen began to merge. Test pass this equipment can be produced. Joe Mungyin's Priest, Staff category. Primary weapon custom-made. Exclusive weapon set. Durability, 1,000 Don 1,000. Required. Level 30 magic. Damage 100. Upgrade of attributes. Displayed after embedding materials equipped skills. Displayed after embedding material set effects. Displayed after embedding materials. A faint gleam of joy appeared in Linling's narrow eyes as he turned to the delicate girl beside him, who wore her hair in a single ponytail. Mengyan, your exclusive pre-staff design is complete. You can use it after your second job change. Just prepare the materials according to this list, and it will accompany you all the way to level 210. Zhou Mengyan pounced like a tiger, planting a smack on Linling's cheek. Wow, Sister Mengyan wants a kiss, too. No way, no public displays of affection like this. Laughter erupted, and a rosy blush instantly spread across Zhou Mengyan's face. Yao Yao, I'm ignoring you. I'm just a little excited and wanted to thank Linling. Linling said with a hint of disdain as he wiped the saliva from his face, prompting another round of laughter. But he appeared utterly indifferent, his long fingers resuming rapid taps on the keyboard. Soon, multiple models and parameters for primary weapons appeared on the screen. Pre-staff mage, staff, long blade, shield, longsword, spear, longbow. All main weapons for every profession had their production parameters. This was Linling's greatest effort to prepare for the potential crises ahead. Watching these coveted pieces of equipment, the dozen or so youths behind Linling's back gazed at him expectantly and praised. Awesome. Only our Lin God could do this. In other guilds, the designers create exclusive weapons for themselves. But Lin God designs exclusive weapons for the entire team. Lin, you should awaken as a blacksmith to honor your talent. Get out of here being a mage is Lin God's destiny. He's destined to become the top mage god of the entire Dragon Nation, and even the world. Lin God is truly powerful. 12 national simulation tests in 3 years. And ever since he became captain, Wev always ranked first. Indeed, Lin has become a legend in the Yaji reserve team, a 12-time champion, unparalleled and unmatched. Lin God's reputation has spread nationwide, hasn't it? I'm really looking forward to the moment Lin awakens. I wonder what kind of defiant talent he'll gain. Hearing their words, a trace of bitterness flickered across Linling's eyes. You guys, if I awaken some useless talent, I hope you can look at our 3 years of friendship and give me a hand. Maybe help me level up more. Linling solemnly said. No way, Lin Dant joked. In the 3 simulation awakening tests, you've always been a mage with high-tier talents. How could that be rubbish? A chubby boy smiled. Since the game Divine Realm merged with the real world a century ago, the world's laws were completely overturned, and humanity officially entered an era of universal profession changes. Only by awakening talents to unlock profession changes could humans grow stronger and face threats from monsters and powerful forces of other nations. Over time, humanity mastered some technology that could predict the professions and potential of awakeners in advance. These people were all elites, recruited 3 years ago by the strongest guild of Xuanfu Base City, Yaji Guild Reserve Team. During the first simulated awakening, though only a reserve team, they received at least 10,000 Dragon Nation coins monthly in scholarships, with the elites earning over 30,000 per month. Once they became full members of Yashi, they received monthly development subsidies in 6 figures. Such generous treatment made Yaji the dream of every youth in Xuanfu Base City. Lin Ling glanced at his watch and slowly stood up. Prepare for the awakening ceremony. It's about to begin. A flicker of doubt flashed in the eyes of the team members. Isn't it supposed to start at 9? It's only 8 now. Are we going to sunbathe? Before they could speak, the door behind them suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man appeared. Kids just received notice. The awakening ceremony has been moved up. Assemble immediately. Everyone slowly turned to look at Lin Ling, their gazes as if beholding a deity. At the central plaza, before the awakening stela, the ranks stood neatly aligned. Look, the one at the very front of the Yaji reserve team is their captain, Lin Ling. Hez, so handsome. Finally seeing the real Lin God. I tried out for Yaji but didn't pass. The simulation test requires a score of over 90 in all 4 attributes. I heard Lin Ling scored 90 in strength, but full marks in all other subjects. His spirit power even reached an astonishing 120, higher than some who have already changed professions. Wow, the higher the spirit power, the more likely you are to awaken as a mage. So Lin Ling is 100% going to awaken as a mage. You say Lin God's strength is only 90. I heard even reserve teams of small clubs have many members with 95 strength. A 30,000 coin degrade gene enhancement serum can permanently raise strength to 100. I heard Lin Ling receives 50,000 in scholarships monthly. Doesn't he use gene enhancement serums? Another girl's eyes flashed with doubt. You don't know. My cousin is in the Yaji reserve team. He said Lin Ling isn't very smart. A plump girl pointed at her head. Impossible. How could someone not smart get into Yaji and become captain? Then he must be a pushover. My cousin said that in their 3 years in the reserve team, Lin Ling has always been financially tight, rarely eating meat, not even daring to drink milk tea. He seldom buys new clothes and always wears the free team uniform. Damn, could he be saving money for some gold digger? A girl covered her mouth in disbelief. No, it said that in the past 3 years has been doing 2 things. Posting online wanted ads. Does he have a missing sister? No. Apparently Hez looking for a girl named Yan Nanshu. Also, has been supporting several orphans and widows from other base cities. Orphans and widows. Is Lin Ling some kind of super saint, or is that his relatives? No. If even his relatives don't say Hez mentally unstable, then what else could it be? My cousin and the others have investigated, and those few people don't even know Lin Ling. One comes from an ordinary working-class family. There's a kid named Chen something Tian who often gets into fights, always loses yet charges in recklessly every time, has been in juvenile detention more times than I can count. A textbook troubled youth. The other is even more absurd. Apparently his family raises sheep, and the boy barely went to school, spending his days herding sheep at home. Every month, Lin Ling receives a scholarship and only keeps 1,000 yuan for basic living expenses. The rest, aside from posting missing person rewards, is all sent to these two for 3 consecutive years without fail. If you tell me Hez not out of his mind, then what else could it be? The plump girl finished speaking, and silence fell over the crowd. At that moment, a light cough sounded from the broadcast, and the square instantly quieted down. Students, whether you come from schools or from the preparatory teams of various guilds, today you will embark on a new course in your lives. Without further ado, your professions will be determined by your innate talents. A good profession stems from great talent. I wish you all success in awakening your desired professions. then diligently leveling up to achieve excellent results in the newcomer's instance at the national championship 1 month from now. Next, the broadcast will call names. Students whose names are called should immediately step forward for profession awakening. Place your hands on the awakening stone. The AI system will instantly analyze your talents and first-year professions and announce them live. As the mayor's words ended, a towering stone monument over 100 meters high suddenly radiated golden light. At that moment, every student's eyes brimmed with anticipation. One by one, the students proceeded in orderly fashion toward the monument, commencing their path of career transition. The moment they placed their palms on the awakening stone, their professions were awakened, marking their first of ever career change. Simultaneously, the monitoring AI would announce the details of the awakening. Xuanfu, no. 2 middle school, Chai Shukun. Profession, change successful. Life profession singer. Erink talent singing, raw blue dance. Xuanfu, no. 5 middle school, Zhonghuahua. Profession, change, successful. Life, profession farmer. Drank talent natures, porter. Tangclan guild preparatory team, Tang Air. Profession, change, successful. Life profession blacksmith. Brank talent, hammer, rap. Yazi preparatory team, Li Jingliang. Profession, change, successful. Combat profession, warrior. A rank, talent, heavy strike. A sudden murmur of astonishment arose from the queue. Finally, a combat profession. Warriors, not bad. Li Jingliang is so cool. Has always loved boxing, without any gene enhancements. His strength is already at 103 points. No wonder he became a warrior. A rank heavy strike is a divine skill early 1 every 10 normal attacks, guarantees a critical hit. What's so great about warriors? Archers and mages are way stronger. They're the real center stage characters. Come on, archers are okay, but you know how hard it is to awaken as a mage. Only 5 mages awakened in last year's batch. I wish I could become a mage. At the mention of mages, everyone's eyes were filled with longing. Combat professions are the pinnacle of all careers, but mages are the pinnacle among combat professions. Among the 10 legendary saint-tier warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, 3 are mages. Without their existence, the Dragon Kingdom could never have brought back so many resources from the Divine Domain instances. Shenfeng Club, Preparatory Team, Suo 2. Profession, change, successful. Combat profession archer, a rank talent. Hao Yi's blessing. At that moment, the AI's voice instantly drew everyone's attention back to the awakening stone. Shenfeng Club, the very same Shenfeng that battles Yazi Guild for the top spot in Xuanfu. Hao Yi's blessing, the rank talent that grants a permanent 50% increase in firing speed. Someone exclaimed. A gleam of envy flashed in many eyes. Suddenly, the temperature in the square rose noticeably, and patches of fiery clouds appeared faintly in the sky. Everyone's gaze turned to the awakening stone. Anomalies only accompany awakenings of talents ranked S or above. The higher the rank, the stronger the talent. Yazi Preparatory Team, Xiao Yan. Profession change, successful. Combat profession. Fire Elemental Mage, Srank talent. Blessing of the Flame God. The AI broadcast resounded once more, instantly igniting the entire square. A tall, handsome figure stood before the awakening stone, becoming a dazzling star. A mage, and with an Srank talent. Our Xuansheng has had fewer than 5 talents ranked S or above in the past decade. Xiao Yan, perfect scores in all subjects, and his spiritual power reaches 103. No wonder has so formidable. I heard Srank fire mages output more damage than some R-rank archers. Xiao Yan is invincible, has the heir to the Xiao consortium. Rumor has it the Xiao family patriarch is a 5th-year Grand Mage. Hey, isn't he the captain of the 12 Zodiac Club? How come Hez on the Yazi Preparatory Team? Did the AI make a mistake? Someone suddenly noticed the discrepancy, and puzzled whispers spread through the square. At that moment, Li Zixuan, the team leader of the Yazi Guild Preparatory Team, stepped forward to the awakening stone. Holding a microphone, he loudly proclaimed, "Everyone quiet down. I have an announcement. The Yazi Guild has been acquired by the Xiao Consortium. Xiao Yan and Xiao Ya have officially joined the Yazi Preparatory Team. Let us all welcome them with applause." At these words, the Yazi Preparatory Team erupted in chaos. Yet, not a single person applauded. No one expected such a scene on Awakening Day. Only Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged, as if he had long anticipated this. Li Zixuan snorted coldly. Do you still want to join the Yazi Guild or not? Lin Ling raised his hand and applauded, prompting the rest of the preparatory members to follow suit. At this moment, Xiaoyan walked from the monument toward the Yazi formation. As he passed Lin Ling, he deliberately paused for a moment. Captain Lin, I hope you achieve great results. The Yazi Guild is no loose preparatory team. You will be fighting outside the base city, where danger and difficulty are incomparable to the simulation chambers. Xiaoyan passed by, but Lin Ling's bright eyes remained calm as still water. The awakenings continued. Xuanfu, no. 4. Middle school, Li Mu. Profession change, successful life profession. Gardener, crank talent, blooming flowers. Freelancer, alliance Zheng, Xiaoshuai. Profession change, successful life, profession. Inventor brank talent, useless, goodies. Freelancer, Qinxuan profession, change successful. Hidden profession, necromancer, a rank talent. Necromancer, enhancement. A hidden profession appeared. What does a necromancer do? I read online that they can summon skeletons to fight, but unfortunately, he only has an A-rank talent. People soon lost interest in the A-rank hidden profession. An hour passed. Hundreds had awakened, yet only 5 mages appeared, and none with talents above a rank since Xiaoyan. Xiaoya. Begin profession, awakening. The broadcast sounded again. All eyes turned to a girl with long golden, wavy hair. She wore designer clothes, her face heavily made up, and her sharp chin lifted slightly. Her haughty demeanor unapologetically evident. She strode toward the awakening stone under the gaze of thousands. Xiaoya's spiritual power is an astonishing 113, second only to Lin Ling among mage prodigies. Shez also joined Yazi Right. No wonder the Xiao family is the pillar of Xuanfu. Each generation's backbone is carried by the Xiao clan. Too bad Lin Ling doesn't catch on, or he and Xiaoya together would be the perfect match. Whoa, is there some juicy gossip? Xiaoya pursued Lin Ling, but apparently got rejected. 2 young men wearing Yazi Guild's official team uniforms whispered quietly as they watched Xiaoya. At that very moment, Xiaoya placed her hand upon the stone stele. A radiant pillar of pure white light suddenly illuminated her form. Phantom snowflakes began to dance around her, and for a fleeting instant, Xiaoya seemed to transform into an ethereal snow goddess. Yazi Preparatory Squad, Xiaoya. Career transition, successful. Combat profession, Ice Elemental Mage. S-tier talent Sai of the Snow Goddess. Big sister Xiaoya is incredible. She actually has an S-tier talent. The Sai of the Snow Goddess ranks 73rd in the global talent hierarchy. Lin Ling must be bleeding from regret. Xiaoya's devoted admirers erupted in cheers. Xiaoya's spirit power is 113, and she awakened an S talent. Then what talent could Lin Ling's 120 spirit power possibly unlock? No way. Could it be that our Dragon Nation will produce an SS tier talent mage? At this moment, every gaze turned toward Lin Ling, yet, as if deaf to the crowd's eager anticipation. The awakening AI did not call out Lin Ling's name once again. Instead, it announced, Zhou Mengyan, commencing career awakening. Wow, it's Zhou Mengyan. Predicted to awaken as a priest advanced talent. I wonder if she can reach Steer. Is Zhou Mengyan the strongest priest who stood by Lin Ling in the simulation exam? Such a perfect match. Don't get too caught up in simulations. No matter how real they seem, they're still just games. Why do I hear a hint of jealousy in your voice? Anyway, she doesn't deserve Lin Ling. I've heard Shes Lin Ling's rumored girlfriend. Come on, her looks are barely an 8 out of 10. I heard Lin Ling doesn't have a girlfriend at all. Whispers spread through the crowd while Xiaoya, standing at the forefront of the Yazi Preparatory Squad, cast a glance of disdain. The daughter of a janitor, and she thinks she can become Lin Ling's woman. Who does she think she is? Xiaoya spoke without any restraint. A series of clenched fists cracked audibly from within the Yazi Preparatory Squad. Dozens of furious eyes fixated on Xiaoya. Zhou Mengyan, approaching the awakening Stella, shuddered and abruptly turned around, only to meet a pair of sharp, bright eyes gazing intently at her. Lin Ling gave a gentle nod of encouragement. Only he knew in what manner Zhou Mengyan would astonish Xuanfu, shake the Dragon Nation, and astound the world. Zhou Mengyan bit her lip tightly, her eyes serene as still water, seemingly indifferent to Xiaoya's mockery. She glanced back at Lin Ling, a faint smile blossoming on her lips as she raised her hand to press against the stela. The moment her palm touched the awakening stone, the sky above erupted in streams of nine-colored radiant clouds. Melodious chants echoed through the air, as if the very heavens were celebrating an extraordinary event. A pillar of pure white light descended from the heavens, precisely enveloping Zhou Mengyan. Her body began to emit a soft, milky starlight. Zhou Mengyan's stature subtly increased, and her skin grew even more fair and delicate. Her already graceful features now reached a level of perfection. At this moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful, wrapped gently in an aura of sanctity and purity. Zhou Mengyan. This scene was as if a mere background character suddenly found herself under the spotlight on the grand stage. All eyes in the central square converged upon Zhou Mengyan, yet she alone wore a look of surprise upon sensing the transformation within herself. Then the AI voice rang out once more, thrusting everyone's astonishment to unprecedented heights. Yazi Preparatory Squad, Zhou Mengyan. Career transition, successful support profession. Priest SS tier talent, holy healing. The Zhongshan Square fell into a brief and profound silence. Boom. Then instantly drowned beneath a thunderous roar of cheers. Xiaoya was dumbfounded. Xiaoyan stood stunned. Everyone was shaken by the sudden revelation of such an extraordinary talent rank. Oh my heavens, what have I just witnessed? A priest profession and an SS tier talent. How is this possible? This is the true goddess. Our Xuanfu has birthed a goddess. Goddess Yan. Goddess Yan. Countless gazes blazed with fervor. If the mage was the team's strongest damage dealer, then the priest was the very soul of the entire group. Only with a powerful priest could a team's combat effectiveness reach its pinnacle. After all, survival is the ultimate output. Holy Healing ranks 6th on the globally recognized talent leaderboard, surpassed only by 5 SS tier talents of immense power. Within the priest's talent skill rankings, it held the undisputed first place, with only one other career transitioner worldwide having awakened this talent. That was Helen Loki, the 7th tier Archbishop of the Greek Statue of Liberty Temple. Whenever a large-scale dungeon event arose, other nations spared no expense to invite her to join. Once the Holy Healing talent skill was activated, Helen could restore 30% of her teammates' health and mana every second for 10 minutes without any resource consumption. This 10-minute window, barring instant annihilation, was enough to render a team virtually invincible against most bosses. Previously radiant Xiaoya now paled in comparison before Zhou Mengyan. Greetings, esteemed Miss Mengyan. I am Xiaoyan, heir to the Xiao Consortium and Steer Talent Mage. Might I invite you to become my partner? Xiaoyan, clad in a sharply tailored suit, wore a gentle smile and bowed with gentlemanly grace. His handsome appearance and illustrious background made him look like a perfect match standing beside Zhou Mengyan. A partner was far more than a mere teammate. In this era of career transitions, the term signified a bond of life and death, inseparable and unwavering. Xiaoyan shot a glance toward the audience below, eliciting a chorus of screams from the awakened crowd. Such a perfect match. Say yes to him. Truly a pair made in heaven. Get together. Get together. The wave of voices surged like a tidal flood. Hearing this, a trace of pride flickered across Xiaoyan's face. In his eyes, even if Zhou Mengyan rose, suddenly, she was still just a lowly janitor's child. No matter how powerful this grassroots figure became, she could never refuse his invitation. Yet what no one expected unfolded at that moment. Zhou Mengyan, as if completely ignoring Xiaoyan, strode directly toward Lin Ling. The crowd fell silent in disbelief, and Xiaoyan stood frozen, his face a mask of shock. His anger surged rapidly in his eyes. But just then, the AI voice sounded once again. Ji Yuyu, commencing career, awakening. A girl from the Yazi Preparatory Squad dashed swiftly toward the awakening stela, and soon the AI broadcast announced her awakening information. Yazi Preparatory Squad. Yo-Yo. Career transition. Successful. Combat profession archer. A tier talent. Explosive flame bow. Not bad explosive flame bow. Every 5 shots, trigger a passive effect, with the 5th arrow causing an explosive blaze that deals AoE damage within a 5-meter radius. Lin Ling gave a thumbs up to Jai Yuyo as she stepped down. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than the broadcast called his name. Lin Ling, commencing career, awakening. Lin God. Lin God. Wow, it's finally my Lin God's turn. Could the legendary SS tier talent appear? About to faint Lin Shen is just too handsome. Cheers and screams rippled across the square like an unending tide. Step by step, Lin Ling was being elevated onto a pedestal by the crowd. He did not immediately proceed to awaken, but instead approached Zhou Mengyan. Captain, keep it up. Zhou Mengyan cast a furtive glance at Lin Ling's handsome profile before quickly lowering her head to whisper softly. Lin Ling smiled faintly and, in a voice only Zhou Mengyan could hear, said, You've become more beautiful. Congratulations on becoming an SS tier gifted transferee. Thank you. Suddenly, Zhou Mengyan's expression froze. She looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. What level of talent did you just say? I awakened. Thump, 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 thump. Her heartbeat quickened relentlessly. Indeed, she had not awakened an SS talent, but an SS tier talent. Possessing an SS tier talent came with a privilege, the ability to conceal and disguise the true grade of one's talent and talent skills. Since the game descended upon reality a century ago, this had been a protective mechanism exclusively for SS tier talent bearers. Yet only those who awakened SS tier talents were aware of this. After awakening, Zhou Mengyan had employed this disguise privilege, masking her SS tier talent, the holy healing light, as an SS talent, the healing art. But how did Lin Ling know? It was utterly illogical, unless he possessed foresight, unless Lin Shen was truly a god. Zhou Mengyan suddenly realized this was not the first time Lin Ling had exhibited precognition. Over the past 3 years, Lin Ling had shown remarkable familiarity with every simulated assessment. His predictions were almost entirely accurate. He knew where the bosses were, where ambushes lay in wait, and even had advanced knowledge of early awakening tests. Zhou Mengyan abruptly lifted her gaze to Lin Ling, only to find his face perpetually calm and composed. Such steadiness was far from that of an 18-year-old boy. It resembled that of a middle-aged man who had weathered half a lifetime of trials. Let's go, Lin Ling said as he turned toward the awakening Stella, though a faint trace of bitterness shimmered in his eyes. Once again, the favored child of SS tier laws in this lifetime seems destined to become a joke, after all. With such thoughts swirling, Lin Ling felt an unexpected lightness wash over him. He raised his hand and pressed it against the awakening Stella. Instantly, a 9-colored beam erupted from the stele, soaring skyward. At that moment, the entire sky blossomed with vibrant hues, and the fluctuations of various elemental forces in the air intensified markedly. These magical elements danced rapidly, weaving a magical anthem in the sky. Boom-tick, ding-ding, ding-ding. The rhythm was crisp and audible, evoking an irresistible urge to sway along with the beat. What level of talent is this? And why does it even have such a background score? Why do I feel the momentum rivals that of Yan Shen's awakening ceremony? Could it be another SS? It must be SSS. The legendary SS tier talent is about to appear in my Dragon Kingdom. Holy hell, SS tier. Unbelievable. The SS tier talent, also known as the Divina level talent. Witnessing its birth is enough bragging rights for a lifetime. Witnessing such an extraordinary spectacle, everyone's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Amidst the gaze of the masses, the usually composed Lin Ling could not help but grow anxious. Soon, a system panel visible only to him materialized before his eyes. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS tier talent, Child of the Law. Congratulations on acquiring the exclusive passive skill for SSS talent, Elemental Guardian. Every 2 hours, you may ignore cooldowns and mana consumption to cast a skill once. An advanced magic can be cast instantaneously without incantation. Name, Lin Ling. Talent level, SSS. Talent name, Child of the Law. Combat profession, Omni-Elemental Mage, Full-Time Mage. Level, 1, 0.000%. Health points, 1,000. Mana, 600. Physical damage, 450. Magical damage, 600. Constitution, 100. Strength, 90. Intelligence, 120. Agility 100. Staring at the familiar system panel, Lin Ling's heart was a tumultuous blend of emotions. Except for his strength, which had not reached 100, all other attributes were identical to those of his previous life. Lin Ling hailed from Earth in the year 2024. Originally, he had been a masterful mage player in the popular game Honor of Kings, where his Jiao Chan was so formidable that the game developers had once nerfed the hero. The blast of his ultimate as Swana Horn was enough to strike terror into his enemies. However, an accident transported him to the parallel world of Blue Star. In this reality where games and the real world intertwined, he was fortunate enough to join the Yazi reserve team. After 3 years of relentless effort, he successfully awakened the SSS tier talent child of the law and obtained the special profession of Omni-Elemental Mage, full-time mage. The full-time mage simultaneously possessed 16 mage professions and could wield any school of magic. Seemingly an invincible talent, it was in fact burdened by an experience bar 16 times longer than others. Moreover, he had to raise all 16 professions to the same level before progressing further. 16,162,560. This seemingly unbeatable talent demanded 256 times more effort than others. It was dubbed the supreme waste among talents. Although he had successfully joined the Yazi Guild, he was relegated to training newcomers and performing data analysis. Of course, he still earned a respectable income. But the Lin Ling who once ruled the Summoner's Rift was unwilling to fade into obscurity in this game reality fusion world. He worked for the Yazi Guild while diligently grinding his levels. If he could complete his second rebirth before the age of 25 and participate in the National Newcomer Championship dungeon to secure a ranking, he might gain national attention and sufficient resources to advance. Alas, 7 years passed, and no matter how hard he tried, he never reached the threshold of level 30 for the second rebirth. Lin Ling had become a living textbook, earning what seemed like a generous yet humiliating stipend, ultimately embodying the very image he despised. Yet, his pride remained unbroken. He yearned to fight, to clash with monsters, to represent the Dragon Nation in battles against enemy states within dungeons. He aspired to become the most dazzling star in the Rift, just as he had in his previous life. Thus, at 25, he resigned from his job, spending all his savings on magical scrolls to solo grind in the wild zones. Unfortunately, tens of millions worth of scrolls failed to elevate him to level 30. Just when Lin Ling was on the verge of despair, he received a message. A legendary dungeon entry permit was up for sale on the black market. It was said to harbor a mysterious power capable of awakening a second profession. For the first time, Lin Ling reached out to his former friends for a loan. All but one from the Yazi reserve team politely declined. Only Zhou Mingyan transferred 1 billion to him. With the entry permit in hand, hope flickered anew. The legendary dungeon was teeming with formidable experts. Even the weakest were 7th rebirth, level 120 elites. At level 28, Lin Ling was utterly overlooked. The dungeon was merciless. The completion condition was to slay the final boss, which granted a god-tier reward. The rewards were manifold. The strongest was said to influence a great nation's fate, opening a unique gateway to the divine realm. The least valuable reward was an awakening stone. Using it bestowed a hidden profession 1 tier higher than the original. However, the user's current level would be reset to 0, a drawback that caused many greats to shake their heads and consider it only useful for nurturing a secondary character. But for Lin Ling, it was a desperate lifeline. Tempted by the divine realm, nations teetered on the brink of war. The Meiteor organization launched a surprise attack on the Dragon Nest organization, led by the Dragon Nation. Except for the elites from Dragon Nation and White Bear Nation who survived, all other minor nations' heroes were swept away. As Meiteor sought to extinguish Dragon Nest in one fell swoop, 3 Dragon Nation spies, embedded deep within the Eagle Sauce Nation, East Island, and the Sun Never Sets Nation suddenly launched an assault. These 3 7th rebirth masters slaughtered enemies with shocking speed, dramatically turning the tide of battle. Yet, as the human heroes fought to a stalemate, the dungeon boss unleashed a devastating attack on all combatants. Lin Ling was grievously wounded by the boss's magical aftershock, barely clinging to life. The humans and the boss were locked in a deadlock, unable to move. At the final moment, the Dragon Nation's great masters, to ensure the ultimate reward fell to their nation, performed a sacrificial ritual, channeling all their remaining power into the severely injured, yet free Lin Ling. Not only did his wounds heal instantly, but Lin Ling also gained the might of a 7th tier Grand Magus for a limited time. He successfully slew the boss and claimed all the rewards. Yet, the Dragon Nation masters who had sacrificed their lives lay on the brink of death. Before passing, they entrusted Lin Ling with the protection of the Dragon Nation. The 3 lifelong covert operatives asked him to care for their children. No one anticipated what happened next. After obtaining the god-tier Awakening Stone, the dungeon was forcibly reopened. A man with golden hair and azure eyes appeared, resurrecting the fallen masters under his control. Despite Lin Ling's desperate resistance, he was overwhelmed. A 7th-tier Grand Knight of the Dragon Nation, controlled by the golden-haired man, slowly drove his sword into Lin Ling's heart. In his final moments, Lin Ling glimpsed the attacker's identity, Garen Pushkin, an 8th rebirth undead knight from the Eagle Sauce Nation. He thought it was all over, but when he awoke, he found himself reborn on the very day he joined the Yazi reserve team. It all felt like a dream, yet he vividly remembered every detail of his past life. Lin Ling was a man who hated owing others anything. Though he might not be able to protect the Dragon Nation in this second chance, he vowed to do everything in his power to care for the children of those 3 undercover heroes. Heroes could suffer injustice, but no one was to trample on his Chelsea. Having lived in anonymity abroad for so long, the nation had concealed all information about their families for their protection. Since Lin Ling had been given a second life, he resolved to care for their Chelsea for a lifetime. Through the network, he sought the information of the 3 heroes' children left in his charge. Under a financial onslaught, he quickly located 2 of them, but the third, a girl named Yin Nanshu, remained elusive. Determined to make amends, Lin Ling devoted immense effort during this 3-year reserve team tenure, drawing upon the accumulation of 2 lifetimes. He led the Yazi reserve team to countless achievements and honors. Lin Ling believed that even if he still awakened as the child of the law, those glories would be enough for the Yazi Guild to treat him well. When the time comes, with teammates accompanying him for leveling up, given his theoretical knowledge, a full-element mage who reaches the 3rd advancement will undoubtedly possess strength comparable to that of a 5th-level powerhouse. After all, others have cooldown periods after unleashing their ultimate moves, whereas he, provided he has sufficient mana, can theoretically switch among 16 professional states consecutively, enabling him to instantaneously cast 16 ultimate skills in succession. At that moment, he will transform into a humanoid magical Katyusha, compensating for lack of quality with sheer quantity. Although forbidden spells are beyond his reach, ultimate moves will be plentiful. At worst, as long as he attains the 2nd advancement within a month, he will be eligible to participate in the Rookie Championship. Should he perform brilliantly in the Rookie Championship, there will be a chance to attract national attention and secure state-sponsored resources. The Dragon Kingdom's approach to newcomers has always been survival of the fittest. Before the 2nd advancement, only basic protection is provided. It is only after the new championship that they receive focus cultivation. Just as Lin Ling was lost in thought, a voice suddenly pulled him back from his memories to reality. Detection confirmed. You have previously obtained a Super God level Awakening Stone. The Super God level hidden profession, Forbidden Spell Namer, Unique, has been automatically activated for you. Do you wish to simultaneously possess a second profession? Yes. No. Staring at the words on the interface, Lin Ling's pupils abruptly contracted. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, he spoke. Selection successful. Super God profession activating. At that moment, even though Lin Ling had lived 2 lifetimes, his breathing involuntarily grew rapid. Yet soon, several dark lines appeared on his forehead. For the panel before him seemed to have crashed like a malfunctioning computer, remaining stuck in the activating state. After a short while, as if the system itself felt embarrassed, a new message box finally popped up. Because you're a dual profession awakener, the SSS grade talent hidden privilege has been revoked. Your Super God level talent has been automatically concealed. As the Super God profession is still activating, your primary profession will be publicly announced in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown on Lin Ling's screen vanished, the AI's broadcast voice instantly echoed across the square. Lin Ling has successfully changed profession. Combat profession, all class, all element mage. SSS grade talent, child of the law. Boom! The entire square immediately plunged into complete silence. Yet this silence lasted only a moment before it erupted into a tide of uproarious chatter. Holy crap, what is an all-class mage? Finally, someone in the Dragon Kingdom has awakened an SSS grade talent? Lin Ling is too powerful. My male idol. No, I want to bear his children. God Lin. God Lin. When the SSS grade talent was announced, no one considered what the talent actually entailed. The mere rank alone was enough to drive countless people into madness. The mayoral team of Xuanfu Bay City was simultaneously reporting the situation to higher authorities while approaching Lin Ling. Meanwhile, in a certain meeting room of the Dragon Nest, the highest governmental organization of the Dragon Kingdom, an emergency meeting was immediately convened. Palace Lord, as your prophecy predicted, Xuanfu Bay City has indeed experienced an explosion of high-talent professionals. Report all outstanding male professionals. Xiao Yan of the Xiao Family Consortium has awakened an S-level talent. Say SSS level or above. Lin Ling, SSS grade talent child of the law, obtained the all-class mage profession. Child of the law? How could it be child of the law? Are there any other male professionals with SSS grade or above talents? The slender figure seated at the head suddenly trembled. She squinted her eyes, her prominent chest heaving intensely. There is only him. Child of the law initially is the most useless talent, with an upgrade difficulty akin to scaling the heavens. Upon reaching the third advancement, the talent begins to progress. A twofold increase in all attributes. Fourth advancement, fourfold. Fifth, 16-fold. Sixth, 32-fold. Seventh, 64-fold. And if he attains the ninth advancement, his attributes could be 256 times those of peers at the same level. What on earth does this damn heaven want? To prosper or destroy our dragon kingdom? The growth cycle of Child of the Law is too long. We only have 7 years. How can we possibly nurture him in time? Old Jiang, immediately transfer him to the War God Hall. The 500 billion development funds should be dispersed to Lin Ling in installments as originally planned. Palace Lord, could there be others hiding talents? This Lin Ling is the one we've been searching for, Yin Nanshu. Moreover, in the past 3 years, he has been sending money to the families of number 2 and number 3, said Deputy Hall Lord Jiang Shani. Is it him? The Palace Lord's eyes flickered with surprise. Still, no suspicious signs? No signs. He is very clean. On the surface, an outstanding child whose parents died in a car accident 3 years ago. The entire family of 3 had lost vital signs. Yet Lin Ling somehow clawed his way back from the brink of death. Oomph. A middle-aged man with a hooked nose snorted coldly. Palace Lord, I think we should not prematurely declare him the prophesied child. There are too many doubts about him. If he is a spy of the Mayway, numbers 2 and 3 will be in danger. In my opinion, he should have been arrested long ago. His name was Tu Nani, also one of the 3 Deputy Hall Lords of the War God Hall. Arrest him? If this is a conspiracy by the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, the moment we move against Lin Ling, they will immediately identify numbers 1 and others as undercover agents. That would truly endanger them. Besides, the Great Prophecy Technique says, rise in Wudao, hide in Xuanfu. Who else could awaken an SSS grade talent but him? Jiang Shani said coldly. Still can't jump to conclusions. Zhao Yijuan from Lanbu City in Kiwailan looks more like the prophesied child than Lin Ling, Tu Nani said again. Jiang Shani's expression darkened. Regardless of whether he is the prophesied child, Child of the Law is still an SSS grade talent. Are we just going to ignore that? Old Jiang, we only have 7 years. Child of the Law needs at least 20 years to mature. Do you dare to stake the Dragon Kingdom's fate on this? Tu n'as presque en relentisserie. But the Child of the Law is difficult to upgrade. What if we waste time? Are you prepared to bear that responsibility? Jiang Shani frowned fiercely. Tu Nani smirked as he touched his hooked nose. All I know is his identity is suspicious. He knows too much, and there are many doubts about him. Not arresting such a person and letting him fend for himself is already being merciful. Enough. The Palace Lord raised his hand, rubbed his brow, and uttered a sharp command. For now, use the excuse that the White Bear Kingdom is protecting Mekiev to label Child of the Law as a worthless talent. Old Jiang, have Wei will protect Meng Yan, creating the illusion that all of Dragon Kingdom's focus is on Meng Yan, but don't disclose anything about the prophesied child. Let Lin Ling develop freely for the next few days. We will observe him, and if there are no abnormalities, we will integrate him into the War God Hall. Palace Lord, should we tip off the subordinates? If not, with Baihaishan's rotten temper, Lin Ling might suffer a lot of cold stares, Old Jiang reminded. Tu Nani sneered. What is wrong with letting him suffer some hardship and grievances? After all, there's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on a man, it always first tests his will and endurance. If he can't bear this, how can he be the prophesied child? He could never have imagined the magnitude of the consequences that the seeds he sowed today would bear in the near future. Old Jiang angrily pointed at the hooked nose. Tu Nani, if you delay my destined child, I will never let you off. The Palace Lord glanced at Old Jiang once more, and a voice immediately echoed in Jiang Shani's mind. Let Meng Yan stay in Yaji for now. The team's goal is greater. Let them attract all foreign attention. Keep an eye on Old Tuesday. I suspect he has problems. If we can obtain solid evidence at the right moment, the War God Hall might need a reshuffle. Old Jiang nodded gently, a faint smile quietly appearing at the corner of his mouth. Xuanfu Bay Square. Amidst the admiring gazes of all, a balding middle-aged man approached Lin Ling. His name is Baihaishan, a fourth-tier archer by profession, and simultaneously the mayor of Xuanfu Bay City. Lin Ling, ha ha ha. You truly are a man of outstanding talent. No wonder you have awakened an SSS-level aptitude. Impressive, impressive. Young man, I have high hopes for you. At this moment, Mayor Bai Haishan's smile was so broad that his lips could hardly close. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the more pleasing he found him. If it weren't for the fact that his daughter had already borne 2 children, he would have surely tried to arrange a match. A faint smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. He had witnessed this very scene in his previous life. Moreover, he knew that within less than a minute, the mayor would receive a call from higher authorities. Lin Ling, what reward do you desire? As long as it is within my power, I will fulfill it on the spot immediately, Bai Haishan said, patting his chest with a cheerful grin. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Lin Ling with envy. Xiaoyan clenched his teeth in frustration, burning with hatred. Clearly, he was supposed to be the most dazzling one. But it was Lin Ling who had caused the S-level talent mage, like himself, to be overlooked. No matter how strong you are merely a captain in the Yazi Guild, while I, Xiaoyan, shall become the heir apparent of the guild. With this thought, Xiaoyan's expression softened somewhat. Meanwhile, figures were swiftly approaching the awakening steel. The awakened below burst into exclamations upon seeing these arrivals. This is Lei Zhantian, president of the Zhantian Guild, a 4th-tier elite archer. That is Yi Tianming of the Zhong AI Guild, a 4th-tier battle warrior. Damn, Chun Xiao, president of the War God Alliance, has also arrived. He is already 5th tier, one of only 2 knights in Xuanfu Bay City. These figures were all influential magnates within Xuanfu Bay City. Their hurried arrival naturally astonished the newly awakened 1st-tier Karamis. Lin Ling, are you interested in joining the Zhantian Guild? The guild offers you 50,000 dragon coins monthly for developmental funds. Lin Shun, join our Zhong AI Guild. We can provide 80,000 dragon coins every month. Lin Ling, the War God Alliance's gates are forever open to you. All equipment and skill manuals will be provided free of charge. One after another, these prominent figures approached Lin Ling with beaming smiles. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's expression immediately darkened. Though envious of Lin Ling, he was by no means a fool. Being the heir to the Xiao conglomerate already proved his extraordinary intellect. Lin Ling must not be allowed to fall into others' hands. An SSS-level talent could bring boundless brilliance to both the guild and the Xiao family. Gentlemen, this display is somewhat unbecoming. I assent it? Xiaoyan said coldly. Young Master Xiao, everyone has their own ambitions. What if Lin Ling doesn't want to stay with Yazi? The Zhantian Guild president laughed. At that moment, the mayor's secretary's phone suddenly rang. Soon, the secretary's expression grew peculiar. What is it? Bai Haishan frowned and asked. The secretary glanced at Lin Ling, then at the mayor, before saying, a directive has been issued from above. SSS-level talent rule as favorite is deemed a wasted talent due to its extreme difficulty in advancement. The entire plaza erupted instantly. This news was too shocking, too hard to accept. All eyes fixed on the mayor's secretary. Feeling the crowd's gaze, Secretary Xiao Wang wiped the sweat from his brow and explained, the higher-up stated that the SSS-level talent rule as favorite has appeared before. 30 years ago, a man named Mai Koi in the White Bear Kingdom awakened this talent. The entire nation devoted its strength to cultivating him. Yet after 10 years, he barely reached 3rd tier. Now, 30 years later, according to the White Bear Kingdom's disclosure, Mai Koi still hasn't attained 4th tier, having consumed billions of resources, only achieving invincibility in low-level dungeons. Upon hearing this, Bai Haishan's face darkened instantly, the bitter sense of losing what was once gained twisting painfully in his chest. Sigh. Rule's favorite is a full-time mage. Its difficulty to advance is more than 200 times that of other professions. Lin Ling, what a pity. Others, continue your awakenings. Bai Yinshan shook his head regretfully and led his group toward the VIP seats. At this moment, Lin Ling gazed at the system prompt still indicating the initiation of a super god-level profession, his heart as calm as an ancient well. How could a super god-level profession fail? The name Forbidden Curse Namer alone hinted at its potential. A faint, eerie smile quietly crept to the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. When you all sneered at me upon my awakening, just wait until I rise and you recognize who I truly am. Impossible. How could this be? How can SSS-level talent be wasted? Lin Shun, you are invincible. How could you be a wasted talent? You must be mistaken. From the crowd below came waves of doubt and protest. Everyone be quiet. This information comes from our allied nation, the White Bear Kingdom. How could there be a mistake? We regret this too, but we must face reality. Mayor Bai Haishan's face turned cold as he addressed the awaiting Awaken below. The crowd flushed with embarrassment but remained silent. Yet Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. He looked at those who had invited him to join their factions with interest and asked, "Gentlemen, do your invitations still stand?" This question caused everyone's expressions to shift awkwardly. I just remembered something. The guild has some matters to attend to. Gentlemen, you may take Lin Ling. After all, he is an SSS level talent. Lei Zhantian, president of the Zhantian Guild, said with an awkward smile before swiftly departing. Lin Ling, the Zhong AI Guild's president Yi Tianming, looked troubled and said, "I also just recall that our guild is currently financially strained. I promise to invite you next time." He cast a glance at the equally sullen War God Alliance president, then strode out of the plaza. What pretense? Lin Ling, the War God Alliance does not accept rubbish. You, great god, should seek opportunities elsewhere, the War God Alliance president bluntly declared, seeing Lin Ling's talent labeled as wasted. He spoke plainly before leaving without another glance. Ha ha, the strongest wasted talent. Lin Ling, you really are a failure. Fortunately, you did not agree earlier, or you would have been a lifelong stain on my Xiao family, Xiaoya said coldly, her gaze devoid of any lingering sentiment. Lin Ling, considering your past contributions and your talent in crafting specialized weapons, I, on behalf of the Yazi Guild, offer you an opportunity. Either leave Yazi entirely or stay on as a coach for the reserve team, responsible for crafting exclusive weapons for all official Yazi members. With a monthly salary of 10,000 dragon coins, Xiao Yan sneered, his tone filled with condescension. Outsiders were unaware of Lin Ling's prowess in manufacturing specialized weapons. As the heir to the Xiao conglomerate, he was the first to receive this news. A qualified specialized weapon design blueprint on the market cost at least 100,000 dragon coins, and the existing designs were rubbish compared to Lin Ling's creations. At this moment, Lin Ling was rejected by all major guilds, leaving him no alternatives. Although they lost an SSS-level peerless powerhouse, offering Lin Ling a symbolic salary of 10,000 dragon coins was akin to acquiring a gold-spitting dog, a truly advantageous bargain. Xiao Yan, are you speaking human words? Over the past 3 years, Lin has brought so much honor to Yazi. 10,000 dragon coins? You're treating him like a beggar. Li Jingyong, a soldier in the Yazi reserve team, shouted angrily. Exactly. You're biting the hand that feeds you. What is wrong with a wasted talent? Didn't he, the mayor's secretary, say he could be invincible in the early stages? How could such a talent as Lin Shun remain a mere coach in the reserve team? Let him become an official team member. We will take Lin Shun to train. Zhou Mingyan's eyes were bloodshot as she glared fiercely at Xiao Yan, advocating for Lin Ling. Yes, we will train Brother Lin. Let Lin Shun become an official member. We will train him, one by one. The members of the Yazi reserve team voiced their indignation on behalf of Lin Ling, hearing their clamorous protests. Xiao Yan's expression gradually darkened. Silence. If anyone dares to speak for him again, all of you get out of Yazi. After the Xiao Corporation became the principal owner of the Yazi Guild, the first thing Xiao Yan did was to raise the salaries of the official members. Everyone's monthly salary was increased from 100,000 to 200,000, and we even have guaranteed slots to enter the Dragon's Nest. If you don't want to join Yazi, then leave now. With a furious roar from Xiao Yan, all the reserve team members instantly fell silent. 200,000 dragon coins was already equivalent to the annual salary of members in other guilds, and in the Dragon Nation, professional players only received state subsidies if they achieved results in the rookie tournament. The Dragon's Nest was the coveted sanctuary for all professionals. At this moment, no matter how much they felt for Lin Ling, none dared utter another word. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Lin Ling, make your choice, stay or leave. Think carefully. Don't act on impulse. Your talent isn't enough to enter the Dragon's Nest, but if you stay and work as a beast of burden, you can still earn 100,000 annually. Xiao Yan smiled as if he had Lin Ling completely cornered. I choose to leave. Lin Ling's face remained as calm and placid as a still lake. Brother Lin, Captain Lin. The Yazi reserve team members called out one after another, but swallowed their words under Xiao Yan's fierce glare. Lin Ling, since you're leaving on your own accord, you will no longer receive this month's salary, nor will you get the 200,000 incentive for rookie awakenings. Xiao Yan was somewhat anxious, but unwilling to make a move to retain him. Is that all? Lin Ling sneered coldly. All your specialized weapon designs were created under Yazi. These are the guild's property. If you leave, you must not disclose any information about these specialized weapons. Xiao Yan said coldly, shamelessly pushing his audacity to the extreme. Just then, Zhou Mingyan suddenly looked at Xiao Yan. You really have no shame. Don't you have any idea how much a design draft for a specialized weapon is worth? Xiao Yan's face instantly darkened. Yet at that moment, Lin Ling's lips curved into a faint smile. Do you really think they can make those weapons without me? Lin Ling said indifferently. With that, He placed his hands behind his head and walked toward the plaza's exit, showing no hint of hesitation. What do you mean? Stop right there. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Xiao Yin's expression suddenly turned grim. However, Lin Ling paid no attention to him. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? I order you to stop. Xiao Yin took a running start and charged directly at Lin Ling, swinging his hand to grab the back of Lin Ling's neck. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes slightly. His ears twitched. Suddenly, he leaned back, evading Xiao Yin's grasp while striking with thunderous force, seizing Xiao Yin's neck in one hand. With a low growl, Lin Ling exerted strength, pulling Xiao Yin forward forcibly. Xiao Yin's face changed drastically as he was lifted into the air and slammed onto the ground. Boom! The earth trembled lightly. Xiao Yin struggled for a long time before climbing to his feet. You dare lay a hand on me? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, glinting with a chilling light. You better not provoke me. Xiao Yin shuddered involuntarily at the cold light in Lin Ling's eyes and nodded instinctively. That gaze was eerily familiar. It was the same look he had seen in the eyes of assassins from the Shao Corporation. At that moment, a chill ran through Xiao Yin's heart. He was certain Lin Ling had killed before. This scene made everyone's apple bob uncontrollably. Is Lin Shun's fighting skill really this strong? So cool. Why would someone as powerful as Lin Ling awaken with such a worthless talent? Several Yazzie Reserve team members whispered softly. Lin Ling ignored those voices and turned to continue walking away. Lin Ling, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Hearing it, Lin Ling paused slightly but did not look back. He knew the voice belonged to Zhou Mingyan. Lin Ling, don't act rashly. Stay for now. Trust me. I have a way to keep you in the core. Zhou Mingyan said anxiously. Although she and Lin Ling were not a couple, she was his closest friend within the Yazzie Guild. She knew Lin Ling had no savings. Once he left Yazzie, he would struggle endlessly. No need. I am Lin Shun, destined to become the god of magic. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Zhou Mingyan clenched her fists tightly. Lin Ling had said this to her more than once. She knew this was his dream. This man valued his dignity more than life itself. Since you've made up your mind, then I will go with you. Before Zhou Mingyan could finish, her phone suddenly buzzed with a message notification. She took out her phone, and her expression suddenly changed. I'll see you off, Zhou Mingyan said with a somewhat helpless look. Lin Ling felt relieved. Fortunately, she and T impulsively left with him. At least for now. He did not want to prematurely reveal his super god profession, and with nothing to his name, a woman would only hinder his spellcasting speed. Zhou Mingyan quickened her pace to catch up, but after only a few steps, Xiao Yin's cold shout came from behind. Zhou Mingyan, come back. Yet Zhou Mingyan seemed not to hear him, sticking closely by Lin Ling's side. You want to be kicked out of Yazzie? Xiao Yin was furious and wanted to threaten her with expulsion to make her return, but the words stopped at his throat. If Zhou Mingyan really left, the thought chilled him to the bone. Her talent would surely enter the dragon's nest, and perhaps even a legendary god of War Hall. Moreover, any faction that produced a dragon's nest core member from the god of War Hall would be rewarded 10 billion by the state. Zhou Mingyan was not only the pride of Yazzie, but also the treasure of the Shao Corporation. Watching the two walk farther and farther away, Xiao Yin could only glare at their retreating backs. The entire journey was silent until they reached the edge of the plaza. Zhou Mingyan seemed to summon her courage and asked, I still want to ask you one question. Why are you looking for that girl named Yin Nanshu? Lin Ling was slightly taken aback, but then replied, I'm just carrying out someone else's request. Zhou Mingyan asked, where are you going? Lin Ling glanced at the second profession that was still opening and said helplessly, to find a place to test my skills and train. Keep it up. I believe no storm can break you. The country will not abandon you. Zhou Mingyan clenched her fists tightly. Lin Ling did not reply. He raised his arm, waved his hand, and strode toward the city exit. Countless pitying gazes converged on him, only to see his solitary figure grow smaller and smaller. At the very moment Lin Ling left the central plaza, a pleasant voice finally sounded. Ding. Second profession activation successful. Congratulations on becoming an unprecedented Forbidden Spellnamer. Forbidden Spellnamer introduction. Every day, you will receive one opportunity to input a keyword to rename an existing skill. Skills you rename will automatically upgrade to a forbidden spell. When the keyword is a song or a musical piece name, the renaming success rate increases to 100%. Upon casting, the song will resonate throughout the skill's range, dealing 10 million base forbidden spell damage, plus the caster's magical damage amplification. With a thought, the system panel immediately displayed a list of all skills. As in his previous life, there were 16 initial mage professions, and he could choose one profession to activate a skill for free. From now on, the acquisition of new skills would be possible only through skill books. Lin Ling scanned all the mage names on the system panel, when suddenly, the scene of the Death Knight awakening the dead to slay him resurfaced vividly before his eyes. A fierce killing intent flickered across his gaze. Activating the Necromancer. Necromancer successfully activated. Profession level 1. Initial skill acquired. Summon skeleton. Casting this skill randomly summons a level 1 skeleton warrior to fight alongside you. Would you like to rename the skill? Please assign a keyword. If the keyword is a song title, success rate is 100%. What song would suit the summoning of the undead? Lin Ling's mind rapidly sifted through every song ever heard in his 3 lifetimes. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration lit his eyes as he entered the keyword in his heart. Renaming Summon Skeleton to All Things Live. Naming successful. The initial skill Summon Skeleton has been automatically upgraded to the forbidden spell All Things Live. Upon casting, all deceased creatures within a 100-mile radius will be temporarily resurrected to serve you. Casting the forbidden spell consumes 1 million mana points. Your current mana is insufficient to cast the forbidden spell. You possess a passive skill allowing you to cast the forbidden spell once every 2 hours without cost. Gazing at the skill panel before him, Lin Ling clenched his fists tightly. Is a full-time mage worthless? The forbidden spell naming technique is an absolutely perfect match. Any skill of the 16th series mage profession can be renamed as a forbidden spell. Forbidden spells dominating the field. Is upgrading still difficult? A sly smile quietly crept onto Lin Ling's face. Lin Ling's departure cast a heavy pall over the Yazi preparatory team. Every member appeared listless and dispirited. Li Jingliang's eyes brightened upon seeing Zhou Mingyan return, and he quietly asked, "Mingyan, where did Captain Lin go?" Zhou Mingyan's eyes were slightly red, as if she had been crying. Hearing Li Jingliang's question, she seemed somewhat dazed. "Sister Mingyan," a girl named Yao Yao softly called. Only then did Zhou Mingyan reply. Lin Ling went out of the city to level up. Li Jingliang's eyes darted as he said, "Let us level up too. Yao Yao and Lin Kuan have awakened the archer class. I'm a warrior, Mingyan is a priest, and with Captain Lin, we make a perfect team." No sooner had he spoken than the others' eyes lit up. Though Li Jingliang had not explicitly stated it, everyone understood that he intended to lead Lin Ling in leveling up. Previously, Lin Ling had mentioned that if his talent was subpar, he would let others guide him through leveling. Everyone had thought it a joke since Lin Ling was regarded as a godlike figure. Why would he need their help? Yet fate was cruel. The god Lin had indeed fallen from his pedestal. They were willing to skew their experience to help Lin Ling rapidly raise his level. Their talents were all strong. Even if they started a few days later, they could catch up to or even surpass the majority. However, just as they were about to depart, Xiao Yan, as if reading their thoughts, suddenly approached. From now on, all members of the Yazi preparatory team must form a group to level up together. Anyone failing to reach level 10 today will be ineligible to become a core member and will lose the recommendation to enter Dragon's Nest. Those who meet the criteria will formally sign the guild probation contract 3 days later and proceed to the Yazi headquarters in Autumn Blue City for resource-tilted cultivation. Also, no one is allowed to assist outsiders in leveling up. Any violation will result in cancellation of core membership at minimum or expulsion at worst. I know you want to help Lin Ling, but this actually harms him. Once he suffers some hardship, he'll naturally return to me. Considering his contributions to the guild, I will still accept him, Xiao Yan said with a smile. At that moment, Zhou Mingyan looked at Xiao Yan as if he were a fool. She truly could not fathom how someone of Xiao Yan's intelligence could inherit the Xiao family consortium. Do you realize that if you expel him now, other guilds will immediately poach him? Zhou Mingyan retorted. Not everyone has SS grade talent like you, thinking they can enter Dragon's Nest on their own and leave now. Those without such ability can level up with me. Xiao Yan's expression darkened as he finished speaking and turned to walk out of the city. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was already aboard a bus leaving the southern gate of Xuanfu Bay City. Beyond the southern gate flowed a river called Yang River. Within 50 miles south of its banks lay the novice leveling zone. This area was populated by monsters such as wild chickens, rabbits, slimes, lantern spirits, wild boars, fierce wolves, ferocious tigers, mountain bandits, and tree demons, all around level 130. Most of these creatures were not particularly powerful. Their primary role was to help newcomers acclimate to the wilderness environment. Once reaching level 30, novices could undertake the job transfer quest to complete their second profession advancement, officially shedding their novice status. Of course, in the early stages after awakening, wild boars above level 8 were still formidable opponents for first-turn novices. Being surrounded by wild boars could even threaten a level 10 warrior's life. Although the game had manifested in reality and monsters would respawn, death was genuine. Hence, most humans venturing outside the base city to level traveled in groups, solo leveling was rare, save for a few prodigies. Moreover, once surpassing level 30 and completing the second transfer, killing novice zone monsters was considered invalid. No experience would be gained, whether solo or in a party. Therefore, veteran players rarely indulged in carrying newcomers. Novices had to fight for their own experience. At this moment, many solo players had already gathered on the south bank of Yang River. Lin Ling weaved through the crowd without pause, intending to journey southward. His destination was the wild boar forest. The awakening ceremony occurred only once a year. To test his skills, he needed a secluded area. The wild boar forest was the optimal choice. Although the job transfer ceremony had begun over an hour ago, even leveling to 3 was a challenge. This was no mere game where a few clicks could slay monsters. Lin Ling? Soon, someone recognized him. Some cast him pitying glances, while others' eyes still burned with fervor. I still can't believe the god Lin has fallen from his pedestal. How could the 12-time simulation champion vanish into obscurity? Exactly. There are fewer than 10 people worldwide with SSS grade talent. How could he be a worthless talent? I heard Yazzie expelled him. Shall we go level with the god Lin? Sure, I'm in. Me too. Whispers spread, and many began approaching Lin Lingyo. ISNT this the god Lin. Haha. At that moment, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Lin Ling turned to see a burly youth approaching, carrying a longbow. Sotu? Lin Ling softly called the name. This was Sotu, the archer from the Divine Wind Club, blessed with the A-grade heritage talent. Haha. Who would have thought that the mighty Yazzie god Lin would have to solo level one day? Sotu's mocking laughter was loud enough to halt those approaching Lin Ling. Lin Ling glanced at him, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, then continued forward. His expression seemed to say, "You are not even worth my pause." Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, Sotu's face darkened. Back when you were the god Lin in Yazzie, I couldn't surpass you. Now that you become the laughingstock of Xuanfu Bay City, how dare you still act so arrogantly? Listen up. Anyone who dares to team up with Lin Ling is my enemy. Sotu bellowed loudly, his longbow suddenly drawn taut in an instant. Empowered by his A-rank talent, he swiftly released 5 arrows, felling a distant wild pheasant on the spot. Observing his fierce demeanor, several who had initially considered teaming up with Lin Ling immediately abandoned the idea. Sotu had intended to provoke Lin Ling, but to his surprise, Lin Ling remained utterly unshaken from beginning to end. Solo grinding as a full-time mage? Even if you grind until next year, you 1T reach level 10. Sotu sneered coldly. A warrior standing beside Sotu scratched his head and asked, Boss Sotu, Lin Ling is an SSS talent, right? I heard he has 16 classes. Doesn't that mean he can unleash 16 skills at once? Wouldn't he level up really fast? Are you stupid? Don't skills consume mana? Are skill books that easy to come by? You might hit level 10, but he 1T even reach level 2? Sotu replied with utter disdain. Lin Ling continued southward, where fewer and fewer players were leveling. An hour later, he arrived at the outskirts of the wild boar forest. Unexpectedly, someone was indeed solo grinding here. A young boy hid behind a rock, his white mage robes emitting a faint white glow, perhaps because of the fusion between game and reality. Even level 1 white gear shimmered with a white light, providing newly awakened beginners with a sense of distinction. However, gear above level 1 would no longer exhibit any special effects if it was white grade. A dozen meters away, a small skeletal archer struggled to attack a wild boar. An undead mage? Lin Ling glanced at the boy with mild surprise. Summoner mages were not uncommon, but the undead class was a hidden profession. Summoners had to sign a summoning contract with their summoned entities to call them forth, whereas undead mages forcibly summoned creatures that had already perished through necromantic magic. Hence, undead mages were also known as necromancers. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen an undead mage before? No wonder. I've awakened a rare hidden class. Don't you think this little skeleton is cool? After my second job advancement, I'll be able to summon 3 skeletons. And after the third, hey, why are you leaving before I finish? Want me to help you level up? Lin Ling, usually taciturn, admired this socially bold stranger who, upon first meeting, was already chattering away. Along his journey, he had encountered nothing but sarcasm and mockery. This was the first person to voluntarily offer to help him level. Lin Ling stopped and turned back to ask, Don't you recognize me? A flicker of surprise crossed the boy's face. He genuinely did not know Lin Ling. Are you famous? No sooner had he spoken than Lin Ling felt a sense of being scrutinized. Indeed, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Qin Xian is casting the divination spell on you. Divination was a basic ability all Awakened possessed. Casting it allowed one to view the target's name, level, and other fundamental details. Yet, it came with conditions. The target's level must be lower than the caster's, and the target must neither wear anti-scrying items nor possess anti-scrying talent skills. Lin Ling? The name sound familiar, but I just arrived in Xuanfu City last night. You're level 1 and dare to come to the Wild Boar Forest? Let me give you some advice. Don't venture too deep. If you get surrounded, you 1T last a second. If you agree that all loot goes to me, I'll help you level up. How about that? Confidence gleamed in Qin Xian's eyes, as though he already envisioned Lin Ling eagerly accepting. Being new to Xuanfu Bay City and having just transitioned into a hidden profession, he desperately needed a subordinate to satisfy his vanity for admiration. Unexpectedly, Lin Ling shook his head. You talk too much. Reminds me of a friend of mine. Here, a suggestion. Go level elsewhere, Lin Ling said casually, already striding toward the depths of the Wild Boar Forest. Qin Xian called out reluctantly, Don't go. I'll give you 10% of the loot. Once my skeletons multiply, I'll definitely rocket you up. Lin Ling waved his hand dismissively. This little undead mage was quite endearing, eagerly offering to bring someone along to level. No thanks. I'm afraid if I follow you, I'll starve 3 days out of 9. Come on. I'm blessed by the gods since birth. How can I not have followers? Hey, buddy. My luck is so good I find money on the streets all the time. Why are you leaving? I haven't even finished talking. The undead mage jogged after Lin Ling, hearing the approach. Lin Ling frowned slightly and stopped. Stop following me. I don't need your help. Okay. How about we split loot 70-30? You get 30, I get 70. Or 50-50. Don't leave, big brother. 30-70 sounds fair, right? Qin Xian's small pride wouldn't allow him to give up easily. Just then, Lin Ling's speed suddenly surged, and in an instant, he vanished into the heart of the Wild Boar Forest. Such speed was far beyond what a newly awakened mage could match. Qin Xian shook his head in resignation. Hey, pretty arrogant. You don't know that because of your pride, you've lost a chance to befriend a future great. Lin Ling continued for another 10 minutes, finally reaching the forest's depths. He was intimately familiar with this area. In his previous life, Lin Ling was the undisputed overlord of the newbie zone. No other profession had lingered here for 3.5 years like he had. Of course, the title of newbie zone overlord was not given lightly. He knew every monster here and the loot drop patterns by heart. Monsters in the newbie zone rarely leap in level, but the Wild Boar Forest bordered a map teeming with level 30 monsters. Moreover, Lin Ling's experience told him that if an elite boss appeared here, the first to slay, it had a chance to obtain a full elite equipment set. In the early stages, few pursued full sets, but Lin Ling knew that this elite set possessed an excellent passive skill that would keep his magic damage among the top for 3 job advancements. Along the way, Lin Ling deftly avoided all minor monsters. Creatures below level 10 would rarely attack humans unless approached within 10 meters. Beyond this point lay the level 10 newbie zone boundary, where monsters became aggressively proactive. Once targeted, humans would be attacked immediately. If Lin Ling encountered an 11-level ferocious wolf now, even with all his combat experience, he would only serve as the wolf's meal. This is about right, Lin Ling muttered as he eyed the scattered wild boars ahead. He stretched lazily and slowly spread his arms. With a thought, his aura suddenly turned grim and sinister. Show yourself, little darlings, he shouted. Though his skills required no incantation, he always felt that magic without chanting lacked soul, so he casually added the words. The time was nearing noon on a clear day in July. The sun blistered the earth with its heat. Yet, as his voice fell, the sky abruptly darkened. The temperature plunged by 20 degrees, and the chilling aura caused all the wild boars to shiver involuntarily. Undead summoning forbidden spell, all life activated, centered on Lin Ling. A 100-mile radius transformed from day into night in an instant. Once upon a time, winter was cold, summer was rainy, and waters flowed. An exquisitely ethereal melody echoed through the darkness, as if beckoning all creatures who heard it into the cycle of reincarnation, seeking deliverance. The earth began to tremble, and countless skeletons, whose time of death was unknown, crawled from beneath the soil, transforming into undead beings. Numerous fissures appeared on the asphalt roads of Xuanfu Bay City, from which fractured skeletons emerged one after another. Outside the city, skeletal beasts roamed the wilderness, and several massive dragon-shaped bone structures surfaced from the Yanghe River. In an instant, the area surrounding Xuanfu Bay City seemed to have been transformed into a living hell. An overwhelming army of skeletons numbered in the millions. From an aerial perspective, the land appeared as a vast expanse of ghostly white, a plague of the undead. Please select your attack target. Attack monsters only. Attack humans only. Attack designated targets only. Options from a system panel materialized before Lin Ling's eyes. Attack monsters only. Lin Ling made his choice silently in his heart, and the million-strong undead horde instantly engulfed every monster within a radius of 100 li. At the central square of Xuanfu Bay City, the job transfer ceremony was nearing its conclusion. The AIS voice continued to announce, Xuanfu 4th Middle School, Lei Xiaojun. Transfer successful, life profession, singer. B-level talent, born for rock fever. Shenkei's Club, Fengji, transfer successful, combat profession. Fire mage, S-level talent. Wrath of the Fire God. Damn, just as the awakening ceremony was ending, Shenkei strikes again with a trump card. Another mage, and the top-tier fire mage at that, with an S-level talent. Wrath of the Fire God? The legendary crowd-clearing prodigy talent has actually appeared in our Xuanfu. Anyone teaming up with him for monster hunting would practically be flying on cheat mode. The Wrath of the Fire God is regarded as a talent of value comparable to SS-level mage talents. This talent bestows a passive skill called Blazing Combustion. No matter what skill is cast, it triggers a blazing combustion state, dealing area of effect damage within several meters. This is nothing short of a divine skill for leveling up through monster hunting. A fire mage wielding this talent can output as much damage as 3 ordinary mages combined. Everyone remaining in the square cast envious glances at Fengji. The VIP guests couldn't help but voice their admiration. Fengji's performance was impressive. It seemed the Shenkei's Club would be boasting about him everywhere once again. Indeed, other guilds would likely offer high prices to recruit Fengji for team leveling. Is it about to rain? A city official suddenly looked up at the sky. The once clear, cloudless expanse had abruptly darkened. Observing the darkening heavens, a powerful figure seated in the square suddenly sprang to his feet. It was Zhang Mingyuan, president of the Xuanfu Bay City Mage Guild. Eyes wide with disbelief, but unable to utter a word. Could it be the advent of a new expansion? Mayor Bai Haishin's face was filled with horror. Such a celestial anomaly could only remind him of the cinematic scenes depicting the launch of a new game expansion. At that moment, a chant in Sanskrit suddenly resonated through the air. I see the mountain chicken flying over 2 lonely fishes, 2 fishes swimming through a river as salty as the sea. None had ever heard such an enchanting voice. Unknowingly, a layer of goosebumps spread over every human's skin. Before anyone could react, the square beneath them began to shake violently, as if a magnitude 7 earthquake had erupted suddenly. Cracks appeared one after another. The students, still unawakened, were already petrified with fear. They collapsed to the ground, only to witness pale, bone claws crawling out from the fissures. Monsters! Monsters! These are undead creatures. So many undead creatures. Impossible. The base city is a safe zone. How could monsters appear here? Is this a natural disaster or a man-made calamity? Quickly activate the purification barrier. At the mayor's shout, a semicircular barrier instantly materialized over Xuanfu Bay City. Blinding white beams cascaded down from the barrier, striking and annihilating the undead creatures one by one. Seeing this, the Mage Guild president immediately cast a flight spell, soaring into the air in an instant. Upon reaching a height of 100 meters, his face turned deathly pale. As far as his eyes could see, all was ghostly white. The city was still somewhat secure, but outside, the undead army had nearly encircled it. Mingyuan, what is happening? How could there be a bug? How could skeletal warriors appear within the city? Mayor Bai Haishin also activated a flight skill, rising anxiously into the sky and asking with urgency. There's a skill that can penetrate safe zones, Zhang Mingyuan said gravely. Bai Haishin seemed to suddenly recall a terrifying possibility, asking incredulously, Mingyuan, are you referring to the forbidden curse? Zhang Mingyuan nodded, gazing toward the novice zone outside the city. It must be the forbidden curse. There are no undead holy mages domestically. It's very likely the Empire is doing. You mean this attack is targeting the newly awakened today? Mayor Bai Haishin immediately understood. Zhou Mingyan, it must be the SS talent leak. Those shameless Meiwa scoundrels have made their move. His face darkened drastically. He quickly took out his phone and dialed the strongest combat organization in the Dragon Nation, Dragon Nest. He then issued a mayoral order. All warriors of 4th level and above must exit the city to rescue people. And all fighter jets of the Xuanfu Base City Air and Space Forces must take off to search for enemy positions. Zhou Mingyan must not be harmed. For a moment, human figures and aircraft rapidly surged toward the outskirts of the city in the sky above Xuanfu Base City. Meanwhile, the Yazi Reserve team was busily grinding through level 5 novice monsters, slimes. It must be said, elites are worthy of their name. After just over an hour, every member of the Xuanfu Yazi Reserve team had reached level 5. Among contemporaneous awakeners, they were undoubtedly at the forefront. Lin Ling had long prepared multiple strategies for monster farming. The Yazi Reserve team required no adaptation period. Upon leaving the city, they proceeded directly to each designated hunting ground according to Lin Ling's plans. Where do monsters gather? Where can monsters be cornered? How long is the respawn time? How to flawlessly chain monster luring without waiting. All these details have been meticulously arranged by Lin Ling. The team only needed to follow the plan step by step. The only difference from expectation was that the Lin Shun who made all these preparations was not among their ranks. Li Jingliang was undoubtedly a competent warrior, with multiple bursts of precise monster luring. After his teammates had just slain a wave, he already led another group of slimes back. Xiaoyan raised his hand and cast a fireball spell, blessed by the flame god, directly onto a slime. The 75 damage boost instantly incinerated the level 5 slime. Ding! A piece of blue equipment dropped to the ground, immediately drawing everyone's attention. High-quality magic ring, blue. Category, accessory. Required level, 7, durability, 100 out of 100, intelligence 3. Mana 80, additional effects. None. Xiaoyan stepped forward and donned the ring, his smug expression utterly unrestrained. Yet at that moment, the earth trembled again, the Sanskrit chant resumed, and countless monstrous corpses and skeletons crawled forth. The once jubilant monster hunting team froze instantly. Anyone surrounded by thousands of skeletons would be terrified beyond measure. Captain, what's going on? Li Jingliang swallowed nervously and looked at Xiaoyan. This fellow had already self-appointed as captain and skewed experience gains toward himself, reaching level 8 first. Xiaoyan was already dumbfounded. Although he fancied himself extraordinary, a scion of a financial conglomerate had never before witnessed such a scene. Thousands of skeletal soldiers, each wielding a sword against them, could instantly reduce them to a ground of minced flesh. Brother, don't you have a magic scroll on you? Xiao Yin jolted awake and hastily retrieved a parchment scroll from his storage space. Since the game had materialized into reality, every human who completed a class change was granted a personal storage space. Initially, it was only 10 cubic units, increasing by 1 cubic unit with each level gained. Advanced magic, fire ring of rejection. With Xiao Yin's shout, a ring of fire erupted instantly from the parchment scroll, surging outward. In an instant, the thousands of undead soldiers were reduced to shattered bones by the blaze. Ha ha! Rest assured, with me, Xiao Yin, here, nothing is a problem. If it weren't for the low density of wild monsters in the newbie zone, we'd just farm with magic scrolls and hit level 10 in no time. Xiao Yin laughed heartily. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than his eyes widened again. The once destroyed skeletal army began to reassemble itself, swiftly reforming into skeletal warriors in the blink of an eye. This time, they brandished weapons clearly poised for attack. Damn again. Xiao Yin's heart skipped a beat as he once more pulled out a magic scroll and hurled it toward the skeletal army. The moment the scroll hit the ground, it transformed into a tornado that swept the skeletons away. But soon, numerous skeletal soldiers emerged from the earth once more. Xiao Yin kept throwing out magic scrolls, and before long, all a dozen or so scrolls had been depleted, scrolls worth tens of millions of dragon coins. Even Xiao Yin winced in pain at the cost. Yet the skeletal soldiers seemed inexhaustible, emerging from the ground again, quickly raising their weapons, ready to strike. A chill gripped Xiao Yin's heart. Seeing the undead army endlessly resurrecting, his mind turned icy cold. If only Captain Lin were here, he'd surely have a way to lead us out alive. Lin Shun, where are you? Please come save us. Woo-woo, at this moment, an image flashed through everyone's mind, a figure that filled them with an overwhelming sense of security. Zhou Mingyan gripped her staff tightly, her gaze resolute. If that guy were here, he definitely wouldn't give up. A milky white halo glowed on the staff in her hands. As long as the undead army attacked, she would ensure the safety of every teammate before her mana was depleted. Yet at that moment, the skeletal soldiers suddenly moved. But no one expected that the undead army's target was the slimes. The same scene unfolded in every corner within a 100-mile radius. The faint white light of dying monsters and the pale white skeletons together painted the entire land in white. Before long, the million-strong undead army vanished abruptly, and not a single wild monster remained alive in the leveling zone. Everyone was left in a state of utter confusion. Only deep within the wild boar forest, a figure flashed continuously with bursts of white light. Rushing torrents of data caused the system panel before Lin Ling's eyes to nearly crash. Over hundreds of thousands of messages turned his vision into a dazzling white blur. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 1 wild chicken, gaining 2 experience points. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 3 rabbit, gaining 3 experience points. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 5 slime, gaining 5 experience points. Congratulations on your fire mage profession advancing to level 2. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 8 lander monster, gaining 10 experience points. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 10 elite wild boar, gaining 100 experience points. Congratulations on your earth mage profession advancing to level 2. Congratulations on your undead mage profession advancing to level 10. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 11 vicious wolf, gaining 300 experience points. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 15 mutated northeast tiger, blue, gaining 800 experience points. Congratulations on successfully defeating an infected mountain bandit level 25, blue, gaining 2,000 experience points. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 30 mountain bandit leader, elite boss, gaining 1 experience point. Congratulations on your wind mage profession advancing to level 10. Friendly reminder, due to your possession of a transcendental level profession, all mage professions have now advanced to level 10. Manual unsealing is required to continue leveling. Seals appear every 10 levels, lasting until the 5th class change. Each unsealing grants 10 progress points toward unlocking the super experience pool. Experience pool, a container for storing overflow experience when leveling thresholds are reached. Upon completing the 5th class change quest, you will obtain a super experience pool. While other professions' experience pools accumulate no more than level 10 experience, your super experience pool's capacity is at least 100 times that of a standard experience pool. Unsealing materials required: 10 wild boar tusks, 10 slime saliva samples. 1 warring states red agate raw stone. Lin Ling stared at the prompts on the panel, his facial muscles trembling uncontrollably from excitement. Although he had prepared himself mentally, when he truly saw one of his skills soar from level 1 to level 10, his heartbeat involuntarily quickened severalfold. In his previous life, reaching level 10 had taken him over half a year. Now, merely by casting a skill once, he had achieved level 10, only because of encountering the level 10 seal. Otherwise, he might have already reached level 30 or even higher. But this seemingly made little difference. There simply weren't enough monsters for him to endlessly spam forbidden spells to farm experience. He couldn't just cast his skills and wait for monsters to respawn, then cast forbidden spells in place. That would immediately attract attention. Lin Ling understood the principle of the tall tree catches the wind. Sometimes one must shine brightly, but without sufficient strength, one must learn to protect oneself. The unsealing materials were all common items and shouldn't be difficult to obtain. The super experience pool reward, however, was exceedingly valuable. Late-stage class change quests seemed very challenging. Many were stuck for years or even decades. Experience pools would fill quickly, wasting vast amounts of experience. And the experience required to level beyond the 5th class change underwent a qualitative leap. If he possessed a super experience pool, perhaps during class change quests, he could accumulate experience approaching the 6th class change. That, however, was still too distant. For now, he needed to focus on improving himself. Amid his joy, Lin Ling's gaze flicked to the system prompts about defeating elite bosses. His narrow eyes narrowed further. Every year, on Awakening Day, the newbie zone boss would respawn, and the first adventurer to defeat the elite boss would be announced nationwide. This was something he absolutely did not want to see. Given his current situation, once exposed, it would be disastrous. Each year, as soon as the first adventurer completed the 2nd class change, the system would release numerous rankings. Many high-level adventurers' information would be exposed. To protect adventurers, the system had specially introduced a nickname function after the 2nd class change. Adventurers could set an external nickname to safeguard their identity and privacy. But Lin Ling was still some distance from the 2nd class change. Once the first kill announcement appeared, his talents would inevitably come under scrutiny. Being blacklisted by the state would be a blessing in disguise. Throughout a century of history, countless prodigious adventurers had been crushed in their cradles by the 50,000-strong state police or enemy special forces. As expected, a system notification swiftly materialized before Lin Ling's eyes. You have completed the first kill of this year's Rookie Zone Elite Boss. A server-wide announcement will be made in 30 minutes. It seemed he had no choice but to confess to the nation and become a golden canary. Destined to remain concealed until his 7th ascension, Lin Ling sighed inwardly. Yet just then, another system prompt abruptly appeared. Due to your status as a super god-level special profession awakener, the system rewards you with an identity protection nickname card, allowing you to preemptively alter all publicly displayed name attributes. Would you like to use the protection card now? Yes. No. A faint smile slowly curved at the corner of Lin Ling's lips. What use was this? Wouldn't his identity be immediately exposed once he joined a team? Still, upon reflection, it did hold some merit, for now, as a novice. Concealing his true name would allow him to develop undisturbed, sparing him from unnecessary interference. Once his real name was publicly announced, he had no idea how many would reach out to him. It was wiser to cultivate his strength first. Yes, please enter the name to be publicly displayed. Lin Ling pondered briefly before recalling an anime protagonist he had greatly admired on Earth, Yishio. Naming successful. All external announcements will now use the name Yishio. As you are a super god-level special profession awakener, you have acquired the function to teleport dropped items. Would you like to teleport all items dropped by defeated monsters to your front? Yes. No. Another unexpected delight arrived. Without hesitation, Lin Ling made his choice. Yes. Upon his confirmation, a sudden flash of white light illuminated before him. A vast array of equipment descended from the heavens. At that moment, Lin Ling's eyes fixated intently on the ever-growing pile of gear. He was searching for the perfect set of equipment dropped by the level 30 elite boss. Conventional equipment quality was divided into 7 ranks: common, white, superior, blue, rare, purple, perfect gold, legendary, orange, epic, red, and divine, white glow. In his previous life, he had overheard a 4th Ascension veteran mention that hidden within the rookie zone was a perfect level 10 set, which could only be dropped by the first kill of a level 30 elite boss, and if dropped, it was guaranteed to be a complete set. Despite being wearable at level 10, its attributes could easily surpass rare sets available to those below the 3rd Ascension. Finally, a golden glow appeared. Lin Ling clearly saw a single golden piece instantly buried beneath a mass of white equipment. He furrowed his brow slightly. From his experience, first kill bosses always dropped complete sets, so it was impossible that only one piece appeared for him. Yet several seconds passed without a second golden item manifesting. Just as Lin Ling's doubts deepened, suddenly several white lights, far more dazzling than the other white items, flared up in succession. Lin Ling's eyes widened instantly. But there were so many white items that before he could get a clear look, the new equipment had already buried the previous ones. This was the first time Lin Ling had witnessed such brilliantly shining white equipment, and a bold suspicion quietly surfaced in his mind. The equipment kept teleporting over continuously. Before Lin Ling could verify his suspicion, a small mountain of gear had already formed before him. Although the rookie zone had a higher drop rate, it was still below 1%. This meant that killing 100 monsters might not even guarantee a single item drop. Yet now, faced with such an abundance of equipment, Lin Ling's mouth twitched involuntarily once more. Just how many monsters have been slain to yield such a colossal haul? After a moment, the item stream ceased. He stepped forward swiftly, searching through the pile. He automatically ignored all white equipment and barely glanced at the blue. Superior staff, blue. Category: main weapon, required level 5, durability 100 out of 100, intelligence 5, mana 100. Additional effects: none in his previous life. He could only wield such a level 5 blue weapon after 2 months. Lin Ling shook his head and casually discarded the blue staff. Rare Priest's Meditation Staff, purple. Category: main weapon, required level 10, durability 200 out of 200, intelligence 10, agility 10, mana 200. Additional effects: none. Equipment was always a critical factor determining whether a professional could become truly formidable. A 5th Ascension Grand Mage without gear could not defeat a 3rd Ascension Intermediate Mage clad in a perfect set. Of course, no 5th Ascension professional would fight naked. The only way to compensate for equipment disparity was through forbidden spells. However, forbidden spells could only be cast by professions of the 7th Ascension or higher, and each profession's forbidden spell possessed world-shattering power. Professionals below the 7th Ascension found it difficult to withstand such attacks relying solely on equipment. But forbidden spells were rarely cast unless absolutely necessary, as their million mana cost could exhaust even 7th level or higher professionals. Therefore, equipment remained the foremost core competitive advantage for professionals. Among conventional equipment, white items had 1 attribute, blue 2, purple 3, gold 4, orange 5 plus passive skills, and red 6 plus passive skills. As for the legendary divine equipment, said to emit a white glow, it was rumored to have as many as 8 attribute bonuses along with active and passive skills. Moreover, collecting a full set granted additional exclusive set bonuses. To most, divine sets were the pinnacle of equipment. Without reincarnation, Lin Ling would have counted himself among them. Yet now he knew there was equipment even more powerful than divine sets. That was the top-tier custom-made legendary weapon sets. Professionals equipped with top-tier legendary weapons were so formidable that they could drive same-level rivals into despair. A private custom-made top-tier legendary weapon set could make the entire world go mad. Awakeners underwent a job change every 30 levels, and, upon success, they could enter higher-level maps or dungeons. There, monsters dropped equipment corresponding to their level. This was common knowledge. However, after reaching the 7th Ascension, leveling became exceedingly difficult. No matter whether slaying bosses or completing quests, equipment above level 210 no longer dropped. This meant that after the 7th Ascension, everyone's equipment attributes were roughly the same, greatly balancing human combat power. This situation persisted for decades, until 2 years ago, when a legendary figure from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom wielded a level 240 legendary weapon to slay an 8th Ascension Holy Knight from the Indian Kingdom. Only then did other nations awaken to the truth. Custom-made equipment could surpass the level 210 equipment cap. During that period, all nations publicly disclosed their research achievements concerning custom legendary weapons. They only hoped that their countries could produce talents capable of swiftly breaking through the level 210 design limit. Alas, it was all too late. Creating sustainable, upgradable legendary weapons required extensive theoretical design and allowing the weapon to accompany its wielder from low to high levels. For a nation, gathering materials for a full set was easy, but enabling a person to rise from level 30 to 240 was by no means achievable in a short span. That formidable Eagle Nation warrior, leveraging his superior weaponry, had nearly swept across the entire globe. Yet now, with Lin Ling's rebirth, the era of this Eagle Nation's unchallenged dominance was destined to be shattered. In his previous life, he had already delved into the publicly available core data on specialized weapons. After his rebirth, he spent another 3 years, and with the financial backing of the Yazi Guild, finally designed a set of specialized weaponry that could be upgraded continuously starting from level 30. These materials were never disclosed to the public. The blueprints available to the Yazi Reserve Squad were capped at level 120. This was Lin Ling's contingency plan, a fallback he left for himself. Naturally, Lin Ling's immediate objective remained the rookie tournament dungeon, for it was there that he could procure the essential core materials required to craft his specialized weapons. Continuing to sift through the items scattered on the ground, a flicker of unexpected delight flashed across his eyes. Among the equipment pile, there were quite a few scrolls. Scroll-type items had always been valuable, especially in the early stages. A single magic scroll could easily fetch a 6-figure sum. Among them, magic scrolls and teleportation scrolls were the most common. Magic scrolls allowed for a one-time use of magical abilities the user did not possess, while teleportation scrolls could transport the user to a designated or random location. Lin Ling casually picked up a scroll and opened it. Information about the scroll immediately appeared on his system panel. Scroll of Galewind. Category: consumable buff item. Description: increases speed by 50% for 2 minutes upon use. Level requirement: none. Special effect: when used outside of combat, high-speed movement will automatically avoid obstacles. After reading the scroll's attributes, Lin Ling couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Such buff scrolls were the most inexpensive. At that moment, a red glow suddenly flickered across Lin Ling's system panel. An urgent notification from the Xuanfu Bay City swiftly appeared. Emergency notice: Xuanfu Bay City is under attack by an unknown Necromancer Grandmaster. All personnel below 5th tier are instructed to return to the Bay City's safe zone immediately at maximum speed. Lin Ling. Where did this Necromancer Grandmaster come from? Damn it. Don't tell me it's me? His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, but he ignored it and continued rummaging through the equipment. Suddenly, a peculiar box caught his eye. A blind box? Lin Ling picked up the box, a trace of joy spreading across his face. Item: mysterious box. Category: special item. Description: a box collected by a boss. May contain any item. Lin Ling was no stranger to blind boxes, having obtained several in his previous life. Though they seemed mysterious, they rarely yielded anything worthwhile. Open it. With a thought, Lin Ling activated the box and, simultaneously, a system message popped up on the screen before him. Congratulations! You have obtained Disguiser's Mask Legendary. Disguiser's Mask, legendary when worn, alters one's appearance and conceals personal information. Opponents whose level does not exceed yours by 100 cannot use divination magic to discern her details. He had actually pulled a legendary item, though it was of limited use, merely protecting him for the first few dozen levels. As long as he mastered more than 3 forbidden spells, even a 7th tier Overlord wouldn't be able to penetrate it. Lin Ling muttered to himself and resumed searching, when suddenly a milky white glow radiated from beneath the white equipment at his feet. This radiant light immediately drew his attention away from the Disguiser's mask. Reaching out, he grasped the pearly glow and instantly pulled out a staff. Radiant staff, sacred. Category, Weapon. Sacred Set. Level Requirement, 10. Durability, 1000 out of 1000. Magic damage, 600. Strength, 50. Intelligence, 60. Agility, 50. Stamina, 50. Health, 2000. Mana, 2000. Accuracy, 10. Set bonus for completing all 9 pieces. Intelligence, plus 100. Active skill for completing the set. Radiant Blaze. Reduces target's health by 5% per second for 10 seconds. Passive skill for completing the set. Mage equipment increases total intelligence attribute by 20%. Gazing at the equipment attribute page, Lin Ling's breath quickened. He had initially expected at most to find a perfect set, but to his astonishment, he had uncovered a sacred set. The attributes of the sacred set were leagues beyond those of a perfect set. With this sacred set, any novice could walk arrogantly through the rookie zone. Soon, Lin Ling unearthed the entire sacred set. Radiant Mage Hat, Zakhlate. Radiant Necklace, Sacred. Radiant Mage Robe, Sacred. Radiant Left Bracer, Sacred. Radiant Right Bracer, Sacred. Radiant Trousers, Sacred. Radiant Ring, Sacred. Radiant Mage Boots, Sacred. Weapons and accessories primarily boosted damage. Defensive pieces enhanced defense. And other attributes were fairly consistent across each piece. When Lin Ling equipped all the gear, the milky white glow around his body dimmed slightly. Without close inspection, it seemed as though he were truly clad in a glowing set of white armor. Snapping out of his euphoria, Lin Ling immediately summoned his attribute panel. Name, Lin Ling. Combat profession, full-time mage. Level, 10, 99.999%. Health, 6,500. Mana, 21,660. Physical damage, 3,200. Magic damage, 6,940. Defense, 2,950. Speed, 80 yards. Stamina, 650. Strength, 640. Intelligence, 1,188. Agility, 800. Accuracy, 90. Available attribute points, 40. Staring at his stats, Lin Ling was completely stunned. Every time a professional gained a level, besides acquiring 4 free attribute points, all attributes automatically increased by 10 points. Moreover, depending on the profession, specialty attributes received additional increments. Yet even so, it was rare for average attributes at level 10 to exceed 300. Even high-talent warriors, whose stamina converted to health reached 120, could only boast a health pool of 4,000 at level 10, a top-tier figure. With the sacred set's blessing, Lin Ling's health soared to 6,500, rivaling that of a level 30 warrior clad in no equipment. His physical damage reached 3,200, whereas the highest physical damage for level 10 assassins and archers barely approached 1,000. His magic damage neared 7,000. Without equipment, his level 10 intelligence was only 280, yielding a magic damage of roughly 1,400. The sacred set alone contributed 5,540 magic damage. Even without forbidden spells, he was undoubtedly off to a phenomenally auspicious start. Lin Ling's mana, bolstered by the set, exceeded 20,000, though he still had a long way to go before reaching the 1 million mana required to cast forbidden spells. I already possess forbidden magic. What I lack most now is mana. Once my mana surpasses 1 million, I can truly become a forbidden spell mage, Lin Ling thought, promptly allocating all 40 attribute points to intelligence. At that very moment, a black triangular fighter jet suddenly streaked across the distant sky, seemingly engaged in a search of some kind. Lin Ling's expression shifted subtly as he hastily gathered the equipment scattered on the ground. Lin Ling was now level 10, with his storage capacity expanded to 20 cubic meters. Although he had no interest in these white and blue items, every little bit counted. The resources required to craft a set of specialized weapons were astronomically high. To Lin Ling's surprise, in addition to a vast quantity of materials, a total of 8 skill scrolls dropped as well. The drop rate for skill books in the novice zone was abysmally low, especially those for the battle archer class, which were worth a fortune. The fact that Lin Ling had slain a multitude of monsters within a 100-mile radius using a forbidden spell and obtained 8 skill scrolls spoke volumes. Hoping to acquire a mage skill book, regardless of the school, as long as it belonged to a mage, Lin Ling muttered to himself and immediately began opening the scrolls. Skill scroll opened successfully. Acquired life profession skill book, Argon arc welding. Skill scroll opened successfully. Acquired life profession skill book, pig castration. Skill scroll opened successfully. Acquired support combat profession skill book, purifying light. Purifying light, a priest skill book. Not bad at all. A slight smile curved Lin Ling's lips as he continued opening the scrolls. Skill scroll opened successfully. Acquired life profession skill book, sweet and sour spare ribs. Skill scroll opened successfully. Acquired combat profession skill book, archery mastery. An archer skill book, worth at least 1 million. Lin Ling's eyes brightened as he swiftly opened the remaining scrolls in one go. Acquired life profession. Acquired life profession. Skill scroll opened successfully. Acquired combat profession skill book, overbearing body. Fortune favored him again with a warrior skill book, though none were mage skill books. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Without mage skill books, he could not continue naming skills. Should he continue casting the forbidden spell of all life? He feared that repeatedly using the necromancer forbidden spell might plunge the entire base city into panic. He decided it was better to check the trading post for a mage skill book later. He stored all the skill books in his storage space and immediately began rapidly collecting other items on the ground. Moments later, the ground was completely cleared. Over 500 pieces of equipment filled his storage space to the brim. Notice, please gather materials promptly to unseal your level. Required materials: wild boar tusks 9,910, slime saliva 12,510, Warring States red agate raw stone 01. To unlock, Warring States red was needed? That might be difficult to acquire. Lin Ling took out his phone and quickly searched on an e-commerce app named Yunming. However, he found no information regarding Warring States red. Every year, within 3 months of the Awakening Day, people hoarded second transfer jaw materials. And this Warring States red was one of them. It seemed someone had stockpiled it. So he would have to return to the city and try his luck at the Yunming trading post. Warring States red agate was a rare mineral unique to the Xuanfu base city. It did not drop from monsters. Only mining in the mountains had a slim chance of yielding it. Yunming Trading Post was a subsidiary of the Yunming Group, the largest financial conglomerate in Dragon Country. Not only was it a leader in e-commerce, but it was also a top-tier trading hub for professional adventurers. Lin Ling resolved to return to the city immediately. Ordinary monsters in the novice zone respawned once every hour. Lingering in the wild zone now would only waste time. Moreover, if discovered, things could become complicated. Lin Ling activated a gale scroll, which boosted his speed by 50%. He instantly became a blur, dashing toward the base city. At a speed of 975 yards per hour, he covered 100 meters in roughly 1 second. If not for the scroll's passive effect of automatically avoiding obstacles, a single tree could have cost him his life. Before long, Lin Ling once again spotted the necromancer, Summoner Qin Xian, hiding behind a large rock. Without hesitation, he dashed past Qin Xian and swiftly left the wild boar forest. Qin Xian, meanwhile, looked around bewilderedly at the little skeleton warrior beside him. Did something just rush past? The little skeleton archer immediately shook its head, indicating it had not seen clearly. Qin Xian scratched his head, and the confusion vanished from his face, replaced by a gleeful expression. After glancing around to ensure no one else was nearby, he pulled 2 items from his storage space. One shimmered with golden light, the other with blue. Qin Xian's gaze first fell upon the golden item, a yellow piece of parchment wrapped in several coils of black thread. Directional teleport scroll. Category: single-use teleportation item. Item details: teleports randomly in a designated direction, distance random. Level requirement: none. Gods bless me, I've struck it rich. This is definitely a treasure. If I remember correctly, someone once paid 100,000 dragon coins for this. It's an absolute lifesaver, Qin Xian said, then turned his attention to the blue glowing boots. High-quality mage boots, blue. Category: clothing. Level requirement: 10. Durability: 100 out of 100. Intelligence: +5. Accuracy: +2%. Additional effects: none. An exquisite item. A top teardrop. I knew I was lucky beyond measure. This is surely a blessing from the gods. A pair of mage-exclusive boots wearable at level 10. I'll be strutting around the novice zone in style. That Lin Ling. If he knew how fortunate I am, he'd probably be crying in regret out in the woods. Speaking of Lin Ling, Qin Xian wondered how he was faring and wished the gods' blessing upon him. After showering the boots with several fervent kisses, Qin Xian carefully stored them away. Not long ago, a horde of undead creatures had suddenly appeared. Qin Xian, hiding behind a rock, was nearly frightened out of his wits. However, his skeleton archer remained fearless, continuously firing arrows at the wild boars. When the undead army launched their assault on the monsters, the little skeleton also blended in, helping to slay the beasts. Qin Xian's luck was undeniably extraordinary. The arrows shot by the little skeleton delivered the final blow to wild boars more than a dozen times. Thanks to these kills, Qin Xian leveled up twice and obtained 2 pieces of equipment. The drop rate was so low that it seemed non-existent for others, but for him, it was as if the usual rules did not apply. Such fortune naturally filled him with elation. just as Qin Xian clenched his fists and shouted Alajai. A silver-white, triangular fighter suddenly appeared above the wild boar forest. Rings of light waves emanated from the bottom of the craft, scanning the area below. The fighter's rapid scan soon detected a skeleton warrior peeking cautiously over a large rock at the forest's edge. Undead entity detected. Initiating thermal imaging scan. Scan complete. Coordinates 12,613,752. Suspicious human detected behind rock. Target suspected of using concealment device to mask aura. Scan indicates target level does not exceed 10. Damn necromancer, hiding energy. Charge the super laser cannon. Charge complete. Preparing to fire. A blue light glowed beneath the triangular fighter, poised to unleash its attack at any moment. Meanwhile, Qin Xian, through the skeleton warrior's vision, instantly spotted the triangular fighter above the rock where he was hiding. His eyes suddenly widened, his face etched with sheer disbelief. Damn it. Wasn't I just exploiting a minor loophole with the little skeleton to sneak in some experience? And he had the audacity to blast me with a laser cannon? At that moment, 1,000 wild curses surged through his mind. Struggling to suppress the urge to spit blood, he hastily activated the still-warm teleportation scroll. A brilliant blue light flared up, and, as the laser cannon descended, Qin Xian's figure vanished instantaneously from the spot. Aboard the triangular warship, the onboard AI announced. Spatial teleportation fluctuations detected. Target individual has escaped. Hearing this, the officers aboard all the warships exhaled in relief. The ability to teleport. Indeed, a mark of a Grand Mage. Base City, this is Thunderclap. Enemy Necromancer Grand Mage detected. Target has teleported away. Base received. Soon after, all residents of Xuanfu Bay City simultaneously received a notification. Alert, danger neutralized. All novice training parties, please await monster respawn. Lin Ling, hastening along, glanced at the appearing notice and unconsciously rubbed his nose. He had never imagined someone would take the fall for him, nearly getting obliterated by a laser cannon in the process. Lantern Monster Training Grounds. Kamikaze Club's leveling zone. Long, what just happened? How would I know? Didn't the officials say there might be enemy Necromancer Grand Mages appearing? Did a Grand Mage from the United States sneak in? Why didn't the undead army attack us? It's strange, indeed, but that was genuinely dangerous. So many skeleton soldiers nearly scared me out of my wits. Who wouldn't be terrified by that scene? Even Boss Feng Ji was dumbfounded. A leveling party huddled quietly in a ditch, chatting softly. All of them were at least level 4, while 2 youths nearby had reached level 6. One wielded a blue longbow, the other a blue staff. They were Sodu, the archer of the Wind God Guild, and Feng Ji, the fire element mage. Under Feng Ji and Sotu's combined prowess, their team's leveling efficiency was nothing short of cheating. Feng Ji's innate talent, the wrath of the fire god, granted all his skills area of effect capabilities. His group attacks, coupled with Sotu's rapid firing, propelled them to level 6 in just over an hour. Moreover, fortune smiled upon them. They had looted 3 pieces of rare blue equipment, including the very longbow and staff they wielded. The last piece, a pure stamina blue shield for warriors, was bestowed upon a fighter named Shang Biao. Empowered by the blue gear, Shang Biao could now attract 5 monsters at once, while Sodu and Feng Ji's monster-killing speed soared once more. Had it not been for the sudden undead horde, they might have already reached level 7. Old Feng, I ran into Lin Ling earlier, still flaunting that arrogant aura. I even warned that anyone who dared team up with him would be my enemy. The once formidable Lin Shan of Yaji Guild now can only solo in the wild zones. Soda's mouth curved into a smug smile. Feng Ji shook his head, giving a thumbs up. Impressive, and it has to be you, Sotu. Lin Shan's fall from grace means the once great god is now a laughingstock. The Wind God Guild's reserve team and Yaji Guild's reserve team had clashed countless times in simulated battles. Yet each time, Lin Ling had mercilessly crushed them, to the point where the Wind God Guild's reserves had grown fearful of even hearing his name over the past 6 months. Now that Lin Ling had fallen from his pedestal, it was as if a mountain blocking their path had crumbled. Just as they finished speaking, a figure emerged from the forest ahead, standing atop a large rock. He appeared to be watching the triangular warship flying overhead. Sotu and Feng Ji rose simultaneously from the ditch upon recognizing him. Gripping their weapons tightly, a flicker of apprehension instinctively crossed their eyes. Yet soon, they exchanged glances and broke into smiles, their tension dissolving into profound disdain. Yo, ISNT that Lin Shun? How many wild monsters did he have to slaughter to gear up in level 1 white armor? And that level 1 white gear as special effects are so flashy. It's almost laughable. Soda laughed heartily, instantly drawing the attention of all nearby leveling parties. Fengji stepped out of the ditch and cast a divination spell toward Lin Ling. Target cannot be divined. A system message promptly flashed before Fengji's eyes. He was momentarily stunned. There were only two reasons for failed divination. Either the target possessed an ability to block divination, or the target's level exceeded his own. He would never believe Lin Ling was higher level than himself. This kid must have been lucky enough to loot a passive skill book that shields against detection. Fengji's eyes flickered with a trace of regret. In his view, Lin Ling's divination shield was merely self-deception. Lin Shun had ultimately fallen from grace. Brother Feng, Lin Ling is an SSS tier talent. Could it be he possesses abilities unknown to us? Maybe his level surpasses ours. A wind god, Archer whispered. Impossible. Didn't T, the mayor's secretary, say? White Bear Kingdom has confirmed that a useless talent. Trust the authorities. Another professional sneered. Upon hearing this, Fengji's face broke into a wry smile. Raising his blue glowing staff, he said, Lin Ling, if you're willing to be my subordinate, I might be in a good mood to help you level up. Ha. Feng Bro is awesome. The mighty Lin Shun becoming your subordinate. That some serious face. Soda chuckled. Glancing at Lin Ling, hurry and agree. Our Feng team's skills deal AoE damage. Miss this chance, and you'll never find another like it. Feng's heart is kind. If it were me, I wouldn't waste time on him. Several Wind God guild members chimed in. Hearing this, Fengji proudly lifted his chin. Lin Ling, see this? It's a level 5 blue weapon. Just behave and be my subordinate. When you reach level 5, I'll gift it to you. Others covered their mouths to stifle laughter, especially upon seeing Lin Ling's shimmering white armor. Already imagining his envious expression upon receiving blue gear. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Ling's gaze toward them was tinged with pity, as if looking upon a group of pitiable fools. Fengji's pride vanished instantly beneath Lin Ling's cold scrutiny. What kind of look is that? Are you provoking the Wind God Guild? Fengji bellowed. Scram. Lin Ling's voice was detached, as though the Wind God Guild did not even register his eyes. Having spoken, he turned on his heel, disdainfully surveying the crowd as if they were mere clowns. The single word scram ignited a fury among the Wind God Guild members. A warrior clad in blue armor, seeing Fengji humiliated, immediately charged over from several meters away, positioning himself before Lin Ling. Still acting like Lin Shen? Today, let Shang Biao teach you some manners. Dare to spar with me? Shang Biao roared, his face brimming with provocation as he stared at Lin Ling. Get out of my way. Lin Ling coldly commanded as his path was blocked. Lin Shen 1T accept my sparring challenge? Then let us bet. If I lose, I'll bow to Brother Feng. If you lose, you give me your blue armor. Shang Biao taunted with a mocking grin. Standing 2 meters tall, his muscles rippling like iron towers, he formed a stark contrast to Lin Ling's slender frame. All members of the Wind God Club burst into laughter. Shang Biao, level 5, possessed the A-tier talent Wrath of the Bull, a strength-oriented warrior. Although he possessed merely a handful of level 5 white equipment and a single piece of blue gear, his strength attribute had already soared to 250. With such combat prowess, it was not just Lin Ling, a level 1 mage, who could not withstand an encounter. Even Fengji, a level 6 warrior, would suffer injuries if Shang Biao closed in on him. Since you are so eager to spar, I shall oblige. Lin Ling spoke with a calm resolve. Immediately, Shang Biao's face lit up with wild delight as he charged forward with a shoulder ram aimed directly at Lin Ling. He was utterly confident that a full-force collision would leave the level 1 Lin Ling bedridden for 3 days. Yet, just as he was about to strike, Lin Ling suddenly raised his hand and delivered a swift slap toward him. The speed of that blow was so astonishing that Shang Biao only glimpsed a fleeting afterimage. The next moment, a resounding bang echoed. A searing pain erupted across his left cheek. Darkness clouded his vision, and his body was hurled backward. Boom! Shang Biao crashed against a massive tree and collapsed heavily onto the ground, motionless, clearly unconscious. This scene instantly plunged the lantern monster wilderness into an eerie silence. Lin Ling shook his hand free, approached Shang Biao, swiftly removed the blue armor from his body in 2 swift motions, stowed it away, and turned to leave. Only when he completely vanished from sight did the sound of swallowing break the forest's stillness. Impossible. How could he have sent Shang Biao flying? What kind of strength would that require? Shang Biao weighed 100 kilograms and had a strength rating of 250 to hurl him away. One would need at least 500 strength. Lin Ling is a mage. How did he become such a muscular powerhouse? Waz T had said that Lin Ling's strength was only 90 points before his awakening. Surely, he must have taken an advanced gene-enhancing serum. I heard that an A-grade gene serum costing 300,000 can boost strength to 500. The members of the Divine Wind team began to speculate aloud. Indeed, a clever fellow. Finding it hard to level up as a mage, he simply chose to reinforce his muscles instead. Could he be aspiring to become an extreme, full-power mage? A look of shock on Suatu's face gradually faded, replaced once more by a thick veil of scorn. A mage relying on brute strength might bully low-level wilderness monsters, but to him, it was nothing but a joke. Fengji shouted loudly toward the direction where Lin Ling had disappeared. Lin Ling, if you have the guts, come and duel me in magic. Let us clash skills head on. If you win, I'll become your retainer. Slime Swamp Leveling Zone. The members of the Eyes of Vengeance reserve team watched as the undead horde retreated underground, swallowing hard. Their faces were painted with mixed emotions, both joy and terror. At this moment, Xiao Yin had reached level 9, Xiao Ye level 8, Zhou Mingyan level 8. And Li Jingliang along with the archer named Yu Yu had both attained level 7. The other squads of the Eyes of Vengeance reserve team had also all reached level 6. Although Xiao Yin's intelligence was not particularly high, he was nevertheless somewhat shrewd. When the undead horde began slaughtering the slimes, Xiao Yin immediately sensed something amiss. He instructed Li Jingliang to attempt several times, and discovered that competing with the skeleton soldiers for monsters not only avoided attacks, but also granted experience. Upon this revelation, Xiao Yin promptly ordered everyone to start contesting monsters with the undead horde, although they remained constantly wary of the undead turning on them. This strategy led to a surge in experience and the drop of over a dozen pieces of equipment. At this moment, Xiao Yin was adorned with 3 pieces of blue gear, and others possessed at least 1 or 2 pieces of white equipment. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Li Jingliang clutched a level 7 white shield and said, yet when he thought of the dense skeletal army, his calves trembled slightly. Where did this undead grand mage come from? Xiao Yin's face was pale as he recalled that when the undead horde first appeared, he genuinely feared they would perish in this newbie zone. Who would have guessed that the undead would refrain from attacking the combat classes? Otherwise, they would all have been doomed. Xiao Yi looked at her brother with lingering fear. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Everyone should seize the opportunity to level up. Our leveling speed is undoubtedly top tier. What was originally planned as 3 days to reach level 10 now seemed achievable in just 1. Xiao Yin forced a faint smile and glanced at the assembled team. Li Jingliang surveyed the deserted surroundings. Where are the monsters now? Captain Xiao, the monsters have all been cleared out. Should we wait for them to respawn or move on? His eyes twitched uncontrollably. Brother, let us head to the northern city. Although the monsters in the eastern mountain range are all above level 10, our combat power is sufficient now. I just saw someone posting in the public channel that the northern city is free from the undead curse. Though the undead horde had vanished, those countless skeletal warriors had left a shadow in her heart. She did not want to linger here for even a moment longer. Only by leaving could she focus on farming monsters. Xiao Yin nodded. Very well, I'll summon the helicopter now. Everyone else prepare to relocate. The eastward mountain range is home to ghouls. Captain Lin said that the corpse toxin of ghouls is quite troublesome. Priests must have purification skills to venture there. Yu Yu whispered a reminder. Captain Lin? There is no Captain Lin here, and Lin Ling is merely a newcomer whose information was gathered online and may not be reliable. Even if he guessed correctly, we can have Meng Yin return to the city at dusk to acquire a purification skill book. We depart now. I don't want to hear any more nonsense. Xiao Yin's voice fell, and everyone began moving toward the swamp's edge, save for Zhou Mingyan, who stared blankly at the empty slime swamp. Others glanced at Zhou Mingyan. No question, she was undoubtedly worried about Lin Ling. Yu turned back gently and tugged at Zhou Mingyan's arm, whispering, Sister Mingyan, let us go. Captain Lin will be fine. Zhou Mingyan forced a faint smile. That man, of course, will be fine. He is destined to become a god of magic. With that, Zhou Mingyan and Yu Yu proceeded toward the swamp's perimeter. At that moment, a blue system message suddenly appeared on everyone's screen, followed by a flood of blue notices across the entire message area. Blue messages are public announcements broadcast within the player's base city territory. The shameless scoundrel Lin Ling has consumed an A-grade gene serum, boosting his strength to 500. He deceived our Divine Wind Club warrior Shang Biao into a strength contest, then launched a sneak attack, knocking Shang Biao unconscious and stealing a piece of blue equipment. The illustrious Lin god has degenerated into a thug, cheating, ambushing, robbing without honor. Let all take heed and steer clear of this villain. Beware of the thug Lin Ling, guard against fire, theft, and Lin Ling himself. All who read the incessant citywide messages were struck with astonishment. Impossible. They must be slandering Lin Ling. He would never deceive them, let alone steal their gear. Fury instantly filled Zhou Mingyan's face as she prepared to retort on the public channel against the Divine Wind Club. Mingyan, enough embarrassment. Flies don't bother spotless eggs. Just ask him yourself. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Xiaoyu sneered, inwardly relieved that Lin Ling had rejected her advances earlier. Zhou Mingyan pulled out her phone and immediately dialed Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Is what is on the public screen true? Zhou Mingyan asked, unable to believe that Lin Ling would stoop to cheating and robbery over a piece of blue gear. A few seconds of silence passed on the other end before Lin Ling's voice came slowly. Do you believe what they say? I don't. I only believe you. All right, that has settled for now. Manager Li, how much can you offer for the blue gear? Stay safe. Zhou Mingyan's call ended abruptly. Yet the phone remained pressed to her cheek. Listening to the busy signal, her face was suffused with a tender sweetness. I always said Lin Ling wouldn't steal from others. Even if he did, it would only prove his strength. The law of the jungle is survival of the fittest. Zhou Mingyan reluctantly put down her phone, her eyes still brimming with tenderness. Oomph. Xiaoyan's cold snort suddenly echoed. Zhou Mingyan, you'd better stop thinking about Lin Ling. You two are simply not meant to be on the same path. Zhou Mingyan turned sharply to face Xiaoyan, her bright eyes filled with stubborn resolve. But Xiaoyan merely grinned and continued, I can tell you right now, the family has sent word. Once you officially sign the contract with Yazi, the Xiao Corporation will offer you a 7-figure monthly salary. And as long as you behave, I guarantee you a place in the War God Hall. Your future heights are beyond Lin Ling's reach, even if he climbs a ladder of clouds. He has nothing but a societal scum unworthy of your concern. His actions are probably just a ploy to get my attention and return to Yazi. Want me to invite him back? Not a chance. As soon as these words were spoken, every team member except Zhou Mingyan wore an expression of disbelief. A 7-figure monthly salary seemed reserved only for those of 5th breakthrough or above, and what was the War God Hall? Among professionals, even entering the Dragon's Nest was a privilege. The War God Hall was an elite within the elite of the Dragon's Nest, an unimaginable future for most. Many gazed at Zhou Mingyan with envy shining in their eyes. At that moment, Zhou Mingyan suddenly released Yu's arm and strode toward Xiaoyan. A flicker of surprise crossed everyone's face. Could it be that Zhou Mingyan was too emotional and about to give Xiaoyan a hug or a passionate kiss? Yet no one expected Zhou Mingyan to suddenly raise her hand and slap Xiaoyan across the face. Smack! All eyes in the slime swamp widened in astonishment. You bitch! How dare you hit me? Feeling the burning sting on his left cheek, Xiaoyan erupted in fury. He raised his right hand high, ready to strike back. But as his hand hovered in midair, it refused to come down. The flesh on his face twitched uncontrollably. Messages from Old Master Xiao flashed continuously before his eyes. No matter the cost, Zhou Mingyan must become a core member of the Yazi Guild. Her value surpasses the entire guild. Once she enters the Dragon's Nest, she will inevitably rise to the upper echelons, and we will ride her coattails. At that instant, Zhou Mingyan's icy voice whispered in Xiaoyan's ear, if you dare insult Lin Ling again, I will leave the Yazi Guild immediately. And you are not the one who decides who the War God Hall selects. Xiaoyan's face turned ashen, but he dared not utter a single word. He did not understand why, but this moment with Zhou Mingyan stirred an unsettling feeling within him, a feeling he normally only experienced before his father. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyan slowly lowered his right hand and turned to walk out of the swamp. What are you all staring at? Anyone who doesn't reach level 10 today will be fined 10,000. Xiaoyan's cold bark rang out, his seething rage fully transformed into hatred toward Lin Ling. At this moment, he had made up his mind. Even if Lin Ling begged him, he would never allow him back into Yazi. He would train, gather equipment, and adopt an utterly domineering stance to show Lin Ling the insurmountable chasm between them. Mingyan, I've already sent some materials monopolized by the Xiao Corporation to your system mailbox. Stay in touch with Lin Ling, and if he needs any materials or equipment, assist him immediately. A message popped up on Zhou Mingyan's phone, and a glint of joy flashed across her eyes. Understood. I will keep in contact with him. Mom, when can I leave Yazi? Has the suspicion toward Lin Ling not been lifted yet? Hold on a little longer. We still need to observe. Things are too peculiar. Xuanfu Bay City. Yimeng Trading House. A boy with an ordinary face so unremarkable that he would be lost in a crowd sat in the VIP reception room. This was Lin Ling, wearing the mask of the disguiser. Manager Li, I have a large quantity of white and blue gear. Are you interested? Yes, low-level equipment is in short supply right now. I'll take as much as you have. What is the current price for skill books? Ha ha ha, young brother, for others' main combat profession skill books. ID offer up to 800,000. We're destined, so I can give you 1 million. Manager Li of Yunming Trading House smiled broadly as he spoke. Lin Ling nodded without haggling over the price. He only wanted to convert his assets quickly, fully aware that both equipment and skill books were worth more the sooner they were sold. Once the leveling army returned at night, prices would plummet sharply. Manager Li, let us proceed, as he said. Convert everything. Lin Ling waved his hand, and immediately a small mountain of gear appeared on the VIP room floor. Manager Li's eyes widened in astonishment. How many monsters must have been killed to drop so much gear? No, this must be stockpiled from last year. A flicker of realization passed through Manager Li's eyes. The price of low-level gear cannot compare to high-level equipment. Few would hoard low-level gear to sell the following year. They'd rather level up and fight high-level monsters. After all, combat professionals are busy leveling up, and few are willing to farm gear in the beginner zones. Of course, few does not mean none. Having worked in the trading house for years, Manager Li was no stranger to professionals who stockpiled gear. These individuals had low talent and leveled slowly, so they farmed gear in low-level areas specifically to sell on awakening days the next year. Young brother, if you have good goods in the future, come straight to me. You're a savvy businessman. Selling low-level gear at this time is very shrewd. Manager Li, acting as if he understood him perfectly, quickly inventoried all the equipment. 11,700,000. Brother, we're destined. How about rounding it to 10 million? I'll throw in a VIP card for free. Manager Li laughed and looked at Lin Ling. Do you think I'm a fool? Is this how you issue VIP cards? Rounding off like that? Lin Ling rolled his eyes, itching to spit on this slime merchant's face. Ha. Manager Li chuckled awkwardly. Just kidding, young brother. We'll trade at the original price, no rounding. I'll get your VIP card right away. Lin Ling's expression darkened. 12 million. If not, I'm walking out. Don't be like that. 12 million it is. You're too sensitive to jokes, young brother. Here's your platinum VIP Supreme card. Keep it safe, Manager Li said with a sheepish smile. Lin Ling took the card, and soon a notification of funds received popped up on his phone screen. He had only sold one skill book for 12 million. Manager Li must have been thinking what a fool he was. Manager Li, do you have any mage skill books in stock? Lin Ling asked immediately after selling his goods. Manager Li was momentarily stunned before breaking into a broad smile. Yes, we have everything here. For mages, there's a 10-level skill, Flame Fire Ring. Main combat profession skill books are quite expensive now. Since we're destined, you can have it for 2,500,000. Lin Ling rolled his eyes again. 250,000? You buy for 100,000 and sell for 250,000? Who is the sucker in this destiny? Truly, there is no honest merchant. Sensing Lin Ling's displeasure, Manager Li smiled awkwardly. Young brother, if you think it's too expensive, I've got some little trinkets I can give you. Manager Li spoke apologetically, suddenly pushing over a dozen scrolls. Lin Ling immediately cast a detection spell. Item, gift for the Treant tribe. Category, special item. Description, contains a skill book collected by the Treants. Opening it grants a chance to obtain an initial profession skill book. A flicker of surprise flashed through Lin Ling's eyes. He had not expected this item. No wonder it was given away freely. The Treant's gift was reputed to be the most useless item. Under normal circumstances, the initial profession skill book was entirely unnecessary. After professional awakening, one inherently possessed the initial skill, requiring no skill book to learn it. This thing was basically a quest item. Obtaining the initial skill book inside could be exchanged with the Treant tribe for 100 experience points. Though this item might be useless to others for Lin Ling, as long as he could unlock the initial skill, it could still be transformed into a forbidden spell. Thank you, Manager Li. By the way, do you have any warring states, Red Agate? Lin Ling gathered the scrolls and continued to inquire, for this was the material he most urgently needed at the moment. Manager Li's face immediately clouded with difficulty. I'm afraid we don't have any. Not a single piece. Lin Ling furrowed his brow slightly, staring intently at the middle-aged man before him. Manager Li looked troubled, then raised a stack of A4 papers, glancing apologetically at Lin Ling, young brother. The Shao Corporation has monopolized the acquisition of all job transfer materials. You might want to post a bounty online. Other merchants probably don't have any either. However, Warring States Red is currently in the spotlight, so a single piece costs at least over 10 million. If you wait half a month and purchase it in the evening, the price will surely drop by half. Lin Ling stared at the job transfer material guide on the table, speechless. He had never imagined leaving the guild Yazi, where all materials needed for job transfer were provided free of charge to guild members. Manager Li, this is a list. I need all the materials on it. Help me calculate how much it will cost. Lin Ling took out a pre-prepared list, materials required to craft a complete set of primary specialized weapons. Manager Li accepted the list and swiftly began calculating on his tablet. Soon he smiled and said, Young brother, we can gather most of these materials from our guild. If you want everything, it will cost a total of 32 million dragon coins. I'll give you a discount, 30 million flat. Though Lin Ling was mentally prepared, his facial muscles twitched involuntarily upon hearing the figure of 30 million. And this was only the cost for the initial crafting, compared to the expenses for later upgrades. It was merely a fraction. All right, then bring me this portion of the materials first. Lin Ling lightly traced the list with his fingernail. The items above were materials for weapon crafting. The freshly acquired 12 million had barely warmed his hands before another 8 million was spent. The weapon's importance surpassed all other equipment, and correspondingly, it required the highest expenditure. Unfortunately, even after spending 8 million, two core materials remained missing. One was the Holy Light Gemstone, which could only possibly appear in the second job transfer dungeon. The other was even rarer, the Heart of the Demon King, which had an extremely slim chance of dropping from a hidden boss. Lin Ling had never expected to find these two materials in the guild shop. Rare materials were typically hoarded by powerful financial conglomerates or the state and seldom circulated in the market. He could only hope to get lucky with the Holy Light Gemstone in the second job transfer dungeon, while the Heart of the Demon King could only be hoped for at an auction. At that time, he would have to swallow his pride and borrow money from his cheap underling just to acquire it. With the materials in hand, Lin Ling left the Yunmeng trading house. He visited several small merchants, unsurprisingly finding no sales of Warring States red agate. Lin Ling took out his phone and muttered, "Better post a bounty online." Suddenly, a red system announcement popped up before all professional players worldwide. Congratulations to newcomer Yi Xiao from the Xuanfu Bay City for the first kill of the elite boss in the novice zone, earning a dungeon entry ticket fragment 1. Seeing the bright red system announcement, a faint smile curved at the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. Huh, what on earth is a dungeon entry ticket fragment? Looking at the black iron fragment newly appeared in his inventory, confusion flickered in Lin Ling's eyes. In his previous life, though he had slain many bosses, he had never obtained a first kill. Though system announcements had often hinted at it, Lin Ling had never paid attention. He only knew this item was valuable. In his former life, he had seen someone offering 10 million in a bounty for it. With a thought, the black iron fragment appeared in his palm. Item, dungeon entry ticket fragment. Item description, collect 10 fragments to automatically combine into a complete entry ticket, allowing access to the dungeon instance. The dungeon instance is a global instance, a paradise for high-level professionals. Entering it greatly enhances spiritual power. Rumor has it that the dungeon contains portals connecting to other worlds merged by the divine realm. Lin Ling put away the fragment, a gentle smile playing upon his lips. With his fragment's appearance, some people would surely be unable to remain calm. The members of the Divine Wind Club, who were searching for wild monsters, suddenly froze in place. Fengji abruptly looked at Sotu, only to find Sota staring back at him. They both saw the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Damn, who is this powerhouse? If I'm not mistaken, first kills of elite bosses require at least level 30, right? Could there be a mistake? Since the Awakening ceremony began, less than half a day has passed, and someone has already killed a boss? Our group nearly wiped out against a level 15 blue monster. How did they manage a level 30 boss? Must be cheating. The Yazzie reserve team had just found an area outside the North Gate unaffected by the undead forbidden spells to begin grinding monsters. They too were stunned by the suddenly appearing system announcement. Xiaoyan's mouth gaped wide, staring incredulously at all team members. Yishiyu, where did this god suddenly appear from? Killing bosses so quickly? Brother, this must be a hidden expert. Use your clan connections to find him quickly. Only such a powerhouse deserves to be my Xiaoyan's man. I'm utterly defeated. This Li Jingliang has gained another person to worship besides Brother Lin. At this moment, the mayor's office of Xuanfu Bay City was in an uproar. A multitude of dignitaries stared at the system announcement before them, their eyes reddened. Heaven favors our dragon nation. It's been just over 2 hours since Awakening began, and someone has already made the first kill of an elite boss. This person's talent must be at least SS rank, and his profession must be some hidden class. Bai Haishan's breathing became somewhat rapid. At this moment, the gloomy mood brought by the mysterious undead archmage vanished entirely. Mayor, if this talent is kept hidden, I suspect he might possess an SSS rank talent. Could be Lin Ling? Could he even have a second profession? Impossible. I have never heard of anyone possessing a second profession at the first job transfer. Then, could it be that the favorite of the law's talent isn't as mediocre as the legends say? Are you saying that the White Bear Nation deliberately downplayed a powerful talent? It's hard to say. After all, even the story of Apollo landing on the moon might be fake. The White Bear Nation is our strategic ally. They shouldn't be hiding anything from us. Let us try to locate Yi Xiao. I too am convinced that the White Bear Nation would not utter falsehoods. We must cease fixating on that Lin Ling. The pressing matter is to locate Yi Xiao and ensure his protection. One by one, the prominent figures began to speak up, and soon the mayor's office phone began ringing incessantly. Report. Long Nest is called, seeking information regarding Yi Xiao. Report. The military department is on the line, expressing interest in sending Yi Xiao for advanced training. Bai Haishan answered each call in turn, a triumphant expression never leaving his face. Having lived most of his life, he had never imagined a day of such grandeur would come. Internationally, oh shit, who is this Yi Xiao? Killing the Wild Zone boss first so swiftly. He will be the biggest threat among this year's rookies in Eagle Nation. You must mean Yi Xiao is from our Korean peninsula, right? Samada, Bakayuru, in Xuanfu Bay City, Long Nation's territory, notify Yamamoto. Let Yi Xiao be eliminated immediately. Yura, to slay a Wild Zone elite boss in a single day. Long Nation surely has produced an extraordinary talent. Send congratulatory messages to Long Nest. White Bear Nation shall forever remain Long Nation's staunchest ally. In a secluded courtyard within Datong Bay City, an elderly man stood silently, eyes closed, both hands gripping a calligraphy brush. Simultaneously, he moved his hands in unison, inscribing two characters meaning endurance on the rice paper before him. The strokes were vigorous and powerful, faintly emitting a subtle aura of lethality. A short-statured, middle-aged man hurriedly approached the elder from outside. Yamamoto-san, this morning in Tsuii City, an SS-grade talent assassin awakened. In Kiwilambu City, an SS-grade talent mage awakened. That assassin is the young master of the G family consortium. Should we take action? The elder's hand did not falter in writing, his eyes remaining tightly shut, only shaking his head slightly. Kawasaki-sama, designate him as the second-level ground target. The G family is formidable. Do not act rashly without absolute certainty. The SS-grade mage is the #1 ground target. Instruct the Soul Group to strike when the opportunity arises. The short man bowed deeply but did not leave. Yamamoto-san, an SS-grade talent priest has appeared in Xuanfu. At this, the elder's brush trembled slightly. Assign as the 9th heavenly target. Arrange for the Soul Group to infiltrate Xuanfu and eliminate at the opportune moment. The short man bowed again, yet still lingered. The elder continued writing, a trace of displeasure creasing his brow. Kawasaki-kun, if you have something to say it all at once. Do you understand? A chilling tone permeated his voice, causing the short man to shudder sharply. Yamamoto-san, did you not see the recent system announcement? It's the notice of the first kill of the Long Nation elite boss. The elder nodded once and resumed writing with divine precision, still keeping his eyes closed, seemingly devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This first kill originates from the newbie zone of Xuanfu Bay City. Suddenly, the brush in the elder's hand quivered violently, the ink bleeding and blotching all the characters on the rice paper. His deeply wrinkled eyes snapped open, revealing a pair of sharp, wolf-like orbs. A rookie killing an elite boss? How long has it been? Even our Sakura Nation's fastest record was 6 hours post-awakening. Eagle Nation's fastest was 2 hours. Could this person possess talent comparable to Garen Pushkin? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the short man. Yamamoto-sama. This individual's name is Yi Xiao. Our ground-level database holds no information on him, the short man murmured, bowing his head. Yi Xiao. The elder's eyes narrowed sharply. List him as the 2nd heavenly target. Do not alert him prematurely. First uncover his identity. Once confirmed, eliminate him without hesitation. The short man's eyes flickered with a hint of bloodshot rage as he bowed deeply and turned to depart. Meanwhile, Lin Ling remained utterly unaware of these developments. He logged into several forums on his phone and began posting by request for Warring States read. However, what surprised him was that whereas before his forum appearances would attract hordes of fans, now the posts were either flooded with accusations of robbery or discussions about Yi Xiao's first kill. Not a single soul responded with information regarding Warring States Red. As dusk fell, no leads surfaced about the red agate. Should I resort to mining? That's absurd, he muttered, from Lin Ling's experience. It often took 3 days or more to dig up even a single piece of Warring States red agate. Yet without red agate, he could not break the level seal. Without breaking the seal, he could not continue leveling up. Walking along the streets of Xuanfu Bay City, Lin Ling's mind raced, rapidly formulating his next plan. Xuanfu was a small city with limited resources but exorbitant prices. The highest monster level barely reached level 50, consisting mostly of mutated black-headed sheep, a quintessential newbie town. Lin Ling knew that to level up faster, he ultimately had to leave. But without team support, personal players below second tier were prohibited from using inner-city teleportation arrays. At the very least, only registered teams could utilize inner-city teleportation. This was Long Nation's protective measure for Awaken individuals. After all, since the fusion of the game with reality, many gifted youths had fallen in the wild zones due to their arrogance. Even after a century of fusion, countless wild zones remained uncharted by humans, and some rare hidden bosses were entirely unknown in terms of their appearance times and locations. Without a team, Lin Ling could either trek 280 kilometers across the wild zone to the nearest Kualambu city or join a guild to leave. On the street, newcomers were steadily returning from the wild zone. Nighttime monsters were harder to kill than those during the day. Their attributes increased by 20%, but experience gained from killing them dropped by 20%. This discouraged many awakened individuals from lingering outdoors to grind. Of course, major guilds did not rest during the first 3 days post-awakening. They sent 1 or 2 people back each night to purchase potions and mana elixirs needed for leveling, while the rest continued fighting relentlessly. Lin Ling glanced at the hurried professionals on the long street, and then at his own status panel. His gaze suddenly fixed upon the skill icons that had long been illuminated. I can use skills again. By the way, I wonder what skill books these Chant gifts might contain. With a sudden thought, he retrieved a small scroll from his storage space, the one Manager Lee had given him for free. From the Chant gift, upon opening, you will randomly receive 1 initial skill book. Would you like to open it? Open. Lin Ling immediately issued the command. Successfully opened. Congratulations. You have obtained the novice skill book for blacksmith. Forging. This skill can be learned by other classes as well. He had forgotten about this entirely. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Initial life skills for professions could be learned by all main combat classes. These skills did not occupy skill slots. Upon learning initial life skills, a special life skill module would appear. For example, the blacksmith's initial skill was forging, the chef's initial skill was cooking, and the farmer's initial skill was weeding. Lin Ling took out another Chant gift scroll. Successfully opened. Congratulations. You have obtained a novice skill for priest, healing. No way, not a single mage skill? He frowned slightly, then quickly took out all the Chant gift scrolls and opened them in rapid succession. Successfully opened. Congratulations. You have obtained a novice skill for driver, motorcycle riding. This skill can also be learned by other classes. Successfully opened. Congratulations. You have obtained a novice skill for archer, feather arrow attack. Successfully opened. Congratulations. You have obtained a novice skill for assassin, sneak attack. Activation successful. Congratulations on acquiring the novice skill of the blacksmith, forging arts. Before long, Lin Ling found himself with only 1 remaining Chant gift scroll in hand. Yet still no mage skill book had materialized. Gazing at the final scroll, Lin Ling had nearly abandoned all hope. Failing to obtain a skill book was not the end of the world. After all, the necromancer's forbidden magic creation of all things was ready to be unleashed once more. At worst, he could rally the undead legions to scour the land a few more times. Within 2 days, a substantial number of low-level skill books would flood the market. Moreover, their prices would steadily decline. Within half a month, skill books for main combat professions under level 20 would cost no more than tens of thousands of dragon coins apiece. After all, skill books were items with a limited usage span. If not studied within 30 days of acquisition, they would vanish automatically. The inability to stockpile skill books was one of the key reasons behind their exorbitant prices. The last one open it. Lin Ling muttered casually. Activation successful. Congratulations on acquiring the novice mage skill, Fireball. Lin Ling's lips curved upward into a broad smile as he beheld the elemental fire skill book that had just appeared before him. It was done. Once the cooldown expired tomorrow, he would possess his second forbidden spell. An item others deemed worthless had solved a problem that would have otherwise cost him millions of dragon coins. This was undeniably a pleasant surprise. Tucking away the skill book, Lin Ling once again fixed his gaze on the skill bar. The passive talent of the SSS rank, Elemental Protection, released a skill every 2 hours at no cost. Still, he lacked sufficient funds. If only he had enough money, someone would surely sell the Warring States red. Then he could find a place to deploy another skill and earn some coin. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed instantly as he opened a map before him. Soon, a detailed aerial view of the Xuanfu base city appeared. Since releasing Creation of All Things in the Southern District this morning had attracted Dragon's Nest warplanes, the south was off limits. Then he would head north toward the eastern mountains. That area was more remote, and the weakest monsters there were above level 10. There should be few people around. Speaking thus, Lin Ling strode briskly toward a motorcycle shop in the Southern District. Wasting time walking was clearly unwise. Not because he couldn't afford a car, but because motorcycles offered better cost efficiency when venturing into wild zones. Meanwhile, at Yunming Trading Post, a figure clad in a white cloak arrived. The voluminous cloak obscured her face entirely, but beneath it lay the breathtaking visage of Zhou Mingyan. Do you have skill books? Of course, plenty today. What profession do you want? Main combat class skill books are on special today. Since fate has brought me to you, I'll sell them for just 1,500,000 dragon coins. Priest, purification skill books. Sorry, we don't have those. Zhou Mingyan frowned slightly and turned to leave the trading post. Outside on the street, an armored Great Wall pickup truck was already waiting by the curb. To the Southern Express station, preparing materials for a job change so early? Zhou Mingyan boarded the Great Wall pickup and issued a command. The vehicle promptly turned around and headed south. Soon, the pickup stopped by the roadside, and Zhou Mingyan walked alone toward the station. Miss, self-service mailing or manual processing? A young woman at the station asked. Though Zhou Mingyan's face was hidden beneath her cloak, it was evident she was female. I'll do it myself, Zhou Mingyan replied, expertly operating the mailing platform. This mailing service was a built-in feature after the Divine Realm fusion. By completing certain tasks, professional factions gained the right to use spatial laws. Through their mailing system, items could be sent directly to the recipient's personal space within minutes. The recipient had to accept the package to receive it. Refusal would result in immediate return. Of course, the sender could set a fee, requiring the recipient to pay the corresponding amount of currency to complete acceptance. Zhou Mingyan soon completed the mailing, carefully shielding the operation platform from view. The young woman behind her at the station watched curiously, but saw nothing. So secretive. Does she think she is the goddess Mingyan with an awakened SSS talent? She muttered inwardly, but Zhou Mingyan had already finished and walked away. The station attendant made a face at her retreating back and immediately opened the delivery records. I'm staff here. I want to see if you can really hide it, she whispered proudly, but the smug expression froze on her face the next moment. This delivery is encrypted. You do not have permission to view it. The attendant, Lin Ling, had just spent 50,000 dragon coins on an off-road motorcycle. As he prepared to head north out of the city, a message suddenly appeared on the regional public chat. The sender was none other than Zhou Mingyan. Zhou Mingyan, willing to pay a high price to purchase a pre-skill book for enhanced purification. Lin Ling's lips twitched upward as he took out his phone and dialed Zhou Mingyan. I saw your message about buying an enhanced purification skill book on the public chat. I just happened to find one by the roadside. Want to send it to me? You must be joking. Friendship price, 1 million dragon coins. If you want it, I'll mail it to you. Zhou Mingyan was silent for a moment. The phone crackled with the sound of gritted teeth. Fine, send it over, you heartless fellow. Lin Ling hung up and looked toward the roadside, where a courier station was conveniently located. Just then, an armored Great Wall pickup rumbled to life nearby and headed north. Lin Ling frowned slightly, watching the pickup fade into the distance, and shook his head helplessly. The emblem of the Yazi Guild on that pickup was so familiar, yet so foreign to him. Sir, self-service mailing or manual processing? The courier station attendant asked listlessly. Lin Ling gave her a polite smile. I'll do it myself. He swiftly approached a mailing machine, quickly entered Zhou Mingyan's account ID, and placed the skill book in the deposit area. Recipient, Zhou Mingyan. Scanning item. Scan successful. Item name, Light of Purification. Category, skill book. Learning requirements, priest. Level requirement, level 5. Skill description, when used on allies. Purifies all negative status effects from teammates. When used on enemies, prevents the target from casting any negative status effect attacks for 30 seconds. Pickup fee, 1 million dragon coins. Zenda, anonymous. The courier station attendant's eyes widened as she read the description on the sender's machine display. A main profession skill book? 1 million? Such incredible luck. An emperor of fortune? She had just seen Zhou Mingyan's public chat message about buying skill books. She hadn't expected someone to strike gold so quickly. The attendant's envy mixed with curiosity as she probed. Little brother, your luck is amazing. You actually found a main combat profession skill book. Yeah, found a few. Lin Ling nodded. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire courier station was instantly suffused with the sour scent of envy. A few? Damn a few? ISNT that worth millions? Where on earth did this emperor of fortune come from? The attendant's earlier gloom over not seeing Zhou Mingyan's mailed contents vanished completely. Little brother, do you need friends? No. Do you need an accessory on your big shot arm? The young lady leaned close to Lin Ling, her eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation as she inquired. Lin Ling raised his hand to touch his nose, silently declining her kind offer. Would you like to send it now? Please confirm within 120 seconds. Once sent, the mail will be delivered and cannot be recalled. Please verify the recipient's information carefully before proceeding. Confirm. Cancel confirmed. Lin Ling spoke slowly. Just as his words fell, a sudden mail notification popped up on the system panel before his eyes. You have received mail from an unknown sender. Do you wish to accept it? You may choose to return it. What's going on? Did they return it to me? A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Ling's eyes, yet he chose to accept the mail. You have received a courier mail containing 10 pieces of Warring States red agate, which have been stored in your storage space. This mail is a complimentary delivery. No payment is required. Detected that you have collected all required materials. Would you like to unlock the level seal? Upon seeing the system prompt, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly narrowed sharply. He abruptly glanced toward the direction where the Great Wall Cannon had departed, and the figure of Zhou Mengyan instantly appeared in his mind. Doing good deeds anonymously. Besides me, you're probably the only one in this world who does that. A faint smile reappeared on Lin Ling's face as he turned to the young lady at the courier station beside him. Could you help me check the identity of the sender of this anonymous mail? The young lady's face immediately showed reluctance. I really can't help you, sister. As a courier station employee, I have no authority to access that information. Lin Ling nodded and pulled out his phone, quickly dialing a number. Hello, Lin Ling. Why the hell don't you ever answer your phone all day? I thought you'd gone and ended it all. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? We've known each other for over 3 years out of 18 years of life. If you just left like that, I would. A torrent of words poured from the other end of the line. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Ling raised his hand to rub his brow, hastily interrupting. He knew that if he didn't break in, this guy would talk nonstop for at least 2 minutes. You sound like a little wife. I need you for something. Someone sent me an anonymous courier. Help me check the sender's information. Lin Ling hurriedly added while the other party was silent. Bro, my dear bro. That's why you called me? I knew if you reached out, it wouldn't be for good news. Where are you now? Your transfer to the SSS level useless talent is already known, man. Don't be sad, don't be down. Like a rock riding the wind. Soaring upwards, Lin Ling pulled his phone away, wearing a face full of disdain. Cut out, Lao Mo. If you keep running your mouth, I'm hanging up. Don't hang up. I'm not done yet. Bro, I've awakened an SS talent. Are you in Xuanfu? I'm getting my old man to get me a green card. I'm flying over to see you right now. Bro is badass now. Tonight, I'll help you level up. Guarantee you'll gain 2 levels tonight. Lin Gu, Haven TU asked me what profession I awakened. Speak up. Why aren't you talking? Aren't you curious? Lin Ling, damn it, give me a chance to speak. Even a machine gun needs to reload. But you just keep firing endlessly. Check the sender's info for me. You have 30 seconds. If you can't find it, I'm hanging up. 30, 29, 28. Honestly, Lin Ling already regretted making this call. Don't worry, I'm checking it for you now. The other side finally quieted down. At that moment, Lin Ling felt as if the whole world had suddenly become much more peaceful. Beside him, the courier station young lady was already dumbfounded. Her facial muscles twitched uncontrollably as she pointed at the phone in disbelief. Is your friend a professional singer and dancer? Or rather, a professional rapper? Lin Ling rolled his eyes at her. Yes, just a chatterbox. Don't pay it any mind. No sooner had he spoken than the voice returned from the phone. Hello, is there a beautiful young lady there? Hi, I'm GMO. Heezy G, Black Dog MO, G Black Dog, shut your mouth. Have you found it yet? Lin Ling shouted fiercely into the phone. The other side immediately went silent. The twitching of the courier lady's facial muscles accelerated noticeably. She stared at Lin Ling's phone in utter disbelief. That GMO? No way, it is him. The second young master of the G family consortium that monopolizes Longway's courier industry, GMO, aka Black Dog G. Lin Ling covered his face and said, 3 years ago, at the first national joint exam, Lin Ling led the Yaji reserve team against GMO's Kunpeng reserve team from the Jinhai Bay City. Mage versus assassin one-on-one. Everyone believed Lin Ling was sure to lose. Yet Lin Ling employed a shadow maneuver technique he had invented in his previous life, making it impossible for the assassin to locate him. In the end, GMO, who had never lost a solo duel, was thoroughly beaten and ground into the dirt by Lin Ling. After the exam, GMO secretly flew from Jinhai to Xuanfu on a private jet. That very night, he summoned Lin Ling out of the Yaji Club. Lin Ling had initially thought GMO was coming for revenge, but instead, GMO wanted to battle him 3 more times. Lin Ling did not refuse, and the results were predictable. GMO was defeated in all 3 simulated solo matches. After leaving the simulation chamber, GMO clung to Lin Ling's leg, tears streaming, wanting to recognize him as his big brother. His sole purpose was to have Lin Ling teach him the shadow maneuver technique, which was not particularly valuable, merely a skill to conceal one's figure in shadows while striking. Of course, only the most basic practical awakeners could comprehend this skill amid life and death situations. Unexpectedly, after teaching GMO, he really treated Lin Ling as his big brother and called him 3 times a day without fail for 3 years. Naturally, this was a private matter, unknown to anyone but the two of them. Several seconds later, the voice on the other end finally returned to its serious tone. Lingo, I found it. Don't get too excited. You never guess who sent it. Don't move. Wait for me for half an hour, 20 minutes, 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, I'll be in Xuanfu. A man of his word. Tonight, I'll help you level up. I'm telling you, bro, I'm invincible now. I can one-shot 15-level monsters. When I get there, you'll see what it means to have godlike skills. Beep, 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 beep. GMO actually hung up first. Should I slip away before he arrives? If I level up with him, how am I supposed to use forbidden spells? If that big mouth finds out, it's like the whole world will know. Lin Ling thought to himself, but his eyes suddenly caught the still unconfirmed dialogue box on his system panel. Confirmed. Congratulations. You have gained super experience pool progress 10. The next seal will trigger at level 20. Please level up promptly. Congratulations on breaking the experience seal. You are now granted the super god level profession special reward. Super god blessing. Super god blessing. Single-use blessing state. Fully restores health and mana. Clears all cooldowns. Automatically granted each time a seal is lifted. Lin Ling looked at his fully restored health and mana and immediately darkened his face. This blessing is utterly useless. I was already at full health and mana. I've never seen such a pointless super god reward. Huh. Even the cooldown on the forbidden spell naming technique has been cleared. In the midst of a fierce battle with others, I suddenly unleashed the seal. A divine light blossomed abruptly in Lin Ling's eyes. This reward was far from trivial. If wielded properly, it could become a devastating weapon. Detection. The cooldown for forbidden spell naming has fully refreshed. Please learn a new skill promptly and rename the skill accordingly. The system prompt appeared, and Lin Ling's lips curled into a faint smile. He immediately retrieved the spellbook of Fireball. Successfully learned Fireball. Would you like to rename this skill? Yes. Please enter the title. If the title is a song name, the success rate of renaming increases to 100%. He named the Fireball Meteor Shower. Naming successful. The Pyromancer skill Fireball has been automatically upgraded to the Forbidden Spell Meteor Shower. Upon casting, fiery meteors will rain down within a 100-mile radius. You can control the coverage area and precisely strike targets within the range. Night had fully fallen, and the Jibei city base was shrouded in a mysterious veil. After much deliberation, Lin Ling decided to give GMO another chance. He couldn't keep working alone forever. The path of future career changes was still long. Many materials could only be obtained through dungeons or competition rewards, which were unavailable on the market regardless of money. And most of those dungeons and competitions required teamwork. He ultimately needed a team of his own. Over the past 3 years, although Lin Ling had only met GMO once, he considered him a friend worth trusting. Aside from that insufferable mouth of his, there was hardly any fault to find. If GMO was willing to abandon the Kunping Guild and help form a battle team with him, then mentoring him through leveling up wouldn't be impossible. Only 5 minutes had passed when Lin Ling received a call from GMO brother Lin. This is Jibei City Base Air Traffic Control. There was a foreign grand sorcerer spotted today, and my plane can't enter the city. All right, wait for me at the North City High-Speed Rail Station Plaza. As soon as the call connected, GMO's eager voice came through. You're here, so soon? Lin Ling was somewhat surprised. Haha, you'll see when you arrive, bro. We've upgraded from birdshot to cannon. If it weren't for the fact that killing monsters with firearms doesn't grant experience, I'd probably be at the 5th rebirth by now. Hurry up, I want to enjoy the Jibei night view first. If I get down there, I'll be surrounded. Beep, beep, beep. GMO said mischievously before abruptly hanging up. Lin Ling rubbed his nose. This guy was always so cocky. He put on his helmet, started his motorcycle, and headed toward the northern part of the city. The North High-Speed Rail Station was located outside the city of Jibei Base. To reach it, one had to pass through the North Gate. Yet, upon arriving at the gate, Lin Ling found a heavy traffic jam ahead, slowing the flow considerably. Beside him were 2 other motorcyclists. Lin Ling was on the far left. The figure in the middle was evidently a woman, dressed in a blue mage-s robe, but carrying a priest's azure staff on her back. She was clearly a priestess. Judging by her curves and long legs, she was certainly a beauty. She rode a domestic off-road bike worth tens of thousands of yuan. Beside her was a vintage Indian chief motorcycle, much more eye-catching. The two obviously knew each other, although both wore helmets. The rider on the Indian was constantly talking to the woman in the middle. Despite being July, even in the north the weather was oppressively hot. The cool breeze that finally appeared at night was blocked entirely by the helmets. Seeing the standstill ahead, the female archer priest suddenly removed her helmet. revealing a cascade of black hair like a waterfall. Though her beauty couldn't compare to Zhou Mengyan after her awakening, she was undoubtedly a stunning woman. Lin Ling cast a glance and then fixed his gaze on the rider on the far side. The man was slight in build, no taller than 5 feet 7 inches. Noticing Lin Ling looking his way, he immediately removed his helmet, revealing a fairly delicate face with a conspicuous thick golden chain around his neck. Yuren, don't be mad. I really have nothing with that girl just now. She just saw my bike and wanted a ride, the young man said to the beauty beside him. Upon spotting Lin Ling and noticing his pristine white level 1 gear and the domestic off-road bike he rode, a smug expression of superiority immediately appeared on his face. Hello, friend. My name is Wang Zifen, level 6 assassin, A-rank talent. Interested in leveling up together? Don't be fooled by my assassin class. Killing a mage takes me just 10 seconds. When mentioning his A-rank talent, Wang Zifen lifted his chin arrogantly, his pride written all over his face. It was hardly surprising. Thousands participated in the Awakening event today in Jibei base, but only about 20 had A-rank or higher talent. A powerful assassin was crucial to any team. In many special dungeons, assassins were even more important than warriors. An assassin with A-rank talent was considered among the elite. Out of courtesy, Lin Ling nodded slightly and raised his windscreen. Thanks, but no thanks. Unexpectedly, the woman looked at Lin Ling with obvious curiosity. Hello, I'm Jiang Yuran from Jibei No. 1 high school, level 7 priest, A-rank talent. Handsome, have we met before? Interested in getting to know each other? If fate allows, we could level up together. I'm a very capable healer. Lin Ling was speechless. He hadn't even removed his helmet. Yet she was so enthusiastic toward him. He had heard of Jiang Yuran before. She was the beauty of No. 2 high school, who had once tried but failed to pass the trials for the Yaji reserve team. Although Jiang Yuran appeared to be addressing Lin Ling, her eyes never left Wang Zifen. Lin Ling immediately understood. She was clearly trying to annoy Wang Zifen by showing interest in him. Lin Ling had zero interest in such a woman. He nodded faintly again and lowered his visor. This instantly darkened Wang Zifen's expression. It was unclear whether he was annoyed that Lin Ling ignored Jiang Yuran or furious that she was flirting with Lin Ling. He shouted at Lin Ling, brother, that level 1 white gear really stands out at night. Sell it to me for 50,000. His words dripped with mockery. Lin Ling didn't even glance back. He twisted the throttle slightly and moved forward. Seeing his disregard, Wang Zifen's lips curled into a smirk. Brother, what's wrong? Not selling for 50,000? How about 100,000? 20,000? Are you going to sell or not? If not, I'll raise the offer. If yes, just forget I said anything. Hearing this, Jiang Yuran laughed brightly. Don't bully the little brother. Maybe he's just a livelihood player. It's not easy to have a full set of level 1 white gear. Though it sounded like a reprimand, it was full of sarcasm. Wang Zifen grew even more smug, stretching his neck as he shouted at Lin Ling, brother, want to level up with us? I'll show you what a high-level player looks like. Don't be scared. Suddenly, the traffic ahead accelerated, easing the congestion. Lin Ling suppressed his exasperation and glanced back at the two, his gaze clearly implying they were a pair of fools. Indeed, a true hidden dragon and crouching phoenix. Nothing but a pair of detestable lovers. With a roar of the throttle, Lin Ling's motorcycle surged through the north gate. Honey, what kind of look was that? Jiang Yuran coquettishly asked. Wang Zifen's expression darkened instantly. Let's go after him. How dare he look down on us? Today he learned what it means to face top players. The two of them spoke as they swiftly pursued Lin Ling, and before long, they caught sight of his figure. It wasn't that they were particularly fast. Rather, Lin Ling had already parked his vehicle by the square outside the high-speed rail station. Boy, why bother grinding levels at the square? Want to try out your big brother's mastery of the highway? See this? A vintage model. Even the bare chassis costs over 300,000. Wang Zifen said proudly as he approached Lin Ling, patting his prized ride. He had already decided that if Lin Ling dared lay a finger on his car, he would exact a hefty compensation from this pauper. However, Lin Ling paid him no mind, his gaze fixed on the center of the square. Just as Wang Zifen was about to lose his temper, his arm was suddenly tugged by Jiang Yuran. Turning around, he noticed that a sizable crowd had gathered in the square, a dense mass seemingly watching something intently. Curiosity piqued. Wang Zifen peered into the gathering, and in an instant, both he and Jiang Yuran's eyes brightened. A white hovering vehicle floated about 2 meters above the ground, and a young man with a head of golden hair leapt directly from the car door. See that? Model G hover car, 15 million apiece. Wow, that blonde guy is so handsome. I wish I could know someone like him. Voices of envy rippled through the crowd. I've seen him on TV before. If I'm not mistaken, he is an official member of the Yazi Guild, a third-tier powerhouse. Whispers continued among the onlookers. many of the girls gazing at the blonde youth with a hint of infatuation. The golden-haired young man's lips curved into a slight smile, exuding pride and a rebellious spirit, utterly indifferent to the murmurs and gazes around him. Suddenly, Wang Zifen's eyes widened as he swiftly drew a dagger glowing with blue light and began to brandish it vigorously. "Jason, big cousin!" Wang Zifen's shout immediately drew the blonde man's attention. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he strode toward Wang Zifen. The crowd instinctively parted, many casting envious looks toward Wang Zifen. "Ha ha ha! Yuran, this is my big cousin Jason. His father manages the Yazi Guild, and he has now joined the Shao Corporation. Big cousin, this is my girlfriend Jiang Yuran," Wang Zifen said with a beaming pride. "Zifen, what are you doing here?" Jason said, but his gaze lingered on Jiang Yuran, a fleeting glint of greed flashing in his eyes. "Big cousin, I just came out for a stroll. What about you?" Wang Zifen said with a sycophantic grin. "The Yazi Guild plans to level up tonight, and I'm here to lead the rookies. We're about to enter the wild zone." "I just came down for some fresh air," Jason replied nonchalantly. "Big cousin, didn't they say killing monsters in the newbie zone above second tier is invalid?" Wang Zifen's eyes flickered with doubt. Jason smirked. "I can't kill the monsters, but I can lure them. I can pull dozens at once. Then others can kill them. Is that even allowed? Can you take us along?" Wang Zifen's face lit up with hope as he asked eagerly. Jason hesitated briefly before nodding. "We're going to hunt monsters around level 20 tonight. Considering your levels, since we met, let us go together. Is this your friend too?" Jason glanced at Lin Ling, who was holding a motorcycle helmet, yet his look was full of disdain. "How does Wang Zifen have a newbie dressed in first-tier white gear by his side? If we bring this trash along, one touch from a monster and he has done for." A sly gleam flashed in Wang Zifen's eyes as he suddenly looked at Lin Ling friend. "Ever ridden a hover car? Want my big cousin to help you level up?" "Not interested." "Are you sure you can hold aggro without attacking?" Lin Ling replied coolly. He was not oblivious to the mockery in Wang Zifen's tone. Jason's expression darkened. He indeed wasn't confident in maintaining aggro. Monsters in Yazi Guild were no weaklings. A focused barrage could easily wipe them out. What is the point of holding aggro if you can't keep it? What does a first-tier newbie like you know? Jason sneered, not bothering to say more. Wang Zifen, however, deliberately taunted loudly. "Stop pretending. We're all young here. Just hand over that first-tier white gear, and I guarantee you'll jump from level 1 to 5 tonight." The crowd instantly cast pitying glances at Lin Ling, realizing he was just a level 1 all to count. Yet, just as Wang Zifen wore a smug grin, waiting for Lin Ling to slink away in shame, a deep blue, triangular warplane marked with the word Kunpeng suddenly descended from the sky. The starry pattern on the fuselage was mysterious and magnificent, while 6 cannons beneath the body menacingly surveyed everyone. A miniaturized laser cannon hung silently among the artillery, as if daring anyone to act arrogantly before it would shred them mercilessly. "Oh my god, this is the legendary S-Class warplane?" "No, S-Class warplanes mount at most 2 cannons. But this has 6 cannons plus a laser cannon. This is an SS-class warplane worth 2 billion. Wang Zifen's eyes widened in astonishment. Evidently, he knew a thing or two about warplanes. Jiang Yuran asked in confusion, "Is this military equipment? Kunpeng? That SMO, Shao's exclusive ride. How did he come here?" Jason said as he jogged over with a beaming smile toward the triangular warplane. "Who SMO Shao? Which MO Shao?" Jiang Yuran looked at Wang Zifen with bewilderment. Wang Zifen swallowed hard. "MO Shao, the second young master of the G Corporation." "You mean the G Corporation, the second largest private enterprise in Longhua?" Jiang Yuran's eyes widened. Wang Zifen nodded. "The largest financial group in Longhua is the Yunming Group. Their chambers of commerce spanned the entire country. And Yunming Pharmaceuticals is one of the world's few manufacturers of genetic medicine. Only the G Corporation can rival Yunming. G Corporation monopolizes the national express delivery industry. G Express is no empty name." At these words, the crowd's eyes blazed with fervent admiration. In the midst of their focused gaze, the hatch gently opened, and a slender youth slowly emerged. He appeared to be about 18 years old, yet the equipment he wore faintly glowed with streaks of orange light. "G Montauk. Oh my god, an orange set? This is the first time I've seen a legendary grade set in person. How much is that worth?" "A single orange item costs over 5 million, right? This whole set must be worth tens of millions. Now, that's real extravagance, spending tens of millions on a newbie set." The crowd erupted in excitement. Most of them wore white gear, and having 1 or 2 pieces of blue gear was considered elite. Only Lin Ling outside the square, and this youth inside shimmered with set effects, though Lin Ling's first-tier white gear was a negative example. Jason, seeing the youth bathe in orange light, immediately put on a big smile and approached. Young Master Mo, what a surprise to see you here. It's my honor, Jason, to meet you today. Gone was his earlier haughty demeanor. His ingratiating smile resembled that of a sycophant from a bygone era. Yet Mo merely glanced at him without uttering a word. Who is that? Don't you know? He asked the young master of the G Corporation, heir to the Express Empire. No wonder. The G Corporation is the second largest financial group in Longwa. No wonder the Shao Corporation is just a junior compared to G. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd as more people approached, eager to catch a glimpse of Mo's style. Wang Zifan and Jiang Yuran looked on with reverence. Encountering someone of this caliber and exchanging a word would be a bragging right for an entire year. Yet, despite their desire to forge an acquaintance with this distinguished figure, none dared to approach. Before such a personage, they could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of inferiority. However, at that very moment, Lin Ling, who stood beside Wang Zifan, abruptly pushed through the crowd and strode toward Jimo. Wang Zifan's face immediately registered utter astonishment. Hey boy, where do you think you're going? Wang Zifan's voice rang out from behind Lin Ling. Lin Ling waved his hand dismissively without looking back and replied, I'm taking my little brother to level up. Wang Zifan's expression turned puzzled. Your little brother? Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see that my great cousin greeted him, and he didn't even acknowledge it? His voice grew louder, eliciting a burst of laughter from the nearby onlookers. Yet, an elderly man shook his head solemnly and remarked, I perceive a clarity in that young man's eyes, a calmness in his demeanor that hardly suggests madness. Perhaps he truly is the elder brother of this G young master. Exactly, said a plainly dressed girl, shooting a glance at Wang Zifan, who was dressed like a nouveau riche. One must not judge by appearances. You never know if the person you look down upon is actually someone far beyond your reach. Impossible, Wang Zifan scoffed. Look at that level 1 white gear he's wearing. If he truly knew the G family conglomerate's heir, he wouldn't be decked out in such trashy equipment. If he really recognized G young master, I'd perform a handstand and wash my hair with my own urine right here and now. His face twisted in disgust as he spoke. The old man scratched his head thoughtfully. Well, he does have a point. Dragons don't consort with worms. In our Xuanfu Bay City, the only person who might dare speak to this young master is probably the newly arrived heir of the Shao family consortium. Ha ha ha. I can't wait to see how this kid ends up. When he reaches G young master's side and gets ignored, that will be a real embarrassment. People need to have some self-awareness. Wang Zifan chuckled heartily. Yet, the moment his words fell, his expression froze instantly. At that instant, everyone around the square stood rooted to the spot, mouths agape in astonishment. The youth clad in level 1 white gear strode up to Mo and brusquely ruffled the meticulously styled hair atop his head. This scene rendered all present utterly dumbfounded. Holy hell, could this guy really be G young master's elder brother? Someone gasped. Oh my god, a top-tier hidden powerhouse passed right before me, and I failed to appreciate it, another exclaimed. Folks, did you see that? A hidden powerhouse in level 1 gear just tousled G family heir's hair. Don't forget to follow, so you don't miss out. A commotion stirred within the crowd. Wang Zifan felt utterly disoriented. Who would have thought some unremarkable fellow would dare touch Mo's head? Suddenly, Mo took several steps back, his face a mask of confusion as he stared at Lin Ling. Who are you? He demanded sharply. The square fell silent at the sound of his stern command. Wow, what a twist. Someone laughed. See that? G young master doesn't even know him. This poser is doomed. Oh my, someone else really trying to bluff their way through. Laughter erupted again as the sudden reversal nearly caused some to double over in mirth. Yet at the square's center, Lin Ling whispered something to GMO. The proud young master's eyes widened instantly. The next moment, all witnessed GMO throw his arms around the youth in white gear. Lin Ling, however, wore a look of disdain and shoved him away, only to be tugged along by GMO toward the SS-class triangular fighter jet. For a brief moment, the entire square was engulfed in a profound silence, which was soon shattered by a rising tide of clamorous voices. No way, he really is G young master's elder brother? Incredible. Folks, can anyone explain this? What? Your mom is asking why I'm kneeling while streaming live? Who is this person? This is beyond amazing. Hey, what happened to that guy who said he'd wash his hair with urine while doing a handstand? Your turn to perform now. What's he so proud about? He must be lying to G young master. Yeah, definitely a fraud. He'll probably get kicked off by G young master any second now. Wang Zifan muttered in disbelief, unwilling to accept that Lin Ling could be connected to such a formidable figure. But before he could finish, the magnificent SS-class triangular fighter jet roared to life. transforming instantly into a streak of light as it soared toward the northern city. The gust generated by the aircraft shook everyone, yet many screamed and shouted at the top of their lungs. At that moment, only Wang Ziffin was left utterly flustered amidst the wind. Inside the fighter jet. Boss, where did you get that mask? It's so cool. Exploded on me. Quick, take it off and let me try. No way. TSK, TSK. It looks exactly like the real thing. Let me touch it. Nope. Boss, will you sell it? I'll give you 3 million. With this mask, I can switch identities every day and show off. Not for sale. GMO resembled a pea shooter from Plants vs. Zombies, chattering incessantly since Lin Ling boarded the plane. Noticing the 3 black lines gradually appearing on Lin Ling's forehead, GMO finally gave an embarrassed smile and fell silent. Could you please stop showing off so much? Lin Ling said irritably. Not really, just occasionally. GMO scratched his head, then suddenly brightened. Bro, you're calling me out? ISNT your whole level 1 white gear a form of showing off? TSK, TSK. Don't tell me the special effects on that level 1 white gear are any less impressive than my orange gear S effects. Want to trade? I'll let you try it. This is the Radiance set. Legendary. Only the first kill of the newbie zone S elite boss can drop it. In past years, others would be thrilled just to get a perfect purple set. Bro, this is legendary. Tell me you're shocked, surprised, and envious. Ji Haigu brandished a dagger as he spoke, slinging an arm over Lin Ling's shoulder. Once I level you up, this set is yours. Although it lacks a staff, its overall stats absolutely crush any level 10 gear. How is that? Pretty generous, right? Bro, come join the Kunpeng Guild and roll with me. Lin Ling glanced at the dagger in his hand, and information about the dagger immediately appeared on his system panel. Radiance Dagger, Legendary. Category, Weapon, Legendary Set. Level Requirement, 5. Durability, 300. Physical Damage, 50. Strength, 35. Agility, 30. Stamina, 30. Attack Speed, 5. Accuracy, 5%. Set Bonus, all 9 pieces 100 Strength. Passive, Assassin Equipment increases total strength by 5%. If Lin Ling did not possess the holy set, pairing this gear with any staff would make most mages green with envy. Sensing Lin Ling's scrutiny, GMO's face lit up with anticipation. So, shocked? This is the allure of orange gear. Primeravete o cante resist. Enough with the showboating. Stop pretending and show me those envious little eyes of yours. Yet, as GMO kept muttering to himself, Lin Ling merely cast him a faint glance before withdrawing his gaze. No deal. Only a fool would trade with you. Lin Ling said. GMO's expression stiffened. Brother, this is a legendary radiant light set, you know? Lin Ling watched as the other insisted, clearly determined to flaunt it before him, and he couldn't help but rub his nose. I already have my gear. You should keep this legendary radiant light set for yourself. By the way, I'm planning to form a team. Are you interested in joining me? Lin Ling withdrew the radiant light staff from his storage space and handed it over, posing the question. GMO looked puzzled, but still raised his hand to accept it. What is this about? Let me see. Lin Ling nodded. GMO's confusion deepened as he cast a probing glance upon the staff, emitting a milky white aura. Level 1 white gear. What is so special about that? This is... Yet in the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. No way. Are you kidding me? The sacred radiant light set? He stared at Lin Ling in disbelief, as if he wanted to pop his eyeballs out. Lin Ling raised his hand to snatch the staff back, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. I'm asking you, are you coming with me to form this team or not? GMO's eyelids twitched violently as he suddenly looked at Lin Ling. Brother, are you serious? Lin Ling remained silent, simply nodding in affirmation. Brother, the Kunpeng Guild is now firmly ranked among the top 5 nationwide. If you join Kunpeng, we might be able to contend with Yunmeng for 2nd place in next year's National Elite Awakeners Tournament. With some luck, we might even surpass the Dragon Nest War God Reserve team and claim 1st place. GMO spoke at an uncommon pace. Yet, in Lin Ling's eyes, he saw no flicker of temptation. Brother, hearing his voice, Lin Ling slowly raised his gaze toward the starry sky. At this moment, his eyes deepened, mirroring the vastness above. My goal is the Divine Realm. At the mention of the Divine Realm, GMO's heart skipped a beat. The Divine Realm is the ultimate pinnacle for any Awakener, yet it remains a forbidden domain for many. That place does not belong to Earth. It is a mysterious region that appeared above the Pacific Ocean during the Great Fusion. The monsters within far surpass those native to Earth, and it harbors countless opportunities, including rare minerals and artifacts unknown to Earth. However, only a limited number of Awakeners may enter each year. For the sake of all humanity's fate, the United Nations has established strict regulations. Only awakeners of 7th tier or above from each country may enter the Divine Realm. There is also the Divine Realm Championship, designed to grant those exceptionally gifted newcomers a chance to trial in the Divine Realm. Only those who reach 4th tier before the age of 20 qualify to participate, and only the top 20 finishers earn the right to enter the Divine Realm for trials. Awakening at 18 and reaching 4th tier before 20 bars out 99.9% of awakeners worldwide. This threshold is far more stringent than the upcoming newcomer championship. Thud. Divine Realm? Brother, are you sure you're not joking? GMO swallowed hard and asked again. Linling looked at him and nodded solemnly. Gradually, bloodshot veins appeared in GMO's eyes. Brother, how confident are you? His voice trembled at that moment. Seeing his nervousness, Linling suddenly smiled. He embraced GMO and said, 100%. Boom. GMO felt a roaring thunder inside his mind. Such a ridiculous answer. Anyone else would mock Linling for daydreaming in broad daylight. Yet at this moment, GMO felt his blood ignite. He could not say why, but he chose to believe Linling. If he had to name a reason, it was because the one speaking was Linling, the man who declared he would become the god of magic, the man who had repeatedly trampled him underfoot. Brother, I have a question. Ask. Are you Yishio? Linling suddenly narrowed his eyes. Then a subtle smile curved on his lips, an enigmatic 45-degree grin. Yes. Damn. I'm in. As GMO's voice fell, the smile on Linling's face brightened further. At last, a stone that had weighed upon his heart settled firmly. No contracts, no agreements needed. Between brothers, a single promise suffices. Good. With you joining, when I enter the Divine Realm, I'll 1T be alone, Linling said, and the two clasped hands in unison. Captain, can I borrow that little mask of yours to play with now? GMO rubbed his hands together. Raising his eyebrows mischievously at Linling shook his head, removed the disguiser as mask from his face, and handed it over. You can borrow it until level 30. Return it when you reach level 30. Haha, 30 levels should be plenty of fun. Nice. GMO said, then immediately cast a probing spell. Holy crap. It's a legendary disguiser-s mask? Brother, how do you have so many awesome things? GMO said as he slapped the mask on his face, instantly transforming into Linling's likeness. Linling frowned slightly as GMO morphed into his father's appearance, then finally into an ordinary person's form. Watching the kid's antics, Linling rubbed his forehead helplessly. Is this supposed to be 18 years old? His maturity feels more like 8. You really are my brother. Brother, I'm heading back now to handle my withdrawal from Kuanpun. GMO said earnestly. No need. Let us level up first. What level are you now? Linling shook his head, too lazy to use his clairvoyance. Brother, I'm level 8. I'll lead you tonight and try to get you at least level 5. Here, take these. I've prepared plenty. GMO said as he pulled out scroll after scroll of magic. In the blink of an eye, dozens of archaic scrolls appeared before Linling. He picked up 2 and cast a probing spell. Advanced Wind Magic Scroll. Level requirement, none. Item analysis. Upon use, releases a high-level tornado spell, dealing 5,000 points of magical damage within a 50-meter radius. Advanced Fire Magic Scroll. Level requirement, none. Item analysis. Upon use, unleashes a high-level Inferno spell, dealing 5,000 points of magical damage within a 50-meter radius. Linling's facial muscles twitched violently. Advanced magic scrolls are restricted items for ordinary people. Even 5th-tier professionals would suffer injuries from one cast. Only the major powers are likely to possess such treasures. Furthermore, advanced magic scrolls are notoriously expensive. Market price for one easily reaches 2 to 3 million. Now GMO casually produced over 30, and apparently not even all of them. This really is extravagant wealth. Are rich people truly this ostentatious? Over 1 billion dragon coins in one night? Just smashing levels with advanced magic scrolls? Seeing Linling's expression, GMO finally felt triumphant. Ha. Brother, don't look at me like that. You're making me feel like the foolish son of a landlord. Aren't you one yourself? Linling was speechless. He. GMO scratched his head awkwardly, then suddenly remembered something. Brother, I forgot the main point. Who sent you the Warring States Red? You definitely 1T guess. Linling was startled. Who? Wasn't he at Zhou? GMO looked surprised, shook his head, and smiled sheepishly. You only got one character right. Stop beating around the bush. Who is it exactly? Linling chuckled as he delivered a swift kick toward GMO's backside. Yet, his foot only struck a fleeting afterimage. GMO's figure vanished from before Linling's eyes in an instant, reappearing some 16 feet away. Yin Nanshu. Boom! When GMO uttered that name, Lin Ling's hand trembled uncontrollably, nearly dropping the exquisite magical scroll he held. Yin Nanshu, the very person he had searched for 3 entire years without success, had finally manifested. Yet, he could never have fathomed that she would reveal herself in such a manner. How had she known he required the war state red? How had she learned his ID? Dogzy, is there no further information? Lin Ling inquired. He could never forget the scene where the priest Yin Hongtian sacrificed his own life to cast the sacrificial healing spell, pulling him back from the jaws of death. GMO shook his head. It's strange. My G family controls the Dragon Kingdom's postal industry and wields power beyond ordinary measure. Yet we cannot uncover a single piece of information about Yin Nanshu. Even the timestamps on her sent mails have been erased. It's as though her existence is confined to this one name alone, or perhaps the confidentiality level of that name is unimaginably high. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed slightly, fleeting images flashing through his mind. How could it be Yin Nanshu? Could Zhou Mengyin and Yin Nanshu be the same person? No, that couldn't be. Yin Nanshu should only be 16 this year, whereas Mengyin was already 18. Lin Ling rubbed his brow, feeling an inexplicable connection between Mengyin and Yin Nanshu. Enough of that for now. We've arrived. Let us disembark and train until we reach level 20, then get some rest. Tomorrow, after completing the second transfer quest, we'll establish the battle team, and then you and I will make a trip to Chang'an. With that, Lin Ling proceeded toward the aircraft's cabin door. GMO stood there, utterly bewildered, as if he had misheard. Level 20? Second transfer quest? Although he carried 50 advanced magical scrolls, he had thoroughly investigated the leveling difficulty for all mage classes under Lin Ling's system. Even gaining 5 levels was a challenge. To reach level 30 in a single night? Was that even humanly possible? Just as GMO was lost in confusion, Lin Ling's party invitation pinged. GMO immediately accepted, already pondering whether to have his father send him another 100 advanced magical scrolls. Dogzy, park the plane at the mountain's periphery. We'll proceed on foot, Lin Ling instructed. GMO snapped back to reality and deftly guided the fighter jet to descend near the foot of the mountains. At the eastern edge of the mountain range, on the only path leading inward, a party was grinding monsters. Li Jingliang cautiously led 3 level 15 ghouls forward. He had just reached level 9, with only 1 step to his target of level 10. Yet, he remained wary of the ghouls, even with high health and defense. A single touch from these creatures would be unpleasant. Xiao Yin swung his staff, casting a fireball that struck one ghoul with tremendous damage, 1,030 points. The ghoul's health instantly halved. Witnessing the attack, nearby Yazi team members enthusiastically gave thumbs up. Captain Xiao's damage is explosive. No wonder he insists on farming ghouls. Fire magic inherently deals bonus damage to these dark creatures. Yeah, my arrows only manage 600 damage, another chimed in. Basking in his teammates' praise, Xiaoyan lifted his chin slightly and swung his staff again, unleashing another fireball. Bang! After a concentrated barrage, all 3 ghouls were vanquished. Just as Li Jingliang was about to continue pulling monsters, 2 figures appeared from below the mountain, approaching their position. One radiated dazzling white light. The other shone with a blazing orange aura, blindingly conspicuous in the summer night. Captain Xiao, 2 people are coming up from behind, Li Jingliang reported, eyes fixed on the newcomers. Xiaoyan frowned. 2 people farming ghouls? Everyone turned their gaze downward, eyes wide with astonishment. Holy crap, where did these big shots come from? Full orange gear? Could it be the legendary set? Maybe a 5th transfer or higher expert. When will I have a full orange set? Envious murmurs rippled through the 2 Yazi squads. The figure bathed in white light was completely ignored. Amid the awestruck stares, the 2 figures soon reached their vicinity. The expressions among the Yazi members instantly shifted to something more complicated. Captain Lin Ling? They quickly recognized one of the 2 as Lin Ling, but the other was a complete stranger. When Xiaoyan caught sight of Lin Ling clad in level 1 white gear, his face twisted into a sneer. Oh, if at ISNT Captain Lin, still stuck at level 1? The Eastern Mountain Range, ISNT, a place for you. He cast a covert glance at GMO, who wore a disguiser-esque mask, thus remaining unrecognized. Should I use divination? Xiaoyan thought, immediately casting the spell. But the system's feedback was, target cannot be divined. Yet upon glimpsing GMO's equipment style, a flash of surprise lit Xiaoyan's eyes. Legendary Radiance set? Lin Ling's beginner's guide contained partial information on the Radiance set, a legendary armor set for players below level 10. Xiaoyan himself possessed 2 pieces of blue Radiance armor. This implied that the so-called expert they faced was merely a novice. A novice wearing the legendary Radiance set? To obtain the Radiant set in a single day, there were only two possibilities, either purchasing previous stock or acquiring newly dropped gear. Xiaoyan doubted anyone would hoard a legendary Radiance set for fun. Yet, to farm such a set required tremendous manpower and resources, a truly terrifying investment. From a single glance, Xiaoyan deduced a great deal. He did not recognize the newcomer's face, suggesting he was likely a scion of some secretive financial syndicate with a family background surpassing even the G clan. Friend, which family do you hail from? Looks like Lin Ling S got himself a powerful patron, huh? Xiaoyan laughed aloud as he spoke. GMO didn't even glance at him, and Lin Ling merely cast him a faint look, saying coolly, "Sweetheart." Xiaoyan's face twisted in confusion. Beside him, Xiaoyan leaned in and whispered, "Brother." Sweetheart in English is sweet baby, abbreviated as SB. Xiaoyan, realizing he had just been called SB, flew into a rage. What do you mean, what? GMO's narrow eyes instantly narrowed further, locking tightly onto Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan hastily raised his staff, but recalling the opponent's full orange gear and his own attire consisting mostly of blue gear save for a single purple weapon, he shuddered. If an equivalently leveled orange gear assassin ambushed him, he would be in serious trouble. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he immediately fell silent. Lin Ling. Zhou Mingyan's soft voice came as she stepped beside Lin Ling, her gaze flickering toward GMO. Thank you for your purifying light. Lin Ling nodded gently. He had always been generous with friends, but refused to give blindly. That was not friendship, but sycophancy. And thank you for the war state red. By my count, I've taken advantage of you. I will repay you in time. As he spoke, his eyes locked firmly on Zhou Mingyan's. Soon enough, he noticed that Zhou Mingyan's pupils remained unchanged, the sole emotion reflected being one of perplexity. What is Warring States red? Zhou Mingyan inquired, tilting her head slightly in puzzlement. Wasn't he at you? Someone anonymously sent me 3 pieces of Warring States red agate. I assumed it was you mailing them to me. Lin Ling replied, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. Zhou Mingyan regarded Lin Ling with a look of bewilderment, then retrieved 5 scrolls from her storage space and handed them over. I know you're short on resources. Take these 5 intermediate magic scrolls and use them to grind monsters. With your skills, attracting more foes shouldn't be a problem. But you really should stop leveling up in the Dongwang Mountains. It's far too perilous. Zhou Mingyan, hurry up and level. Don't waste everyone's time. Xiaoyan's face was ashen as he issued a terse command, his voice heavy with displeasure. Yet Zhou Mingyan paid no heed to Xiaoyan, merely extending her hand and locking eyes with Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling felt a twinge of emotion. Zhou Mingyan had not yet ascended to the rank of high priest, nor did she draw a salary in the hundreds of millions. These magic scrolls likely represented 3 years' worth of her savings. Lin Ling declined to accept them, simply shaking his head gently. No need. I have no use for these. You keep them or sell them yourself. Just then, a meteor streaked across the night sky, instantly capturing Zhou Mingyan's gaze. Observing this, Lin Ling remarked, You still hold such fondness for shooting stars. You're still as determined as ever. Zhou Mingyan knew Lin Ling too well. After speaking, she tucked the magic scrolls away. Lin Ling looked up at the stars and said, Perhaps tonight there will be a meteor shower. Where would a meteor shower come from? Lin Ling, you'd better leave. Don't disturb our leveling. Xiaoyan's voice rang out, but Lin Ling didn't even glance at her, continuing instead to converse with Zhou Mingyan. Maybe because of my presence, the meteor shower will appear. You should head over to Wanlu Park in the western part of the city to farm mutated trance. If there really is a meteor shower, the dark creatures will likely be crushed to death. Though Lin Ling had resolved to narrow the range of his skill release this time, at least within a radius of several dozen miles, not a single dark creature would survive. Out of consideration for Zhou Mingyan, he had offered this advice as an act of kindness. Whether they heeded it or not no longer concerned Lin Ling. What a joke. You just want us to waste time on the road, so you have more time to catch up, Xiaoyan scoffed, adopting an expression of smug superiority as if she had seen through Lin Ling's scheme. Lin Ling said no more, turning and heading deeper into the mountains. Does he really think he's the legendary Lin god from the simulation chamber? Xiaoyan's voice came from behind, while Lin Ling once again raised his hand and waved it above his head. Watching his retreating figure, Xiaoyan inexplicably felt a strange sensation, as if he truly were nothing more than a clown in this man's presence. Under Lin Ling's guidance, the two easily avoided all dark creatures, soon arriving at the summit of a mountain called Sharphorn Mountain, deep within the Dongwang mountain range. Brother, among mage classes, fire magic deals the greatest damage. You must have chosen Fireball, right? Ghasts are dark-type monsters, so fire damage has a bonus. Let me show you a trick first. Ji Montak. Seeing no path ahead and two gas scattered in front, clearly realized they couldn't bypass them and spoke up. As his words fell, he vanished from Lin Ling's sight in an instant. This move surprised Lin Ling slightly. He was certain it wasn't T's shadow stepping, nor was it ordinary assassin invisibility. Typically, an assassin's invisibility involves a very brief casting animation, and if invisibility is activated during high-speed movement, after images remain. But GMO disappeared instantaneously, leaving no trace whatsoever. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes, trying to detect GMO's presence. Endowed with extraordinary mental strength and the experience of 2 lifetimes, even the slightest disturbance would betray an invisible person's location. Yet at this moment, he was astonished to find no trace of GMO. Then, the trajectory of a level 25 red-haired ghast several dozen meters away suddenly deviated. Only those familiar with ghast behavior could detect such an anomaly. Lin Ling, having slain countless ghast here in his past life, immediately noticed the irregularity. Lin Ling promptly concluded that GMO must be near that ghast. Sure enough, the next second, a damaged figure appeared above the ghast's head, astonishing even Lin Ling. 2,450? Roar. The ghast's health instantly dropped by half as it let out a furious roar. Its roar attracted another ghast nearby. The 2 ghasts began attacking wildly. At that moment, another damage number appeared above the nearly defeated ghast, 2,780. The ghast's health was instantly depleted, and it collapsed with a crash. Lin Ling was about to praise GMO's damage, but the following second, a damage number appeared above the full health ghast's head that even Lin Ling found incredible, 4,820. Bang! The ghast fell. Instant kill. An 8th level assassin had just one-shot a level 25 wild monster. GMO's figure slowly materialized beside the corpse, bending down to pick up a blue necklace before flashing over to Lin Ling. Brother, how's my damage? Scared you, right? Can't find my trail, huh? Tell me, am I handsome or not? I'm the invincible little cutie. Invincible, how great is that? GMO shook his body playfully beside Lin Ling. Not bad, Lin Ling praised. What do you mean not bad? Such an awesome talent only gets a not bad from you. Heaven and earth, is there no mercy? GMO suddenly looked utterly despondent. All right, a pretty impressive talent. Seeing his expression, Lin Ling smiled and complimented him. Pretty impressive? You should be calling it a Tyrannosaurus. G Montak retorted. Seeing the 3 black lines appearing on Lin Ling's forehead, GMO immediately grinned, baring his pearly white teeth. Actually, with Lin Ling's praise, GMO felt as if he were floating on air. 3 years, finally shock you, Lingard. That's a moment of vindication. SS rank talent. Requiem of the Death God. Active skill. Invisibility with 0 mana consumption. Invisibility effects enhanced, and attack power increased by 300% for 60 seconds upon entering invisibility. Passive skill. Death God's arrival. The next normal attack after a kill deals 600% increased attack power. GMO proudly introduced his talent to Lin Ling. So, I'm just asking, isn't this talent awesome? GMO repeated. Lin Ling scratched his nose, laughing as he said, not bad. I'm done for. GMO's pride was dealt a heavy blow by Lin Ling's mere not bad. He seemed to recall something and abruptly changed the topic. By the way, Lingo, I heard that your Xuanfu Bay City was attacked by an undead archmage during the day. Lin Ling stretched lazily and once again took out the radiant staff. An attack? No way. Maybe some newbie was leveling up? I heard undead creatures broke through the ground within a 100-mile radius. That is definitely forbidden magic. Can a newbie really use forbidden magic to cleanse the land? That's ridiculous. GMO was speechless, suddenly sensing that Lin Ling seemed somewhat off today, perhaps unsettled by his awakening. You should be prepared. Maybe there really is a newbie who can cleanse the land with forbidden magic. Lin Ling smiled. Zimmer curled his lip and said, if you can find a newbie who can cleanse the forbidden spell, I'll give him my SS class fighter jet. Are you serious? Lin Ling's lips twitched into a slight smile. Of course. Once I say it, it's like water poured out. There's no taking it back. Sima nodded firmly. Just remember, no crying when you give the plane away. Lin Ling teased with a grin. Zimmer sneered. It's just an SS class fighter jet. Why would I cry? Where's the control core of your SS class fighter? Lin Ling suddenly inquired. Zimmer looked puzzled, but then retrieved a crystal cube resembling a die from his storage space. This was precisely the control core of the SS class fighter jet. Whoever possessed this core could command the entire SS class aircraft. Lin Ling's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he snatched the intelligent core and lifted his gaze to the dazzling night sky. Dog, do you like shooting stars? Zimmer was momentarily taken aback and instinctively shook his head. No, shooting stars are too elusive, something that can only be encountered by chance. They are too intangible and can't help me level up. I prefer things that are more tangible. Dog, since you show me a trick, I'll show you one as well. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Ling's face as he grasped his radiant staff and slowly made his way toward the mountaintop. Zimmer's face was filled with confusion, uncertain of Lin Ling's intentions. But at that moment, Lin Ling's entire gear radiated a glowing white light, making him look like a deity brilliantly resplendent. Bro, there are no monsters at the summit, Zimmer reminded him. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw Lin Ling raise his staff high. Gentle starry sky, you should be moved. I stand behind you, setting the sky for you. With Lin Ling's chant, the sky suddenly turned a deep crimson. Zimmer stared at the fiery red sky, mouth agape, but in the next moment, he heard Lin Ling shout loudly. Fire-type forbidden spell, meteor shower. Bloom for me. As Lin Ling's voice fell, a system prompt appeared before him once again. Please select your attack target. Attack only monsters, attack only humans, attack only specified targets, attack only monsters. With a thought, a bird's eye view of the surrounding 100-mile radius appeared in his mind. Lin Ling immediately designated the entire Dongwang mountain range as the forbidden spell coverage area. I'll accompany you to watch the meteor shower fall upon this earth. Let your tears fall on my shoulder. Melodious singing echoed instantly throughout the Dongwang mountains, while countless fiery meteors cascaded from the night sky, completely dyeing the land in scarlet. At this moment, the Dongwang mountain range seemed to be facing an apocalypse, with the entire area within tens of kilometers engulfed by the meteor firestorm. Boom, boom, boom. The earth wailed as it was swallowed by flames. Outside the Dongwang mountains, after Lin Ling and Zimmer left, Li Jingliang charged into the valley once again, soon leading 3 more ghouls out, under the focused fire of Xiao Yin and the others. The leveling up pace was not exactly swift, but still orderly and steady. Before long, a hovering vehicle flew directly above the Yazi Guild's leveling squad. Xiao Yin and the others' eyes instantly lit up with wild joy. They're here. The official guild members have arrived, Xiao Yin exclaimed with a smile. The hovering vehicle landed quickly, and 3 figures stepped out. After some brief pleasantries, Xiao Yin was displeased that Jiao Sun had brought 2 deadweight companions. But since they were Yazi elites, he refrained from reprimanding them. Jiao Sun dashed toward the mountain depths, and soon he returned with a dozen ghouls in tow. Quick, everyone give it your all, Xiao Yin shouted, and all the members immediately unleashed their full power upon the horde. Before long, all the dozen ghouls lay defeated, and the group's experience bars rose noticeably. Among them, Wang Zifan and Jiang Yuran nearly leveled up instantly. Awesome. This leveling speed is like riding a rocket. One more wave, and I'll be level 8, Jiang Yuran said, gazing enviously at the overwhelming firepower of the Yazi members. Wang Zifan wore a proud grin. It's all thanks to my big cousin. Who else would dare to draw so many monsters at once? Haha, Jiao Sun, well done. Truly an elite of Yazi. Next time, try to lure even more monsters. Xiao Yin praised repeatedly his talent for winning people over honed from growing up in a wealthy family. Receiving praise from the young master, Jiao Sun charged back into the valley once more, this time leading 30 to 40 ghouls, including several level 20 advanced ghouls. The massive horde surged toward Xiao Yin and the others like a tide. Seeing so many monsters, most people's faces lit up with delight, except for Zhou Mengyan, who furrowed her brows slightly. No wonder. Too many monsters meant that if things spiraled out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Yin, isn't this too many monsters to lure? Zhou Mengyan warned. Mengyan, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. My damage output is so high. These dozens of monsters will be dealt with in just a few minutes. Besides, I've prepared a dozen advanced magic scrolls. Just watch, Xiao Yin said, as he resumed unleashing fireballs with practiced precision. Boom! The fireball exploded in a critical hit, dealing 2,702 damage atop a level 25 red-haired ghoul. The ghoul's health instantly halved, and its aggro immediately shifted from Jiao Sun to Xiao Yin. Damn, not good. Aggro lost, Xiao Yin shouted, turning to run. At that moment, system messages popped up continuously in front of every Yazi team member. Level 25 red-haired ghoul mutated upon being attacked, evolving in a level 35 Ghoul Dance King. Defeating the Ghoul Dance King will grant Dungeon Entry Ticket Fragment 1, with a chance to obtain a legendary item. This boss is the first hidden boss in the newbie zone this year. Defeating it will trigger a global first kill announcement. Due to this boss being hidden, Awakeners above 2nd tier cannot attack it, nor can magical items. Please exercise caution. Boom! As the system messages appeared, The aggro-lost, red-haired ghoul twisted its body and transformed into a ghoul dance king dressed in suspenders. It sang and danced while dribbling a skull between its legs. The earth trembled as over 10 level 25 apprentice ghouls emerged from underground, immediately spewing green toxic mist toward the Awakeners. At this moment, all faces turned pale. Fighting monsters above 1S level is risky enough. Once aggro is lost, the entire team could be wiped out with a single misstep. Not to mention encountering a mutated monster like this. A group of level 10 novices defeating a level 35 ghoul dance king was simply a fanciful tale. Most critically, the system restriction rendered third-tier Jiao Sun S attacks ineffective against this sudden boss. Without the ability to attack, he could not regain aggro. Facing this boss, only Xiao Yin and the other novices could fight. Xiao Yin, get on the hover car quickly. Forget about this boss. Yao Sin activated atfats give. Bursting through the ghoul horde and arriving in front of the hover car. Xiao Yin, already flustered, heard Jiao Sun's words and immediately grabbed Xiaoya, dashing toward the hover car. He also had a hover car at home. Each hover car could accommodate up to 4 passengers. He had to bring his younger sister along and charge forward. Boom! Although the hover car was unarmed, under Jason's control, it directly plowed through a group of ghouls. Xiaoyan grabbed Xiaoya and dashed to the hover car, immediately leaping inside. He hesitated slightly, glanced at the single remaining seat, and waved at Zhou Mingyan. Mingyan, come quickly. That call instantly condemned all the others to death. Disappointed gazes fell upon Xiaoyan. At this moment, the horde of ghouls was already lunging toward them. If Captain Lin were here, he certainly wouldn't abandon us. The archer you choked out. Big cousin, don't leave me behind. Wang Zifan's eyes reddened. He shoved Jiang Yuran toward a ghoul and charged toward the hovercar himself. Jiang Yuran looked at Wang Zifan in disbelief. Yet in the next second, a sharp claw descended upon her. The fate of a level 7 frail priest facing a level 25 red-haired zombie was beyond doubt. Jiang Yuran's health bar disappeared instantly, and a swarm of ghouls descended, the sounds of tearing and biting filling the air. Within mere breaths, only a pile of bleached bones remained on the ground. Everyone was so terrified by the scene that they retreated repeatedly, except for Zhou Mingyan, who stood motionless. Zhou Mingyan, get on a vehicle quickly. Do you want to die? Xiaoya screamed, her face pale with fear as ghouls closed in. Hurry, you can only hold out for 5 more seconds at most, otherwise. None of you will make it. Jason's urgent voice rang out. Xiaoyan's face instantly filled with panic upon hearing this. He reached out toward Zhou Mingyan and said, Mingyan, I'm giving you one last chance. Are you coming or not? In the darkness, 2 pairs of eyes fixed intently on Zhou Mingyan from within the bushes. Captain, should we intervene and save them? Not yet. Wait a little longer. That Xiao Yin is truly repugnant. There are clearly so many ways to resolve this crisis. Maintaining silence, they remained poised to act. The bushes fell silent once more. No one noticed the 2 figures clad in Geely uniforms crawling within the thicket. Xiao Yin, Zhou Mingyan's face bore a trace of mockery as she coldly questioned. We're leaving, but what about them? They're our comrades. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze once again turned to Xiao Yin. Roar! Suddenly, the ghoul dance king let out an enraged roar, and more than a dozen white-haired ghouls burst from the ground. This time, the white-haired ghouls charged directly at the hovercar, spewing green poisonous mist toward it. The 3 inside the hovercar saw their health bars drop. The dance king ghoul harbored deep grudges. Its hatred was fixed squarely on Xiao Yin. Jason, leave quickly. If she wants to die, let her die. Xiao Yin shouted in alarm. The hovercar swiftly soared high. At this moment, except for Zhou Mingyan, despair filled the eyes of every member of the Yazi team. Everyone, gather around me, quickly. Just then, Zhou Mingyan's voice suddenly rang out. The frightened crowd seemed to find their anchor and immediately redirected toward her. Only Wang Zifan, after glancing at Zhou Mingyan, resolutely charged alone down the mountain. Gathering around you to protect you? To be your cannon fodder? Dream on. Wang Zifan's eyes were bloodshot. He would rather trust himself than these so-called elites. However, he had barely run far before a ghoul blocked his path. A burst of green mist sprayed out, and Wang Zifan's health bar began to plummet rapidly. Everyone, follow me and charge beyond the mountains. Don't worry about the monsters behind. Jingliang, you knock the monsters ahead aside. I'll focus on healing. Zhou Mingyan's voice fell, and the green poison mist enveloped them all, poisoning each of them. Zhou Mingyan raised her hand and waved. A sudden white light illuminated, instantly dispelling the poison from everyone. She waved her staff again, and the group's health bars surged back to full. Seeing this, all Yazi team members relaxed. Only Wang Zifan, who had fled, was not covered by the holy light. Help! Save me! That priest. I'm friends with the brother who was wearing level 1 white armor earlier. Please save me. Wang Zifan cried out in terror. His health nearly depleted. Zhou Mingyan frowned slightly, but still raised her hand to cast a healing spell. Wang Zifan's health bar instantly refilled, and a look of ecstatic relief crossed his face. Run! Zhou Mingyan shouted. Despite trembling calves, Li Jingliang charged forward with a shield. The others knew it was time to fight for their lives, and all launched their assault downhill. Yet no one expected the Ghoul Dance King to suddenly leap up and land directly before them, blocking their path. With a single swipe of its claw, Li Jingliang's health bar instantly drained. Zhou Mingyan waved her staff, and Li Jingliang's health bar surged back to full. The Ghoul King struck again. Li Jingliang's health bar drained once more. This time, however, Zhou Mingyan did not cast a healing spell. Li Jingliang despaired, realizing his end was near. But at that moment, his depleted health bar began to replenish on its own, seemingly refilling every second. Was this a healing spell? It was nothing short of a miracle. Li Jingliang's eyes widened. Everyone poured their efforts into attacking the boss. Seeing the path blocked and escape impossible, Zhou Mingyan immediately changed tactics. Unfortunately, with 2 mages missing, their damage output was insufficient. Their assault on a level 35 boss could not outpace its regeneration. However, the Dance King Ghoul, having lost sight of Xiao Yan, had long shifted its hatred elsewhere. Assassin, go help attack the boss, I'll heal you. Zhou Mingyan shouted at Wang Zifan. Yet, seeing the boss's hatred focused on Li Jingliang, Wang Zifan's eyes lit up. He immediately cast invisibility and fled down the mountain. At that moment, the Dance King Ghoul began its singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball antics once more. The earth trembled as the third wave of ghouls burst from underground, wider in scope and greater in number. The solitary Wang Zifan collided with a ghoul emerging from the earth. Roar! The ghoul's furry claw pierced his chest. In the next second, a large swarm of ghouls descended upon him. Wang Zifan's screams echoed until abruptly ceasing. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyan and the others found themselves completely surrounded by the vast horde of ghouls. With Li Jingliang's abilities, there was no chance of breaking through. The inevitable outcome was that everyone would be devoured by the ghouls. At this moment, a flicker of despair crossed Zhou Mingyan's eyes. If only they had a high-damage mage now, it might be possible to outlast this boss. After all, her holy healing light could last for 20 minutes, ample time to defeat the boss before it could recover. If only Captain Lin were here, he surely wouldn't abandon us. Li Jingliang murmured. A level 35 boss is too difficult for us. Even if Captain Lin were here, it might not be enough. Yu's gaze grew vacant. Facing such a formidable boss had drained her hope. Zhou Mingyan's lips curled into a faint, bitter smile as she quietly retrieved a golden scroll from her storage space. The golden scroll faintly emanated an energy fluctuation that sent a shiver down one's spine. It was evidently no ordinary magical scroll. Zhou Mingyan's pearly teeth gently bit her crimson lips, her slender fingers gripping the scroll with unwavering resolve. Her demeanor betrayed an intense inner turmoil. That person had said there would be a meteor shower tonight. Zhou Mingyan sighed softly, as if all her strength had been drained in that very instant. Her entire being wilted, yet simultaneously, she raised the golden scroll high above her head. Just as her words faded, a melodious song suddenly sounded in her ears. Accompany you to watch the meteor shower fall upon this earth. Let your tears fall upon my shoulder. Believe that my love dares only to be brave for you. You shall behold where happiness lies. At that very moment, the sky transformed into a deep crimson. Everyone instinctively tilted their heads upward. In that instant, disbelief shone in every eye. A grand meteor shower of fiery stars was breaking through layers of red clouds, cascading from the heavens. Xuanfu Base City, Dragon's Nest Supreme Conference Room. At this moment, all the senior officials of Xuanfu Base City had gathered together, with the Dragon's Nest Special Envoy personally directing operations on site. Today, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had issued a solemn protest to all nations possessing 7th tier or higher necromancer class special professions. Yet this time, not a single country nor faction claimed responsibility for the release of the forbidden necromantic curse within the Dragon Kingdom's borders. Seated at the head of the table was a man clad in an impeccably tailored military uniform. 9 divine dragons coiled around his left arm, forming the emblem of the Dragon's Nest. The 2 stripes and 4 stars upon his shoulders marked him as a colonel. His name was Zhou Weigua, an SS-ranked Talon Awaken, 6th-tier archer, and a battalion commander of the Dragon's Nest Northern Battle Team. He was unaware of the true intentions of the War God Temple. His primary mission was to protect Zhou Mingyan. Naturally, the protection task had been assigned to his special forces subordinates. while Colonel Zhou had another responsibility, to thoroughly investigate the Xuanfu Forbidden Curse incident. Captain Zhou, there were no casualties in this attack. Could it be that their target was not our newcomer? Mayor Bai Haishan furrowed his brow slightly, his face full of puzzlement. That's enough, Mayor Bai. It's already over. Perhaps it was merely the malicious whim of some great mage. I think we should not dwell on it, Zhou Weiguo replied curtly. What matters most now is recruiting new members for the Dragoness Nest. This time, Xuanfu Bay City produced quite a few promising talents. Only by achieving outstanding results in the Newcomer Championship dungeon can they hope to join the Dragoness Nest. Zhou Weiguo's face grew stern as he glanced at the documents on the table, his brows knitting tightly, clearly in a foul mood. These were the lists of outstanding newcomers provided by Bai Haishan, but he was also informed that Yi Xiao, the first to slay the boss, had not been found. This vexed Zhou Weiguo greatly. He lacked the spirit to review the other candidates' files. Yi Xiao, why can't we find him? Could it be that Yi Xiao is not his real name? But only second-tier players can set aliases, and after second tier, it no longer fits the criteria for first boss kills in the newbie zone. He muttered to himself as he lifted the stack of documents. Suddenly, a faint smile of relief appeared on his resolute and somber face. The topmost sheet was Lin Ling's profile. Gazing at the talent column marked with SSS rank, Zhou Weiguo sighed deeply. What a pity. A fine prospect, but born at the wrong time. The favored child of the laws grows too slowly. He placed Lin Ling's profile at the very bottom and refocused on the first page. Ranked second was none other than Zhou Mingyan. Though her SS talent did not shine as brilliantly as Lin Ling's SSS, a subtle smile crept across Zhou Weiguo's face. Once the SS rank priest is nurtured, the Dragon Kingdom's overall combat power will rise significantly. Thankfully, Mingyan has not disappointed me. With her and that boy Zhao Yijuan, the Northern Battle Zone's prospects in this year's championship dungeon are secure. But the very thought of Zhao Yijuan gave Zhou Weiguo a headache. Zhao Yijuan was the most outstanding professional from Autumn Blue Cloth City this year, an SS rank talent and the son of Thunder, a lightning mage king. At first glance, he was flawless, but his temperament was utterly deplorable. A wolf bred from a military family, he bullied the weak and was violent and cruel, even having a past record of assaulting a young woman. Were it not for his exceptional talent and powerful background, he would still be serving a sentence behind bars. At that moment, the alarm suddenly blared through the conference room, and a red warning light began to flash frantically. What is happening? Could someone have attacked Xuanfu Bay City again with a forbidden curse? Everyone's expressions changed abruptly. A red alert only sounded if the Bay City was under a forbidden curse level assault. What has occurred? Could that necromancer have reappeared? Zhou Weiguo snapped his head toward a nearby guard. Mayor Bai Haishan was utterly panicked and hastily pressed a button on the conference table. The wall instantly transformed into a colossal screen. The night sky was filled with fiery meteors rapidly descending toward Xuanfu Bay City. Zhou Weiguo's pupils constricted sharply as his expression turned grave while he stared at the heavens. Bad news, it's a fire element forbidden curse. Quickly activate the base city's protective barrier. No sooner had he spoken than a blue light shield instantly illuminated above Xuanfu Bay City on the holographic projection. Yet, in the next moment, all eyes widened in astonishment. Not a single one of the fiery meteors fell upon the protective barrier. The ground trembled, and all the meteors on the screen descended toward the northern outskirts of Xuanfu Bay City. Huh? Did they miss their target? How is that possible? You know how powerful a grand mage's spiritual force is. They can't possibly miss. Several senior officials voiced their confusion. Could it be their focus ISNT on Xuanfu Bay City itself? Zhou Weiguo, observing that the meteor shower missed the urban area, first breathed a sigh of relief, but soon realized the true problem. He quickly scanned the awakening data on the table, his sharp eyes narrowing. This is bad. Meng Yin and the others appear to be in the Dongwang mountain range. Hearing Zhou Weiguo's words, everyone suddenly came to a stark realization, and their hearts collectively skipped a beat. Bai Haishan's secretary, Xiao Wang, rapidly tapped on his tablet. A red dot immediately appeared on the holographic projection on the wall. Above the red, an image of Zhou Mingyan's face slowly materialized, confirming that the red was engulfed by the fire element forbidden curse. With a sudden roar, everyone sprang to their feet. Damn it, it's definitely targeting Zhou Mingyan. Send a city-wide alert. All newcomers evacuate the wild zone. Everyone, follow me. Immediately exit the city and rescue her. At Zhou Weiguo's command, figures shot upward like arrows, racing toward the Dongwang mountain range. A large number of aircraft took off from the rear, followed closely by medical teams and priests. Many guilds were conducting nighttime, grinding outside the Dongwang mountain range. But most dared not venture inside. Watching the continuous barrage of meteors strike the mountain range, they were dumbfounded. The psychological trauma inflicted by the undead army during the day had yet to heal, and now, by night, they witnessed such a spectacular apocalyptic scene. The newly awakened first-tier novices suddenly began to question their very existence. Many gave up on continuing their night training and hurriedly fled toward the urban area of the base city. The Xuanfu Bay City has undoubtedly become a target. During the day, there are forbidden undead spells. By night, fire element forbidden spells. I'm too afraid to level up anymore. Boss Soto. So many people have fled. Should we even continue leveling? Leveling? What is the point? That meteor just landed less than 2 meters in front of me. If it weren't for sheer luck, I'd be either dead or crippled. I'm going back to sleep, and tomorrow I'm applying to leave Xuanfu Bay City. It's terrifying. Our Battle Heaven Guild is applying to leave as well. We're never coming back. Urgent notice. The eastern Wangshan mountain leveling area of Xuanfu Bay City is under attack by an unknown fire element Grand Mage S forbidden spell. All personnel below 5th rank must return to the city's safe zone immediately at the fastest possible speed. An urgent notification from the official Xuanfu Bay City suddenly popped up on every awakened individual S system panel. Damn it. This is just too eerie. How can this be happening again? Just because they can cast forbidden spells, do they think they're invincible? How are we supposed to level up now? There aren't even any monsters left to kill. What is the use of leveling at all? Xuanfu Bay City is no place to stay. I'm applying for intercity teleportation to level up in another base city. More and more people sent transfer applications to the city government. The once peaceful and tranquil town of Xuanfu now filled them with dread. Even those awakened with life professions resting inside the city suddenly felt that Xuanfu Bay City was no longer safe. It was as if the city were a monstrous beast with its jaws wide open, ready to swallow them whole at any moment. Meanwhile, the very architect of all this chaos stood at the core of the fire element forbidden spell zone, leisurely enjoying his smooth, leveling journey. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. White lights flickered beneath Lin Ling and GMO's feet. The system panel in front of them was already flooded with notifications. Holy crap, brother, I'm level 20. No way, brother, I'm level 25. Unbelievable, brother, I'm level 30. Lin Shun, my dear brother, I'm so happy. I can't take it, don't stop, haha. Oh my god, my lord, am I dreaming? I just wish this dream would come even more fiercely. The skies have cleared, the rain has stopped, and now I feel like I can do it. I'm a sunny, cheerful young man. Congratulations on reaching level 30. Please proceed to the Awakening Land S Transfer Temple to complete your transfer quest. You must unlock the transfer seal before continuing to level up. A system notification sounded in GMO's ear. He looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Slap, slap, slap. Thump, thump. GMO furiously slapped his own face, but still couldn't suppress the wild racing of his heartbeat. He stared dumbfounded at the notification of his level 30 surge. Is this really what Lin Ling meant by showing off? Is this the so-called meteor shower? He had promised to lead Lin Ling in leveling, yet Lin Ling did nothing, and his level soared to 30, triggering the second transfer seal. Is this even humanly possible? Having experienced the previous time, Lin Ling was still somewhat excited, but compared to GMO's current state, he was far calmer. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 10 ghoul. Experience gained, 200. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 15 Willow, the Wisp Lantern monster. Experience gained, 300. Congratulations on reaching level 12 as a Wood Element Mage. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 25 Red Hair Ghoul. Experience gained, 1000. Congratulations on reaching level 12 as a Summoning Mage. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 30 White-Haired Ghoul. Experience gained, 2000. Congratulations on reaching level 20 as a Lightning Element Mage. Congratulations on successfully killing the hidden boss, level 35 Dance King Ghoul. Experience gained, 10,010. Congratulations on reaching level 20 as a Light Element Mage. Congratulations on killing a level 30 Valley Bottom Zombie. Experience gained, 1. Reminder, as you are a full profession mage, all professions have now reached level 20. You must manually unlock the seal to continue leveling. Unlock requirements: 20 ghoul fangs, 20 red-haired ghoul hairs, 2 Warring States red agate rough stones. No monsters remain within the skill as effective range. Skill automatically terminated. As you're the first professional to kill the hidden boss this year, this kill will be announced globally in 30 minutes. Due to your consecutive wide area clearings of wild monsters, you have triggered the wrath of the hidden wild boss, the Demon King. This boss will respawn in the wild area in 48 hours. Carrying special materials: Demon King's Heart, Epic Equipment Set. Killing this boss will unlock the hidden dungeon Demon King's cave. Since you triggered this boss's appearance, the countdown for its arrival will not be publicly announced until 60 minutes before. Do you wish to teleport the dropped items from the killed monsters to your front? Yes. No, Demon King's heart? Lin Ling's eyes brightened. The Demon King's heart was one of the 2 core materials required for his special weapon. He expected it to appear under such circumstances. This boss was definitely his. Yes. With a mere thought, the familiar white teleportation light shimmered once again. As the equipment dropped, a small mountain of loot appeared before Lin Ling once more. Though much less than last time, there were still over 100 pieces. Detected that all materials have been fully collected. Do you wish to unlock the level seal? The familiar system prompt appeared again. This time, Lin Ling did not immediately confirm. Having learned from the previous experience, he knew that unlocking the seal would grant him a godlike blessing that fully restored all his statuses. To prepare for any unexpected circumstances, he could afford to keep the seal locked for the time being. No, Lin Ling decided, quickly opening his attribute panel. The 10-level increase boosted all 4 of his basic attributes by 100 points each, and his overall stats climbed yet another notch. Name, Lin Ling. Combat profession, full-time mage. Level, 29,999%. Health points, 7,500. Mana points, 22,160. Physical damage, 3,700. Magic damage, 7,640. Defense, 3,450. Speed, 90 yards. Stamina, 750. Strength, 740. Intelligence, 1,328. Agility, 900. Accuracy, 90%. Available attribute points, 40. At that moment, GMO stared at the loot on the ground, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a goose egg. My God, my lord, how did you do this? Oh my heavens, a rare paralysis ring? Oh my God, a perfect crystal shield? Orange? There's an orange piece of equipment underneath. Digging. I'm digging and digging. GMO continuously emitted strange cries as he transformed into an octopus-like creature, frantically digging through the pile of equipment. When he finally pulled out an orange-level great bow from the loot, his eyes nearly popped out. Lingu, aren't you even a bit excited? That's orange-level gear, legendary equipment. GMO proudly performed a Thomas spin with the orange bow right in front of Lin Ling. I say, second brother G, it's just one piece of orange gear. Do you have to be like this? Lin Ling watched him jump around like a monkey and felt a head full of black lines. Do you know how much one piece of orange equipment costs? Moreover, this was something we unearthed ourselves. How could it possibly compare to something purchased with money? A level 30 orange bow. Let me test its feel. Open it for me. GMO declared, holding the bow in his left hand while forcefully drawing the string with his right. Huh, is it really that powerful? Open for me. Open it. Open. Yet, despite exerting his full strength, he could not fully draw the orange bow to its maximum tension. Truly befitting an orange tier weapon. Even I, an assassin with 3 points in agility and 1 in strength, cannot fully draw it, and I possess a strength of 660. G Montagside in Admiration. At that moment, Lin Ling snatched the orange bow away. A peculiar grin spread across GMO's face. Brother, you're not seriously thinking of giving it a try, are you? You're a mage. Don't go seeking torment in fields where you lack expertise. It's just an orange bow. Would you believe I could draw it fully 10 times in a row? Lin Ling teased, casting a playful glance at GMO. As expected, GMO immediately shook his head in disbelief. I don't buy it for a second. If you can draw it fully 10 times, GMO, will wash my hair standing on my head from now on. Brother, even boasting should be confined to one's realm of expertise. Before he could finish, his words were abruptly cut off. His mouth hung open, eyes wide as saucers. Lin Ling had drawn the longbow to a perfect crescent moon shape and did so 9 times in succession. All right then, it truly is an excellent bow. I can only manage 9 full draws myself, Lin Ling remarked nonchalantly, his face calm and unflustered. Brother, I'm getting the feeling you still have some strength left, GMO said, a bit dazed. Lin Ling smiled faintly. My brother washing his hair, standing on his head, won't benefit me in the slightest. Those words suddenly made GMO's nose tingle with emotion. He fell silent, quietly watching Lin Ling. After a moment, GMO looked up at the night sky, and when he lowered his gaze once more, he had reverted to the boy he once was. Is there any justice left? Is living even allowed? Mage, you're a mage. Aren't you? Brother, how much strength do you have? Lin Ling rubbed his nose and replied, when I awakened, my strength was only 90. My innate strength isn't great, and now it's barely 740. I've never met anyone so shameless. That's the height of humble bragging. I think your excellent strength must be more painful for you to acknowledge than realizing you're worthless. Ignoring Ji Montak, Lin Ling immediately examined the orange bow in his hands. Star Moon Longbow, legendary. Category, weapon. Level requirement, 30. Strength requirement, 700. Durability, 500,500. Physical damage, 100. Strength 60, attack speed 50, stamina 30, agility 30, accuracy 5%, critical rate 10%. Passive, normal attack damage increased by 5%. Normal attack damage increased by 20% at night. Indeed, it was a superb bow. Although not part of a set, it certainly qualified as an exceptional primary weapon for archers in the early stages. Lin Ling said as he promptly stored the orange weapon in his inventory. At that moment, GMO suddenly snapped back to reality. Brother Lin, what skill did you just unleash? Was it a forbidden spell? It must have been a forbidden spell. My heavens! A forbidden spell mage below the 2nd ascension? Brother, what level are you? You're not already a 7th ascension hidden powerhouse, are you? Lin Ling, unwilling to check, waved his hand, collecting all the equipment on the ground. Then put on a stern expression. Level 20. Not a word about me to anyone, understand? If your big mouth leaks my secret, I'll tear your mouth off. GMO nodded vigorously, covering his mouth with both hands. How much? Level 20 already? That fast. A level 20 forbidden spell. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed instantly. A cold indifference devoid of killing intent flickering within them. Speak another word and Lin Ling made a tearing mouth gesture. GMO hurriedly covered his mouth, shaking his head vigorously to signal silence. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally smiled again. You're level 30 now, right? GMO said nothing, merely nodding behind his covered mouth. Lin Ling stepped forward and tore off the masquerade mask from GMO's face, placing it upon his own. He did not disguise his appearance, but completely blocked his personal information. Brother, can't you be a bit more ostentatious? Always so mysterious. You're even more secretive than the heiress of the Yunmeng Corporation. As the premier financial conglomerate of the Dragon Kingdom, the public knew Yunmeng had an heiress. Yet no one knew her name or appearance. Although GMO's mouth was covered, his voice escaped through his fingers. As the saying goes, the speaker is unaware, but the listener is intent. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes, as if a sudden spark of insight flashed before him. Yet when he sought to piece together this thread, it always fell just short. Yunmeng Corporation. Yin Hontian is an undercover operative in Eagle Land. His identity must be highly classified. Dog, what is the legal representative's name of Yunmeng Corporation? Lin Ling suddenly asked. Without hesitation, GMO replied, You don't know that? The formidable woman, Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun? Who is her husband? Lin Ling looked toward GMO. This time GMO shook his head. No concrete information, only rumors. About 19 years ago, Zhou Yun was pregnant out of wedlock, and the father of the child was unknown. She gave birth on her own, raising the child while leveling up. Zhou Yun is a priest. Rumors say she is at least a 6th ascension bishop now. A woman with a child, not only keeping pace with leveling, but founding the largest private financial conglomerate in the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing GMO's words, Lin Ling's eyes slowly narrowed. Zhou Yun? Yunmeng Corporation? Yin Hongtian? Is there some connection between these three? Lin Ling abruptly lifted his gaze toward the outskirts of the Dongwang mountain range. I know who Yin Nanshu is. A triangular fighter jet swiftly swept across the skies above the Dongwang mountain range. Report. No detection of professionals above 5th ascension. The assailant has likely fled. Report. No casualties reported. Report. All monsters in the Dongwang mountain range have been cleared. Report. Data analysis shows the target matches the undead summoning forbidden spell used during the day, exclusively clearing monsters. Soldiers rapidly relayed the latest updates. Zhou Wei will listen intently, his sharp eyes fixed on the thermal imaging screen, where light points steadily moved toward the mountain range's perimeter. Which nation is making a move? Could the enemy be wielding a forbidden spell scroll? Forbidden spell scrolls can indeed select targets. Fire element ones are relatively common, but undead forbidden spell scrolls are unheard of. Captain Zhou, I believe the probability of a professional releasing a forbidden spell is higher. Could be the mayor, by Haishan? Someone pointed northward. White Bear. Zhou Weiguan narrowed his eyes sharply. Suddenly, an encrypted message flashed before him. Intelligence received. American and allied spies have entered the territory, likely seeking to assassinate the forbidden spellcaster. American Empire's involvement can be largely ruled out. Reading the message, Zhou Weigua fell into deep contemplation. Although dispatched to investigate forbidden spells, he sensed something mysterious was being concealed from him. Mayor Bai's suspicion seemed not without merit. If it's not the American alliance, The White Bear Nation and Dragon Kingdom are strategic allies, yet also competitors. Launching an attack without lethal force could only delay the newcomer's development. For the American alliance, this would be a thankless, exhausting endeavor. For the Kingdom of the White Bear, however, this was a direct boon. 1 month from now, the National Rookie Championship Dungeon would take place, with one of the Champion-S rewards being a coveted spot to enter the realm of the gods. The nation that secured this spot would be exempt from participating in the Divine Domain contest and could dispatch additional personnel to enter directly. The greater the number of entrants, the higher the probability of acquiring resources from the Divine Domain. The Rookie Championship Dungeon participants were divided into 2 groups, with the Kingdom of the White Bear and the Dragon Kingdom placed together. The pinnacle forces of these 2 allied nations were roughly equal, and whoever claimed the group championship in this tournament would very likely become the true leader of the alliance. Captain Zhou, I believe the possibility is quite high. After all, the Kingdom of the White Bear just so happens to have a necromancer of great power, Bai Haishan remarked once again. Zhou Wei nodded. I will report your speculation to the Dragon's Nest immediately, but I still think the White Bear Kingdom wouldn't act so recklessly. Many people are beginning to apply for intercity transfers now. We must soothe the citizens. Bai Haishan looked anxiously at Zhou Weigua. Zhou Weigua's face darkened. How do you propose we soothe them? Everyone witnessed that meteor shower. Do you expect us to tell all the Awakened that it was our own Grand Mage putting on fireworks for no reason? At that moment, a soldier suddenly turned around. Report. CEO Xiao Yuanshan of the Xiao Consortium requests to join the video conference. Zhou Weigua frowned. What is he doing here? Connect him. Soon. The large screen before them displayed a portly middle-aged man. Leaders, have you located the Grand Mage who cast the forbidden spell in Xuanfu? Xiao Yuanshan asked with a smile. He fled. Zhou Weigua sighed lightly. Just like during the day, he cast the spell and ran off. This person's spiritual power is extremely high. He precisely controlled the meteor shower to strike only the monsters without harming a single Awakened. Everyone must be wondering how to calm the public, right? I have a solution, Xiao Yuanshan said with a sheepish grin. Speak quickly. Cut the crap, Zhou Weigua said impatiently. As a military man, he disliked these financial magnates the most. Just now, Zhou Mingyan and the others happened to encounter a hidden boss. We will publicly declare that Xiao Yan, the heir of the Xiao Consortium, used a fire element forbidden spell to clear the monsters and save Zhou Mingyan. Isn't that a win-win? It solves the government's problem and promotes unity among the children. Isn't that splendid? What do you all think? Xiao Yuanshan finished, a crafty expression immediately appearing on his face. On the outskirts of the Dongwang Mountains, the Aziz squad gazed upon the ravaged terrain. A dozen or so black men staring wide-eyed at one another, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Previously, they had been besieged by ghouls and reached a dead end, when a meteor shower suddenly appeared, annihilating all the monsters attacking them with fiery strikes, yet they remained unharmed. After a brief moment of shock, Zhou Mingyan recalled the undead army from the daytime. She stored away the golden scroll. Though her face was as cold as ice, it could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. Under her command, all teammates dodged the falling meteors while competing with them to slay the monsters. With the meteor shower's assistance, within mere minutes, every member of the Aziz squad had leveled up at least once. Yet each time a meteor landed nearby, and each time they heard the sizzle of ghouls burning in fierce flames, their hearts leapt into their throats. Li Jingyang gulped after finally finding no living monsters left to kill. The archer Yu trembled slightly as she asked, Sister Mingyan, how could there really be a meteor shower? I don't know. Even Zhou Mingyan looked bewildered at that moment. Yu, has your mind been scorched by the fiery meteors? That is not a meteor shower at all. It's definitely a forbidden fire element spell. Li Jingliang, eyes still twitching uncontrollably, looked at the smoking corpses of the ghouls as he spoke. Zhou Mingyan said, whatever it was, if that sudden meteor shower hadn't appeared, we would all be dead. But the monsters seem to have been wiped out twice now, once during the day and now again. Luckily, we gained some experience from it. Otherwise, we'd have to run the map all night. It would have been better to follow Captain Lin to farm mutant trance. Yu added, as the saying goes, the speaker may be unintentional, but the listener perceives meaning. A hint of doubt quietly sprouted in Zhou Mingyan's heart, as if Lin Ling's previous words echoed once more in her ears. Perhaps because of my appearance, the meteor shower came. You should go to West City South Wanlu Park to farm mutant trance. If a meteor shower truly appears, the dark creatures will surely be crushed. I think I've found you. A figure slowly appeared before Zhou Mingyan's eyes. A sly glint flashed in Zhou Mingyan's gaze as she said faintly, let us go. We must leave here quickly. Sister Mingyan, are we still going back to Yizi? Yu suddenly asked. At those words, The entire Yazi squad fell into silence. The image of Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu abandoning them and fleeing alone flashed before their eyes. If we don't return to Yazi, where else can we go? Let us stay for now. If we find a suitable guild. Li Jingliang did not finish his sentence and turned to walk down the mountain. But everyone understood that if there were a way out, he would never remain in Yazi again. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up to see the hovering vehicle returning once more. The vehicle landed, and Xiao Yan was the first to jump out. How dare you come back? Zhou Mingyan coldly demanded. Xiao Yan wore a look of grievance and slowly said, Everyone, no one got hurt, right? To save you all. I used a forbidden spell scroll worth 500 million dragon coins. Aren't you going to thank me? Especially you, Zhou Mingyan? If you weren't on the team, my brother Wu and Ti have used such a precious forbidden scroll. Xiao also looked heartbroken as she spoke. A trace of sarcasm briefly appeared on Zhou Mingyan's face. You killed so many monsters with a forbidden scroll, yet your level didn't increase? But she did not expose them and simply watched the siblings' splendid performance. At this moment, all the members of the Yazi reserve team, except Zhou Mingyan, were filled with profound confusion. Most of them did not notice Xiao Yan's level issue. The Xiao Consortium, valued at over 10 billion, surely stocked forbidden spell scrolls despite regulations. Whether they would give one to Xiao Yan was uncertain. Whether the forbidden scroll could avoid affecting awakened individuals and only strike monsters, they were even less sure. Those who realized Xiao Yan was lying would not expose him. Such thankless tasks were only for fools. Mingyan, sorry to have frightened you. I only called home after leaving here and had them mail the forbidden scroll over, Xiao Yan said with a smile. No sooner had he finished speaking than a notification suddenly popped up before everyone's eyes. Notification. Danger has been resolved. This incident was not an attack by a grand mage on our city's leveling zone, but Xiao Yan of the Xiao Consortium used a fire element forbidden scroll to rescue teammate Zhou Mingyan. All awakened, please continue leveling with confidence. Those concerned about the safety of the leveling zone may leave the Xuanfu base city. The teleportation array is open free of charge for 1 day. This announcement instantly caused a stir within the Yazi reserve team. Zhou Mingyan's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile flickering within them. Her goal was the National Rookie Championship dungeon. She bore an important mission. Before her task, all other factors were insignificant. Let us set this matter aside for now. Let's leave the Xuanfu base city. Finding a stable environment for leveling is the utmost priority, Zhou Mingyan said. Whatever you say, we'll follow you wherever you go. Observing the sudden shift in Zhou Mingyan's demeanor, Xiao Yan's heart leapt with joy as he spoke while advancing toward her. Yet at that very moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the mountains. Everyone turned their heads to witness Lin Ling and GMO emerging from within the rugged terrain. Lin Ling had his hands resting behind his head, while GMO's face was entirely concealed beneath the hood exclusive to assassins. Captain Lin, are you all right? Several members of the Yaji reserve team called out to Lin Ling. Even Zhou Mingyan's once icy, aloof visage softened into a faint smile upon seeing this scene. Witnessing this, the smile on Xiao Yan's face instantly faded. Why did Lin Ling always appear whenever he tried to make a public display of power? You two actually dared to venture deep into the Dongwang Mountains. It's a miracle you're still alive, Xiao Yan sneered, casting a glance at Lin Ling. Why don't you thank my brother? If he hadn't just unleashed the forbidden fire spell, meteoric firestorm, you'd have been torn apart by those dark creatures long ago, Xiao Yu said, hands on her hips, shouting at Lin Ling. Upon hearing this, GMO abruptly turned to Lin Ling. Since he couldn't receive any notifications from the Xuanfu base city, he widened his eyes in surprise at such a statement. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, as if struggling to restrain the urge to unleash his invincible verbal barrage. In contrast, Lin Ling appeared utterly indifferent. Still pretending? Xiao Yan laughed immediately upon seeing this. Lin Ling, I know you want to return to Yaji, but can't bring yourself to beg me. The truth is, sometimes you have to bow your head, relying on others' ISNT as reliable as depending on yourself. His words were a thinly veiled insinuation that Lin Ling lacked genuine ability and was merely leeching off powerful allies. However, Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. You overestimate yourself and underestimate me. Calling you sweetheart was not at all a misnomer. Xiao Yan's fury flared instantly. Lin Ling, I challenge you to a duel. Dare you? If you're still a man, stand up for me. Don't think that putting on a tough front will get you back into Yaji. Yaji never takes in dead weight. Xiao Yan roared in anger. As the heir of the Xiao family, he had never before been called an idiot, let alone twice in one day. But before he could finish, a sudden chill brushed his neck. His body trembled violently as he slowly turned his head. There, cloaked in a hooded cape, stood a shadow who had mysteriously appeared beside him. A pitch-black dagger was pressed against his throat, threatening to sever it at the slightest movement. Who exactly are you? Xiao Yan's voice trembled with fear. Challenging my boss to a duel? Do you even have a strength? My boss's power attribute surpasses mine. Do you really think you're worthy of challenging him? GMO's cold voice rang out, dripping with arrogance and disdain. The contempt was unmasked, as if Xiao Yan was utterly beneath his notice. At that moment, a gust of night wind blew, suddenly pulling off GMO's hood and revealing his delicate yet gaunt face. Yi-yi-yi-yi-ho. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted sharply. The name Ji Xiao was thunderously renowned in their circles. How could he not recognize Ji Xiao? The Xiao family conglomerate was a leading force in Xuanfu Bay City and ranked among the top 10 nationwide. Yet the Ji family was one of the top 3 oligarchs in the country, boasting assets worth hundreds of billions of dragon coins. The Xiao family, with its mere tens of billions, was but a younger sibling in comparison. Ji Xiao, what do you shut up? If you speak another word of nonsense, I'll kill you. GMO cut him off, slowly applying pressure with the dagger. Xiao Yan felt a sharp sting on his neck and immediately sealed his lips. Oomph. GMO snorted coldly before withdrawing the dagger. His figure vanished in an instant and reappeared beside Lin Ling. A ruthless gleam flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes, blaming all his frustrations on Lin Ling. No wonder this brat was so arrogant. He had been drugged by the second young master of the Ji family. So what if he had taken an A-rank gene serum? A 500-point power boost only brought him to 600 strength. In Xiao Yan's eyes, an A-rank gene serum was nothing. Most ordinary people were unaware that an awakened individual could only consume one gene serum in their lifetime. Those with decent backgrounds would never take low-tier gene serums before reaching the third transformation. An S-rank gene serum, costing 30 million dragon coins per dose, could permanently increase power by 1,000 points. Legend had it that Eagle Sauce had developed an SS-rank gene serum priced at 1 billion per dose, which could instantly grant a permanent 2,000-point power boost. To the scions of these great families, only fools would consume low-tier gene serums before the third transformation. Humph. Xiao Yan scoffed inwardly. Lin Ling, I refuse to believe GMO will abandon you. Just wait until I catch you alone. Lin Ling cast a glance at Xiao Yan, accurately perceiving the hatred in his eyes. Yet he paid him no mind and strode directly toward Zhou Mingyan. Their eyes met, but neither spoke. After several seconds, Zhou Mingyan suddenly embraced Lin Ling. We're leaving Xuanfu Bay City for Qiuyalambu City. Come with me. Once I complete my second transformation, everything will get better. Why leave? Lin Ling asked calmly, remaining still. It's unsafe here. Powerful mages keep interfering with our leveling. I want to reach level 30 and finish my second transformation as quickly as possible, Zhou Mingyan explained. Lin Ling's lips twitched involuntarily. If I go with you, you'll have to relocate again tomorrow. No need. You've seen it yourself. I've got the backing of the young master now. Zhou Mingyan smiled. She said nothing further, but her teeth bit firmly into her cherry lips. At that moment, Lin Ling suddenly pressed his mouth to her ear, his breath like a warm wave blowing over her earlobe. An electric shock surged through Zhou Mingyan's entire body. Her heart pounded wildly, and her face flushed like a ripe apple. Just as she thought Lin Ling was suddenly awakening to something, a voice whispered in her ear. You don't need to hide from me anymore. I've discovered your true identity. Zhou Mingyan shuddered, visibly nervous as she glanced at Lin Ling, sensing her unusual reaction. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly. Do you know a man named Yin Hongtian? Yin Hongtian? No, I don't, Zhou Mingyan replied with a slight start. A flicker of confusion in her eyes. Such an instinctive reaction could not be feigned unless one had undergone special training. Lin Ling observed her response, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Could he have guessed wrong? Mingyan, what is your father's surname? Lin Ling inquired. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Mingyan's face. Of course, my father's surname is Zhou. Lin Ling raised his hand to gently massage his brow. Something was off. There had to be a discrepancy. Surely no one here fails to recognize who Yin Nanshu is, right? Even if Zhou Mingyan was not Yin Nanshu, the heiress of Yinming Group likely was. Yinming Group's eldest daughter was as mysterious as her husband, Yun Yun, about whom no information was available. Like a shroud of mist, she remained an enigma. Though no direct evidence existed, Lin Ling felt that finding this heiress might unravel the secrets surrounding Yin Nanshu. At that moment, a streak of light swiftly approached from the distant sky. The dark purple glow instantly captivated everyone's attention. It was a triangular fighter jet, its body prominently emblazoned with the emblem of Dragon's Nest. I'm leaving now. We'll talk later, Lin Ling said, turning to look at GMO. GMO nodded slightly. Immediately, an SS-class triangular fighter jet soared from a nearby valley. as the Dragon S Nest Fighter descended. GMO's craft took off just in time. When the Dragon S Nest Fighter landed, Zhou Weiguo breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhou Mengyan unharmed. None of the fierce professionals recognized Zhou Weiguo, but Zhou Mengyan clearly was not among them. Uncle Zhou, Zhou Mengyan whispered softly. Zhou Weiguo's face immediately brightened with a look of comfort. What was that plane just now? Zhou Weiguo asked, pointing toward the departing aircraft. That's Master GMO of the G family. Lin Ling somehow got connected with him. Probably GMO is helping him level up using magical scrolls. Xiao Yin said with a forced smile. Oomph. Zhou Weiguo snorted coldly. Magical scrolls are ultimately external aids. To become truly powerful, one must rely on one's own strength. Captain Zhou's advice is well taken, Xiao Yin replied with a smile. Zhou Weiguo didn't even glance at him. Instead, his gaze flicked briefly toward a bush some 10 meters away, then turned to Zhou Mengyan and said, Mengyan, where do you plan to level up? Zhou Mengyan looked toward the northwest. I intend to head to Autumn Blue Cloth City. The gobbling grasslands and green forest in the Bahing region are notorious for their abundance of monsters. At the northernmost edge of the eastward mountains, after being cleansed by a meteor shower, the mountain range lay in eerie silence. Suddenly, a slender skeleton archer crawled out from a pile of rubble. It furtively looked around, and soon after, a tattered clothed youth peeked out halfway. Congratulations on successfully slaying the elite ghoul Blue. Experience gained 5,000. Congratulations. Your necromancer profession has advanced to level 6. Seeing the system prompt before him, the youth was instantly overjoyed. Gods bless me. Gods bless me. It's finally over. I'm level 6 now. This individual was none other than the necromancer Qin Xian. Today, Qin Xian was either unlucky or fortunate. In the morning, while grinding experience with skeleton soldiers, he nearly got blasted to bits by a laser cannon. Had he not found a random teleportation scroll and activated it at the critical moment, he would have been reduced to nothing by now. But he never expected that the random teleport would send him to the far northern region of the Xuanfu Bay City, a zone teeming with level 50 monsters. Upon seeing those level 50 beasts, Qin Xian was so terrified he nearly wet himself. Fortunately, he had a skeleton warrior, using every trick to survive. The skeleton warrior died countless times, but they finally reached the northernmost edge of the eastward mountains as night fell. However, before Qin Xian could rejoice, a meteor shower rained down from the sky. He hid motionless among the rubble, only releasing the little skeleton archer. Really should have checked the almanac before heading out. Today is definitely not a good day for travel. Luckily, I have little bone with me. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't even reach level 5 today. Qin Xian murmured to himself, looking up at the sky to confirm no falling meteors were imminent. After a brief survey of his surroundings, he cautiously emerged from the rubble. Not long after, a clattering sound came from nearby. Qin Xian turned to see the little skeleton archer returning with several pieces of equipment. Gods truly favor me. I got loot again. The skeleton archer dropped 5 or 6 items onto the ground with a clatter. Damn, all white-gray gear? How about some blue-gray gear for a change? A skill book? Jackpot. There's actually a skill book here. Qin Xian, nearly delirious with excitement, fished out a skill book from the pile and immediately cast a detection spell. Skill book, Explosive Flame Arrow. Profession requirement, Archer. Level requirement, 20. Skill description, for 10 seconds after activation, all arrow damage increases by 30% and applies a burning effect, increasing burning damage by 100. Skill cooldown, 360 seconds. A primary combat skill book. This could easily sell for over 1 million. Qin Xian, I'm going to be rich. What is this? Qin Xian suddenly noticed a strange item among the white-gray gear. A blind box? He had even looted a blind box. Item, mysterious box. Category, special item. Description, a box collected by a boss. It may contain any item. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xian chose to open it. This thing will only sell for a few thousand. Whether it contains anything good is pure luck. Congratulations. You have obtained an Insight Scroll 1. Item description. Using the Insight Scroll allows you to ignore level restrictions, stealth skills, and stealth items, forcibly revealing the target's level. Qin Xian's mouth twitched involuntarily. 3,000 gone to waste. Although rare, hardly anyone wanted to buy this scroll. He shook his head helplessly and gathered up all the items. Selling these few pieces of equipment and the skill book should afford him a full set of level 5 blue-grade gear. I'm setting out now. If I can get a blue-grade set, today 1 T have been in vain. Gods bless me. May nothing else go wrong today. Saying this, Qin Xian suddenly looked up at the sky. Not seeing any triangular fighter jets, he exhaled deeply. During the day, as soon as he finished looting, The laser cannon from those triangular fighters had appeared. He didn't waste any more time and hurried toward Xuanfu Bay City. This day had been like a roller coaster for Qin Xian, full of thrilling ups and downs. If he were to sum it up in one sentence, it was utterly exhilarating. The Bay City was still tens of kilometers away. If he ran too slowly and the ghouls respawned, it could spiral into yet another turbulent ordeal. Just as GMO's fighter approached Xuanfu Bay City, the two of them saw long lines snaking through the city, resembling winding serpents. At the end of each queue stood a teleportation shrine, the city's inner-city teleportation arrays. Brother, did your forbidden spell scare all the people of Xuanfu away? GMO teased. Lin Ling also looked embarrassed. He truly hadn't expected that his 2 forbidden spell cleansings would cause the players in Xuanfu City to fall far behind others in leveling speed. Looks like I should avoid grinding monsters in the wild areas from now on. Dungeons have the least impact on others. Dog, do you know of any newbie dungeons with lots of monsters? Lin Ling looked to GMO. He fancied himself an expert on newbie zones, but after thinking it over, he couldn't recall any dungeons teeming with monsters. His forbidden spell skill was useless if there weren't enough monsters to kill. GMO pondered briefly, then shook his head. Brother, before the second job change, dungeons don't have many monsters. Usually, one boss comes with a few dozen minions. Even nightmare-level job change dungeons only have a few hundred monsters. Fine, we'll take it one step at a time. As they spoke, their fighter jet landed atop the northern city plaza. Compared to before, the North Plaza was now far quieter. The meteor shower had genuinely frightened everyone. The once bustling plaza was now devoid of people. Let us go apply for a team, Lin Ling said, heading directly toward the motorcycles parked by the roadside. 2 mountain bikes and 1 Indian Chief motorcycle were parked side by side in the vehicle parking area. At this very moment, not even Lin Ling was aware that the owners of the other 2 motorcycles would never return. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Lin Ling. Soon, the 2 arrived at the registration hall of the Team Management Bureau. Ever since the advent of the game in reality, any organization related to professionals operated 24 hours a day, boasting remarkably high efficiency. Unlike ordinary games, no organization could be established through the system panel alone. Teams were divided into 3 categories: battle squads, clubs, and guilds. The panel only allowed players to join or leave battle squads. However, creating teams or joining and leaving clubs and guilds required on-site processing at the Team Management Bureau in the base city. As they stepped into the hall, the night shift attendant immediately approached them. I want to quit the Kunping Guild. This time, GMO wasted no words. Kunping Guild? The night shift attendant, a young lady, looked puzzled, seemingly unable to comprehend why someone from the Kunping Guild would come to Xuanfu in the middle of the night to withdraw membership. Hurry up, GMO responded softly, urging with a hint of impatience. Though somewhat confused, the attendant swiftly operated the system to process GMO's withdrawal. Your name? She asked. G. Montauk, uncharacteristically silent. Replied directly, GMO, all right, please wait a moment. GMO suddenly, the attendant's eyes widened in astonishment. Hurry up, I'm pressed for time. GMO fixed her with a serious gaze. The attendant glanced at the information that had popped up on the system panel, then at GMO's face, swallowing nervously. The second young master of the G family is quitting the Kunping Battle Squad? Tomorrow, this news will definitely trend on social media. No. Tonight, this news will spread across the length and breadth of Longhua. Wait, why would the second young master quit? Could it be a family dispute? But even then, no matter how severe, quitting is unlikely. Once a professional leaves a guild, even inner-city teleportation becomes nearly impossible. Could it be this person is here to cause trouble? A hint of displeasure flashed in the attendant's eyes. Who would come here to cause trouble in the middle of the night? Nobody has that kind of time. She thought to herself and covertly glanced at GMO, only to quickly notice his displeased expression, clearly showing impatience. You need to undergo an iris scan. The attendant quickly regained her composure and said to GMO, though her tone still betrayed some disbelief. But that doesn't matter. We'll know for sure once the scan is done. GMO wasted no time and stepped forward for the iris verification. Soon, a voice announcing successful verification echoed through the hall. Professional GMO has successfully withdrawn from the Kunping Guild. The night shift attendant was completely stunned. Damn, it really is the second young master. Brother, your turn. Hearing the system's voice, GMO looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Brother? GMO's elder brother? Yamo, the eldest son of the G conglomerate? The primary heir to the G family fortune? The undisputed national heartthrob of Longhua? The attendant, imagining all this, looked carefully at Lin Ling. Wow, so handsome. Are you also from the Kunping Guild? Are you here to quit as well? You look somewhat familiar. Are you The attendant suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. Lin Ling, the 12-time champion of the Yazi reserve team? Weren't you expelled by Yazi? Her tone of respect vanished instantly, replaced by a cold indifference. However, it was evident that the attendant was well-mannered. That momentary indifference lasted only an instant before her professional smile returned. Lin Ling noticed all of this clearly, but did not take offense. Compared to the disdain he had encountered during the day, a momentary cold gaze was trivial. I want to apply for a battle squad, Lin Ling said calmly. Oh, what is the name? The attendant began her routine work. The battle squad deposit is 1 million long coins. At least 2 members must be present to apply. The battle squad dungeon opens 3 days later. It's easier to clear with 3 or more participants. If fewer than 3, the difficulty doubles for each missing member. The attendant was already well-versed in these procedures. At 27 years old, she was unmarried, but had long since outgrown infatuations. Lin Ling's tumultuous reputation had already spread throughout Xuanfu, and she doubted he had any chance of turning things around. Name it Heavenly Court. The founding members will be GMO and me. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He had long decided on the name. The world's #1 team was Eagle's Paradise. Lin Ling's ambition was to step into the divine realm, stand among the gods, and reach the pinnacle of the world. Only the name Heavenly Court could match his lofty ideals. The attendant shook her head. You should choose another name. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Why? Is it taken? He had recently checked the Yazi team's internal network. The name Heavenly Court was currently unoccupied. The attendant shook her head again. No, it's not taken now, but the name is ominous. The system records show that Heavenly Court has been registered 6 times before. Yet, all who joined the Heavenly Court team died unexpectedly in the team dungeon. Other teams only fight minor monsters in dungeons. But every time someone registers the Heavenly Court team and opens the dungeon, they encounter a monster tide. A monster tide, do you know what that is? Countless monsters appear like a tidal wave in the dungeon. The name Heavenly Court seems to represent some kind of taboo. Not just anyone can use it, otherwise. With such a renowned name, it wouldn't remain unused. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling and GMO exchanged glances. For a tide, at least 10,000 monsters appear simultaneously. Isn't that a jackpot? No, just register the Heavenly Court team. Lin Ling said, immediately taking out a bank card and handing it over. He was worried about where to train. If the Heavenly Court team dungeon was truly as rumored, wouldn't it provide the perfect training ground? Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that things were not so simple. As the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. If a team dungeon involved such strange occurrences, there was likely an unknown opportunity behind it. The attendant frowned slightly. I'm not trying to scare you. The Heavenly Court team is like a curse. According to records, 32 years ago, an S-rank talent registered the Heavenly Court team. He brought many skilled players to the dungeon, but all of them died inside. If you mentioned the Heavenly Court team, no one would dare join. However, before she finished, GMO rubbed his hands eagerly and said, Hurry up, don't dawdle. I'm waiting to join. The attendant looked at GMO in disbelief. Every event that night seemed utterly unbelievable. You're going to form the Heavenly Court team with Lin Ling? The attendant's eyes twitched uncontrollably. If GMO really died in the team dungeon, it would undoubtedly shake Longwo profoundly. Do you look down on me or Lin Ling? GMO asked, slightly displeased. No, she said, still sneaking glances at Lin Ling. Just then, a red system message suddenly flashed before her eyes. Congratulations to Yi Xiao, the newcomer from Xuanfu Bay City, for accomplishing the inaugural defeat of the hidden boss in the novice zone, earning a fragment of the dungeon instance entry ticket. The night shift young lady's eyes immediately widened. Just moments ago, her gossip group had been discussing Yi Xiao. How could it be that in such a short span, Yi Xiao had already achieved another first kill of a boss? Let me give you some advice. You really ought to stop using the name Heavenly Court. Such a name isn't meant for just anyone to wield. If you could somehow pull Yi Xiao in, there might be a sliver of a chance. As she spoke of Yi Xiao, a pair of stars suddenly lit up in her eyes. Upon hearing this, the flesh on Lin Ling and the others' faces involuntarily twitched. All right, sisters, hurry up and register, Lin Ling said with a smile. Seeing that the young lady could not be persuaded otherwise, she reluctantly shook her head, and soon the Heavenly Court team was successfully registered. Team name, Heavenly Court. Team level, Black Iron. Team captain, Lin Ling. Team vice captain, GMO. Team members, none. Gazing at the Heavenly Court team, which consisted only of the Grand Commander and the Second Commander, Lin Ling subconsciously rubbed his nose and turned to walk outside. Meanwhile, a new wave of commotion erupted across the globe once again. Kiwailan, Blue Cloth City. The Kamikaze Club was among the first teams teleported from Xuanfu Bay City. At this moment, Fengji and Suatu were leading their team swiftly toward the goblin grasslands on the dam to seize control of the wild zone. Holy crap, another first kill? And it's Yishio again? We've been running around nonstop, and yet he keeps snagging first kills? Is there any justice left? Are we even allowed to live? Brothers, charge with me. Tonight, we must reach level 10. Captain Fengji, can we also hunt a boss once we hit level 10? Maybe we can catch up to Yishio by grabbing a first kill ourselves. You're dreaming. You wouldn't catch Yishio even if you mounted a flying broomstick. Long Kingdom, Xuanfu Base City, Teleportation Shrine. Meng Yin, which base city are you planning to head to? Zhou Weiguo inquired. Uncle Zhou, we intend to proceed to Qi Weilan Blue Cloth City. Before Zhou Meng Yin could speak, Xiao Yin, wearing a face full of flattery, chimed in. Zhou Weiguo furrowed his brow slightly. Go then. Focus on leveling up. Don't get distracted by these first kill announcements. Zhou Meng Yin nodded, but a flicker of doubt crossed her eyes. Captain Zhou, it seems the hidden boss was triggered by us, but it was killed by the meteor shower. Zhou Wei was suddenly turned to look at Zhou Meng Yin. A spark of insight flashed before his eyes, as if something was about to be grasped. The first time, a necromantic forbidden spell appeared. The system announced Yishio's first kill of the Wild Zone elite boss. The second time, a fire element forbidden spell surfaced. The system announced Yishio's first kill of the hidden boss. Is this mere coincidence? Are you saying the one casting the forbidden spells is Yishio? Zhou Weiguo asked. Upon hearing this, many cast suspicious glances toward Xiao Yan. Weren't the forbidden spells cast using Xiao Yan as forbidden spell scrolls? Ahem. Due to certain reasons, my codename is inconvenient to reveal. I will change it after I transfer careers. Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly, deliberately ambiguous, then hastily stepped into the teleportation array and vanished from sight. Both Zhou Weiguo and Zhou Meng Yin's eyes flickered with disdain. Do you even have the slightest clue who Yishio is? Among the queue of people, a triangular-eyed youth's eyes suddenly gleamed sharply. Eagle Nation, New Sheep Bay City, Career Transfer Shrine. A shaft of dark light enveloped a tall youth with golden hair and azure eyes. This was Garen Pushkin, age 19, blessed with SSS-level talent and the favor of the Grim Reaper, a rare hidden profession, the Death Knight. He was the strongest young prodigy careerist of the past century in Eagle Nation. Congratulations, Garen. From now on, you are a fourth transfer Death Grand Knight. Your growth rate has far exceeded my expectations. Reaching fifth transfer within a month is no problem. With your talent, you could break into eighth transfer within 5 years. An elderly man clad in a purple tulip mage robe spoke with a smile. On his chest hung a mage hat badge adorned with 8 dazzling stars. He was Adolf Merlin, the most powerful mage on Blue Star, an 8th transfer 238 level holy magic master. One step away from entering 9th transfer, a true powerhouse. With a gentle wave of his staff, the entire sky above Eagle Nation suddenly lit up with 5 colored clouds of light. Had he harbored malice, he could have obliterated a small country from Blue Star in an instant. Before him stood his most prized disciple, Garen Pushkin. Everyone could imagine that Blue Star's foremost mage had taken a warrior as a closed-door disciple. Master, I can already summon 1,000 undead servants. Garen Pushkin spoke with apparent reverence, yet the defiance flickering in the corner of his eye betrayed his true feelings. Indeed, Garen, you are destined to become the protagonist of this era. No one can eclipse your brilliance. Adolf nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, a first kill announcement appeared before them both. Yeshiyu, to kill a hidden boss on the day of Awakening. Looks like this year's newcomer packs some serious power. If given the chance, I shall personally control my undead minions to drive a sword through your heart. Garen Pushkin's lips curled in a slight smirk. Eagle Nation, White Palace. A certain conference room. Gong Difa. Yishio has first killed another boss. The hidden boss in a novice zone is at least level 35. How can a newcomer be so strong in just one day? Could he be using some special method? Captain William, are you implying something like ingesting gene-enhancing serums above S rank? William, did a dog eat your intelligence? Before third transfer, taking serums above S rank is a death wish. Is it possible that Long Kingdom has also mastered the technology of the X-Gene serum? Impossible. The core technology of the X-Gene serum was obtained from a level 3 civilization and classified as top secret. There's no way it could have leaked. Maybe he, like Pushkin, completed a 3-star difficulty hidden mission and obtained a Tyrannosaurus fruit. Tyrannosaurus fruit? The legendary mission reward that grants a direct increase of 5,000 strength upon consumption? Oh shit, I don't think anyone can be that lucky and powerful. Pushkin completed the 3-star difficulty hero series hidden mission too, but he nearly died during it. Alright, stop arguing. Any news from the scouts sent to Long Kingdom? Once Yishio's identity is revealed, immediately dispatch the Terminator to either eliminate or recruit him. As the group of elites spoke, a soldier hurriedly entered from outside. Report, we have received intelligence from scouts. Xiao Yan, heir of the Xiao family consortium in Long Kingdom, is suspected to be Yishio himself. The assembled elites' eyes gleamed with delight. Excellent. Relay my orders. The Terminator must act immediately. Long Kingdom Base City, Lin Ling's residence. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ling instantly produced 4 or 5 skill books. These were spoils from the Meteor Shower Massacre. Lin Ling had no intention of sharing the blue and purple equipment with GMO. GMO simply was he interested in those things. Lin Ling took out an orange bow and a golden staff. Doggy, do you want this bow and staff? Lin Ling asked. GMO shook his head repeatedly, smiling awkwardly. I actually didn't contribute any effort, and I can't use these anyway. But this bow might be good for bragging. Huh, this staff looks kind of interesting. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but glance at the staff. Although the staff was adorned in golden decoration, it bore a striking dual tone of black and gold, devoid of any inscribed magical runes. Instead, it was engraved with several skulls. Such a design was truly rare to behold. With a flicker of thought, Lin Ling immediately examined the staff as attributes. Azura staff, perfect. Category, weapon. Azura set. Level requirement, 10. Durability, 100,100. Magic damage, 100. Intelligence, 30. Agility, 30. Equipped passive. Damage dealt by necromancer or dark magic users increases by 300. For each additional piece of the Azura set worn, equipment level automatically increases by 10 levels. Could these really be the attributes of a perfect piece of equipment? A trace of astonishment flashed through Lin Ling's eyes. In his understanding, golden equipment should possess 4 attributes and no active or passive skills. Yet this item bore only 2 attributes, but included an almost godlike passive ability. Moreover, this Azura staff seemed tailor-made as a specialized weapon for necromancer and dark magic users. Were it not for his own radiance set, merely gazing upon this Azura staff would have stirred his heart profoundly. Such an item, even if left to rot in his hands, must never be allowed to flow into the market. Pondering this, Lin Ling promptly tossed the orange bow to GMO and returned the Azura staff to his storage space. Brother, an orange-gray piece of equipment worth tens of millions. And you just gave it to me like that? GMO looked at the orange bow in his hands and could not help but ask. Enough with the chatter. This Shadow Clone skill book is good too. Here, take it, Lin Ling said as he threw over an assassin skill book of level 15. GMO caught the skill book, his eyes instantly lighting up with wild joy. Skill book, Shadow Clone. Class requirement, Assassin. Level requirement, 15. Skill description. Upon activation, summon a Shadow Clone possessing 100% of the casteress attributes and combat power. When not attacking, it remains a shadow of the original. The clone remains alive and can fight for 5 minutes. Skill cooldown, 360 seconds. This skill book was perfect for GMO. Without further ado, he began learning Shadow Clone. The next moment, the shadow beneath his feet seemed to come alive, separating from his body and stepping forward. Such Shadow Clones were not uncommon among assassins, but GMO laughed happily, emitting a quacking sound. Lin Ling shook his head and turned his attention to the remaining skill books. Although he had hastily gathered all the loot after the equipment drop, he vaguely recalled seeing a mage skill book among them. Warrior Rock Armor. Chef Intermediate Cutting. Repairman Tire Repair. Mage Rock Dominance. His eyes brightened immediately. Earth Element Skills. Skill Book Rock Dominance. Class Requirement Level 20. Skill Description. Summon a rock armor that absorbs 30 damage for 1 minute. While active, the user is immune to control effects, with a total damage absorption cap of 3,000. Skill cooldown, 60 seconds. If the Earth Element Rock Dominance became a forbidden spell, would it not become an invincible defensive skill? Lin Ling's lips curled into a slight smile as a bold plan formed in his mind. He looked at GMO and said, Doggy, I'll craft you a set of specialized weapons. GMO's eyes flickered with doubt. Brother, we have plenty of high-level sets at home. Even a holy set can be obtained by my old man. Don't bother wasting effort and time. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Don't worry. True high-end specialized weapons cannot be compared to mere sets. GMO nodded silently, though his expression clearly betrayed a lack of enthusiasm for specialized weapons. Brother, the team dungeon is short one person. Should I find some skilled players from home to join us? A soft creak came from the window as the night breeze swept in, carrying a subtle chill. No need, Doggy. The fewer people know about my strength before the newcomer tournament dungeon starts, the better. You head back to Jinhai Bay City now and complete your second job transfer quest. I'll wait for you in Xuanfu, Lin Ling instructed. Upon hearing this, GMO's face flushed with excitement. He was certain he would be the first to achieve the second job transfer this year. Once successful, a global announcement would be made, and the newcomer rankings would open, where he would undoubtedly hold the top spot. This honor was entirely thanks to Lin Ling originally. He had come to help Lin Ling level up, but in truth, he had reaped a tremendous benefit. At that moment, Lin Ling rose and headed outside. I'm one of the Yunming trading house to sell the equipment we acquired today and pick up some materials. His voice reached GMO, who suddenly brightened. Brother, our family just happens to need to purchase a batch of beginner equipment. Sell all your stuff to me. Lin Ling was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood GMO's intention. How could the prestigious G family be short of such ordinary gear? This was GMO's way of letting him earn a little more money. Lin Ling currently had many expenses. The crafting of specialized weapons needed to be expedited, and there remained a shortfall of several hundred million in upgrading and socketing materials. All right, if you need them, take it all, Lin Ling said, raising his hand. Instantly white, blue, and purple equipment filled half the room. GMO did not hesitate and stored everything away. Doggy, I need skill books for all mage disciplines. Keep an eye out for me, Lin Ling said. Upon hearing this, GMO perked up. Like Lin Ling, he disliked taking advantage of others, especially his brothers. Of course, he still did not fully understand Lin Ling, who loved to benefit himself, but never at the expense of friends or brothers. There was a significant difference between the two. GMO feared Lin Ling's lack of desire. Now that he had expressed a need, GMO finally had a chance to be of use. Brother, rest assured, I'll have him watch out for mage skill books. We should hear news soon. By the way, take these skill scrolls. Your talents can't be exposed. In urgent moments, these advanced magic scrolls can help cover you. Brother, I transferred 1 billion to your account. Is that enough? If not, I'll send more. Consider my team fee. From now on, the Brother-S levels are in my hands. Lin Ling frowned slightly. No need for so much. Brother, with your skills, if you put out word to level people up at 20 million each for a one-night second job transfer, do you know how many would queue up? Not just 1 billion, but tens or even hundreds of billions could be earned. I'm just enjoying one-on-one coaching early. Before GMO could continue, Lin Ling quickly interrupted. All right, I've accepted the money. You keep the fighter jet for now. We'll talk about it later. At that moment, Lin Ling's phone chimed with a bank transfer notification. Card ending 8,895 received 1 billion yuan. Account balance 10,040,031,202 yuan. Gazing upon the long string of zeros representing 1 billion, Lin Ling felt a touch of emotion. He knew this sum might mean little to GMO, but for him, it was a relief to an urgent crisis. Many plans he had only dared to dream of could now truly be set in motion with his capital. Brother, I'm leaving now. Let us keep in touch at all times. GMO spoke as he prepared to depart. Lin Ling said nothing further and trailed behind him, stepping out into the night. At this moment, the hour had already struck midnight, yet the main street of Xuanfu was surprisingly still crowded with people waiting in line. It seemed that the consecutive bans on forbidden spells to purge monsters had deeply unsettled the professional exorcists of Xuanfu. Brother, you should head back. Just wait and watch the rankings, ha ha ha. GMO let out a peculiar chuckle, his face devoid of any trace of fatigue. The mere thought of ascending to the top of the leaderboard had him utterly exhilarated and unable to contain his excitement. Stop laughing like that. You've scared off all the ghosts. Just scram. Lin Ling retorted with a teasing scold. GMO waved his hand dismissively. As he turned to walk out of the city, a scruffy old man suddenly darted out from the side of the street. The elder moved swiftly, charging directly toward GMO. The moment the man appeared, GMO noticed him. With GMO's agility, evading this disheveled old man would have been effortless. Yet, when GMO saw the hunched figure, his face marred with scars and wrinkles, he remained motionless. Behind the elder was a flight of steps. Given the elder's momentum, if GMO dodged, the man would most likely tumble down the stairs. GMO stood firm, allowing the man to collide with him. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as GMO steadied the old man in his arms. Young man, GMO was eager to leave and did not wait for the elder to finish speaking. He immediately vanished into invisibility from where he stood. The old man, however, looked stunned, gazing toward the direction of the North City Gate. After a brief moment, he shook his head and shifted his gaze to Lin Ling. Young man, could you help me find my granddaughter? I can offer you a reward. A faint smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. Grandpa, where did your granddaughter go missing? Today, the streets of Xuanfu were packed with people, all eager to leave the city due to the repeated appearances of forbidden spells. This stirred a slight pang of guilt within Lin Ling. If he could assist this old man, he ought to lend a hand. The elder's clouded eyes suddenly cleared. His gaze filled with hope as he looked at Lin Ling. Young man, would you be willing to help me find my granddaughter? The old man asked again. But before he could finish, a system prompt suddenly flashed before Lin Ling's eyes. Congratulations. You have triggered a hidden quest. Hero assists the warlord Zheng Beichun in locating his granddaughter. Congratulations. You have triggered a hidden quest. Hero assists the warlord Zheng Beichun in locating his granddaughter. Quest difficulty, 5 stars. Reward upon completion, 1 mysterious fruit. 1 hero's emblem, quality unknown. Penalty for failure. Unable to leave the current base city for 100 days and must stay by Zhang Beichun's side. Reward 1. Mysterious fruit, rumored to be distilled from the essence of a mythical beast's blood. Upon consumption by a professional, it grants a permanent enhancement to all 4 core attributes and may bestow a rare mana consumption reduction buff. Reward 2. Hero's emblem, which grants special abilities when worn. Quest duration, 2 days. Do you accept the quest? Reading the quest prompt, Lin Ling's face immediately lit up with excitement. In his previous life, he had encountered hidden quests before, but had never once come across a Hero Series hidden quest. Only Hero Series hidden quests were rated with stars. The higher the stars, the greater the challenge, not necessarily the danger. Once accepted, failure would confine Lin Ling to Xuanfu Base City for 100 days. Lin Ling licked his slightly chapped lips. No quest was too formidable for a forbidden spell to solve. If 1 forbidden spell was insufficient, then 2 would suffice. If offensive forbidden spells failed, then defensive forbidden spells would come into play. As long as he had enough forbidden spells, all quests would merely be opportunities to claim rewards. Moreover, the rewards perfectly matched Lin Ling's needs. Both the attribute enhancement and skill cooldown reduction were invaluable to him. I accept the quest. Quest accepted successfully. Quest details. Zheng Beichun is the commander of the 7 demon-suppressing passes of the human race. He led the million-strong Beichun army in resisting the billion-strong Abyssal Horde for 10 years. However, the Abyssal demons bribed the civil official Qin Renhui, accusing the warlord's son of treason. Zheng Beichun exchanged all his military merits for the life of his granddaughter. His son and daughter-in-law were all murdered by treacherous officials. Zheng Beichun was stripped of his military rank and returned home, only to discover his granddaughter, Nan Nan, had been abducted by a demon king and transformed into a monster. To prevent future trouble, the civil official Qin Renhui issued a bounty. Whoever finds and kills the demon girl Nan Nan will be rated level 5. Participants will be rated level 3. Quest 1. Locate and slay the demon king He Shandy. Quest 2. Protect Nan Nan from harm by various warriors. The higher the completion rate, the higher the star rating, and the better the quality of the rewards. Staring at the quest panel before him, Lin Ling's breath quickened. For some reason, he faintly suspected that He Shandy, the demon king mentioned here, was the same hidden boss demon king he had triggered before. If so, the reward from this boss would be extraordinarily generous. Yet, 2 pressing challenges confronted Lin Ling at present. First, no one knew exactly where He Shandy would appear. Although it was highly probable he would be within the Xuanfu Base City's territory, the city spanned more than 100,000 square kilometers. If the demon king appeared too far away, others might discover him first. From what Lin Ling knew, demon king bosses did not restrict professional levels. That meant if someone powerful found the demon king first, especially those beyond the 4th or 5th ascension, Lin Ling would have little to do with it. Second, the quest mentioned Nan Nan had been turned into a monster. Could he recognize which monster was actually Nan Nan? This was crucial. Without a clear target, not only could he fail to protect Nan Nan from harm, but he might inadvertently slay her himself, mistaking her for a monster. Third, regarding the bounty mentioned in the storyline, would actual warriors appear to claim it? If so, were these warriors NPCs or professionals? If NPCs, it would be manageable. He could simply unleash forbidden spells to eliminate them. But if a large number of Longhua professionals became bounty hunters, he could never indiscriminately slaughter them with offensive forbidden spells. What kind of skill could be elevated to forbidden spell status to counter these warriors? No wonder this was a 5-star difficulty Hero Series hidden quest. Muttering to himself, Lin Ling turned his gaze toward the NPC Zheng Beichun. Sir, demon kings are formidable foes. Do you know where your granddaughter was taken? Lin Ling inquired. Upon hearing Lin Ling's willingness to assist, the old man's face was already alight with joy. He nodded vigorously and said, I know. She was taken into the demon king He Shandy's lair. You must save her. Hearing this, Lin Ling instantly furrowed his brow. Captured by the boss and taken to the boss's lair? Are you spouting nonsense? If what you say had any meaning, it wouldn't be utterly meaningless. Sir, Where exactly is Hey Shandy's lair? And since your granddaughter was transformed into a monster, how am I supposed to recognize her? Lin Ling pressed. Hey Shandy? Did I say Hey Shandy? If I did, perhaps it's because I'm too hungry. The elder's face was fraught with anxiety as he looked toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling raised a hand to rub his temple, feeling as though his head was about to split in two. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the sign on a street-side shop, Elite Soldier Bowsy Shop. So that's where they were waiting. Old man, hold on a moment, he said, then swiftly darted toward the Bowsy shop. Soon enough, Lin Ling returned carrying 3 steamed buns. The old man's face instantly lit up with delight upon seeing the buns. Good. Thank you, young man. You're a kind soul. Let me tell you, the bigger the bun, the larger the wrapper. He took the buns and suddenly said to Lin Ling, I know the Demon King is no easy foe. Here, I'll give you 3 treasures. Lin Ling felt a pang of confusion, but the next moment, 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. The old man smiled mysteriously as a peculiarly shaped hammer materialized in his hand. The hammer was jet black and gleamed ominously. Its massive form exuded a chilling aura. The handle was as thick as an adult's forearm and stretched over 2 meters in length, adorned with faintly visible mysterious engravings. The hammerhead was even more daunting, about the size of a basin and covered densely with sharp spikes. Young man, take this hammer of the elite soldier. If it weren't so ugly, it might actually be quite handsome. Most importantly, it will grant you the power to defeat the Demon King, the old man said, handing over the colossal weapon with one hand. Lin Ling's eye twitched violently. This thing must weigh at least 500 gene. Defeat the Demon King with it? Talk is one thing, but free gifts are still gifts. He reached out with both hands to grip the handle. The moment he did, he immediately realized he had underestimated its weight. Boom! The hammerhead slammed onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. This damn thing must be at least 1,000 gene. If it weren't for my radiant light suit, I doubt I could even lift it. Before Lin Ling could finish his thought, a flicker of something unusual flashed in his eyes. The previously unbearably heavy hammer suddenly felt like a plastic toy. He quickly looked down at the hammer. Item: Cursed Hammer of the Elite Soldier. Special item: No class restrictions. Strength: 3,000. Durability: 10,100,000. The hammer of the Elite Soldier is cursed by the Demon King. Until the Demon King of the Black Mountain Base is slain, this hammer cannot be stored in any inventory space. Legend says the Demon King of the Black Mountain Base hides all treasures inside an indestructible treasure chest, which cannot be opened or picked up. Only the hammer of the Elite Soldier can smash it open. Lin Ling slowly withdrew his gaze, his heartbeat quickening. What kind of concept is a hammer with 3,000 strength? For an archer who invests fully in strength, each level grants 14 strength points. A level 60, third-tier full-strength archer only has about 840 base strength. Even with equipment, surpassing 2,000 strength is considered elite. Now, a single hammer adds 3,000 strength. That's an extra 15,000 physical damage. Is this even a hammer? It's practically a divine artifact. I wonder if this thing will be taken back after the mission? Suddenly, he felt an urge to run off carrying the hammer. With this, switching to a warrior would make me utterly invincible. A vivid image flashed through Lin Ling's mind, wielding a massive wolf-tooth hammer in battle. When the forbidden spell as cool down isn't up, he could truly become a supreme mage of the extreme path, even if his skills fall short. The hammer would more than suffice. At this thought, Lin Ling's expression brightened, and the little demon whispering in his ear persistently tempted him to flee right now with the hammer in hand. Suddenly, Elite Soldier Zheng Beichun took a swift step forward and handed Lin Ling a tattered cloak riddled with holes. With the experience of the hammer, Lin Ling immediately knew the second treasure had arrived. He raised his hand to accept the ragged cloak, and information about it instantly appeared. Item: Elite Soldier's Cloak, tattered. Special item: No class restrictions. Active skill: Absolute Invisibility. When activated, grants absolute invisibility for 3 minutes. Cannot be detected unless an attack is made. Durability: 2020. This item will disappear upon durability depletion or mission completion. If the mission rating reaches 5 stars, this item will be repaired and permanently yours. Reading the cloak's attributes, Lin Ling felt a dry mouth and a rush of daydreams. While the forbidden spell as cooldown hasn't expired, wearing this cloak and wielding the wolf-tooth hammer would make him nigh invincible. With the hammer's strength amplification, even a third-tier warrior would struggle to withstand a single blow. Could it be that he was really destined to follow the extreme path of the mage? Young man, this cloak will help you approach the Black Mountain demons safely. This seal will help you find Nan, said Elite Soldier Zheng Beichun, producing a seal and pressing it onto the back of Lin Ling's hand. An odd eye-shaped pattern immediately appeared on Lin Ling's hand. Just as Lin Ling was about to inquire, a message popped up on the system panel. Congratulations, you have acquired the Hero SI skill, valid for 2 days, which allows identification of the vast majority of rare items, including but not limited to classes, equipment, and monsters. Completing this mission with a 5-star rating will grant you the Hero S badge, permanently unlocking this skill. Young man, this is all the help I can offer you. The rest depends on you, the old man smiled. Congratulations, you have gained 20 favor points with the elite soldier. Current favor, 20. A message suddenly appeared, and Lin Ling's eyes brightened. Though didn't he know what the favor points were for? He assumed it couldn't he hurt. Seeing the message and hearing the old man's words, a smile crept across Lin Ling's face. This was definitely an unexpected boon. With these 3 items, the mission no longer seemed so daunting. Just as he was about to thank the old man, the latter spoke again. Young man, escort this old man home. Once you rescue Nan, just bring me back. Maybe escorting him home would earn some favor points too, Lin Ling thought, gladly following Zheng Beichen down a narrow alley. Meanwhile, the newly arrived Yaji squad in Autumn Blue Cloth City was preparing to head toward the Goblin Plains. To ensure Zhou Mingyan's safety, the Dragon's Nest dispatched an elite team to shadow the Yaji squad. Xiao Yan was brimming with confidence. Why? Because his father had just sent him 2 pieces of purple-grade equipment, a staff and a robe. The upgraded gear made Xiao Yan stand out conspicuously among the crowd. Just as they were about to set off, Xiao Yan's phone suddenly rang. He frowned slightly, displeased, and answered. Hello, what is it? Don't you know I'm trying to level up tonight? Young master. The second young master of the G family conglomerate has already flown out of Xuanfu Bay City in an SS-class fighter jet. Lin Ling is currently wandering alone on the streets, came the voice. Upon hearing this, a sly and ruthless gleam flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. Lin Ling. Oh, Lin Ling, your backing has left you. Let us see how arrogant you can still be. Just you wait. I'll soon show you what happens to those who offend the wrong people. He thought this as he turned to Zhou Mingyan and the others, saying, I suddenly have an urgent matter in Xuanfu. You all go ahead to the Goblin Plains. I'll be back soon. Without waiting for their puzzled looks, Xiao Yan dashed straight into the teleportation shrine. Unaware of Xiao Yan's schemes, Lin Ling was now following the old man into a sprawling shantytown. When he beheld the old man's drafty, 4-walled abode, a wave of melancholy swept through his heart. This was the reality of an NPC. Such a once mighty soldier king reduced to such a pitiable state. Even the most destitute workers in the Dragon Kingdom were provided with government-subsidized housing. Zheng Beichen pulled him aside and recounted for half an hour tales of his battles against the demon clans. Lin Ling did not refuse. He listened patiently until Zheng Beichen finished, then took his leave. Congratulations, you have gained 30 favor points from the Soldier King. Current favor, 50. As expected, the favor notification chimed once more. Lin Ling departed from Zheng Beichen's home, but did not immediately return to his own. Instead, he hoisted the massive wolf-tooth hammer and made his way toward the Yunmeng trading house. Now that the funds were secured, it was only prudent to obtain all the materials necessary to craft his specialized weapon. The Kuei, are you certain Lin Ling is heading to the trading house? Xiao. Rest assured, one of my men spotted him visiting the shanty town and then making his way this way. Good. Once this is done, I'll transfer 50,000 to each of you. Xiao. Couldn't you just call a few third-tier experts from the family to crush Lin Ling effortlessly? Why involve the 2 of us? Nonsense. Haven't you studied the new job protection law? It's a serious crime for high-tier professionals to attack those below second tier within the city. Xiao. Though we are only second tier, our talents are merely B-level. Can the 3 of us really handle him? After all, Lin Ling is an SSS-level talent awakener. Why panic? Lin Ling is a complete failure. He probably hasn't even reached level 5 yet. I don't need your help to easily defeat him. Calling you here is just an extra layer of insurance. Besides, I'm not here to kill him. After I'm done, you can beat him up, then take the money and enjoy a few days in Kiwailan Cloth City before coming back. At these words, the 2 men, one tall, one short, immediately nodded in agreement. 500 meters from the Yunmeng trading house, 3 masked figures clad in black fixated their gaze on the main street. This was the only route from the shantytown. Nearby, a blue staff lay discarded on the road. These 3 were none other than Xiao Yan and 2 ruffians he had recruited. Clearly, they were fishing for prey. As they conversed, a figure suddenly appeared around the street corner. The person was tall and slightly slender, with his left hand in his pocket and his right shoulder bearing an unusual wolf-tooth hammer. Yes, here, Xiao Yan called out softly, his eyes locking onto Lin Ling. When Lin Ling reached the blue staff, he indeed paused. Huh, you can pick up blue gear just by walking around? A level 5 quality wooden staff. Worth 80,000 dragon coins. Lin Ling murmured, but a trace of wariness blossomed in his heart. The staff shimmered with a blue glow, highly conspicuous in the night. He doubted others couldn't see it. Or was this staff deliberately left here, waiting for him to pick it up? He began to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, a flash of fire ignited in a nearby corner. A fiery serpent shot forth, hurtling directly toward Lin Ling. An 8th level fire skill. The blazing fire serpent? A low damage, but powerful control skill. Boom! The fire serpent moved with incredible speed, instantly entwining Lin Ling. Although the flames were not intensely hot, they still crackled fiercely. The three lurking in the shadows immediately surged forth, encircling Lin Ling. Kid, you dare steal our blue weapon? Today you'll get a good lesson. The tall man, clearly a warrior, wore blue armor and wielded a broad warrior-esque sword. He roared, but before he could finish, he froze in place. The figure entangled by the fire serpent showed no signs of being controlled and was now slowly advancing toward them. Beneath the flames, a layer of rocky armor appeared on Lin Ling's body. Although he had taken some damage, the armor's damage reduction rendered the wound insignificant. In that moment, he resembled a war god emerging from the fires of hell. You want to teach me a lesson? Lin Ling's voice was cold and cutting. The warrior trembled involuntarily, completely forgetting Xiao Yin's warnings as he raised his sword to stab at Lin Ling's chest. He had a feeling that if he did not kill this boy, he would suffer a terrible fate. As an old street fighter, he had taken many lives and knew well how to eliminate threats. But just as he stepped forward, the wolf-tooth hammer was raised high. Flames and wind intertwined in the air, making the hammer appear enormous in the ruffian's eyes. Boom! The tall warrior's skull exploded instantly, his health bar depleted. This life, his first kill. A single strike. An instant kill. The night wind whispered as the main street fell into a deathly silence. You have successfully slain the professional Liu de Kuei. The kill notification flashed before Lin Ling's eyes. This bizarre scene thoroughly unnerved Xiao Yin and one of the other ruffians. You killed de Kuei? Are you a warrior? The short ruffian stammered, utterly shaken by Lin Ling's strength. He was also a warrior, but he knew for certain that even as a second tier, he could never wield that wolf-tooth hammer. A pungent stream of urine trickled from beneath the two men's feet, causing Lin Ling to frown. Xiao Yin was even more incredulous at what he witnessed. How is this possible? You dare kill someone? Xiao Yin trembled, a skill scroll already appearing in his hand. Was it you attacking me with magic just now? Lin Ling's voice was icy, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Although he sensed no hostility from the two, they had witnessed him kill, so they could not be spared. Lin Ling activated Hero's Eye, and their information instantly appeared before him. When he saw one with Xiao Yin, a flicker of amusement crossed Lin Ling's eyes. The illustrious Xiao had brought two thugs to corner him. Truly, an open path to heaven refused, and yet they dared to barge into hell. Xiao Yin shuddered, his mind racing. He suddenly pointed at de Kuei's corpse on the ground and pleaded, "We're just underlings sent by the big brother to rob you. Please spare us." Xiao Yin knelt abruptly, signaling urgently to the short ruffian. Though slow-witted, the short man soon grasped Xiao Yin's intent. He hurriedly knelt as well, begging loudly, "Yes, it was de Kuei who made us do it. Please, have mercy and spare us." Lin Ling watched their spectacular performance with a slight curl of his lips. He tightened his grip on the wolf-tooth hammer and narrowed his eyes. There's a saying you might have heard. If you don't remove the roots when cutting grass, the spring breeze will make it grow again. No sooner had Lin Ling spoken than he swung the wolf-tooth hammer in a wide arc, sweeping across the two before him. Boom! Amplified by 3,000 strength, the short ruffian's head instantly shattered, but the hammer did not pause and struck directly at Xiao Yin's head. Xiao Yin's pupils constricted sharply, but he was utterly unable to evade. Another muffled thud sounded. Red and white splattered across the main street. You have successfully slain the professional Zhao Shi. Because professional Xiao Yin used the rare item loyalty praise, he was not killed. Loyalty praise cannot transfer the equipment worn. Reading the system prompt, Lin Ling furrowed his brow slightly. Loyalty praise, a name he recalled from his previous life. An extraordinarily rare item, coveted by many super conglomerates and unattainable even for 1 billion dragon coins. Unexpectedly, the Xiao family possessed one. This artifact can only be obtained from blind boxes. The loyalty tribute is a pair of scrolls, one placed on the master, the other on the servant. If the master encounters mortal peril, the item activates. And at the moment of death, no matter the distance between them, the servant and master automatically exchange bodies. Xiao Yin remains a constant menace. Lin Ling swiftly rifled through the equipment on 3 corpses, then raised his hand to draw a magical scroll. Boom! A burst of flames instantly enveloped the bodies on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the fire dissipated, leaving no ashes behind. After eradicating all traces, a hint of worry lingered between Lin Ling's brows. My combat power is sufficient to handle most foes in the short term, but my defense remains a weak point. If today's attacker had not been Xiao Yin, but rather a high-damage mage of 3rd rank or above, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Had he not immediately used Earth Magic's rock body technique, Xiao Yin's flame serpent bind would have forced him into a vulnerable position for a time. The thought of evolving the rock body technique into a forbidden spell surged within him with unprecedented intensity. Meanwhile, within a stronghold of the Xiao Corporation in Xuanfu Bay City, Xiao Yin was gasping heavily, his trousers soaked through, eyes filled with terror. Everyone had underestimated Lin Ling. The genetic serum he ingested was by no means grade A. It must be GMO. I heard there are semi-finished variant genetic serums on the market that can boost strength by 1,000 points. Lin Ling, just you wait. One day, I will reclaim everything from you 1,000-fold. Xiao Yin growled lowly and dashed toward the teleportation shrine. Lin Ling quickened his pace toward the Yunmeng trading hall. Upon entering, a welcoming young lady greeted him with a radiant smile. But when she spotted the massive wolf-tooth hammer slung over his shoulder, her entire face twitched involuntarily. Lin Ling brandished his supreme VIP card with a flourish. Only then did the young lady regain her composure, once again donning a charming professional smile. "Hello. May I ask if you have an appointment?" she inquired sweetly. "I'm here to see Manager Li," Lin Ling replied with a smile. "Manager Li is currently with a client, but as a VIP guest, you may enter directly. He will prioritize attending to you upon seeing you," she said, opening a frosted glass door. Lin Ling's gaze immediately fell upon Manager Li inside. However, Manager Li was presently engaged in conversation with a scruffy, dirt-streaked youth clad in tattered mage robes. The boy gripped a blue staff and was bargaining fervently, while Manager Li's expression betrayed impatience. "I'm taking this entire blue set. Could you give me a discount? Our goods at Yunmeng are absolutely fair and guaranteed in quality. But I'm buying the whole blue set, totaling over 2 million. I'm at least a bronze VIP user. Surely, giving me a slight discount wouldn't be unreasonable?" At the sound of the door opening, both Manager Li and the youth turned their heads in unison. The three exchanged looks of surprise. Lin Ling recognized the youth immediately. He was none other than Qin Xian, the necromancer he had seen earlier that morning in the wild boar forest. Yet Lin Ling could not fathom why Qin Xian, who had seemed fine when leaving the forest, now appeared so disheveled and wretched. Instinctively, Lin Ling activated his hero's eye to examine Qin Xian. Name: Qin Xian. Profession: necromancer. Talent: grade A, necromancer enhancement. Level: 6, 1322%. Health: 1,800. Mana: 1,145. Physical damage: 750. Magical damage: 1,245. Stamina: 180. Strength: 150. Intelligence: 229. Agility: 160. Combat rating: unremarkable. Potential estimate: sub-god level. Comprehensive evaluation: Benevolent Reaper. Talent expected to evolve after 3rd rank. Upon seeing Qin Xian's combat rating, Lin Ling unconsciously rubbed his nose, but his pupils constricted sharply when he read the potential estimate. Why would a grade A talent in a specialized profession possess such an extraordinary potential? A Benevolent Reaper, indeed. Since Lin Ling had not altered his appearance, Qin Xian also recognized him instantly. The youth's mouth gaped open at the sight of the warlord's hammer slung across Lin Ling's shoulder. This kid is in such a sorry state. A berserker clad in 1st-level white mage robes. Qin Xian also employed divination. Yet the system panel displayed a message. Target cannot be divined. Cannot be divined? What nonsense is this? Could it be that this fellow's level surpasses mine? Impossible. He must possess a shielding artifact. Should I use an insight scroll to check his level? No, better not waste the scroll. Qin Xian glanced down at his own ragged robes, then promptly donned the blue set he had just selected. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. And with this change of attire, Qin Xian instantly felt rejuvenated. Look at this blue set. It fits me as if tailor-made, he mused, then turned to Lin Ling with a smug raise of his brow. Isn't this the guy from the wild boar forest? Back then, I offered to level up with him, but he foolishly walked away. Now he must be stunned. I'm already level 6. While he is still stuck in 1st-level gear, probably no higher than level 2. Observing Lin Ling's 1st-level white robes, Qin Xian strutted like a peacock in full display, subtly twisting his body to showcase the blue set to Lin Ling. At the same time, his frustration began to ease considerably. Have you decided whether to buy? Discounts are out of the question. Just then, Manager Li suddenly returned a bank card to Qin Xian. With a broad smile, he turned toward Lin Ling. Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback. Manager Li, I arrived first. According to Yunming's rules, if my transaction ISNT complete, you can't attend to others, right? Qin Xian said with displeasure. He was a major client, about to spend over 2 million on a blue set. How could Manager Li just walk away and attend to a newcomer? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for him? Manager Li paused briefly. You're a bronze level. Are you mistaken? You mean his VIP rank is higher than mine? I'm a major client, spending 2 million, and once completed, I become a silver VIP. Qin Xian bristled, while his thoughts began racing. The lowest VIP level at Yunming Trading Hall is silver, requiring transaction amounts of 2 million. Gold VIP requires 5 million. Could this Lin Ling be extremely wealthy? Once I can summon a dozen skeleton warriors, farming treasures and leveling up will be effortless. Then, assets exceeding 10 million will be within reach. Ignoring Qin Xian's discontent, Manager Li smiled broadly as he approached Lin Ling, little brother. So late and still coming to the trading hall? You can just sell equipment online. That hammer of yours is formidable, big, long, and spiked. At these words, Lin Ling's face darkened. What kind of deceitful flattery is this? I want all the remaining materials from this order. Upgrade this part into top-tier quality for me. I still need time crystals, pottle tears, and starry cold iron. Lin Ling took out the daytime shopping list and said, not far away. Qin Xian craned his neck, eager to see exactly what Lin Ling intended to purchase. Could it be another set of blue equipment? Might the total expenditure exceed 5 million in one go? Wealthy people might indeed be willing to spend 5 million on gear at once. Qin Xian muttered to himself, feeling the air around him turn sour. Alas, poverty limits one's imagination. At that moment, he seemed transformed into the shepherd whose whip, the emperor in his fantasies, was made of gold. Meanwhile, Manager Li's eyes suddenly gleamed with a golden light. Young man, these materials, when upgraded to their highest tier, cost over 50 million. As for these 3 rare items, we at Yunming do have them, but they come at a steep price. Are you certain you want them? Manager Li spoke respectfully, his heart trembling with excitement. Over 50 million? Qin Xian, who had been eavesdropping nearby, immediately widened his eyes. Damn, are you kidding? Over 50 million for equipment? He was sure Lin Ling couldn't afford it. He must be joking with the manager. Qin Xian's face was a mask of shock, while Manager Li wore a broad smile. Only Lin Ling's expression remained as placid as a mirror-like lake, utterly unruffled. Quote your price. Manager Li's apple bobbed slightly. If you want all 3, I'll give you a discount. Enough chatter. Lin Ling frowned slightly. 380 million. 300 million. No bargaining. 300 million. Throw in the other materials for free. I truly can't give those away. You need to add a bit more. 250 million. You're ruthless. 300 million, and I'll throw in the materials. How is that? Manager Li's forehead was beaded with sweat. What kind of person was this? People always said he was ruthless, but this guy was even more so. The lowest price for these materials was 200 million. If he went any lower, Manager Li wouldn't even get his commission. Yet at that moment, Lin Ling's face darkened further as he spoke again. 150 million. Slap. Manager Li slapped his own forehead, feeling his head buzz. Young man, I was a bit dizzy earlier. Let us start over. How about you repeat your offer? Lin Ling nodded seemingly dumbly. Manager Li was overjoyed. This time, if Lin Ling shouted 300 million, he would immediately close the deal. Kid, the older the ginger, the spicier. Manager Li thought to himself and promptly said, 380 million. Lin Ling, 200 million. Deal. Manager Li's face lit up wildly as he shouted, it's settled then. Whoever backs out is a fool. But before he could finish, his voice abruptly stopped. He looked at Lin Ling in disbelief and found him grinning mischievously. Slap. Manager Li slapped himself again. What a curse. Lin Ling took out a bank card and handed it over without another word. Manager Li was slightly stunned, but accepted the card with both hands and pressed it to his watch. Bank card payment successful. Deduction of 250 million yuan. A voice immediately emanated from Manager Li's watch. His expression turned sour, as if he had just eaten something bitter. Yet, thinking of the 50 million in ordinary materials and his 1 million commission, a happy smile soon returned to his face. Seeing Lin Ling's lavish spending, he was certain there would be more big deals in the future. At this moment, Lin Ling was Manager Li's gold patron. Though Lin Ling had just bargained fiercely, Manager Li was already silently calling him master. Master, young man, I'll get you materials right away. Please have a seat. Just give me 2 minutes. Manager Li said, then turned and shouted toward the door, Ming-Shi, quickly escort Mr. Lin to the VIP reception room. A long-legged beauty promptly appeared from outside and led Lin Ling into a VIP lounge. Soon, platters of fruit and tea were brought in one after another. Meanwhile, Qin Xian was already dumbfounded, the electronic AI voice of a 250 million deduction echoing incessantly in his ears. His Adam S. apple bobbed slightly. Sycophants, all damn sycophants. I would never stoop to be one. Is having money really that impressive? It truly is. Qin Xian felt bitter through and through. I'm a VIP too. I want to go to the lounge. Qin Xian said with a green face to the busy attendant. The young lady's professional smile did not waver for a moment. You're bronze. Qin Xian, ooh. Soon, Manager Li had prepared all the materials and hurried toward the VIP room where Lin Ling was. Passing by Qin Xian, he was clearly seen holding a 12-diamond VIP card. Haha, young man, all your materials are ready. Your VIP card has been upgraded to full diamonds. If you need anything else, just ask me. I'll give you a 10% discount. Manager Li's flattering voice reached Qin Xian's ears. Unable to remain calm any longer, Qin Xian thought. Is he even speaking human language? Why does he get to live so freely? Why are you all so respectful to him? 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west. Just then, the VIP room door opened, and Lin Ling and Manager Li emerged. Seeing the unyielding look in Qin Xian's eyes, Manager Li's heart trembled. At that moment, he saw his younger self. Ambitious, admirable, not like himself, who had worked hard half his life only to become what he despised most. You must hold on to your original aspirations and never bow to capital. Only then can you strive for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Lin Ling looked at Qin Xian with a faint, indifferent smile. He bore Qin Xian no ill will. Don't waste time haggling. Hurry up and level up. It's better to improve yourself than envy others. Lin Ling said, then turned and walked away. Boom! Hearing those words, Qin Xian felt a roaring thunder in his mind. The phrase was so familiar, as if it had echoed in his ears 1,000 times before. Slowly, he turned to look at Lin Ling, his gaze growing somewhat dazed. Just then, Qin Xian suddenly shuddered and immediately took out the insight scroll he and T sold. Use insight scroll to check target's name and level. Qin Xian's eyes blazed. Yes, insight scroll successfully used. Target, Lin Ling. Level, 20. Before Qin Xian could finish speaking, he saw Lin Ling raise his right hand and wave it gently a few times before vanishing into the night. Qin Xian stared at the departing figure, stunned as if struck by lightning. Young man, you have backbone. Manager Li praised Qin Xian's slender figure, but suddenly saw him dash out of the trading hall. Boss Lin, don't go. Is there room on your leg? Need a talisman like me? I'll even be a leg hair for you. Seeing this scene, Manager Li was utterly dumbfounded. The long-legged young lady hurried over and whispered into Manager Li's ear. Manager Li was now in tears. Are you not going to comfort me? Absolutely not. Had I possessed such resolve from the outset, I could have spared myself at least 2 decades of relentless struggle. The young lady grew increasingly anxious. Manager, please. Say no more. Too many words only draw tears. Manager Li wore a look of wistful regret. Unwilling to relent, the young lady persisted, calling out, Manager Li. I told you, enough already, Li replied. But that brat ran off with the gear without paying, she insisted. Li Shukla. Why on earth didn't you mention that sooner? Qin Xian, clad in tattered rags, trailed closely behind Lin Ling, maintaining a distance of about 3 meters. The blue equipment he once wore had long since been stripped away by the pursuing Manager Li. Boss, please take me in. Pay is up to you. I'm hardworking and willing to do anything. Just accept me, and I promise to help you level up. Qin Xian's voice kept echoing from behind. As they neared home, Lin Ling couldn't help but raise a hand to rub his brow. I don't need a follower. A nanny then? I can cook and do laundry. I don't need a nanny. How about a hunting dog? You fight monsters. I'll collect loot. My little skeleton can assist too. Do you desperately need money? Or is there another motive? Lin Ling suddenly halted, locking eyes with Qin Xian. To him, a hidden profession, even one with lesser talent, should never demand such humility. Where there is abnormality, there must be something amiss. Under Lin Ling's penetrating gaze, Qin Xian's eyes flickered evasively. Yet in the end, he nodded. I'm really short on money. Will you take me in? With your necromancer class, finding a guild shouldn't be difficult. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. Qin Xian squirmed under Lin Ling's increasingly sharp scrutiny. Honestly, your silhouette just now looked like my benefactor, Qin Xian said. I'll give you 30 seconds to speak the truth. Don't waste my time with lies. If you can't convince me, leave my sight. Level up if you must, work if you must. Don't follow me again, or I'll kill you. Lin Ling's voice grew cold, his gaze sharpening into a chilling. Murderous intent. A shiver ran through Qin Xian. He suddenly felt that Lin Ling truly might end his life. My name is Qin Xian from Taiyuan Bay City. 10 years ago, the Fen Second Reservoir's Hidden Dragon's secret realm suddenly opened. The Sakura Nation's soul group somehow obtained advanced intelligence about the realm's opening. 30-some fifth-tier elites aim to be the first to conquer the realm and claim the boss's first kill. I happened to return to my ancestral home in Shaohai with my parents and encountered the soul group. To avoid leaking information, they killed my parents outright. Just as they were about to turn on me, a silver-armored celestial god descended from the heavens. The silver-armored god wiped out dozens of the soul group with a single gesture. Before departing, he told me, rather than envying others, improve yourself. His departing hand movement was exactly the same as yours just now. At this point, Qin Xian clenched his fists tightly, his breathing growing somewhat rapid. A faint smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. You mean to say I am the silver armor god? Qin Xian blushed deeply. I just thought you looked alike, so I wanted to follow you. Sorry, your reasoning doesn't convince me. But we're about the same age, and I'm no silver armor god. Go ahead, focus on leveling up. With that, Lin Ling turned and headed home. Yet after a few steps, the smile vanished from his face. He distinctly sensed that Qin Xian still lingered some distance behind. A faint murderous aura flickered in Lin Ling's eyes. He glanced back slightly, then his body blurred into a shadow spanning over 10 meters, instantly appearing before Qin Xian. Boom! Lin Ling's hand gripped Qin Xian's neck firmly, pinning him against the wall. The crackling sound of rubbing vertebrae was especially sinister in the still night. I said, if you can't convince me, then get lost or die. At that moment, Lin Ling's voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld, as if he were reliving a past life as mortal struggle. Qin Xian's heart pounded wildly. He truly felt the call of death. The suffocating lack of oxygen slowly tinted his face purple, his small eyes bulging wide. Am I going to die? Perhaps death is a kind of release. Embracing the summons of death, Qin Xian's lips curled into a faint, relieved smile. Just then, Lin Ling's grip suddenly loosened. Qin Xian collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Lin Ling hoisted his wolf's tooth hammer and turned away, his cold voice echoing through the alley. Get lost. If you follow me again, I'll give you another chance. Watching Lin Ling's departing figure, Qin Xian suddenly burst into hysterical sobs. My family is all dead. For 10 years, only 2 things have kept me going. 1, to slaughter the Sakura Soul Group and avenge my parents. 2, to find the Silver Armor God. Before I find him, can I at least follow you? I'm afraid I hold on. Afraid I'll lose myself and never find my way again. Lin Ling's pupils contracted sharply, the murderous intent fading away. Why had he ever been so lost, so directionless? If only in his previous life he had met this little necromancer. Perhaps they would have become the best partners, the closest brothers. He slowly turned to face the stubborn youth before him. Tears streamed down Qin Xian's cheeks, falling softly onto the cobblestone, raising tiny dust clouds. Lin Ling approached again, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. I'll give you a chance to be my junior brother, but first, transfer me 2 million. Qin Xian's lower eyelids twitched violently. Then his eyes filled with ecstatic joy. Without hesitation, he swiftly retrieved his phone from his storage space, obtained Lin Ling's bank card number, and transferred 2 million. Lin Ling hadn't expected such decisiveness and nodded with satisfaction. I'll lend you this staff. If you can reach level 30 within 10 days, come find me, and you'll be my brother. If not, I'll take the staff back. Qin Xian's gaze shot up at Lin Ling, his eyes shining with unbridled excitement. There was no doubt this man harbored a tremendous secret beyond anyone's imagining. For a newcomer to reach level 20 in a single day, his talent must be terrifying indeed. Qin Xian felt a vague intuition that this man was connected to the Silver Armor God. I will do it. I will do it. Boss, I'm incredibly lucky. Maybe one day my talent will rise from A to S. I will complete your test. Lin Ling placed the staff on the ground, sighing softly within. Kid, the opportunity is yours. I hope you seize it and pull yourself together. Watching Lin Ling vanish into the depths of the alley, Qin Xian finally picked up the staff. Upon seeing the attributes of the Azura's staff, he froze in place. After returning home, Lin Ling immediately took out the materials he had purchased. He retrieved a life profession skill book for blacksmithing that he had previously acquired. As he studied, the system panel instantly illuminated the life profession category. Simultaneously, an equipment editor appeared on his system interface. Lin Ling deftly activated the equipment editor and retrieved the time crystal, Podal Ester, and starry cold iron from his storage space. These three principal materials had cost him a staggering 200 million dragon coins. He took a deep breath, striving to steady his emotions. Soon, a gleam of determination ignited in his eyes. Simultaneously, he commenced the equipment crafting process. This was a heart-shaped item resembling a badge, rather than the originally planned exclusive weapon. The success of this creation would determine whether Lin Ling could truly ascend to the ranks of an invincible powerhouse. With this artifact, he might realize his dream of casting forbidden spells in an infinite sequence. Every step he took was meticulous. Not the slightest error was permissible. The three main materials alone had cost 200 million dragon coins. Failure was not an option. 2 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Through Lin Ling's relentless efforts, a badge radiating silver brilliance finally materialized in his hand. Success. Whether it was worth 200 million depended entirely on whether its attributes matched the legends. Lin Ling licked his lips and immediately examined the equipment as properties. Heart of Cooldown, legendary grade. Category, custom-made special item. Required level, below the 5th transformation, level 120. No attributing enhancement. Passive skill, reduces cooldown time of skills within level 10 to 1 second and decreases mana consumption by 90%. Active skill 1, bind one non-offensive skill below level 30. Once bound, the skill consumes no mana and has a fixed 30-second cooldown. The skill can only be used once and cannot be changed after selection. Active skill 2, instantly unlock one skill usage permission without affecting that skill's normal cooldown. Cooldown time, 120 minutes. Gazing at the Heart of Cooldown's attributes, Lin Ling clenched his fist vigorously. In his previous life, the Heart of Cooldown had been unveiled by the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, with the Eagle Sauce Heaven team offering a bounty of 10 billion to upgrade it for use beyond the 5th transformation. Unfortunately, no one had succeeded in refining it. Due to the item's attribute limitations, it was considered rather underwhelming by most formidable warriors. Yet at this moment, it held an immense potential to become Lin Ling's greatest asset. Although the item could not bind forbidden spells, he could easily bind a defensive novice skill with the Heart of Cooldown and then rename it as a forbidden spell. Once successful, he would possess a forbidden defensive skill that required no mana and could be cast once every 30 seconds. Lin Ling's apple bobbed slightly, betraying his excitement. Bind the Earth skill, Rock Dominance. As he issued the command, the Heart of Cooldown immediately radiated light. The next second, the level 20 Earth skill in his skill bar instantly appeared in the Heart of Cooldown's skill slot. Skill book, Rock Dominance. Class requirement, level 20. Skill description, summon a stone armor that absorbs 30% of damage for 1 minute and reduces all negative effects. Total damage absorption, 30,000. Mana cost, 0. Skill cooldown, 30 seconds. Use active skill 2 to select forbidden spell naming. Upon his command, a forbidden spell naming icon appeared beneath active skill 2 of the Heart of Cooldown. The countdown for forbidden spell naming in the main skill bar remained unaffected. Whether it would succeed depended entirely on this final step. Using forbidden spell naming, rename Rock Dominance to Invincible. Skill, naming successful. Earth magic skill Rock Dominance automatically upgrades to the body defense forbidden spell Invincible. Upon activation, you will gain diamond armor that blocks 100% of damage for 5 minutes and grants immunity to all negative effects. Total damage absorption, 10 million. Mana cost, 0. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Lin Ling clenched both fists and waved them forcefully in the air. In this moment, his composure shattered completely. He was as exhilarated as a young man who had just passed the university entrance examination. Test the skill. Activate Invincible. How lonely, how desolate is invincibility? How hollow, how empty is invincibility? A melody suddenly played, and a layer of diamond-like armor instantly enveloped Lin Ling's body. He raised the Wolfang hammer and struck himself. With a thunderous bang, his health remained completely intact. This was practically an instant cast forbidden spell. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Ling finally calmed his emotions. Yet, he had no intention of resting immediately. There was still one task to complete today, his exclusive weapon set. He had studied diligently for 3 years, but had never truly crafted his own exclusive weapon. Tonight, he aimed to complete the initial forging of his main weapon in one go. The Invincible Body Forbidden Spell was enough to secure his early invincibility. But the exclusive weapon set was crucial for his dominance in the late game. With practice skill, a staff gradually took shape. Time flew by. After another 2 hours, Lin Ling stretched lazily. Though his eyes were bloodshot, the excitement in his gaze was unmistakable. On the table before him lay a dazzling silver staff covered in exotic beast patterns, emitting a radiant silver glow. These beastly motifs were all composed of intricate magical inscriptions. Lin Ling had etched all the Eastern mythical beasts from his past life memories onto the staff. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Candle Dragon, Kuanpeng, Bays, and Qiongqi. Beneath the brilliant silver light, each beast appeared vividly lifelike. Silver weaponry, a distinctive hue of custom-made sets. Item, Lin Ling's exclusive staff prototype. Category, main weapon, custom exclusive weapon set. Level requirement, 60. Durability, 10,000 1,000. Magic damage, 1,200. Strength, 100. Stamina, 100. Intelligence, 200. Agility, 100. Health, 5,000. Mana, 5,000. Cooldown reduction, 10%. Skill cost reduction, 10%. Collect all 9 pieces to activate set effect. Intelligence plus 200. Collect the full set to gain active skill. Holy Light Burn, which burns 5% of the target's health per second and converts it to your own health for 10 seconds. Collect the full set to gain passive skill. Increases total intelligence attribute by 30% when equipped by mage. Embedding the Holy Light Gem doubles all attributes. Embedding the Demon King's Heart doubles all passive skill effects. Please name your exclusive set to unlock the set upgrade function. A faint smile curved Lin Ling's lips. Name it the Ling Tian set. Naming successful. Lin Ling's staff renamed. Ling Tian staff. The Ling Tian staff can be upgraded by collecting the following materials, with each upgrade increasing the level by 10. All base attributes will improve correspondingly after upgrading. Lin Ling sheathed the Ling Tian staff and stretched vigorously. When his full set of silver armor was donned, cooldowns were reduced by 90%. Skill consumption decreased by 90%, and with some additional reduction items, he could essentially cast forbidden spells instantaneously at will. Glancing at the time, it was 3 o'clock in the early morning. The system's public chat was still bustling with many discussing their all-night monster grinding sessions. Sleep, pulling an all-nighter leveling up? Not even dogs do that. After a quick wash-up, Lin Ling switched off his phone, clutching the Wolf Fong hammer as he drifted into slumber. At that very moment, a merchant caravan from the Sakura Kingdom silently materialized within the teleportation array of Xuanfu Bay City. The 12 members of the caravan all bore shifty, cunning expressions. The moment they stepped out of the teleportation array, they respectfully presented their identification to the personnel guarding the array. The guard examined the documents and immediately wore a deep look of disdain. Jiaopin? Jiaopin was the phonetic English transliteration used within the Dragon Kingdom's system to refer to the Sakura Kingdom, preferring this name over the more beautiful Sakura, as the latter was deemed to sully the very flower it represented. A middle-aged man among the Sakura merchant team promptly bowed at a 90-degree angle. Hi, we are merchants from Yamamoto Corporation. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The teleportation array officer glanced at him sharply. You know the rules, right? The caravan leader immediately nodded and bowed obsequiously. Understood, sir. Rest assured we will do our work diligently. As he finished speaking, he gave a subtle signal to those behind him. The entire group immediately stood motionless by the roadside. The teleportation array officer nodded in satisfaction and ceased further attention to them. But just as he turned away, the caravan leader lowered his voice and said, Everyone, watch for passersby. Stay alert for any young men possibly connected to Yishio. If you spot anyone suspicious, mark them immediately. All team members bowed slightly and responded in unison. Hi. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was soundly asleep on his soft bed at home. Yet on the autumn North Sky Road of Blue Cloth City, Autumn Field, Goblin Grassland, multiple leveling parties were grinding monsters through the night. The early morning hours were when humans were most prone to fatigue. The body's internal organs had long begun to rebel. The liver seethed in anger. The spleen roared in protest. At this moment, even with Zhou Mengyan's restorative abilities, the Yazzie squad still felt dizzy and nauseous. The deep dark circles under their eyes bore testimony to their near-limit exhaustion. Captain Xiao, what good loot do the elite and hidden bosses drop? Show us something. Li Jingliang teased Xiao Yin with a sheepish grin. I told you already. Don't bring it up again. All the items have been handed over to the consortium. I only gained some experience, Xiao Yin said gravely. Throughout the night, Xiao Yin's expression remained grim. Since leaving Xuanfu Bay City, he had been in a dazed state. He knew better than anyone how precious the loyalty praise was. Once an influential figure from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom offered 2 billion. Yet even his father was reluctant to part with it. Now it was simply gone. As he fought monsters, his mind kept returning to Lin Ling's condescending smile. Godlike and menacing, Lin Ling had silently become a haunting specter in Xiao Yin's heart. Captain Xiao, is Yishio really you? The entire net is flooded with your little fans. When we get back, you owe us a meal, Li Jingliang said with reluctance. having posted twice on the World Bulletin. Yet Xiao Yin showed no reaction. He still harbored resentment over Xiao Yin's previous disappearance, determined to squeeze some gains to vent his frustration. Xiao Yin, weary to the bone, could only grit his teeth and say, "All right, when we return to the city, I'll treat you all to a feast. Let us go lure some monsters." "Got it. When we're back in Xuanfu, we'll have top-tier hot pot at Qingyuan Tower. I've been craving it for ages," Li Jingliang said, rushing into the grassland, soon returning with over a dozen level 15 goblin rangers. Time flew swiftly. It was already 4 o'clock in the early morning. "Captain Xiao, should we take a break?" Li Jingliang, drenched in sweat after killing a wave of goblin rangers, finally asked. Xiao Yin looked no better. After a night of fierce combat, he felt on the verge of sudden collapse. The two panda eyes were smeared with grime. If not for Zhou Mingyin's potent healing, he would have collapsed on the grass long ago. What frustrated him most was that despite having the highest damage output, Zhou Mingyin had rapidly surpassed him after reaching level 10. The advantage of higher talent and experience bonuses was becoming increasingly evident. "Just 2 more pulls, and I'll hit level 13. After that, we'll sleep for an hour," Xiao Yin yawned. If only he knew that Lin Ling was fast asleep with the air conditioning on, already at level 20. His psychological shadow would surely deepen. "All right, I'll lure another wave," Li Jingliang said, charging again into the depths of the grassland. Not far from their team, a camouflaged triangular fighter jet rested on the grass, resembling a ferocious beast lurking in a sea of green. For professionals clad in camouflage were covertly positioned around the Yazi squad from 4 directions. They were warriors sent by Dragon Nest to protect Zhou Mingyin. The team leader was a 5th-tier mage. The other 3 were all 4th-tier professionals. All 4 were Dragon Nest elites, a testament to the importance Dragon Nest placed on Zhou Mingyin. Despite no sleep all night, these Dragon Kingdom soldiers stood upright, their sharp eyes vigilantly scanning for any disturbance. "Captain Han, 1 more hour to dawn. There shouldn't be any trouble," a camouflage soldier whispered into his headset. "Maintain vigilance," a stern voice responded through the earpiece. The young soldier immediately straightened his posture. "Yes, sir." Just as he spoke, another voice came through the earpiece. "Captain Han, situation. At 824 meters altitude above our position, a miniature stealth drone has been detected." At this announcement, the 4 soldiers on watch instantly prepared for combat. "Owl, increase Beidou power to maximum. Scan a radius of 1 kilometer," Captain Han ordered. "Captain Han, enemy contact. 3 4th-tier assassins are rapidly approaching, 700 meters from Zhou Mingyin. Not good, they're fast. 400 meters. 200 meters. Damn it. 3 4th-tier assassins dare to come? Hawk team, engage and eliminate them." Captain uncommanded. 3 Dragon Nest warriors immediately charged toward the incoming trio, guided by Beidou radar, while Captain Han moved closer to Zhou Mingyin. The battle was on the verge of eruption. 5th-tier Dragon Nest warriors facing 3rd-tier foreign assassins would not encounter any surprises. Yet no one expected Owl's voice to suddenly ring through their earpieces again. "Captain, watch out. Someone has 10 meters to your left front." As the words fell, the 4 soldiers' faces changed drastically, especially Captain Han Xiao, who reflexively unleashed a wind element skill. Wind S retreat. With a shout, a gust of fierce wind surged from his staff, instantly conjuring a wind wall that uprooted the wild grass to his left front. A faint, indistinct figure was blown back 10 paces by the gale before barely halting. The figure's expression shifted slightly, seemingly surprised that Han Xiao had detected him. Han Xiao swiftly moved to shield Zhou Mingyin, his face darkening. Advanced surveillance. Target, Cardia. Profession, Shadow Assassin. Level, 6th tier, 175. Danger assessment, high risk. The skill Han Xiao had just employed was a low-level technique known as wind repulsion, a 25th level wind element support skill capable of blowing targets within a 5-meter radius away by 10 meters. This foundational magic is commonplace among mages, yet revered by all as a divine art. Its value lies in its ability to preserve life during sudden peril. Cardia, the Terminator of Eagle Nation. Han Xiao's voice was slightly hoarse. The higher-ups anticipated that the United States would undoubtedly target Zhou Mingyin, but they never expected them to dispatch a 6th-rank assassin. These assassins, known as Terminators, are the United States fanatical death warriors. As long as they live, they will relentlessly hunt their targets. Upon mission completion, they commit suicide, leaving no trace behind. The sudden appearance of the Terminator had already petrified the members of the Yazi team, who had just barely touched the 10th level threshold. Even Zhou Mingyin's eyes darkened with gravity. In her hand appeared once again a golden scroll, evidently prepared for the worst-case scenario. The forbidden spell scroll, once used, would mean defeat, It was a measure reserved for absolute necessity. Zhou Mingyan thought this silently, but was ready to deploy the forbidden scroll at any moment. She would rather lose everything than see the warriors of Dragon's Nest meet misfortune because of her. Meanwhile, the other team members dared not move an inch, fearing that any action might attract the shadow assassin's attention. Cardia lowered his veil, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. In the next instant, his figure vanished. Han Xiao's expression shifted slightly as he shouted, "Resist the wind ring." Several azure tornadoes materialized abruptly, encircling Zhou Mingyan as a protective barrier. Han Xiao stood ready to counter any stealth attack from the shadow assassin. Yet, at this moment, an unforeseen scene unfolded. The shadow assassin suddenly appeared before Xiao Yan, raising a hand to deliver a knife strike to Xiao Yan's neck. Bang! Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with disbelief before darkness engulfed him, and he lost consciousness. The shadow assassin's lips curled once more as he grasped Xiao Yan's neck and vanished into the grassland. Only one voice echoed from every direction. "Sorry. My target is Yixio." The dawn's first light pierced through the clouds, casting its wild glow over the goblin grassland. Suddenly, a basin of cold water splashed onto Xiao Yan. He jolted awake from his dream, only to find himself surrounded by several burly, blonde-haired, blue-eyed men. "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" Xiao Yan's face changed drastically as he tried to rise and flee. Yet, a sharp pain in his backside caused him to fall back down. Only then did he realize his clothes were disheveled, and an intense ache radiated from his rear. "What have you done to me?" he stammered. "Ha ha ha. Little one, you're Yixio?" An elderly man with a heavily wrinkled face and a hooked nose suddenly laughed at Xiao Yan. "Knowing I'm Yixio and yet not letting me go?" Xiao Yan instinctively cried out, though fear gripped his heart. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was amiss. These men had come to capture Yixio. Their target was neither Zhou Mingyan nor himself. It was Yixio. The string of first kills had stirred murderous intent among foreign powers. Not good. He quickly analyzed his predicament and immediately corrected himself. "No, I'm not Yixio. I'm an imposter." The hooked-nosed elder's expression darkened instantly. He had long suspected Xiao Yan wasn't Yixio, but hearing the denial firsthand still filled him with irritation. The elder was none other than the 6th-rank shadow assassin Cardia. Upon capturing Xiao Yan, he had already employed a scrying technique, thoroughly examining Xiao Yan's basic information. With such pitiful stats, Xiao Yan wouldn't stand a chance against elite or hidden bosses in the novice zone. He would be instantly killed even by an ordinary level 30 monster. Oof. Cardia snorted coldly, pressing a dark dagger against Xiao Yan's neck. Xiao Yan shivered violently. "Speak. Who is Yixio?" Xiao Yan nearly wept. "Who the hell am I supposed to ask?" "Emma, my lord, I don't know," he stammered tremblingly. "You don't know? Then you're worthless." Cardia's eyes flickered with a chilling glint. Xiao Yan's soul seemed to abandon him as a wave of burning heat surged from beneath his body. Don't kill me. I am the heir to the Xiao conglomerate. I can pay you 100 million for my life," he begged through tears. Yet Cardia remained unmoved. The dagger in his hand gradually applied pressure, slowly cutting into the skin of Xiao Yan's neck. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted sharply, despair nearly overwhelming him. "Please, spare me. I'll do anything, just don't kill me. Please don't kill me," he cried. As his pleas echoed, the dagger suddenly loosened. Xiao Yan felt as though he had walked the brink of death and gasped deeply, savoring the sweet air of survival. Thank you, my lord, for sparing me." He immediately knelt, pounding his forehead against the ground. Even as dry grass grazed his skin, he dared not pause. "Enough." Cardia snorted coldly, wrinkling his brow at the pungent scent of urine in the air. "From today onward, you are my shadow piece, the Terminator's pawn. Don't even think of betraying the organization. If you do, it won't just be you. Your entire Xiao clan will perish." Xiao Yan trembled at the words. Treason was a capital offense, yet refusal meant certain death. He understood perfectly and resolved to serve the Terminator with all his might. With his head pressed to the ground, he vowed obedience. "Good. At least you know when to keep your place. Drink this." Cardia tossed a vial onto the ground. Xiao Yan suddenly looked up and, upon seeing the half-filled vial containing a mysterious black liquid emitting an eerie glow, shook his head repeatedly. "Don't kill me," he pleaded, shrinking back in terror. "More talk and you die." Cardia's lips curled into a cold smile. This is a newly developed gene-enhancing serum from Eagle Nation, capable of significantly boosting the attributes of those below 3rd rank. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes widened. Significantly boost attributes? His trembling hands fixed on Cardia's gaze. Confirming the seriousness, He cautiously removed the stopper and gulped down the black liquid. Ah, Bilduna. I forgot to mention, this serum isn't perfected yet and has some side effects. Cardia emitted a sinister laugh, leaving Xiao Yin frozen in place. He retched violently, attempting to eject the black liquid. Yet before he could succeed, dark patterns began to spread across his skin. A searing pain followed instantly. His skin started to crack, yet no blood emerged. White bone spurs erupted from within his body as it simultaneously began to swell. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall, humanoid monstrosity covered in sharp spikes. "Oh, what have you done to me? I don't want to be a monster." Xiao Yin howled hoarsely, his voice terrifying. He could feel the explosive power surging through him. But if becoming a monster was the price for strength, he would rather forego it. Suddenly, Cardia flung a white pill into Xiao Yin's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly. Before Xiao Yin could react, his body began to change once more. The spikes retracted, and his body shrank. In the blink of an eye, he transformed back to his original form. Yet the overwhelming power within Xiao Yin did not dissipate. All right, the X-Gene Serum is a precious gene extracted from abyssal creatures using level 3 civilization technology. Although it has side effects, as long as you take the antidote once a month, you won't be exposed. Currently, no instrument can detect the X-Gene Serum, and it will not interfere with your continued use of other enhancement drugs. Your 4-dimensional attributes have each increased by 1,000 points. These attributes will not be noticed by the system. You won't appear on any rankings. However, you will possess unparalleled combat power. You should be able to feel that I'm not deceiving you, Cardia said with a smile. This was originally a gift they had prepared for that Yishio. Killing a genius was far less beneficial than making that genius serve me. What they had not anticipated was capturing the wrong person. But since the mistake had been made, they might as well make the best of it. Having the heir of a Long Kingdom financial consortium become their hidden pawn was also a valuable gain. As for Yishio, he looked at Xiao Yin and indeed saw a trace of wild joy in his eyes. Just as Cardia had said, Xiao Yin truly felt his power surge to nearly 10 times its former level. A staff appeared in his hand, and he immediately unleashed a blazing fireball spell. Boom! The fireball exploded, scattering sparks everywhere. Originally, casting this skill would consume 1/10 of his mana. After using it several times in succession, he would need to take blue pills to replenish his mana. But now, his mana bar remained completely unchanged. Just as Cardia had said, it was as if he was cheating. Although the panel did not display it, his 4-dimensional attributes had increased by 1,000 points. "Master, what would you have me do?" This time, Xiao Yin respectfully knelt down, his heart no longer harboring any thoughts of resistance. "Keep leveling up. When you reach the second transformation, there's a certain chance to awaken a second talent or upgrade your existing talent. At that time, when you reveal some of your extraordinary abilities, you will surely be a key focus of the Long Kingdom S training. As for the upcoming newcomer tournament dungeon, I want you to eliminate all the geniuses from the Long Kingdom who appear. Can you do that?" Cardia fixed his gaze on Xiao Yin. "Master, that would expose me," Xiao Yin said with some concern. Cardia's lips curled slightly. "Imagine yourself taking on the appearance of someone else." Xiao Yin was momentarily stunned. The handsome face of Lin Ling involuntarily appeared in his mind. The next second, a cracking sound came from his face. His bones shifted and the skin wriggled. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed to be exactly like Lin Ling. Cardia snapped his fingers, and a subordinate immediately produced a mirror. Looking at his reflection, Xiao Yin's eyes were filled with madness. "Lin Ling, soon, before long, I will make you experience the taste of fear." While others stayed up all night, grinding levels until they questioned their existence, Lin Ling slept soundly until 9 o'clock. He rose lazily, washed up, and shouldered his wolf-tooth hammer as he headed into the city. Although Xuanfu Bay City was just a small town, it was less than 1,000 miles from the capital Bay City. As the foremost prefecture in western Jing, Xuanfu was once always bustling. But today, both the main streets and alleys were desolate beyond measure. Whether due to the continuous banishment of forbidden spells, or to take advantage of the free access to the teleportation array, over 100,000 Xuanfu professionals chose to leave overnight. Passing by the teleportation shrine, Lin Ling glanced with some surprise at a group standing beside it. From their appearance, it was obvious they were from the Sakura Nation. Yet now, each of them stood like subordinates on the street's edge, bowing and kowtowing to the occasionally passing Long Kingdom professionals. Lin Ling was not surprised by this scene. Long ago, the Sakura Nation had been terrified by the Long Kingdom. 300 years ago, when the Long Kingdom reclaimed the Taiwan Island province, the Sakura Nation, incited by American-Japanese forces, sent troops to interfere. The Long Kingdom swiftly pushed them back to the eastern capital within half a day. When 1 million Long Kingdom soldiers surrounded the eastern capital, The Sakura Nation's courage was utterly broken. After paying trillions of Long Kingdom currency in reparations, the Long Kingdom army withdrew from Sakura. Since then, the Sakura Nation's economy regressed 3 centuries, and its people became exceedingly respectful whenever they saw Long Kingdom citizens. At least on the surface, they had to act like subordinates. Sakura Nation merchants paid exorbitant taxes in the Long Kingdom. After the Great Integration, professionals from Sakura had to stand quietly outside the teleportation shrine for 6 hours before they could move freely. They also had to pay an environmental pollution fee of 3,000 Long Kingdom currency per minute to the local authorities. Seeing Lin Ling pass by, the group of Japanese merchants immediately bowed 90 degrees in unison. Konnichiwa. Lin Ling shot them a cold glance filled with contempt. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he withdrew his gaze. He could not understand Sakura language. More precisely, he only understood 3 phrases of the island's cultural essence: Bakayuru, Yoshi, and Yamit. With his gaze withdrawn, Lin Ling continued forward. He harbored no affection for these Eastern devils. The national humiliation would never be forgotten. Not to mention humiliation, if he ever had the chance, he would not hold back. After he left, a Sakura man with a small mustache glanced at his watch. A ruthless gleam suddenly flashed in his inverted triangular eyes. Bakayuru. That brat dared to look at the great Kamita, Shoji, with contempt. I've got him marked. You will make him D. Kamita, don't forget our mission. We have 5 more minutes of quiet standing before we can enter the wild zone to search for Yishio, said another round-faced man wearing gold-rimmed glasses coldly. The mustachioed man clenched his fists tightly, but kept his eyes locked on Lin Ling's retreating figure. Kamita-san, Lord Kato. We still haven't found Yishio's Werabo, a hammerhead bristling with sharp spikes, came crashing down with a fierce gust of wind. Boom! Everything happened too swiftly. Kojiro Inoue at the wellhead didn't even have time to react before his health bar was instantly depleted. You have successfully slain Kojiro Inoue, a professional from the Sakura Nation. Lin Ling swiftly searched the corpse, then slipped away from the alley in a flash. Turning around, he exited the alley and resumed his path toward the teleportation shrine, where he reappeared within the sight of the Sakura Nation's crowd. He extended his middle finger toward them before turning and departing. This scene instantly ignited fury in the eyes of all the professionals from the Sakura Nation. Baka, that useless Inoue. Turtle Dove cast a glance at the fading figure of Inoue beside him and immediately erupted in a rage. Lord Kato, allow me to go. I fear Inoue was undone by that brat. I must go and kill him. Rest assured, I won't expose us. Shoji Kato adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, eyes narrowing slightly. I wonder if Ishio has left the Xuanfu Bay City. So many people departed Xuanfu yesterday. Have you used divination techniques? Kato turned his gaze toward the others. Everyone lowered their heads in silence. Kato knew they had not employed any divination arts, which irritated him deeply, yet there was nothing he could do. They were members of the Sakura Nation's Soul Squad, specialists tasked with assassinating prodigious newcomers from hostile nations. Each Soul Squad member was a second-tier elite, and Kato, as their captain, was a third-tier special class on Myoji. Before entering the Dragon Nation, they had all undergone rigorous training and would never lightly use divination arts against Dragon Nation professionals. Lord Kato, that brat-s equipment appears to be level 1 white gear. The wolf-tooth hammer he carries and his armor clearly don't match. He has probably just a low-level life profession, Turtle Dove said anxiously as he watched Lin Ling walk farther away. Kato's eyes narrowed as the image of Lin Ling passed before him again. He felt something was amiss, but couldn't quite pinpoint it. Turtle Dove, follow that brat. Take him out if you get the chance. Anyone who dares insult our great Sakura Empire must die. He ordered sharply. Understood. Shoji Turtle Dove bowed deeply and fixed his eyes on the time displayed on his wristwatch. When the moment arrived, he set off in the direction Lin Ling had taken. After Turtle Dove departed, Kato suddenly paused. The image of Lin Ling's equipment resurfaced in his mind. A faint milky white light shimmered subtly. The seemingly plain mage robe bore faint, elusive runes. That equipment looked familiar. Kato's small eyes snapped open wide as he suddenly recalled attending a recent high-level Soul Squad gathering where he had the privilege of seeing a noble from the eastern capital. That noble had worn armor radiating a similar white light, and the patterns on that armor closely resembled those on the young man's attire. He had also overheard a 7th-tier master calling it a sacred armor. No, that's it. That brat is not wearing level 1 white gear. It's a sacred set. So young and clad in sacred armor. He is very likely Yishio himself. Everyone, follow me. We absolutely cannot let him escape. Kato gave the command. and a group of Soul Squad professionals disguised as merchants immediately pursued Shoji Turtledove's trail. Meanwhile, Lin Ling strolled leisurely without haste. Passers-by who caught sight of the massive, terrifying wolf-tooth hammer on his shoulder were dumbfounded, especially given the stark contrast between the radiant white mage set he wore and the menacing weapon. Many could not help but marvel at the incongruity. Lin Ling, however, remained utterly indifferent. He soon arrived at a restaurant named Chaoyang Tower. Lifting the door curtain, he stepped inside. This scene was witnessed by a few teams who had not left Xuanfu Bay City and had just returned from night farming outside the city. Those professionals were stunned instantly. Damn, is there any justice in this world? Did you see Lin Ling? Yeah, what is up? He looks well rested, just woke up. Oh, we farm monsters all night. We eat a quick flatbread and keep leveling, but he is having breakfast at Chaoyang Tower. Why is the gap between people so huge? Come on, you're already level 8. Lin Ling falling from grace probably means he's given up entirely. What is there to envy? If he were sleeping late and eating mutton stew, but still higher level than me, that would really sting. Ha. Hearing you say that makes me feel better. After lingering briefly, the group of professionals dispersed once again. Turtledove, who had been secretly tailing him, halted outside the door. Lin Ling? Joe. So, it's you, the professional with the worst awakened SSS level talent, he muttered mockingly. Just then, a waft of aroma drifted from inside the restaurant, and Turtledove's stomach immediately emitted a joyful rumble. Smells delicious. I'll keep an eye on this brat, and maybe try some mutton stew, he muttered to himself. Just as he lifted a foot to enter, he froze in place. The reason was clear. A conspicuous sign was posted at the entrance. No Japanese or dogs allowed. Turtledove's teeth itched with hatred, but he dared not trespass. Violating the rule would not only result in expulsion, but also a hefty fine. Helpless, he crouched across the street, waiting for Lin Ling to come out. Unaware of the situation outside, Lin Ling entered. For years, he had made it a habit to come here every morning after waking to enjoy a steaming bowl of mutton stew. No sooner had he stepped inside than an auntie approached him. Well, if it isn't Tea Captain Lin, she greeted with a smile. Lin Ling returned the smile. Zhang Ai, the usual 3. 1 bowl of mutton stew for oat dumplings and a plate of pickled vegetables. Right away, the waitress nodded and soon brought the food. As Lin Ling savored the delicious breakfast, he browsed the public chat messages. His eyes narrowed slightly as certain regional news caught his attention. Zhang Haoren, did you hear? Just before dawn, assassins from the American Alliance attacked the rookie leveling team from Yaji. Li Zixuan? No way. That is huge news. Who are they targeting? What about casualties? Zhang Haoren. Apparently, it was Zhou Mengyan, the priestess goddess who awakened the SS talent. Li Zixuan. They didn't hurt her, did they? At this, a glint of killing intent flashed in Lin Ling's eyes, and his chopsticks snapped sharply. After a brief pause, the messages continued scrolling. Zhang Haoren. Our Dragon's nest sent an elite squad to protect her, so Goddess Mengyan is safe. Lu Bowen, well, that is good. Zhang Haoren, don't interrupt, listen. Our Zong AI guild also arrived in Autumn Blue Claw City last night. Our farming spot is less than 1,000 meters from Yaji, so we heard everything clearly. Zhang Haoren, the enemy sent 5 6-tier assassins. Our Dragon's nest warriors killed 3 on the spot. The last one was captured alive but bit down hard and swallowed poison to commit suicide. Li Zixuan, Awazuma. Our Dragon Nation soldiers are incredible. Lu Bowen, no doubt. We don't chase internet celebrities or stars, only the people as soldiers. Wang Sahan, bro, you said 5 assassins. What about the last one? Someone suddenly asked. Zhang Haoren, let me tell you something, but don't go spreading it around. Our captain calls me a big mouth and forbids me from blabbing everywhere. A barrage of comments erupted, and hundreds of thousands of onlookers simultaneously pricked up their ears and widened their eyes. Zhang Haoren, no one knows what's really going on. That assassin didn't lay a finger on Zhou Mengyan. Instead, they captured our captain, Xiao Yan. Li Zixuan, whoa, that is explosive news. Mysterious person, I heard that Xiao Yan is actually Yishio. Could it be that the Terminator is targeting Yishio? Could they have gotten it wrong? If you say Yishio isn't Xiao Yan, then who else could he be? An anonymous message immediately steered the conversation toward Yishio. At that moment, Zhang Haoren suddenly turned his scrutiny toward the anonymous poster. Zhang Haoren, brother, I don't think I ever mentioned that the Terminator attacked Yazi, did I? Li Zixuan, you sure seem to know a lot. Zhang Haoren, the internet is not beyond the reach of the law. The mysterious person instantly fell silent. Meanwhile, Lin Ling continued to eat the lamb offal stew, though his expression grew somewhat peculiar. Xiao Yan, he shook his head and ceased paying attention to the public chat. Just then, a young girl suddenly burst through the restaurant door. Upon entering, she immediately called out, "Aunt Zhang, please give me a sesame flatbread. I'm starving." Her voice was heart-wrenching, as if the girl was on the verge of tears. What a long night, exhausting and thrilling all at once. "Yu, why do you look so disheveled?" the waitress said, promptly bringing over a sesame flatbread. Suddenly, Lin Ling and the girl locked eyes. The girl instantly burst into tears and ran toward Lin Ling. "Captain Lin, boo-hoo. I'm not dead yet. Don't cry just yet." Lin Ling called out softly, and the girl stopped about 6.5 feet away from him. This girl was none other than Yu, the archer of the Yazzie team. Watching Lin Ling sip lamb, offal soup, and eat oat dumplings, her mouth watered uncontrollably. "Aunt Zhao, bring a bowl of soy milk and 2 steamed buns," Lin Ling called softly, motioning for Yu to sit down and talk. Yu pitifully sat beside Lin Ling and recounted the terror she had experienced yesterday, facing the skeleton horde and the meteor shower. Lin Ling could only lower his head and eat the lamb offal soup, firmly resolved never to admit that he was the one responsible. "Xiao Yan, still hasn't he been found?" Lin Ling smiled as he finished the last dumpling and asked. Yu nodded. After eating a few steamed buns, her usually chubby face looked a bit fuller. "Why did you come back by yourself?" Lin Ling asked again. Yu swallowed her bun with effort and took a gulp of soy milk before replying. "Why was your phone off?" Sister Mingyan said the team is missing one person and asked if you wanted to come over to level up together. "For this reason alone? You came all the way back." Lin Ling felt a warmth in his heart. Yes, it's very important, okay? Now Sister Mingyan is in charge. We could take advantage of Xiao Yan's absence to level you up, Yu said earnestly. Lin Ling powered on his phone, and immediately 32 missed calls and 98 phishing messages popped up. He tapped to check. 28 missed calls from Zhou Mengyan. For missed calls from GMO. 1 phishing message from Zhou Mengyan. 97 phishing messages from Ji Haigu. "Thank you, Yu. Let's wait a few days. I'm a bit busy right now. I'll level with you all later. I just woke up at 9 tonight. I'm heading out now. Please thank Mingyan for me." Lin Ling said as he got up, paid the bill, and walked out. "Captain Lin, don't give up on yourself. We're grinding all night. But you're just sleeping until 9 and drinking lamb offal soup here. We haven't given up on you, and you can't just give up on yourself." Yu suddenly stood up, eyes red, shouting. Lin Ling didn't offer much explanation. He wasn't one for lengthy justifications. When the time comes, everything will become clear. "Yu, I'm still the same boy I've always been, unchanged in the slightest," Lin Ling said, hoisting the wolf-tooth hammer on his shoulder, then turned and vanished beyond the doorway curtain. Only Yu remained rooted in place, staring blankly at his retreating figure. Lin Ling left the restaurant and headed straight to the Xuanfu base city job transfer shrine. Though he could not yet undertake the second transfer, he knew a secret that no one else did. When a level requirement was not met, simply completing a monster-killing task would allow one to receive the transfer quest ahead of time. Moreover, the first person to accept and complete this early transfer quest would receive a permanent attribute boost as a small buff reward. In his previous life, Lin Ling had come countless times to the transfer shrine with no hope of transferring. By chance, he discovered this task. In this life, naturally, that unique buff would still fall to the Lin family. Upon entering the transfer shrine, a girl dressed in Lolita fashion approached him. This girl named Alice was the official responsible for transfers, though Lin Ling knew she was actually an NPC. Alice recognized the holy set equipment on Lin Ling at a glance, and her eyes filled with reverence. But when her gaze fell upon the large, long, and spiked wolf-tooth hammer, even the flesh on the NPC's face twitched. "Hello, sir. Are you here to accept a transfer quest? I am Princess Alice. Pleased to serve you." "Hello, Alice. Please help me accept the second transfer quest. It seems your level is not high enough. You must be level 30 to accept it." Others hearing Alice's words would generally leave at this point. "Alice, I want to accept the quest now. Once I reach the required level, I'll activate the second transfer." "Oh, is that so? It's not impossible, but you'll have to help me kill 30 Abyss Scouts. Completing this will not only allow you to accept the second transfer quest, but also grant you a permanent 20-point boost to all attributes. Do you agree?" "I am willing to kill the Abyss Scouts for you," Lin Ling said. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations on successfully accepting Alice's commission. As a super God-class professional, the task difficulty and reward have been automatically increased for you. Quest: Hunt 300 level 30 Abyss Scouts near the Abyssal Well. Upon completion, you will automatically receive the second transfer quest early and gain Alice's blessing, permanently increasing all attributes by 200%. Abyssal Well, 200% all attribute boost?" Lin Ling's heartbeat quickened as he read the mission details. This task was completely different from the one he had accepted in his previous life. If he recalled correctly, the former quest was to kill 30 mutant treants in Wanliu Park, with a reward of only a 5% all-attribute boost. This time, the location changed to the Abyssal Well, and the target became 30 Abyss Scouts. Mutant Trant's highest level was 20, while Abyss Scouts were level 30 monsters. The task difficulty had increased significantly, and naturally, the reward had doubled. What surprised Lin Ling even more was that, due to his super god-class profession, the task difficulty and reward were multiplied by 10 once again. What did a 200% all-attribute boost mean? His current magic damage was 7,600. Completing this task would raise it directly to 22,200. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Ling's heart pounded faster and faster. He wondered if the Abyss Scouts would be easy to find. In his previous life, Lin Ling had visited the Abyssal Well several times, but never encountered any Abyss Scouts. He didn't know if these monsters appeared because of his quest, or if his rebirth had caused a butterfly effect that slightly altered the world. It seemed that the Soldier King Zheng Beichen had mentioned that Nan was captured by the Demon King of Haishandi and taken into the Abyssal Well. In that case, I might as well go directly to the Abyssal Well and keep watch there, grinding Abyssal Scouts while waiting for the Demon King to respawn. Lin Ling thought to himself as he promptly opened the map, taking in the entire layout of the Xuanfu base city. Yet, soon enough, he furrowed his brow once more. The Abyssal Well lay to the southwest of the base city, commonly abbreviated by the Xuanfu residents as the Deep Well. Meanwhile, the Haishandi Reservoir was located to the southeast of the base city. For some reason, Lin Ling suddenly felt that the old demon from Haishandi should be at the Haishandi Reservoir, not the Abyssal Well. If he waited at the Abyssal Well, but the boss appeared at the Haishandi Reservoir, he might not be able to arrive in time. When the Demon King boss appeared, powerful figures from all directions would come to challenge it, which would complicate matters. If the warriors searching for Nan were those formidable 5th or 6th tier veterans fighting the boss, then his mission would be utterly pointless. Moreover, the two locations were quite far apart. If he traveled from the Abyssal Well over there, anyone daring to compete with him for the boss would be met with a forbidden spell without hesitation. Without lingering further, Lin Ling returned home, mounted his motorcycle, and swiftly headed toward the Abyssal Well. Behind him, a dozen or so members of the Sakura Nation S Soul Squad had completely disguised themselves as Long Kingdom practitioners. They also rode several off-road motorcycles, their clothing replaced with newly purchased low-tier white and blue gear. Even their beards and hair had been meticulously groomed, making it difficult to discern from the outside that they were a Sakura Nation team. They trailed Lin Ling at a distance, heading steadily toward the wilderness area. Gato-kun, we entered the wilderness area. Shall we make our move now? Shota Kimita asked, glancing back at Seiji Kato while riding his motorcycle. Seiji Kato looked around and shook his head. Not yet. Although there are fewer Xuanfu people, there's still a few scattered leveling parties. We must not let anyone know we arrived. Let's go deeper in. Keep your distance and don't let them spot us. We'll strike like a thunderbolt, ensuring a one-hit kill. We can't let him escape or send out any information. Understood. Shota Kameda nodded in salute, his lips curling into a slight smile as he gazed at Lin Ling's distant figure. What these Soul Squad members did not realize was that above them, in the sky, an invisible fighter jet perfectly camouflaged against the heavens was fixated on their every move. Inside the aircraft, a bald young man watched the Soul Squad's movements on a liquid crystal display. Beside him were two others, a young man and a woman, both under 25 years old. The bald youth's name was Zhang Meng, 19 years old, a professional berserker with an S-tier talent as a bloodthirsty war god and a 3rd-tier advanced warrior. He hailed from the Kiwilambu City People's Army and was last year's rookie champion of Kiwilambu City. The same year, he was selected for the Dragon's Nest reserve team, becoming a seed player for the Dragon's Nest squad. In just 1 year, Zhang Meng had reached level 87, not far from advancing to the 4th tier. With the current Xuanfu forbidden spell, Turmoil, Kiwilambu City dispatched Zhou Weigua to oversee matters, and Zhang Meng's squad was brought along for experience. Captain Zhang, these Wa people should be merchants, right? The visa states they came from medicinal herbs. A crew-cut youth said, looking at the information in his hands. So far, nothing unusual has been found. They inquired about the distribution of medicinal herbs in the city and then bought motorcycles to leave the city, a girl with a high ponytail said, peering at the tablet. Zhang Meng touched his bulbous bald head, his sharp eyes flashing a faint chill. Whatever their purpose, keep a close watch on them. If they break any rules, kick them out. I hate these Wa people the most, flattering on the surface but full of ill intent behind the scenes. He then shrank the screen, revealing a bird's eye view of several dozen kilometers around. Where are they headed? Zhang Meng's eyes flickered with suspicion as he pointed at the screen. Yin, locate the coordinates of the professionals in this wilderness area. The high ponytail girl immediately nodded, her slender fingers flying over the keyboard. Soon, the map displayed a dozen glowing dots, each representing a newly awakened professional in Xuanfu Bay City. Zhang Ming pointed to the southwest corner of the map. That area had almost no professionals, but a cluster of 10 dots gathered within a dense forest, apparently 2 small teams leveling there. These Wa people seem to be headed for this forest. There are 2 teams there. Keep a close watch. We might have an unexpected gain today. Captain Zhang, should we report this? Regulations require timely reports to Captain Zhou in special circumstances, the crew-cut youth reminded. Zhang Ming shook his head. These dozen Wa people. The strongest is only 3rd tier, the rest 2nd tier. If anything happens, the 3 of us can handle it. Or do you want to hand over the credit? The crew-cut youth smiled knowingly. Half an hour later, Lin Ling finally stopped. Ahead lay the abyssal well-s vicinity. Even in his past life, he had rarely ventured into this wilderness. The monsters here were tough and scarce. Normally, no one would travel so far just to grind these troublesome abyssal scouts. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, as he approached the abyssal well, he spotted several figures in the dark forest ahead. They held shovels and seemed to be searching for something. Lin Ling crept closer and recognized them. All familiar faces, the members of the Kamikaze Club's Sota group. Truly, fate had brought enemies to cross paths once more. At this moment, they had upgraded their gear. Shang Biao carried a massive purple shield, while Feng Ji and Soda wielded purple weapons. Hadn't these guys gone to Kyulambus City yesterday? Why they returned so soon? Not wanting to get too close. Lin Ling activated the Soldier King Cloak's invisibility skill and climbed a tree about 20 meters away. He intended to uncover what these people were up to. Unbeknownst to Lin Ling, earlier that morning, Xiao Yin's attack had frightened Sotu, Feng Ji, and the others. After some discussion, they decided to return to the city for rest and to organize their loot. During this, Feng Ji discovered a blind box. Unexpectedly, it contained a legendary treasure map. Such maps were extremely rare. They required following the map to a designated location to dig for treasure. With luck, one might unearth rare, gold, or higher-ranked equipment. Without luck, a hidden boss might appear. Defeating the boss guaranteed a rare skill book for the main combat profession and a legendary, orange, main weapon. Thus, the Kamikaze Club members hastened back to Xuanfu and eventually located the abyssal well. Just as Lin Ling climbed the tree, a sudden exclamation echoed through the forest. He looked over and saw Feng Ji digging, a plume of white smoke rising from the ground. The next moment, a creature covered in green skin emerged from the earth. Indeed, the boss had appeared. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he immediately activated Hero's Eye. Hidden Abyssal Scout lurking outside the Abyssal Eye. Quality, Hidden Elite Boss. Profession, Nature Mage. Level, 40. Health, 15,000. Magic damage, 1,500. Defense, 1,400. Defeating this boss grants a rare mage skill book and a legendary, orange tier, primary weapon. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly as he cast another glance towards Sodu. Name, So. Class, Gale Archer. Talent, Grade A, Ho-Es Protection. Level, 10, 6,721%. Health, 1,800. Mana, 1,345. Physical damage, 1,450. Magic damage, 945. Stamina, 360. Strength, 350. Intelligence, 269. Agility, 220. Combat rating, below average. Potential estimate, 5th reincarnation. Overall assessment, tall among the short. Upon seeing Sotu's attributes, Lin Ling immediately knew this boss belonged to him. Sotu and Feng Ji were likely the strongest members of this team. With the combined abilities of these 10 individuals, they were absolutely no match for a level 40 elite boss. The boss's defense alone was 1,400. Most professionals in the Divine Wind Club probably couldn't even break through its defense. As for whether Sotu and the others lived or died, Lin Ling couldn't care less. He harbored no fondness for the Divine Wind Club. Just as Lin Ling had anticipated, the moment the boss appeared, the members of the Divine Wind Club were momentarily stunned, their expressions instantly changing dramatically. Damn, a level 40 boss? What the hell? Run! Sota shouted loudly and immediately turned to flee. Feng Ji was somewhat unwilling to give up. Clutching a purple staff that had cost him nearly 1 million, he decided this encounter with the boss was the perfect opportunity to test the staff's damage. He promptly cast a fireball spell. Boom! The fireball exploded with a blazing effect. A bright crimson damage number appeared above the Abyss Scout boss's head, 163. Seeing this damage value, Feng Ji was utterly dumbfounded. His full-strength strike barely dented the boss's total health. Was this really the kind of boss he could handle? Damn it! He yelled and turned to flee, but his attack had already enraged the boss. A roar erupted from the boss's mouth, and suddenly the trees in the forest came alive, transforming into long whips that lashed toward the members of the Divine Wind Club. Bang, bang, bang. Agonized screams resounded. A low-level archer was impaled through the chest by a vine and pinned to a large tree. His health bar instantly depleted. He was dead beyond revival. Others struck by the vines were flung away. 8 or 9 individuals were blown about, all suffering severe injuries, many losing more than half their health. In an instant, 2 squads of the Divine Wind Club lost all combat effectiveness. Shang Biao rolled more than 10 meters across the ground before crashing into a tree where Lin Ling was concealed, coming to a halt. Among everyone, he was now the farthest from boss. Lin Ling looked down at Shang Biao and judged that this kid was lucky. He was likely the only one who could escape. As for the others, they probably wouldn't make it out alive. What Lin Ling did not expect was that Shang Biao, after rising to his feet, did not flee. Instead, he pulled out several bottles of red potions and quickly gulped them down, clearly preparing to charge back. This genuinely surprised Lin Ling. Just then, while tilting his head back to drink, Shang Biao suddenly spotted Lin Ling perched in the tree. The unexpected sight caused him to shudder violently, dropping half a bottle of the red potion onto the ground. Lin Ling, what are you doing here? Didn't you see how powerful that boss is? Why aren't you running? Are you planning to stay here and wait for death? Shang Biao shouted loudly, picked up the purple shield he had dropped, and charged toward the boss. Boss Feng, Captain Sotu, run. I can hold him off for 2 minutes. Shang Biao's voice echoed through the forest as he launched himself at the boss. The boss stiffened instantly. Shang Biao raised his hand and swung a slash at the boss's head, then suddenly turned and ran deeper into the forest. Sotu's eyes gleamed with wild joy at the sight, and he scrambled and rolled, fleeing toward the forest's edge. Others followed suit, desperately fleeing. Only Feng Ji remained rooted to the spot, staring at Shang Biao's retreating figure. Suddenly, Feng Ji let out a loud roar, grabbed his staff, and chased into the forest. While running, he gulped down potions and cast a fireball at the Abyss Scout. Boom! The fireball burst into flames, drawing the boss's attention. Thrust, thrust, thrust. A series of root spikes suddenly erupted from beneath Feng Ji's feet. His expression shifted as he tried to dodge, but a spike pierced through his foot. At that moment, Feng Ji was plunged into despair, knowing death was inevitable. The Abyss Scout was steadily advancing toward him. Behind the boss, Shang Biao's face was filled with anxiety as he launched another charge. Thrust. Unexpectedly, the boss countered with a swipe, its sharp claw piercing Shang Biao's chest. Blood instantly dyed his body crimson. Biaozi, let him go. Come kill me, you bastard. I was the one who dug you out. Come kill your father. Don't touch my brother. Feng Ji bellowed in fury, his voice hoarse and twisted, tinged with a hint of sobbing. At that moment, a red light suddenly illuminated Shang Biao's body. His blood formed a suit of armor outside his body, and his grievous wound began to heal somewhat on its own. In the sky, inside the Dragon's nest fighter jet. Captain Zhang, should we intervene? Yin Yin, the high ponytail girl asked. Zhang Ming shook his head. Dark class awakening? Interesting. Let us not disturb him for now. I have a feeling that guy in the tree will make a move. Let him suffer a bit, then we'll step in. Besides, the foot soldiers are almost here. Captain, what exactly is a dark class awakening? The buzzcut youth asked curiously. Zhang Ming stared at the screen and said calmly, after a class's first reincarnation, a very small number of players awaken a dark class when facing mortal danger. It's considered an alternative second class or a kind of class advancement. But this form resembles a berserk beastman, dark and uncontrollable, so it's always called a dark class awakening. A flash of realization crossed the buzzcut youth's eyes, and he immediately refocused on the screen. Shang Biao truly seemed to have entered a berserk state. His strength suddenly surged, and he kicked the boss back 2 steps. Shang Biao launched another charge skill and instantly reached the boss's front. The charge skill inflicted a brief stiffening effect on the target. The boss was immobilized, and Shang Biao immediately swung his knight's sword toward the boss's head. However, before his blade could fall, the boss recovered from the stiffening effect. It suddenly raised an arm to block itself. Thrust. Shang Biao's full-powered strike successfully severed one of the Abyss Scout's arms. A massive critical damage number appeared above the boss's head. 1012. The boss's health instantly dropped by 1/10. A roar erupted from the Abyssal Scout, its other hand striking Shang Biao's face with brutal force. Shang Biao spun violently and collided against the towering tree. His health bar instantly plummeted to 0. At this moment, only a sliver of vitality remained in him before he completely lost consciousness. Roar! The Abyssal Scout bellowed once more. a vine snapping through the air with a whistle as it lashed against Feng Ji's chest. Feng Ji spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with a choking sound. His health bar instantly reduced to a mere tenth. Murderous intent blazed in the Abyssal Scout's eyes as its remaining hand transformed into a spear aimed squarely at Feng Ji. Despairingly, Feng Ji shut his eyes, resigned to his fate. Yet just then, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Out of respect for Shang Biao's stubborn spirit, this boss is mine. Feng Ji whipped his head around to see a familiar, handsome face stride past him. His pupils constricted sharply. Lin Ling? Previously, he had vaguely heard Shang Biao shout Lin Ling's name, but at the time, beaten and doubting his own senses by the boss's attacks. He thought he had misheard. Now, seeing Lin Ling stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Don't go over there. This monster is a level 40 elite boss. It's not something you can handle. Feng Ji called out anxiously. The boss's aggro was still on him. So Lin Ling had plenty of time to retreat. Though Feng Ji had once harbored deep dislike for Lin Ling, solely because Lin Ling had mercilessly dominated every simulation match, they were no longer rivals on any pedestal. Having already fallen from grace, Lin Ling deserved no further ridicule. All those petty grievances should have been laid to rest. Relax, it's just a minor monster. Lin Ling's calm voice echoed as he advanced toward the boss. Inside the dragon's nest warship, Zhang Ming fixed his gaze on Lin Ling's image on the screen. Although he sensed something extraordinary about the young man, he did not take him too seriously. The odd combination of a mage's robe and a wolf-tooth hammer struck him as bizarre. Captain Zhang, is this kid deliberately courting death? Yan Yan's eyes flickered with concern. She had already dug into Lin Ling's dossier. Though deemed to have a worthless talent, he was still an awakened SSS-ranked talent user. In the Dragon Kingdom, SSS-ranked talent professionals were so rare they could be counted on one hand. Let us observe for now. Lin Ling seems too weak. We can't let him get into trouble. Be ready to intervene at any moment, Zhang Ming said. Though he despised arrogant people without strength, SSS-ranked talent users were strategic assets to any nation, even if this particular SSS was considered a wasted talent. Meanwhile, below, Feng Ji watched Lin Ling approach the boss, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. How could such a formidable monster be dismissed as a mere minor enemy by Lin Ling? Was he unable to recognize the boss's power? Or was Lin Ling still the invincible god Lin he once was? Lin Ling, this is a level 40 elite boss. Feng Ji reminded him again. But before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. His throat twitched as he swallowed hard. Lin Ling casually removed the wolf-tooth hammer slung over his shoulder with one hand, then charged toward the monster, dragging the massive weapon behind him. His figure blurred into a streak in Feng Ji's vision as he swung the hammer down directly onto the Abyssal Scout's head. Bang! The Abyssal Scout's head exploded like a bursting watermelon. A vivid crimson number flashed before Feng Ji's eyes, nearly stopping his heart. 11,737. The Abyssal Scout's corpse collapsed instantly. Two beams of white light simultaneously shone above Feng Ji and Shang Biao's bodies. It was evident that both had leveled up. The experience system granted experience to anyone who participated in attacking and damaging the boss. Once the boss was slain, corresponding experience was awarded. Though Feng Ji and Shang Biao had inflicted only minimal damage, the experience gained from a level 40 elite boss was vast for them. Feng Ji was engulfed in a mixture of shock and exhilaration. At the same time, a kill notification appeared before Lin Ling's eyes. Congratulations on slaying the elite Abyssal Scout 1. Experience gained. 1. Quest. Alice's Commission. Progress. 1300. A glimmer of delight flashed across Lin Ling's eyes. He had not expected this boss to be included in the quest, but on second thought, it made sense. The elite Abyssal Scout was indeed a scout. Thud. Zhang Ming in the warship abruptly sprang from his seat, and the short-haired youth beside him swallowed hard. How is this possible? How could a newly awakened professional deal over 10,000 critical damage? And he was a mage? It must be the hammer. There was something wrong with that hammer. Zhang Ming, an elite of the Dragon's Nest, immediately discerned the root of the problem. He was a full-fledged warrior, level 87, with strength surpassing 4,000 and physical damage exceeding 20,000 thanks to his equipment. Naturally, he could easily defeat a level 40 elite monster. But Lin Ling had awakened less than 2 days ago. How many levels could he have gained in 2 days? Even wearing the best novice gear, he could not possibly one-shot a level 40 boss. Feng Ji, lying on the ground, was so stunned he nearly forgot to breathe. This was a level 40 elite boss, the one that had nearly wiped out their 2 full squads, and it was killed with a single hammer blow? Was this something a mere human could accomplish? And the one who did it was Lin Ling, the SSS rank wasted talent whom everyone had mocked. Who was truly the joke here? With the elite boss S death, the Earth Spike's piercing Feng Zhi's left leg instantly vanished. His gaze toward Lin Ling now held a newfound admiration. Simultaneously, 4 spheres of light appeared beside the boss S corpse. A skill book, an orange legendary shield, a blind box, and a fragment of a dungeon entry ticket. The boss was killed by me. I'll take the loot. No objections? Lin Ling asked casually. Feng Zhi immediately shook his head. No objections. Thank you, Lin God, for saving my life. Lin Ling nodded nonchalantly and reached out to seize the equipment. But just then, an abrupt change occurred. 3 piercing sounds tore through the air from behind. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed instantly as he swung the king of soldiers' hammer with a mighty force. Bang, bang, bang. 3 sharp arrows were successively smashed aside by the massive hammer. Lin Ling turned around, his eyes brimming with killing intent. 7 figures were rapidly charging in their direction. At the forefront was none other than Sotu of the Kamikaze Club. You bastard Lin Ling, how dare you steal the Kamikaze Club's boss? Lin Ling, you fiend. Have you no shame? This is the boss from our treasure map. Kid, I think you're looking for death. Shouts rang out from group. In the blink of an eye, Sotu and his men had closed the distance. They had fled the forest earlier, but had not left, after fully restoring their status. They deliberately waited before returning. Their purpose was not to rescue Shang Biao and Feng Zhi, but because Feng Zhi carried a purple staff and several blue-grade items. The purple shield in Shang Biao's hands was an exceptionally rare high-tier shield. The combined value of their equipment was at least 1 to 2-1, must never dare to save lives recklessly. Yet touching the corpse remains unavoidable. As they approached, they immediately noticed 4 glowing orbs hovering near the boss's body. Especially upon seeing the orange orb, the breaths of Sotu and his companions grew rapid and shallow. This boss was a level 40 elite monster, and the equipment it dropped would undoubtedly be around level 40 as well. A single level 40 orange tier item, regardless of the profession, would be worth tens of millions. At first, Sotu was wary of the professionals standing beside the boss. Anyone capable of slaying such a foe had to be a formidable expert. But when he clearly recognized that individual as Lin Ling, a surge of wild joy overtook him, and he immediately chose to strike decisively. He couldn't believe that Lin Ling could have slain a level 40 boss solely through his own strength. Lin Ling must have employed some extraordinary means, and such methods were hardly used frequently. Perhaps the treasure that could instantly kill the boss was in Lin Ling's possession. This was a gift falling from the heavens. Come, kill the monster, and I'll claim the loot. If you dared refuse, he would kill regardless, burying no one. Sotu drew his bow once more, his eyes ablaze with ruthless intent. Sotu, what are you doing? It was Lin Ling who saved me in Monk Biao. Feng Zhi suddenly shouted, his eyes reddened. He had been uncertain how to express his gratitude for Lin Ling's life-saving deed. Yet now his own comrades intended to doom Lin Ling. Was this not repaying kindness with enmity? Such a thing was utterly unacceptable. Feng Zhi had been a prodigy since childhood, with a martyr among his ancestors. Though he claimed not to be a good man, he would never stoop to ingratitude. Sotu, are you out of your mind? Save you? If it weren't for the boss's rewards, would this guy have saved you? Sotu shouted back, unmoved. You! Feng Zhi, infuriated, spat a mouthful of blood, and his vision darkened as he fainted. By now, Sotu and his companions had closed to within about 20 meters of Lin Ling. They spread out in formation, but maintained a safe distance. The wolf-tooth hammer in Lin Ling's hand only reinforced their belief that he had taken an unconventional path as a full-fledged mage. A warrior who was not truly a warrior. Among their group of ranged attackers, he was nothing. Lin Ling, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Drop all your equipment on the ground and leave immediately. I might spare your life. Sotu said coldly. Inside the Dragon's nest warship. What the hell? He runs faster than anyone when escaping. Yet he has the nerve to come back and snatch the loot after finishing the fight? Zhang Ming's neck veins bulged with rage. Given his strong sense of justice, he wished he could jump down and teach Sotu a lesson himself. Lin Ling could kill them with a single hammer blow. How dare he come looking for death? The buzz-cut youth glared at the screen, displeased. Captain Zhang, should we intervene? I just gathered some intel about Lin Ling. It seems he couldn't make it as a mage and switched to a hybrid warrior mage path. His full stat allocation, at least an A-grade genetic enhancer, plus that strange wolf-tooth hammer, makes him formidable in melee in the early stages. But since most of the enemy are ranged attackers, if they truly encircle Lin Ling, he might not withstand their concentrated fire. Yan Yan spoke with a trace of concern in her eyes, clearly not optimistic about Lin Ling's prospects. The buzz-cut youth furrowed his brow tightly. If that were the case, Lin Ling would likely give in. He wouldn't drop his gear so easily, but if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Yin Yin nodded. Exactly. From the data, Lin Ling is very intelligent. I think he will probably forego the orange gear on the ground and choose to endure. Captain Zhang, here come the foot basin chickens. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Ming immediately looked at the screen. The merchants from Sakura country were indeed approaching the forest where Lin Ling was located. Their speed surged, and in the blink of an eye, they were within 100 meters of Lin Ling. If Lin Ling hands over the equipment and leaves, he might run into the foot basin chickens. Everyone must prepare for battle. Under no circumstances can Lin Ling be harmed. Yes, several Dragon Nest warriors readied themselves. But when their gazes landed on Lin Ling, their eyes suddenly widened. Lin Ling did not, as they had anticipated, yield to Sodu. What if I don't? Lin Ling's eyes gleamed coldly. To him, Soda had already chosen the path of death. Then die. Sotu roared fiercely, drawing his purple bow into a crescent. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive arrows shot straight toward Lin Ling, each aimed at a vital spot. Other ranged professionals also launched attacks, unleashing a barrage of arrows and magic at Lin Ling. You're courting death. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes, activating his invisibility skill. His body vanished from their sight in an instant. At that moment, like a ghost, he appeared behind Sotu, his massive wolf-tooth hammer aimed at Sotu's head. But then, a strange glint suddenly flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. He slowly withdrew his raised hand and swiftly leapt onto a large tree. A rustling sound emerged from the edge of the jungle. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so small-statured professionals appeared. The dwarf charging at the front was instantly recognized by Lin Ling as a Japanese from outside the teleportation shrine. Hero SI. Name, Kamita Shoda. Codename, Divine Turtle Little Overlord. Profession, Onisamurai. Talent, A grade, Soul Refining Technique. Level, 42, 5,362%. Health, 11,800. Mana, 2,545. Physical damage, 5,650. Magical damage, 2,436. Stamina, 1,200. Strength, 742. Intelligence, 500. Agility, 790. Combat rating, 1 star. Potential estimate, 4th tier professional. Overall evaluation, no threat. Seeing this panel, Lin Ling's lips curled into a faint smile. What kind of person is this? At that moment, Soda also noticed the newcomers. He suddenly drew his bow to full draw, aiming at Kamita. Bakayaru, where is Ishio? Kamita Shoda sneered. Foot basin chicken? Soto's face was filled with surprise. Yishiyu? How would I know where Ishio is? Baka. D. Enraged by being called a foot basin chicken, Kamita charged straight at Sotu. Sotu fired 3 arrows immediately, but they failed to penetrate the defense of this second-tier Sakura Oni Samurai. Now Kamita's samurai sword was right before Sotu. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind descended from above. Kamita turned sharply to see a spiked hammerhead crashing down toward him. Bang! Without even a scream, Kamita and Sotu's heads exploded simultaneously. Silence fell over the dense forest, broken only by Lin Ling's faint voice echoing. No matter how trashy the Dragon Kingdom's people are, you little devils have no right to kill them. I'm already giving you face. The brief silence was instantly shattered by Kato's roar. Bakayaru. With a shout, all members of the Soul Group tore off their disguises. In an instant, their ordinary civilian attire transformed into gleaming golden armor, each emblazoned with a striking black skull emblem. These Japanese mercenaries surged forward but refrained from launching an immediate attack. Their positioning was exceedingly cunning, effectively sealing off all escape routes for Lin Ling and his companions. The members of the Kamikaze Club, who had been momentarily stunned by Lin Ling's strike, instantly descended into utter chaos. They were no ordinary Sakura natives. This was the mark of the Soul Group. How could the Soul Group possibly appear here? Damn it, fight to the death. Fight my ass. You want to die? Go ahead. I'm not about to perish. I've heard the weakest among the Soul Group are still formidable second-tier elites. Cowards, I'd rather die biting into those bastards. Voices echoed incessantly. It was undeniable that in the Dragon Kingdom there were those who coveted life and feared death. But there was absolutely no shortage of passionate warriors willing to risk everything against the Japanese. Yet, under this overwhelming display of power, even the bravest dared not be the first to charge forward. Within the Dragon Nest warplane, 3 figures had now risen. The hatch opened. Should the situation below spiral out of control, Zhang Ming will be the first to unleash a descending blade technique. However, just as Yin Yin and another prepared to strike, Zhang Ming suddenly raised his hand to halt them. How intriguing. Let us see who has arrived. he murmured, following Zhang Ming's pointed finger. Yin Yan's gaze fell upon two figures concealed in a large tree not far from Lin Ling and his group. Xia Tujin and Sheng Jun of the Pingmen 3 armies? They're both henchmen of De Tujin. How did they end up in Xuanfu? Yin Yan exclaimed, her eyes filled with disdain as she regarded them. The appearance of 2 from the Pingmen 3 armies here suggests that Tujin himself is nearby, Zhang Ming remarked. Yin Yan's face twisted into an irate smile. Just thinking about that trash ruins my mood. Zhang Ming shook his head helplessly. Though De Tujin was no saint, his combat prowess was incomparable to that of Lin Ling. If he went berserk, ordinary third-tier elites would be powerless against him. If he appeared here, letting this mad dog take on the Japanese might not be such a bad idea. Oof. That trash De Tujin deserves nothing less than a firing squad. Yin Yan snorted coldly. Zhao Yijuan had imprisoned 2 girls in Qiwailan Cloth City, confining and tormenting them in a dungeon for over a year. One of the victims was Yin Yan's Jr. Originally incarcerated, this fellow unexpectedly awakened an SS-level talent, becoming the strongest rookie in the entire North. Rumor had it that his backers intervened, securing him special bail. Even more absurdly, if he placed in the top 3 of the rookie championship, he would not only receive a sentence reduction, but might also be specially recruited into the Dragon Nest War God Sanctuary. Military second-generation elites were not so easily toppled. His grandfather was none other than Zhao Longqing. Moreover, I've heard he is about to reach level 20. General Zhao publicly beat De Tujin to a pulp to apologize to the 2 girls, but then secretly had a priest heal him and gifted him a set of epic red armor. Zhang Ming's voice grew grave as he glanced once more toward the battlefield below. Meanwhile, below, Lin Ling once again employed his hero's eye to scrutinize Kato. Name, Kato Shoji. Codename, Invincible Kotaro. Profession, Onmyo. Talent, S level, Divine Summoning Beyond Rank. Level, 89, 9,823%. Health, 22,800. Mana, 18,745. Physical damage, 4,950. Magical damage, 32,636. Stamina, 1,600. Strength, 946. Intelligence, 4,360. Agility, 1,092. Combat rating, 3 stars. Potential estimate, the elite among Onmyoji. Comprehensive evaluation, underestimating him will be disastrous. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. The hero's assessment of Kato stirred a sense of caution within him, simultaneously intensifying his resolve to deliver a decisive strike. Shoot to kill. No prisoners, he commanded inwardly. Sensing Lin Ling's gaze, Kato drew his long blade at his waist and pointed it directly at him. The Kamikaze Club members either collapsed weakly onto the filth-strewn ground or retreated repeatedly, faces etched with despair. Only Lin Ling, gripping his wolf Fong hammer lightly, strode forward boldly. Facing a formidable boss, he could dodge or withdraw, but against the Japanese, retreat was not an option. With 17,800 physical damage, Lin Ling was confident he could handle all second-tier elites. As for Kato, he remained unperturbed. Leave them to me, Lin Ling uttered calmly, willing to expose his forbidden spell to ensure these Japanese invaders would not return alive. At that moment, 3 figures suddenly burst forth from a large tree some dozen meters away. Almost instantaneously, 2 shadows intercepted Lin Ling's path. Kid, your courage is commendable. Your alliance is that hammer. I assent it. Your strength might rank high in this small Xuanfu Bay city, but to me, Xia Tujin, you're nothing. Leave these pathetic foot soldiers to me. And as for you, get lost. A languid voice spoke. The speaker appeared to be in his 20s, with shifty eyes and a sly expression that betrayed his dubious nature. Beside him stood a short yet muscular man, clearly a formidable fighter. Both donned uniform golden attire, clutching orange-hued daggers. Upon seeing them, Lin Ling's eyes revealed a faint smile. It was an old acquaintance. Xia Tujin and Sheng Jun of the Pingmen 3 armies in Qiwailan Cloth City. Both were notable figures, assassin professionals with A-level talents. Having awakened over a decade ago, they deliberately capped their levels at 30, avoiding second-tier quests. They specialized in skulking around rookie-based cities, engaging in assassination and plunder. Their lives revolved around debauchery and acquiring top-tier equipment. Rumor had it that these 2 first-tier peak assassins each boasted 10,000 health, 5,000 physical damage, and a speed of 1,000. Such stats made them formidable even against second-tier professionals. There were even whispers that they had once teamed up to eliminate a third-tier mage. In his previous life, Lin Ling could only evade them. In this life, such a scenario would never recur. Although their gear was impressive, The Sakura Country Soul Group was no pushover, especially Kato. Now, seeing Lin Ling remain still, the two men's anger flared. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me tell you to back off? Lin Ling shrugged and stepped back, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Fine, show me what you've got. With those words, his figure vanished from the crowd's sight. Watching Lin Ling disappear, the two exchanged a glance of surprise before baring their fangs. Their bodies vanished simultaneously, reappearing behind two soul group demon warriors. Splat splat. Blood sprayed. The two second-tier demon warriors were instantly throat-slashed, their health bars emptied in an instant. In a flash, the enemy had lost two men. Damn, these guys are insane. Where did these fierce fighters come from? The short one, I know him. He.S. Shungjun, the protege of Zhao Yijuan, the rookie king of Kiwailan Cloth City. Zhao Yijuan? Which Zhao Yijuan? The Tujin. You've heard of him, right? The Tujin? The one from last night's public chat? Exactly. Do you know what kind of talent Brother Jun has? The Thunder God's avatar within 3 minutes. His 4 attributes increased tenfold. Do you realize what that means? A tenfold amplification? 2,000 damage becomes 20,000? 5,000 health becomes 50,000? My heavens. The master is so formidable. Salvation has finally arrived. Brother Jun, are you still in need of followers? Zhao Yijuan? Could he be the grandson of General Zhao? So he's one of Big Head Jun's men. No wonder he is so extraordinary. The two archers from the Kamikaze Club immediately wore expressions of admiration. As newcomers, witnessing two individuals at first-tier level effortlessly annihilate second-tier professionals left them utterly astounded beyond measure. Baka, a demon samurai, roared, black smoke billowing from his body as he charged toward Little Head Jun. Yet before he could reach him, the silhouette of Pingmin's second army had already vanished once again. Buki, the demon samurai, lunged into empty air, silently cursing his misfortune, but before he could regain balance, a chilling sensation gripped his neck. Little Head Jun's legendary dagger had already pierced through his throat. You little devils, once Grandpa finishes off all of you, the perfect gear on your bodies should fetch at least several 100 million. Little Head Jun chuckled heartily, madness deepening in his eyes. However, at that moment, a sudden anomaly occurred. A crimson mist appeared around those Sakura Country demon samurai. Their health bars refilled visibly at an astonishing rate, accelerating several times over. Sensing imminent danger, Little Head Jun attempted to vanish. But a Sakura samurai sword had already pierced his heart. With a vital wound, his movements froze instantly, and his health bar was instantly depleted. The remaining demon samurai swiftly encircled Shungjun's. Strange runes glowed beneath their feet as a mysterious formation instantly enclosed Shungjun. His invisibility became unusable. Simultaneously, Kato, who had remained motionless until now, suddenly raised a hand, murmuring incantations under his breath. A jet-black, ghostly claw erupted from beneath Shungjun's feet, seizing his ankles and swinging him toward a towering tree. No good. Is that not my OG? A Shikigami? Shungjun's expression changed drastically. A golden shield gleamed on his armor, but the next moment, he crashed against the sturdy tree trunk. Boom, boom, boom. The black claw swung repeatedly, shattering the shield with a thunderous crash. Above Shungjun's head appeared a damage number, 10,000. Despite such grievous injury, Shungjun's health still clung to a small fraction, a testament to the exceptional quality of his equipment. Damn you! Shadow escape. Shungjun spat blood and shouted fiercely, his body flickering as he successfully fled. While moving swiftly, he produced several red potions. In the blink of an eye, he downed the potions, restoring his health fully once more. A pendant materialized in his hand, which he immediately wore around his neck. The pendant caused his health bar to lengthen fivefold, surging from over 10,000 to nearly 60,000. Before anyone could exclaim in astonishment, Shungjun drew an orange dagger, revealing the wealth amassed from years of killing and looting. He cracked his neck with a crisp sound and then transformed into a blur, dashing toward Kato. As he closed in within 5 meters of Kato, an abrupt change unfolded. A colossal beast over 5 meters tall suddenly burst forth from the ground. It bore 2 red horns upon its head, 2 narrow crimson eyes, and a maw bristling with fangs. A furious roar erupted. Roar. The monster raised its hand and struck at Shungjun. Bang. 48,925. A massive critical hit number appeared above Shungjun. His body flew like a kite with a broken string, hurtling toward a distant tree. Clang. The tree shook violently as Shungjun slid down its trunk, immediately losing consciousness. The once passionate Kamikaze Club members were petrified on the spot. No matter how they tried, They could not fathom how such a mighty Xingjun could be defeated by a single monster. Perhaps the only one unsurprised was Lin Ling, who sat atop a tree, holding a skill book and wearing a satisfied smile. Skill book, Explosive Fireball. Class requirement, level 20. Skill description, instantly release a fireball that explodes upon contact with obstacles, inflicting 200% magical damage on the target and area of effect damage within a 30-meter radius. Cooldown, 6 seconds. This skill is quite good with such a short cooldown. When other skills are unavailable, this will come in handy, Lin Ling remarked as he promptly mastered the explosive fireball. The drop rate for blind boxes is still pretty high. This time, I probably won't get anything good, though, Lin Ling muttered as he opened the blind box. Congratulations! You have obtained Purification Potion X1. Usable at any level. This item removes poison status upon use. Just a lousy item, huh? Despite his complaint, Lin Ling pocketed the potion. Although it was worthless, it was not easy to come by. Rising slowly, he once again hoisted his Wolf-S Fong hammer and approached the Soul Group members. If these were not devils, he would have turned and left long ago. But for these scum from the Sakura country, Lin Ling would seize every opportunity to strike. Unexpectedly, just a few steps forward, 3 figures descended from the sky, blocking his path. Damn it, it never ends, huh? Where do all of you keep popping up from? Lin Ling grumbled. Before him, a gleaming bald head slowly turned around. Don't go to your death. This is a 3rd tier on my OG. You can't handle him, Zhang Meng said with a grin. Who are you? Lin Ling replied, unimpressed. Long Nest, Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng lifted his chin slightly. Lin Ling's face twitched. Zhang Meng? Zhang Meng beamed with pride. He loved seeing the shock on others' faces when they heard his name. Before the smile could fully form, Lin Ling said again, never heard of you. Are you really confident you can handle this? You're that cocky? Zhang Meng chuckled. Watch closely, kid. Today, I'll show you what it means to have someone stronger above you. What it means for the sky to be high and the earth to be vast, and what a true expert looks like. Lin Ling looked at this braggart and immediately activated his hero SI. Name, Zhang Meng. Alias, Autumn Field Blue Cloth City's fiercest man. Class, Berserker. Talent, S rank Bloodthirsty War God. Level, 87, 48.61%. Health, 22,800. Mana, 5,215. Physical damage, 23,850. Magical damage, 4,536. Stamina, 1,600. Strength, 4,068. Intelligence, 890. Agility, 900. Combat rating, 2.5 stars. Potential estimate, Sword Saint. Overall evaluation, just past brittle, future powerhouse. Indeed formidable, but still seemingly no match for an on-my-OG. Lin Ling muttered inwardly, but said aloud, Master, please commence your performance. Humph. Zhang Meng snorted coldly as a blood-red radiance suddenly illuminated his armor. Bloodthirsty charge, Zhang Meng shouted lightly, transforming into a streak of crimson as he plunged into the Soul Group's ranks. Zhang Meng gripped his sword with both hands and began to spin swiftly. In an instant, a whirlwind of blood-red energy tore through several demon warriors. High damage values floated up from their bodies one after another. Their heads flew asunder. Not a single one could withstand even a single strike from Zhang Meng. Wherever he passed, the souls of the defeated Japanese pirates were severed and scattered. Yet, Zhang Meng's true target was not these second-tier demon warriors. He charged directly towards the Onmyoji. Jiang Tao Yin Yin, leave these trash to you. The young man with a buzz cut, who rarely spoke, nodded and suddenly raised his hand with a flourish. 6 silver bubbles instantly appeared above the heads of the Soul Group. Faint hour minute. And second hands could be seen on the bubbles, spinning rapidly. The movements of the 6 demon warriors attempting to flee instantly slowed to a crawl. Meanwhile, the girl from Long Nest with her high ponytail swiftly drew back a silver longbow. Swish, 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 swish. 6 arrows were released simultaneously, each striking a demon warrior with pinpoint accuracy. Sparks erupted instantly from their bodies, and their health bars plummeted to 0. A single attack annihilated 6 demon warriors at once. Zhang Meng had already reached the Onmyoji's side, his knightly sword thrusting fiercely toward the opponent's vital point. Bang! The black Shikigami struck out with a palm, but it failed to block Zhang Meng's sword. The long blade pierced through the Shikigami's charred claw, pinning both it and the Onmyoji to a tree trunk. The Onmyoji's health bar immediately drained to nothing. An Onmyoji, that is all there is to it, Zhang Meng said coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt. Witnessing this scene, whether followers of Zhao Yijuan or professional from the Kamikaze Club, all showed a fervent gleam in their eyes. Is it over already? So strong. Is this really the strength of Long Nest's elite professionals? How can they be so ferocious? This is far too powerful. I originally thought Lin Ling was strong. Then I believed Xing Jun was the real powerhouse, but now I finally understand. They're nothing compared to Long Nest's elite. However, just as they spoke, they noticed the fierce expression on Zhang Ming's face suddenly shift to one of grave concern. As their confusion deepened, in the next moment, they saw a sinister smile curl at the corner of the Onmyoji's lips. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from beneath the ground. Suddenly, the earth beneath their feet cracked open, and smoke rings burst forth one after another. As soon as these smoke rings appeared on the surface, they rippled outward, quickly filling the jungle with dense fog. Everyone was enveloped in the mist, and an intense sensation of numbness swept over them. Even Zhang Ming felt as if his body had been struck by a powerful electric shock, numbness spreading throughout his entire being. At the same time, green tentacles covered in sharp thorns suddenly burst from the earth, instantly lashing toward the Long Kingdom's professionals. The speed of these tentacles left no room for reaction. In an instant, every person in the forest was ensnared by these tendrils. Only Lin Ling, who had used an invisibility skill at the moment the earth cracked, vanished atop a large tree. At this moment, a poison status warning appeared above everyone's heads. "Open it for me," Zhang Ming shouted fiercely, the blood-red aura on his body intensifying once again. But soon he realized his strength had been reduced by a full 80%. This green toxic fog not only caused numbness and blood loss, but also had a powerful weakening effect. This realization caused his expression to change drastically. Rumble, rumble. The earth trembled as a green demon head over 10 meters tall emerged from underground. This creature had a massive head, but no body. From the broken neck sprouted thorny tentacles. Its appearance was grotesquely bizarre. No good. Zhang Ming's pupils constricted sharply as he immediately cast a detection spell. Onsikigami, Awoni. Type, summon creature. Level, 110. Health, 500,000. Physical damage, 50,000. Magical damage, 50,000. Characteristic, this Shikigami has high health and damage, but zero defense. Upon seeing the Shikigami's attributes, Zhang Ming immediately retrieved the control core of the Long Nest battle machine from his storage space. As long as he could control the battle machine, the laser cannon could easily teach this Onmyoji and his Shikigami a lesson. However, at this moment, except for his head, his body was completely numb, and his hands had almost lost all sensation. The control core slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. How do you possess such a powerful Shikigami? Zhang Ming roared in frustration. Onmyoji is a unique hidden profession exclusive to the Sakura country, somewhat akin to traditional necromancers and summoners. However, the Onmyoji's summoned creatures can only be the unique ghostly Shikigami of Sakura country. After the Great Fusion, these Shikigami generally become map bosses. Onmyoji have a very slim chance to make a boss their summoned beast after killing it. Typically, the level of a Shikigami does not exceed that of its Onmyoji master. But now, Kato has not yet reached the 4th tier transformation, yet he commands a 4th tier Shikigami. Zhang Ming, at level 87, no matter how strong, could never contend with a level 110 boss, let alone the others. The terrifying damage output of this boss could instantly annihilate the vast majority of 3rd tier professionals. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, gazing upon the fearsome Shikigami. Not a single spark of hope flickered in their hearts. Even Zhang Ming was filled with deep regret. Had he not been reckless, reinforcements would have already arrived. Now, not only could he not send a distress signal, but even if he did, by the time help came, they would all be dead. Ha ha ha. Foolish people of Long Kingdom. You didn't expect this, did you? Today is truly a bountiful harvest. Let me see what spoils I have collected. The voice of Kato, Shoji, rang out continuously. He looked at the captured group with satisfaction, as if admiring lambs awaiting slaughter. Brother, I don't want to die. Who can save me? Master, please spare the 3 of us. We are willing to serve the great Sakura Empire. Just release us and we'll do anything. Join Sakura nationality if you want. An archer from the Kamikaze Club cried out desperately. 2 other professionals behind him, who resembled him somewhat, nodded vigorously. But before he could finish, a massive spiked hammer suddenly appeared. With a loud bang, the archer who had just been pleading for his life fell forward, his head crushed. The 2 behind him were instantly stunned. Suddenly, blood gushed forth wildly, staining half the sky crimson. At that moment, all eyes turned toward the corpse's side. Lin Ling's figure slowly emerged. I hate traitors the most. Lin Ling, run. Get out of here and report this on the public channel. We can die, but we absolutely cannot let this scoundrel escape. Zhang Ming saw Lin Ling and felt a surge of joy. shouting loudly. But soon a bitter smile crossed his face. Even he could not escape the fourth-tier Shikigami's poisonous fog. How could Lin Ling, a newcomer who had awakened less than 2 days ago, possibly get away? Oh yeah? Run? Where to? I thought you fled, but you're still here. To use an old saying from your Long Kingdom, that is like searching high and low for something and finding it effortlessly. You probably have no idea, but Lin Ling is actually Yishio. Now, everything is settled, except for Zhou Mingyan. Everyone else is being wiped out in one fell swoop. Kato's maniacal laughter erupted immediately. The surrounding green, poisonous mist thickened relentlessly. He had no belief whatsoever that Lin Ling could escape. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Lin Ling in disbelief. Ye Shiyu, the one who secured the first kill on the boss twice? Does that mean we still have a chance? Indeed, if Yishio can slay the boss, he must have formidable trump cards. Lin Ling is Yishio. What a joke. Xiao Yin is the real Yishio, alright? How could Lin Ling possibly be Yishio? Regardless of whether he is Yishio or not, it no longer matters. Whoever he is destined to perish here, just like us. The assembled professionals oscillated swiftly between hope and despair. Yet, at this very moment, an astonishing scene unfolded that left everyone incredulous. A chorus of singing arose from all around. Invincibility is how lonely it is. Invincibility is how hollow it is. Alone at the pinnacle, the cold wind ceaselessly blowing. As the song resounded, Lin Ling gripped that strange colossal hammer and stepped forward from within the poisonous haze. In that instant, he resembled an unrivaled sovereign. The single target earth element defensive forbidden spell, invincible. For 5 minutes, immune to all damage and every negative effect. The fourth tier Shikigami's poisonous mist was utterly ineffective against Lin Ling. Zhang Ming's eyes narrowed sharply. Only now did he notice that beneath Lin Ling's white mage robe, a crystalline armor resembling diamonds had somehow appeared. Is he really Yishio? At this moment, Zhang Ming realized that whether Lin Ling was Yishio or not was irrelevant. They had all gravely underestimated Lin Ling. He was by no means a laughingstock of a Xuanfu base city. This young man's strength far exceeded everyone's comprehension. Those who regarded Lin Ling as useless were the true jesters. While the newcomers thought Lin Ling was nothing more than basement level, he had already transcended to the stratosphere. No wonder Lin Ling exuded an unfathomable aura. It was because he was on an entirely different plane from these contemporaneous awakeners. After the fusion of the divine realm game with reality, evaluating a person's strength was no longer merely about level and attributes. Without powerful equipment, even a mightiest professional is but a beautiful vase. Lin Ling was clearly a newcomer blessed with tremendous fortune. Luck has always been a component of strength. No matter how gifted you are, bad luck could still mean death in the wild. From now on, as long as Lin Ling survives, his future is boundless. Others gazed upon Lin Ling with expressions of shock, though that shock was swiftly overtaken by ecstatic joy. Lin Ling was not afraid of the poisonous mist. Does that mean Lin Ling might have a chance to defeat the Onmyoji? We're saved. Wonderful. We're saved. We don't have to die. Voices of excitement echoed. At this moment, Lin Ling had become their sole lifeline. The soldier, Sheng Jun, who had been unconscious, gradually regained consciousness. He happened to hear the crowd's cheers. Sheng Jun shook his head and immediately recalled the final blow from the dark Shikigami. A chill ran through his entire body as he abruptly scanned his surroundings. When he saw everyone suspended in the air, entangled by tentacles, and among them a bald man, Zhang Ming, his eyes widened in astonishment. Holy shit, isn't that Mengu from Dragon's Nest? But when his gaze fell on Lin Ling, his already wide eyes grew even larger. How is this kid unharmed? Are you freaking cheating? At that moment, the voices of the crowd rang again in his mind. Sheng Jun's heart was flooded with regret for having previously looked down on Lin Ling. His face flushed deeply, as if struck hard across the cheek. Just as Sheng Jun tried to struggle free from the tentacles, he realized he was paralyzed. Looking at himself, and then at Lin Ling, an increasing sense of unease gnawed at him. He had fallen, yet Lin Ling was still perfectly fine. Does that not mean Lin Ling was even stronger than him? Had he wasted more than 30 years of his life on nothing? Originally, upon hearing that an SSS tier talent awakener had appeared in Xuanfu, Sheng Jun had been quite displeased. Though he could be called ruthless, he was exceedingly loyal. He respected no one except his own leader, Big Head Jun. Big Head Jun was the true king of newcomers. No one could steal his leader's spotlight. When he saw the diamond armor on Lin Ling, disdain flickered in his eyes once more. It's just a piece of equipment with high poison resistance. What is so great about that? If you have what it takes, go slaughter the Shikigami. I doubt he is capable. It's just showboating. If my leader were here, he'd have taken care of these Japanese bastards in no time. Sheng Jun's voice suddenly rang out, provoking a slew of murderous glares. You're about to die yourself, yet you mock Lin Ling instead of hoping for his victory? Meanwhile, Kato's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing Lin Ling unaffected by the mist's paralysis. But soon, his gaze filled with fury. Lin Ling, since you are unafraid of the poisonous mist, perhaps it is the will of the sun god. I offer you a chance to live. Renounce your Dragon Kingdom citizenship and join the great Sakura Empire. Not only will I spare your life, but I will also guarantee you the finest resources. Kato's voice rose slowly, his eyes brimming with hope, fixated unblinkingly on Lin Ling's narrow eyes. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly. Against the devils. Kill or be killed. Never surrender. Some hatred is never softened by time. Back on Earth, there was a saying that Lin Ling favored. Unknown strength, but when the sun shines, one grows stronger. Lin Ling spoke. Go to the great Sakura Empire? Kata nodded vigorously, eyes sparkling with anticipation. A sly grin crept on Lin Ling's lips. I'll go when the time comes. When the forbidden spell fireworks bloom atop Mount Fuji, your countrymen will surely thank you for inviting me. Baka, kill him. With Kato's furious roar, the green-haired Demon King immediately raised a massive tentacle and struck toward Lin Ling. Damn. That Shikigami's damage is 50,000. Lin Ling, dodge. Zhang Meng shouted, but Lin Ling advanced instead of retreating, flashing forward to stand before the mountain-like Shikigami. Bang. 15,293. Bang. 15,390. Bang. 15,892. The wolf-toothed great hammer swung incessantly, each strike unleashing a spray of blood mist upon the Shikigami. Flesh shattered and snowflakes fluttered. Roar! The Shikigami bellowed in fury. A dozen tentacles lashed out simultaneously at Lin Ling. Boom, 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 boom. The earth trembled, yet no damage indicator appeared on Lin Ling. Shikigami? This week? Lin Ling's mocking voice rang out once more, his wolf-tooth hammer striking with increasing ferocity. The Shikigami's health bar plummeted swiftly. At this moment, he seemed transformed into a wild war god, fearless of death and relentlessly delivering damage. Why do I feel that he might not be Yishio after all? Yishio isn't supposed to be this formidable, right? Gurgle, gurgle. This is just too fierce. The Shikigami is truly about to be shattered by his blows. The gathering professionals all voiced their astonishment. How could he be this strong? I don't think even the boss is this fierce. Sheng Jun's face was filled with shock. The blind reverence he held for his leader was gradually crumbling. This kid has something else. If he goes back, I'll definitely recommend him to join Dragon's Nest, Zhang Meng said, eyes brimming with admiration. At this moment, Yin Yin watched Lin Ling relentlessly swinging the Wolf Fong hammer and couldn't help but ask, Captain, do you think this armor might not be ordinary equipment? It doesn't look like the kind of low-level gear at all. Zhang Meng didn't respond immediately. A flicker of astonishment flashed across his eyes as a thought. One he himself found unlikely suddenly took shape in his mind. His eyes suddenly shone brightly. Are you suggesting this might be a high-level defensive skill? Zhang Meng asked thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, a trace of disdain flickered in Sheng Jun's eyes. Captain Zhang, how is that possible? She's just a rookie. How could she possess a high-level skill? In my opinion, he merely triggered a hidden quest and obtained godlike equipment. Without these two pieces, he has nothing. His talent is so poor, I bet he has not even level 5. Look, he can't even cast a fireball spell, let alone a high-level skill. Sheng Jun spoke coldly, the discouragement that had surfaced in his eyes long vanished. At that moment, he suddenly felt his leader was still capable after all. Meanwhile, Kato Shoji in the arena had already lost his earlier ambition. Lin Ling was immune to poison and damage, but had explosive attack power. If the Shikigami were truly crushed, a dire fate awaited him. As an Amayoji, he himself lacked offensive skills. At this moment, Kato was thoroughly panicked. No, I must retreat first. If I don't leave now, I might not get another chance, he thought anxiously. Suddenly, the Shikigami released all the professionals and swiftly fled with Kato toward the distance. Seeing this, Sheng Jun was instantly overjoyed. Kid, relying solely on equipment, is ultimately inferior. If you can cast a spell, Sheng Jun originally intended to mock Lin Ling's lack of magical ability, but before he could finish, he suddenly noticed a white glowing staff in Lin Ling's hand. The staff pointed directly at the escaping Onmyoji. Explosive fireball, Lin Ling uttered in a low shout. A fireball, as radiant as the blazing sun, roared as it pursued the Shikigami. Boom! Explosive fireball increases spell damage by 300% and inflicts an area of effect attack within 30 meters. 28,138. 22,800. Two vivid red figures floated above the heads of the Green Hat Demon King and Kato Shoji. The Shikigami, nearly defeated, and the fully healthy Kato instantly had their health bars wiped clean. You have successfully slain the Shikigami, Green Hat Demon King. You have successfully slain the professional, Kato Shoji. Corpse loot available. Shungjun, is this what you call not knowing magic? Is this what you say is under level 5? Is this what you call a worthless magician? The flesh on Zhang Ming's face twitched. He turned to look at Shungjun, whose face was also twisted with rage and disbelief. His three soul-searching questions shook everyone from shock to alertness. Just now, Lin Ling used a fireball spell? Goddamn fireball spell. That's the rare fire element skill, explosive fireball. A level 20 skill book with rare, high burst magic power. Explosive fireball? No wonder it's so powerful. What level skill did you say it was? Level 20 area attack skill. Holy hell. Are you kidding me? Ever since I awakened my talent, I haven't slept. The past few days have been nothing but grinding or traveling to grind. I'm exhausted. And I'm only level 13. And you're telling me he's level 20? That's unfair. I'm only level 10. Didn't you see the damage numbers just now over the Shikigami's head? Nearly 30,000 damage from one fireball. Is this a joke? I heard explosive fireball has 300% damage bonus. Are you saying Lin Ling's base magic damage is already 7,000? Listening to their words, Shungjun's face flushed from pale to red, his heart filled with shock, yet he refused to admit defeat aloud. One explosive fireball is nothing. If you're capable, cast a forbidden spell. I'll lick the soles of your shoes. Are you speaking sensibly? Forbidden spells are realms only reachable at the 7th ascension. I heard not everyone can cast forbidden spells even at 7th ascension. Indeed, the news says a forbidden spell magic book costs over 1 billion, and they're practically priceless. Whenever one appears, the state or a consortium hoards it. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get their hands on one. 7th ascension requires level 180. When will I ever reach level 180 to enjoy a forbidden spell? As they spoke, everyone suddenly glanced at their attribute panels. The next moment, all wore sour expressions, especially the two archers from the Kamikaze Club, who turned pale. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing a ferocity in the other's eyes. They originally had 3 brothers, all surnamed Huang, all archers. They were Soto's henchmen and loyal followers. Previously, alongside Soto, they had launched a deadly attack on Lin Ling. But unexpectedly, Soto was smashed to death by Lin Ling's hammer, and Huang De was also crushed by Lin Ling. Now, Huang Er and Huang San were filled with both hatred and fear. Such a formidable enemy left them with no thought of revenge. Their only hope was for Lin Ling to leave as soon as possible, so they could expose Lin Ling's murder of Soto and have the Kamikaze Guild avenge their elder brother. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was happily looting corpses. Although the previous monster kills had dropped 2 mountain tier pieces of equipment, they were directly teleported to him. Monster loot appears beside the corpse, but killing players requires corpse looting. Lin Ling hadn't tried corpse looting for 3 years, so rummaging through the pile of bodies now naturally uplifted his spirits. Congratulations on successfully looting the rare demon-slaying sword, purple. Congratulations on successfully looting the demon blade scimitar, perfect. Congratulations on successfully looting the demon sword armor, perfect. Congratulations on looting the Azura magic boots, perfect. Congratulations on looting the Azura bracers, perfect. Congratulations on looting dungeon entry ticket fragment 6. Congratulations on looting specified skill cooldown scroll 1, epic. Congratulations on looting the light and shadow dagger, legendary. Congratulations on looting the light and shadow boots, legendary. Congratulations. With the continuous system notifications, Lin Ling's smile grew ever more radiant. Indeed, the Soul Group was Sakura's elite scouts. Today was a true harvest. Selling these items would fetch at least several hundred million. No wonder so many solo players in the previous life said that killing players was far more profitable than killing monsters. After this round, just the Soul Group's golden sets alone amounted to 10 complete sets. Naturally, the orange dagger and orange boots belonging to the Little Head Army were also looted by Lin Ling. There were many other exquisite pieces of equipment as well. What surprised Lin Ling the most was that he even looted 2 pieces of the Azura set, which came from the Amayoji. Azura Divine Boots, perfect. Category, Equipment. Azura Set. Level requirement, 10. Durability, 100,100. Magic damage, 100. Intelligence 30, Agility 30. Equipment passive. Damage dealt by Necromancer or Dark Mage equipment is increased by 300%. For each additional piece of Azura set worn, the equipment level automatically rises by 10 levels. Although the Shura set is only a 10th level ensemble, It is truly the ultimate treasure for necromancer and dark mage classes. There exists a kind of ultimate treasure that never goes out of style, and evidently, the Shura set embodies this for necromancer and dark mages. Aside from the Shura set, that epic level cooldown scroll is also quite remarkable. Upon use, it resets the cooldown of a designated skill to 0. Beyond these items, there are fragments of dungeon entry tickets, astonishingly, 6 in total, adding the 3 fragments obtained earlier from defeating 3 bosses. Lin Ling now possesses 9 fragments. Only 1 more is needed to synthesize a complete entry ticket. Lin Ling stored away all the items and slowly fixed his gaze upon the somewhat weakened group. Though these individuals had regained their freedom, the paralyzing toxin still coursed through their bodies. They slumped on the ground, utterly incapable of resistance. Although Lin Ling was reluctant to reveal his identity as Yi Xiao, and even more hesitant to expose his talent for forbidden spell naming, given the current circumstances, it seemed increasingly difficult to keep these secrets concealed. Nevertheless, he resolved to conceal them for as long as possible to develop his strength one more day. This was also an opportunity to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys and establish authority. Of the 3 who had just surrendered to Sakura, 1 would be executed, leaving 2 as examples. After all, everyone understood that he wished to remain undisclosed, and that only the mouths of the dead could be truly sealed. His penetrating gaze caused a shiver to run through all present. Each person sensed an aura of deadly intent. He intends to kill me? It must be because of Yi Xiao's identity. Just as Lin Ling anticipated, no one was foolish. They immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Lin Ling's exhibited power was sufficient proof that he possessed the strength to eliminate them all. At this moment, all eyes instinctively turned toward Zhang Meng. As the squad leader of the Dragon's Nest team, he was the only one who might be able to save them. Lin Ling, thank you. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Zhang Meng licked his chapped lips nervously. After a brief hesitation, he was the first to break the tense silence. Lin Ling remained silent, clutching the wolf-tooth hammer as he slowly advanced toward the group. Except for Zhang Meng and 2 other Dragon's Nest members, the rest all instinctively took a step back. Xing Yun's face flushed crimson. Though he verbally expressed strong resentment toward Lin Ling, his body betrayed his true feelings. Lin Ling, do you not wish for your identity as Yi Xiao to be exposed? Zhang Meng forced himself to speak again, his eyes never leaving the menacing hammer. As long as Lin Ling's massive hammer remained outside his storage space, Zhang Meng felt utterly insecure. Lin Ling nodded, but did not halt his advance. With each step, an overwhelming sense of oppression washed over them. We can promise you that your identity as Yi Xiao will never be disclosed. Can you put the hammer away? Zhang Meng asked. Yet Lin Ling shook his head and replied, I only trust the dead. Upon hearing this, terror deepened in everyone's eyes. Lin Ling, I am a squad leader of Dragon's Nest's Northern Battle Zone, Squad 132, and above us are Dragon's Nest warplanes. Zhang Meng raised the control console in his hand. Lin Ling furrowed his brow and immediately looked upward. Sure enough, a triangular warplane suddenly appeared in the once azure sky. Directly beneath it, a laser cannon emitted a faint blue glow. Do you believe me? I can withstand the laser cannon's attack and kill you all. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cunning smile. Zhang Meng, who had been relatively composed, now broke out in a cold sweat. Just as he found himself at a loss, Lin Ling suddenly asked, Can I trust you? At these words, Zhang Meng's face lit up with joy. Of course you can. I am a soldier of the People's Army, and I guarantee with my honor that I will never divulge any information about you. As he finished speaking, he seemed to recall something and pointed at the others behind him. They won't tea either. If any of them dare to betray you, I will not let them off. Lin Ling continued forward, suddenly extending 2 fingers to point at 2 figures. The wolf-tooth hammer in his hand slowly rose. I trust you, but I do not trust them. Everyone's pupils constricted sharply. The massive hammer came crashing down. Bang! One strike sent Huang Er to his death. Blood splattered everywhere, and Huang San was already petrified with fear. Somehow summoning strength, he scrambled quickly toward the distance. Lin Ling did not pursue. Instead, a radiant staff appeared in his hand once more. Exploding fireball. Boom! The blazing fireball chased after Huang San. A tremendous explosion was followed by Huang San's agonized scream from within the forest. In an instant, Huang San was reduced to ashes scattered on the ground. Amid the horrified gazes of the onlookers, Lin Ling approached Sheng Jun. Seeing this, Sheng Jun nearly broke down in tears. We have no grudge or enmity. The little leader whom mocked you has already met his end. Why come after me? But as Lin Ling raised the enormous hammer, Sheng Jun shouted desperately, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I swear by the divine realm, I will never reveal any information about you. Or may I be struck by 5 thunderbolts and suffer heavenly and earthly destruction. The divine realm oath is a covenant function introduced after the Great Fusion. Rarely used, but absolutely effective. Sure enough, as Sheng Jun's words fell, a notification immediately popped up on Lin Ling's system panel. Qin Sheng Jun has initiated a divine realm oath toward you. This oath is valid and recognized by the divine realm. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally lowered the raised hammer, originally intending to eliminate evil for the people. But since this man truly bore no major grudge and had sworn the divine realm oath, it was unreasonable to kill him. Witnessing this, the others hurriedly followed suit and took the divine realm oath. Before long, except for the 3 Dragon Nest members, all the conscious individuals had sworn the oath. Lin Ling's lips curved into a slight smile. Zhang Meng looked at the hammerhead, stained with brains and blood, feeling that Lin Ling's smile was particularly sinister. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably as he dared to ask, "Can you put that hammer away?" Lin Ling replied, "If it could be put away. Who the hell would want to lug this thing around all the time?" "Very well, it shall remain as is." Saying so, Lin Ling turned and walked into the forest. He still needed to find 299 Abyss Scouts, and had no clue where to begin. "That Lin Ling, what brings you here? Need some help?" Zhang Meng called after his retreating figure, his tone unmistakably friendly. Lin Ling pondered slightly. "Free labor is free labor. I accepted a mission to kill a huge number of Abyss Scouts," he said. "Abyss Scouts?" Sheng Jun suddenly spoke up. "My boss triggered a hidden dungeon, and all the monsters inside are Abyss Scouts." "Hidden dungeon?" Zhang Meng's breathing grew rapid. After the Great Fusion, every dungeon was extremely precious. Many rare materials required by human adventurers came from various dungeons. All these dungeons initially existed as hidden dungeons. Only by clearing a hidden dungeon could it be transformed into a regular dungeon. Therefore, the emergence of a hidden dungeon was exceedingly valuable to any base city. The Aquino Blue Cloth City has only 2 dungeons in total, while the Xuanfu Bay City does not have a single dungeon. "Are you certain that there are Abyss Scouts within the dungeon?" Although Lin Ling was delighted by the appearance of the dungeon, a vague suspicion quietly arose in his heart. In his previous life, the Abyss well indeed contained an Abyss dungeon, and he had spent nearly 2 years struggling within it. According to Lin Ling's memory, the Abyss dungeon only appeared 3 years after he successfully changed his profession, and the monsters within it seemed to be Abyss crawlers. Now, there are only 2 possibilities. Either that dungeon was never made public in his previous life and disappeared again after a failed challenge, or this dungeon appeared 3 years early in Xuanfu Bay City because of the butterfly effect caused by him. However, none of this matters. What is most important is that there are enough Abyss Scouts in the dungeon for him to complete the mission and claim the rewards. My leader accepted a hidden task to deliver a letter to the bandit leader of Xuanfu Bay City. Unexpectedly, the bandit leader was killed by someone using a necromantic forbidden spell. Due to the disappearance of the target, the hidden task changed. The leader obtained a hidden dungeon map, and completing any difficulty level of the dungeon would count as completing the hidden task. Following the map's guidance, we arrived here and started the Abyss Well dungeon. Initially, the 3 of us teamed up and ventured inside once. The more people there were, the more monsters appeared. There were as many as 30 Abyss Scouts inside. We killed over 20 but ultimately failed. Later, the leader tried alone. Although he did not succeed, when he entered by himself, there were only 10 Abyss Scouts inside. On his 3rd attempt at the Abyss dungeon, we heard some commotion and sneaked over to watch the spectacle. Unexpectedly, the little head soldier fell to the Japanese soldier's hand. Now it seemed the leader would be out soon as well. Sheng Junjiang truthfully recounted all the information about the dungeon. Upon hearing his description, Lin Ling became even more convinced. It was very likely that he himself caused the Abyss dungeon to appear earlier, and the monsters inside had undergone some changes. As for what caused this change, it was probably the hidden task commissioned by Alice that he accepted. However, according to Lin Ling's understanding, this Abyss dungeon was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. He had even written a dungeon guide back when he was with the Yazzie Guild, though it was described in a speculative tone, guessing that the dungeon was the Abyss dungeon. The dungeon seemed harder to clear the more participants there were, but in truth, the optimal way to complete it was as a team of 5. Moreover, the team had to include a priest, as the priest was the key to clearing the dungeon. Of course, if one was strong enough, they could bulldoze through it, but Lin Ling did not have the capital to do so in his past life. Just as Lin Ling was deep in thought, Zhang Meng's voice suddenly rang out. "Lin Ling, the hidden dungeon only exists for 24 hours after it appears. If it cannot be cleared within that time, the hidden dungeon will disappear. Once the dungeon vanishes, It will be an irreparable loss for the base city and the entire Long Kingdom. Therefore, I must report this to the Dragon Nest. Zhang Ming spoke with some excitement. If it were not for his desire to befriend Lin Ling, he would have already reported to Dragon Nest. After all, every dungeon has 3 clearance difficulties: normal, hard, and nightmare. Only by clearing all levels is the dungeon considered truly completed, which requires a great deal of time to strategize. All right, let us head over now. Get a grasp of the dungeon, and then you can report to the higher-ups, Lin Ling said. Zhang Ming was elated and threw an arm around Lin Ling's shoulder as they walked into the forest. Those who did not know them might have thought they had been friends for years. At that moment, a sudden cry of distress sounded nearby, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Shang Biao's condition was not good. It seemed he was on the verge of death. Lin Ling looked back and saw Shang Biao's face had turned ashen, and he was breathing in more than out. He had been knocked to near death by the Abyss Scouts, and then poisoned by the Shikigami's toxic mist. Although he was a warrior clad in heavy armor, his health had bottomed out, and the healing potions were restoring health far slower than it was being lost. At this rate, if the poison was not cured within 1 minute, his last bit of health would be depleted. Where's the priest? Is there no priest among you? Zhang Ming shouted. A youth from the Kamikaze Club looked anxiously at Zhang Ming. My level is too low. My healing skill can only keep him alive, but cannot purify the poison. His name was an E, the only healer among the 2 leveling squads of the Kamikaze Club. Zhang Ming stepped forward to check Shang Biao's condition. Shaking his head, it was probably too late. Shang Biao, I've heard that guy. A loafer from Xuanfu Base City, not much stronger than me. Using your so-called civilized citizens' words, he is just a social scum. Shang Jun sneered. That is not true. Brother Biao is actually a good man. He comes from a single-parent family and grew up with me and Feng Ji. He has always taken care of us since childhood. Every fight he got into was because we were bullied. He pretended to be a bad guy, just so others would pick on him. You're not allowed to speak ill of him. The young priest in E.'s face gradually filled with sorrow as he shouted at Shang Jun. Just a dead person. Is it really that important? When you're out in the world, you'll have to pay eventually. Whether you die early or late. You have to die sooner or later. Shang Jun sneered mockingly. If he were not wary of Lin Ling, he would have already taught this shouting little priest a lesson. Enough. Lin Ling suddenly shouted coldly, raising his hand to throw a yellow potion bottle. This is purification potion. Give it to him. The young priest caught the bottle eagerly, his face lighting up with joy. He quickly fed the purification potion to Shang Biao, and the poison was instantly cleansed. And he swiftly cast a healing spell, and Shang Biao's wounds gradually improved, soon showing signs of awakening. With the healing potion administered, both Shang Biao and Feng Ji soon regained full strength. When the 2 learned from an E about Lin Ling's previous deeds, they were stunned into silence. Especially Shang Biao, who realized at that moment how laughably futile it had been to compare his strength with Lin Ling as before. At that moment, both of them silently harbored a desire. If only they could stay by Lin Ling's side. There's an old saying in the Long Kingdom. When one person attains enlightenment, even his dogs and chickens rise to heaven. If they followed Lin Ling, perhaps they could achieve great success in the future. Such a sturdy set of legs, once embraced, would surely lead to a far brighter future than staying in the Kamikaze Club. Seeing that they were all right, Lin Ling said nothing further and turned to leave. After recovering from their shock, Shang Biao and the others immediately pursued him into the forest. Boss Lin, take me along for the dungeon, Biaozi. Promise I won't hold you back. I'm your top-notch aggro puller. Just point to who you want me to pull, and I'll get it right every time. Lin God, not only is all my attack area of effect, but I can also sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. If you like, I can even cross-dress. Their voices rang from within the forest, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Do you have any mage skill books on you? Lin Ling asked. We don't have any right now, but if we get any skill books, we'll definitely hand them to Boss Lin first. Feng Ji quickly replied, his mind working fast. Lin Ling remained silent, still somewhat concerned about the old demon at the foot of Black Mountain. Suddenly, a mail notification popped up before his eyes. Did Ji Haiga manage to give me a skill book? Lin Ling's heart leapt with joy as he immediately opened the mail system. You have received a courier message. Mage skill books, Thunderstorm Wind's Retreat have been stored in your inventory. This delivery is complimentary. No payment is required. A flicker of perplexity crossed Lin Ling's eyes instantly. He was certain this was not from GMO. Knowing GMO well, he would never send anything anonymously. Could it be Yin Nanshu again? Without dwelling on the thought, Lin Ling promptly retrieved the Thunderstorm skill book. Skill book Thunderstorm. Level requirement 20. Skill description. Summons 3 bolts of lightning to strike the target. Upon hitting, a thunderstorm erupts, dealing 200% area of effect damage based on the caster's power. Without hesitation, Lin Ling immediately learned the skill. Yet, as the skill icon illuminated, an irresistible itch stirred within him. He was eager to use the forbidden spell naming technique to transform this skill into a forbidden spell. Lin Ling was never one to waver. Cautious hesitation was not his style. He took out the epic-level skill cooldown scroll he had previously acquired and instantly selected the forbidden spell naming technique. The cooldown was instantly reset, and a subtle smile curved the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. He renamed Thunderstorm as Thunderclap. Naming successful. The original Thunderstorm skill automatically upgrades to the forbidden spell Thunderclap. Upon casting, 1,000,000 heavenly thunderbolts rain down within a 100-mile radius, delivering thunder elemental attacks to all targeted creatures. Brother Lin, are you confident about clearing the dungeon? Zhang Ming asked with keen interest, holding a bottle of water in his hand. Emerging from the euphoria of successfully naming a forbidden spell, Lin Ling merely nodded without uttering a word. Zhang Ming's eyes brightened. How long do you estimate the clearance will take? 2 minutes, Lin Ling replied nonchalantly. 2 minutes? Only you can manage that. Well, considering your explosive damage output, clearing a simple level dungeon in 2 minutes is indeed no challenge. Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. The thought of Lin Ling's hammer damage and the power of his exploding fireball filled him with envy. Such immense damage made clearing a level 30 ordinary dungeon feel effortless. Zhang Ming tilted his head back to take a sip of water, only to find the plain water had turned into a lemon flavor. Unexpectedly, Lin Ling shook his head. Calmly, I meant 2 minutes to clear the nightmare-level dungeon. Zhang Ming immediately sprayed the lemon water all over Sheng Jun's face. Xing Yun, ooh. After more than 10 minutes, the group ventured deep into the forest. Sure enough, beside a massive deep well, a figure stood, clad in a red-purple mage's robe, nearly 2 meters tall, with sinewy muscles rippling beneath the garment. If not for the mage's attire, no one would believe this was a sorcerer. He was none other than Detujun, leader of the Sanjun army at Aonolambu City. Although the youngest in age, his prowess was formidable. Upon noticing Lin Ling and the others, his eyes narrowed instantly, and the fury on his face resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Boss, did you fail to clear it? I brought reinforcements. We can't afford any more delays, Sheng Jun shouted. Damn you. Who told you to bring? Detujun was about to explode in anger, but suddenly spotted Zhang Ming standing side by side with Lin Ling. The flesh on his face twitched twice, but he swallowed his words. Though he did not fear Zhang Ming, the latter was backed by Dragon's Nest, his target, and he had to afford Zhang Ming some respect. Captain Zhang, Detujun called out expressionlessly. Zhao Yijuan, lucky you. Did you clear this simple level dungeon? Zhang Ming asked coldly. Detujun shook his head. No, always just a bit short. Every minute, the abyssal scouts inside grow stronger. Whenever I reach the 9th monster, I get held back. The 10th monster's attributes become too powerful to match. Perfect. Then let Brother Lin help you clear the dungeon. Zhang Ming said. Detujun blinked in surprise and glanced at Lin Ling, who stood beside Zhang Ming wearing a mage's robe and wielding a giant hammer. Are you kidding? Zhang Ming, if you want to bring a newcomer, at least pick someone competent. You want to drag trash into the dungeon? Dojun scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain and arrogance. He utterly failed to grasp that Zhang Ming intended for Lin Ling to assist in clearing the dungeon. What are you saying? Don't you have any self-awareness about who the trash is? Yin Yin, standing behind Zhang Ming, rebuked coldly. Datoyun glanced sidewise at Yan Yan, his eyes scanning her up and down, a lecherous gleam flickering in them. Though wary of her identity as a member of the Dragon's Nest team, Detujun did not take her seriously at all. This dungeon isn't easy. The more people involved, the harder it gets. Cats and dogs alike should just stay out. Datoyun sneered contemptuously at Lin Ling. Upon hearing this, Sheng Jun nearby hurriedly wiped the cold sweat trickling down his forehead and whispered, Boss, he S. Lin Ling. An SSS tier talent awakener. Upon hearing SSS tier talent, Detujun's expression momentarily changed, but soon reverted to his usual haughty demeanor. Haha, so you're the Lin god from Xuanqing Bay City. No wonder you carry such an air about you. Fine, if you want to see the dungeon, I'll do Zhang Ming a favor and let you in once. But once inside, don't move without my orders. Got it? Lin Ling was truly baffled. There were oddballs every year, but this one was particularly abundant this year. How could someone take himself so seriously? Seeing Lin Ling silent, Detujun barked again. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Don't talk to me. I have a cleanliness obsession, Lin Ling said with a look of disgust, scratching his ear. Looking for death? Detujun instantly exploded with rage, a faint purple lightning aura enveloping his body. He was clearly on the brink of losing control. What is up? Want to fight? Suddenly, Shang Biao burst out from behind Lin Ling, his body glowing with a crimson light. Feng Ji also drew his staff, and a fiery red magical element began to gather at its tip. Both were prepared to fight desperately against the Tujun at a moment's notice. You two really want to tangle with me? The Tujun's eyes brimmed with disdain as the lightning aura around him flared outward. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air. In that moment, he was shrouded in lightning as if a thunder god had descended to earth. Feeling the opponent's overwhelming power, Shang Biao and Feng Ji's Adam's apples bobbed nervously, but neither stepped back. They knew that to cling to Lin Ling's coattails, they had to prove their worth. Think I'm scared of you? You're all just newbies playing tough. Lightning magic may be strong, but my fire magic is no joke. If you dare lay a hand on my boss, don't blame Feng Ji and me for going all out. I might die, but I'll make sure you come out worse for wear. Shang Biao and Feng Ji growled viciously. Yet behind them, Lin Ling remained composed, his gaze calm and unruffled, but the wolf-tooth club in his hand gradually tightened. Just as the battle was about to erupt, Zhang Ming suddenly stepped forward, placing himself between the two factions. Everyone, let us focus on clearing the dungeon quickly. Oomph. The Tujun immediately retracted his lightning aura. Zhang Ming, I'm giving you this face, but you better tell them not to provoke me. With that, he turned and strode toward the dungeon entrance. Yet a faint murderous intent flickered in Lin Ling's eyes. The Tujun was someone he had no past or present connections with. He had only ever heard that this man was a formidable figure, merciless in his methods regardless of the adversary, and notoriously lecherous by nature. For reasons unknown, he had joined Dragon's Nest. Approximately 4 or 5 years later, this individual perpetrated a horrific atrocity at the Jinling base city, brutally assaulting and killing 5 promising young members of the Jinling 13 Ship Squad. A war god from the Dragon's Nest War God Hall personally purged him, and his corpse hung outside Jinling City for 7 days and 7 nights. Even Lin Ling, who preferred to avoid meddling in others' affairs, felt an irresistible urge to eradicate such scum. He glanced at Big Head Jun, silently resolving within himself. If the opportunity arose, he would send him on his way. Lin Ling watched Big Head Jun's retreating figure and immediately activated the hero SI. Name, Zhao Yijuan. Codename, Big Head Jun. Profession, Thunder King Mage. Talent, SS rank Son of the Thunder God. All attributes amplified tenfold for 5 minutes. Level, 19, 4,861%. Health, 5,300. Mana, 12,515. Physical damage, 2,850. Magical damage, 5,516. Stamina, 600. Strength, 650. Intelligence, 950. Agility, 850. Combat rating, 2 stars. Potential estimate, 8th turn, Saint Demon Mage. Comprehensive evaluation, Malevolent High Burst Mage. Such attributes were indeed impressive among ordinary people. Lin Ling's lips curled into a faint smile. Clearly, this was no ordinary man. Soon, Big Head Jun, who was leading the way, arrived beside a deep well. There, a black, swirling vortex portal hovered in midair, resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast. The initial clearance of a hidden dungeon must involve its discoverer. After completing it at any difficulty level, others may enter freely. At this moment, Big Head Jun reluctantly sent Lin Ling a team invitation, which Lin Ling promptly accepted. Are you 3 coming together? If so, each of you must transfer 1 million dragon coins to me within 3 days. Lin Ling suddenly turned to Feng Zhishang, Biaoan, and Yisan. He was confident that, in a short term, no one but himself could clear this dungeon. Moreover, being freeloaded on was his bottom line. Upon hearing this, the 3 were momentarily stunned before a wave of ecstatic joy spread across their faces. Although none came from wealthy families and had little savings at the moment, there were numerous posts online about first-time dungeon clears. It was said that the first clearance yielded extraordinarily high rewards. Even the unluckiest might obtain equipment worth millions. Boss, can we join you too? Among the 3, Yisan was the youngest and almost leapt with excitement upon hearing this. Shang Biao and Feng Ji also displayed eager expressions, nodding vigorously. Yet only Big Head Jun's face darkened instantly. Did I agree to let those 3 trash come along? Big Head Jun furrowed his brow and barked coldly. Damn it, it's my dungeon, yet you're the one making money first. However, a hand suddenly landed on Big Head Jun's shoulder. It was Zhang Ming. If you want the first clear reward, then listen to Lin Ling. A peculiar gleam flashed in Big Head Jun's eyes as he regarded Zhang Ming with disbelief, as if trying to discern whether he was joking. But disappointment soon washed over him. Zhang Ming's expression bore no trace of jest. Give me one reason. Are you really that close to him? Why are you siding with him? Big Head Jun squinted suspiciously. Zhang Ming was momentarily taken aback, unable to confess that he knew Lin Ling's background and intended to hitch his wagon to him later. If Lin Ling's identity were exposed, he would undoubtedly enter Dragon's nest, quite possibly rising directly to its core. He might very well become a major figure in the Dragon Kingdom someday. Anyway, you can't get through it yourself. The outcome is more convincing than any reason, Zhang Ming replied. Bah, you just wanted to take them to see the dungeon, right? Zhang Ming, remember, you owe me one. Big Head Jun sneered and sent the team invitation to the three. Dungeon opening. Select easy difficulty. A ghostly light shimmered, and the five vanished instantly from their spot. Jinwei Bay City. G family. Old man, how is it going? Have you gathered all the materials? GMO eagerly inquired as a middle-aged man entered. The previous night, upon returning, he had rushed straight to the dedicated temple. To his surprise, he had drawn a 5-star difficulty job change quest, requiring him to collect 5 extremely rare materials to complete the transition. Yet, these 5 materials were not for sale on the market, no matter how much money one had. They were all strictly controlled by the state, unless his father intervened. He could not complete the task. Upon hearing that his son had risen 30 levels overnight, G's father immediately began preparing the materials. But even by dawn, he had yet to return with them. These are 4 of the materials you need. I've already taken care of them. The last one, you'll have to figure out yourself. I can't help with that, Ji Lianqing said, tossing the 4 materials to GMO Dad. How am I supposed to get these? They're all government-controlled, GMO replied. The last material only appears in the Emperor Qin Mausoleum dungeon at Chang'an Bay City. Yi Lianfeng explained. GMO's face instantly fell. That dungeon required at least a 6th-turn expert to enter. I'm not asking you to go. The mayor of Chang'an Bay City said that this year, an SS-rank talent archer appeared there, but after awakening, the kid just went home to tend sheep. He rejected all factions' offers, even those from Dragon's Nest itself. A great talent, yet unwilling to level up or leave the mountains. You told me. Uncle Zuan said unless you can get that brat out of the mountains, forget about the materials. Ji Lianqing rubbed his brow. Suddenly, GMO's eyes widened as if he had realized something. That kid ISNT called Wang Yilan, is he? He blurted. How do you know that? Ji Lianqing looked incredulous. GMO's expression turned remarkably confident. That shepherd boy whom Lin Ling has been sponsoring for 3 years calls himself Brother Happy. His real name is Wang Yilan. Don't ask how I know. I'll handle this. With that, GMO turned and dashed outside, with Lin Ling as a powerful ally. Was there any fear that the boy wouldn't comply? If worse came to worst, they could always use their silver tongues to coax him back. An SS-rank warplane soared into the sky, heading toward Chang'an Bay City. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Xiaoya Blue Cloth City Yazi, all senior executives of the Xiao Consortium had gathered. Not long ago, the family head, Xiao Yuanshan, had received a call. If he paid 20 billion in ransom, he could redeem his son. After a video call with Xiao Yin, Xiao Yuanshan immediately transferred the funds. Now, all that remained was to await his son's safe return. Although he was a 5th-turn Grand Mage, having fathered this pair of precious twins only at age 70, his beloved son's life was paramount above all else. Master, the young master has returned. A shout came from outside. The next moment, Xiao Yin appeared, his face clouded with gloom. Yania, dad, mifine. Dragon's Nest took me in for questioning, made me give some statements, then sent me back, Xiao Yin reported. Hearing this, Xiao Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The kidnappers didn't harm you, did they? Xiao Yin glanced around, and Xiao Yuanshan immediately understood. Everyone, please leave. Those inside promptly exited the office. What has happened? Xiao Yuanshan asked. Father, I have defected, Xiao Yin confided, recounting every detail of his ordeal. Xiao Yuanshan immediately fell into deep contemplation. After several minutes, a ruthless gleam flickered in his eyes. Yania, rest assured, I will make preparations in advance. If the situation deteriorates, we shall take the money and emigrate directly to America, seeking political asylum. Throughout history, there have been countless traitors among the Han people. One more or less makes little difference. Your safe return is all that matters, Xiao Yuanshan assured him. Xiao Yin nodded eagerly. Father, I must continue leveling up and strive for the newcomer championship. Only by fulfilling the Master-S tasks can I earn recognition in America. Xiao Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback, then felt a surge of pride. Very well, I will assign 2 4th-tier squads to protect you and assist with your leveling. As a gesture of apology, the Dragon's Nest will also arrange for a 6th-tier expert to personally ensure your safety. Xiao Yin nodded again. Then suddenly a ferocious expression crossed his face. Father, Give me a full set of orange-grade gear, and also a forbidden spell scroll for self-defense. Xiao Yuanshan was stunned. Orange-grade gear is manageable. Although it's somewhat extravagant to acquire legendary equipment before reaching 3rd tier, if my son desires it, a set will cost at most a few hundred million. However, forbidden spell scrolls are far more complicated. The state strictly controls them. Our Xiao Corporation's influence allows us to possess one, but obtaining approval will be troublesome. Yet, recalling how his son had nearly perished in the wild, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. All right, Father will get everything for you. Should you face any threat, do not hesitate to use it. I will bear any consequences. Having spoken, Xiao Yuanshan immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare. The saying money can move the devil never failed. In mere minutes, Xiao Yuanshan assembled the gear and the scroll. When the golden forbidden spell scroll was finally in Xiao Yin's hand, he felt as though his entire being had been elevated. Clutching the scroll tightly, his eyes involuntarily conjured the image of Lin Ling towering above, wielding a massive hammer. Lin Ling, this time I truly possess the forbidden spell scroll, a treasure capable of unleashing forbidden magic. What will you use to contend with me? When I return to the Xuanfu Bay City, it will be the moment I trample you beneath my feet. Meanwhile, Lin Ling, whom Xiao Yin harbored a deep grudge against, suddenly sensed the world blur before his eyes. He found himself transported into the abyssal well dungeon. The dim cave was saturated with damp, rank odors. A passageway stretched ahead, its destination unknown. Along both sides, various monstrous beast motifs were carved into the walls, and towering statues raised staffs as if conducting some solemn ritual. The oppressive and terrifying atmosphere was suffocating. Immediately, a dungeon prompt appeared before Lin Ling's eyes. Adventurer, welcome to the normal tier abyssal dungeon. Please eliminate all monsters to complete the dungeon. Once the dungeon timer starts, every additional minute increases the remaining monsters' attributes by 10%, and the number of monsters in the next wave doubles. Adventurers may exit the dungeon at any time via the active withdrawal option. However, leaving mid-dungeon forfeits all rewards. This dungeon is actually... Lin Ling began to explain the clearing strategy, but was cut off by a cold shout from Big Head Junhe. Lin Ling sneered, but fell silent. If that is the case, don't blame me if you miss out on the first clear rewards. Shang Biao Fengji. I will take the main attack. You two provide support. Let us strike together and clear the monsters as fast as possible. Big Head Jun instructed Zhang Ming and Feng Ji, deliberately ignoring Lin Ling and the young priest in E. Feng Ji glanced apologetically at Lin Ling, who shrugged nonchalantly, clearly unconcerned. Seeing Lin Ling's indifferent demeanor, Big Head Jun grew more contemptuous, convinced Lin Ling was all show and no substance, a coward. He scoffed disdainfully, Lin Ling, just stay behind and don't interfere. At these words, Feng Ji and the others exchanged amused glances but remained silent. As soon as Big Head Jun's voice faded, he darted forward. Immediately, 5 shadowy figures emerged from the darkness. These 5 humanoid shapes were covered in dense black scales. Lin Ling quickly cast a detection spell. Abyssal Scout. Quality, Dungeon Monster. Class, Abyssal Warrior. Level, 30. Health, 10,000. Physical damage, 1,200. Defense, 800. Suddenly, Big Head Jun was enveloped in a halo of lightning, resembling the god of thunder, descending as he charged toward the 5 abyssal scouts. Tunderol. Big Head Jun bellowed, slamming both hands onto the ground. For spherical bolts of lightning appeared among the 5 monsters. Bang, bang, bang. The lightning balls bounced incessantly, instantly paralyzing the abyssal scouts. After several bounces, the scouts lost 1/5 of their health. 1,300, 1,380, 1,290. Bright red damage numbers floated above their heads. Undeniably, Big Head Jun's combat prowess was impressive, single-handedly holding off 5 level 30 monsters. Fengji was no slouch either. Though his damage couldn't compare to Big Head Jun's, his area of effect attacks proved useful for clearing groups. Shang Biao charged into the fray with a bloodthirsty rush. The 5 abyssal scouts were immediately suspended mid-air by his assault. He swung his knight's sword ferociously. Although his damage output was low, his attacks restored his own health. Each hit healed him by an amount equal to the damage dealt. This caught Lin Ling's attention. Shang Biao's Dark Profession Awakening had evidently brought significant enhancements. At least this lifesteal trait was formidable for a warrior. With the trio's combined efforts, the first wave of monsters was eradicated in less than 20 seconds. Task: Alice's Commission. Task completion progress: 6,300. Lin Ling stood far behind, hammer in hand, watching the kill count fluctuate on the system panel, feeling elated. Keep moving, less than a minute left. Big Head June charged again and soon encountered the second wave of Abyssal Scouts. But after killing only 2, the minute expired. The remaining 3 suddenly doubled to 6. Their attributes noticeably enhanced. As the second minute neared its end, the trio finally dispatched the second wave. When the third wave appeared, Big Head June's face had turned pale as iron. 10 Abyssal Scouts emerged immediately, their attributes raised by another 10%. Yet this was only the third wave. Boss Lin, you'd better get involved, Feng Ji urged anxiously. Rely on him? Big Head June scoffed. Suddenly, a roar echoed. Thunder God descends. In the next instant, a 5-meter radius around him was engulfed in thunder and lightning, his 4 core attributes soaring tenfold. Boom! 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 Within 10 seconds, Big Head June had slain all 5 scouts. Incredible. Feng Ji watched with wide eyes. Shang Biao swallowed hard, his Atom-S apple bobbing. Big Head June turned back, punching the air toward Lin Ling before charging deeper into the dungeon. The 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th waves were each conquered single-handedly by Big Head June. Just as he was about to charge toward the 8th wave of Abyss Scouts, the Thunder God's Descent buff on him vanished in an instant. Witnessing the disappearance of his Thunder God's Descent state, Big-Headed Soldier's face twisted into a bitter grimace. I can't handle this alone, and bringing you burdens along only makes it 5 times harder. There's no way we'll clear this. He bellowed furiously, already resolved to quit the dungeon. The attributes of the 8th wave of Abyss Scouts ahead had already doubled compared to the first wave, and with 10 of them in number, no one stood a chance against them. Yet, he noticed that Shang Biao and Feng Ji showed not the slightest worry. They both turned to Lin Ling, as if his intervention would guarantee victory. The flesh on Big-Headed Soldier's face twitched involuntarily as he thought to himself, "You bunch of trash actually expect this kid to carry us? Could he really be some kind of expert? Impossible. He just has an SSS-level talent reputation, you fools. If someone dies in this dungeon, they're really dead. We still have a chance if we leave now. Do you seriously expect this useless guy to help us clear it?" Big-Headed Soldier sneered coldly, ready to abandon the dungeon at any moment. Meanwhile, as they pressed deeper, the statues flanking the corridor gradually dwindled. Soon, the 8th wave of Abyss Scouts appeared as scheduled. Lin Ling activated Hero S.I once more. Abyss Scout. Quality, Dungeon Monster. Class, Abyss Warrior, Corrupted. Level, 30. Health, 20,000. Physical damage, 2,400. Defense, 1,600. The Abyss Warriors charged at them immediately upon arrival. Seeing Lin Ling standing motionless, Big-Headed Soldier's eyes gleamed with scorn. Dying is upon us, and you're still pretending. I'm not sticking around to die with you. With a final sneer, he chose to exit the dungeon. Boss, what do we do now? We follow the boss's orders. As for me, Shang Biao will never retreat. That idiot actually backed out. Wait until we clear it. He'll be the one crying. So full of himself. If I could beat him, I'd teach him some humility. Several voices chimed in, their eyes burning as they fixed on Lin Ling. At this moment, a faint smile curved Lin Ling's lips. He had been waiting for Big-Headed Soldier to leave. Now, it was finally his turn to perform. Little priest, your name S&E, right? See the statue to your left? Take the staff from his hand. Lin Ling instructed, and he was already flustered but complied, picking up the staff from the statue. In the next instant, his eyes widened in shock. Congratulations. You have obtained the Abyss Zen staff and gained the buff skill Abyssal Benediction, which amplifies all attributes of teammates. The amplification effect depends on the number of remaining team members. Your current team has 4 members alive. Amplification is 40%. Abyssal Benediction will automatically disappear upon leaving the Abyss dungeon. The Abyss Zen staff cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Reading the system prompt before him, a tidal wave of astonishment surged within an ES heart. Who could have imagined such a hidden buff existed in this dungeon? Don't be surprised. Cast a buff on me quickly, Lin Ling said with a smile. Feng Ji glanced at an E in puzzlement. Knowing that an E had not learned any buff skills, he only possessed basic healing and mana recovery abilities. Yet in the next moment, Feng Ji saw an E wave the staff, and a blue orb of light instantly enveloped Lin Ling. Lin Ling's 4 core attributes surged by 40% in an instant. He swung his Great Wolf Fong hammer and charged straight into the horde of monsters. Bang, bang, bang. Each swing of the massive hammer inflicted colossal damage. 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. In less than 5 seconds, all 10 enhanced Abyss Scouts lay defeated. Before the 3 could recover from their astonishment, Lin Ling had already become a blur, dashing toward the 9th wave. The 9th wave was no different. Another 5 seconds, and it was swept away. The 10th wave appeared and was crushed just as swiftly. Quest. Alice's Commission. Completion progress, 51,300. Once all Abyss scouts were annihilated, a towering Abyss boss over 10 meters tall emerged slowly, bearing twin horns and wings. Abyss Stag Beetle Elite. Quality, Dungeon Boss. Class, Abyss Assassin. Level, 35. Health, 20,000. Physical damage, 12,000. Special trait, immune to physical attacks. Defense, 0. Just as in his previous life. The Abyss Stag Beetle boss ignored physical attacks entirely and had 0 resistance to magical attacks. Lin Ling's hand appeared clutching the radiant staff. A fiery fireball erupted instantly. Boom! 20,000 damage. The boss, barely awake, promptly collapsed once more. Congratulations on completing the first kill of the Novice Zone Abyss Dungeon at normal difficulty. Time elapsed, 11 minutes and 32 seconds. Clearance rating. Shorten completion time to achieve a higher score. Since your team is the first to clear the dungeon in the Novice Zone this year, the system will broadcast a global announcement in 1 minute. A faint smile lifted Lin Ling's mouth as he said calmly, I wonder how long it will take to clear the Forbidden Spell dungeon. Outside the Abyss dungeon, silver light flickered, and big-headed soldier's figure appeared at the exit of the teleportation portal. Back out? How'd you go? Did you clear it? Zhang Ming hurried forward to ask. Big-headed soldier shot him a disdainful glance and replied irritably, with those trash in the team, clearing a 5-man Abyss dungeon? Not chance. Zhang Ming's face darkened. That can't be right. With Lin Ling there, how could they fail? What about the others? The others? Big-headed soldier's face brimmed with contempt. They'll either come out soon or die inside. I'm telling you, their honor is sold out. If they don't earn anything, it's got nothing to do with me. Before he could finish, a bright red system announcement suddenly flashed before his eyes. Congratulations to Xuanfu Base's solo team. Leader, Zhao Yijuan. Members, Yi Xiao, Shang Biao, Feng Ji, and Yi for the first completion of the normal Abyss dungeon. Clearance rating. Time elapsed, 11 minutes and 32 seconds. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Big-headed soldier's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the announcement. The muscles on his face twitched rapidly, and veins of blood began to creep into his eyes. This global announcement was like a resounding slap across his face. Even worse, he had left the dungeon. Although his name appeared in the first clear announcement, having exited the dungeon meant he would receive no rewards. This was the dungeon's first clear, a legendary reward of immense value. In addition to an immense amount of experience, the first clear reward also grants a piece of legendary equipment most suited to the conqueror. For the vast majority of professionals, orange-gray gear is already considered the pinnacle of excellence. Yet all of this slipped through his fingers with a mere twitch of his hand. At this moment, Big Head June felt a death wish welling up inside him. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng and Yin exchanged glances, each detecting a trace of delight in the other's eyes. That is more like it. With a monster like Lin Ling on the team, how could they possibly fail to clear a normal-level dungeon? Setting aside everything else, even Lin Ling's Wolfang Hammer is not something any low-level mob can withstand. How difficult can a normal-level dungeon really be? Captain, do you think Lin Ling will continue clearing? If they attempt the hard-level dungeon, is there any hope of success? Yin inquired. Zhang Ming shot her a sideways glance. Hard-level Abyss dungeon? You must be joking. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly reconsidered. This guy is unpredictable. Maybe he'll surprise us yet. At this very moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the whole world was plunged into astonishment. Major social media platforms, various chat groups, and even the Divine Realm's public chat erupted in uproar. Divine Realm public chat. This is impossible. Aren't the lowest level dungeon monsters supposed to be level 30? How can someone have cleared the dungeon so quickly? Exactly. Just now, a level 15 blue monster nearly wiped out our entire team. And now they're already clearing level 30 dungeons. Again, it's Yi Xiao. Didn't you notice? Yi Xiao appears once more on the first clear list. Damn, that guy on the system announcement again. It's just a normal dungeon. What is there to brag about? And it took 11 minutes. Back when I first cleared a normal dungeon, it took me less than 8. What level were you when you first cleared it? They've only just awakened their talents less than 2 days ago. I have a feeling Yi Xiao is definitely not some scion of the Shao family conglomerate. Endless messages flooded the Divine Realm public chat, and for a while, everyone's conversations revolved around Yi Xiao's identity. Meanwhile, within the Abyss dungeon, beams of white light began to radiate from the 3 figures of Shang Biao and his companions. Congratulations on successfully completing the first clear achievement of the newbie area Abyss dungeon. Congratulations on receiving experience reward, 50,000. Congratulations on leveling up to level 15. Congratulations on obtaining the rare Abyssal Battle Boots, purple. Congratulations on obtaining the perfect Abyssal Bracers Gold. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary Abyssal Stinger Armor Orange. Congratulations on receiving the Bronze First Clear Badge 1. Wearing this badge increases all attributes by 30. At this moment, a multitude of reward notifications flashed before everyone's eyes. Aside from the substantial experience gain, there were at least 3 pieces of gear at purple grade or above to serve as a foundation. Shang Biao and his companions gazed at Lin Ling, feeling as though they were trapped in a dream. Even the lowest level in E had now reached level 13, a rank sufficient to place him among the first tier. Shang Biao and Feng Ji had both crossed into level 15, making the whole experience feel utterly surreal. Boss, this is just too awesome. Waha. Following, you must be the blessing I earned in my past life. With Sotu, I went hungry 3 days out of 9 meals with Brother Lin. I could go 9 days without sleep and not feel tired. If I were given another chance, I'd definitely stick with Lin Shin again. Truly, when one person succeeds, all those around him rise as well. That metaphor is terrible. Are you a chicken or a dog? Get lost. The 3 reveled in their ecstasy, while Lin Ling remained composed. Some experience had already been wasted. He could not afford any more losses going forward. Next up was the challenge of the hard-level dungeon. He intended to break the seal and push to level 30. Refraining from casting forbidden spells and not leveling up would surely result in being struck by lightning. You dog, I'm giving you time to claim the top rank, but if you're useless, don't blame me, Lin Ling resolved silently. Just then, his gaze landed on an announcement on the system panel before him. Yi Xiao had concealed his codename. It seemed Yi Xiao's identity was no longer a secret. He muttered to himself, sensing the peculiar looks Shang Biao and the others were casting his way. Boss Lin, you're Yi Xiao? Shang Biao's eyes widened. Boss Lin, that damage. Were those 2 forbidden spells you cast earlier? Feng Ji's mouth hung open as he ventured a bold guess. Boss went to the Wild Boar Forest, which is the center of the Undead Army-S coverage. I heard he also went to the Eastward Mountain Range, the center of the Meteor Shower-S coverage. You're a full-class mage, so the Undead type and Fire-type forbidden spells must have all been cast by you. No wonder you got the first kill on the boss and are decked out in divine gear. And he swallowed hard, piecing everything together. My heavens! Jia exclaimed. Lin Ling raised his hand to rub his brow, no longer concealing the truth. Keep it secret. The 4 nodded vigorously, though their excitement remained barely restrained. Just then, the countdown to exit the dungeon appeared, and the Abyss dungeon suddenly plunged into darkness. When a light returned, he and the 3 companions found themselves beside the abyssal well. Well done. Truly worthy of you. Zhang Meng clicked his tongue, a smile plastered across his face as he stepped forward and clasped Lin Ling's shoulder. Orange gear, huh? If it weren't for the newbie dungeon-S restriction barring those above second rebirth from entering, I do want to give it a shot myself. His gaze then fell upon Shang Biao and the others. Good grief. Seeing the dazzling glow of purple, gold, and orange gear on them, Zhang Meng's eyes flickered with envy, and his heart burned with even greater longing. Though he had reached 3rd rebirth, he had never enjoyed the rewards of a first clear dungeon. Don't make a fuss. I'll run the dungeon a few more times later. Since it's already cleared, the dungeon 1T disappear. No rush to publicize it, Lin Ling said with a smile. Zhang Meng was stunned, but reluctantly nodded. Reporting the dungeon earns military merit. Doesn't T it? If someone else leaks it, wouldn't all my efforts be for nothing? Nearby, Big Head June's face was nearly dripping with gloom. How is this possible? How did you clear it? A voice filled with despair came from Big Head June's mouth, and he glanced at Lin Ling and wisely chose to remain silent. I cleared it with my own skill. You wouldn't let me speak or take action, and in the end, you left the dungeon yourself. So is it my fault? Lin Ling's eyes flickered with mockery. Big Head June was momentarily stunned, wishing he could slap himself hard. Sell me the first clear strategy, he demanded. Lin Ling smiled faintly. How much are you willing to pay? 10 million. Big Head June gritted his teeth. Lin Ling turned and began to walk away. A first clear strategy? Big Head June's gaze lingered on the orange gear adorning Shang Biao and the others. If I play my cards right, this dungeon strategy might earn me a pretty penny. Maybe I can even clear the hard-level dungeon. His eyes darted, and his mental calculations raced. This dungeon had to be cleared. Though the first clear reward was lost, he was the dungeon-S discoverer. As long as he succeeded, there were still very generous hidden quest rewards awaiting him. Soon, he looked back at Lin Ling again. I can offer you 30 million, but I want exclusive rights to the first clear strategy. You must promise never to share it with anyone else. Lin Ling was somewhat surprised. Is this you begging me to sell it to you? He asked. Big Head June clenched his fists tightly. Consider me begging you. Very well. I solemnly swear by the divine realm that I shall sell the walkthrough for the Abyss Dungeon in Xuanfu Bay City exclusively to Zhao Yijuan. And once the transaction is complete, I will never disclose it to anyone else. Lin Ling declared. The moment he finished speaking, a prompt confirming the validity of the oath appeared on the system panel before them. Card number 6222020412000. Lin Ling casually recited the card number, and Tu Jun, wincing in pain, completed the transfer. Soon after, Lin Ling received a notification of 30 million credited to his account. He nodded with satisfaction and was about to reveal the dungeon's completion mechanics. However, Tu Jun turned to Zhang Meng and his companions instead. Captain Zhang, could you please step aside for a moment? Zhang Meng frowned slightly, but waved them off and moved to the side. Yet a sly smirk crept onto his lips as he quickly composed and sent a message from his pocket. A brand new dungeon has appeared at the Abyssal Well in Xuanfu Bay City. Lin Ling cleared it so swiftly by the time others arrive. This kid will probably be bored of it. Reporting now, Woon TB breaking my word, right? Watching Zhang Meng walk away, the Tu Jun shot a glare at the two remaining adventurers from the Divine Wind Club who had not entered the dungeon. They promptly slinked away into the distance. Kid, speak up, the Tu Jun finally said to Lin Ling. Without hesitation, Lin Ling swiftly explained everything in detail. Who could clear it more easily, the necessity of having a priest to acquire the staff, and so forth. Yet inwardly, Lin Ling found it increasingly amusing. When he initially created the Abyss dungeon walkthrough, his resentful mentor had posted it online directly. Anyone who searched would find that aside from the different monsters in the dungeon, the mechanics were almost identical to that guide. At this moment, the Tu Jun was unaware of this. He carefully observed the expressions of Shang Biao and the others, and quickly discerned that Lin Ling was telling the truth. His face lit up with unrestrained joy. According to Lin Ling, as long as he was adequately prepared, even clearing the dungeon on hard difficulty would be no great feat. Elated, Tu Jun promptly made a phone call. Hello, old MO, are you interested in the first clear reward for the Hard Abyss dungeon? 20 million guaranteed for clearing it. Old Jai, 20 million for the first clear of the Hard Abyss dungeon. Interested? Long then, 20 million. Before long, the Tu Jun had contacted 3 seasoned veterans who dominated the novice area by suppressing the level cap. Once assembled, He Zhao Yijuan would be the first to clear the Hard Abyss dungeon. For now, he planned to run the normal dungeon to complete the hidden quest. The Tu Jun glanced over the team and fixed his gaze on Lin Ling. Later, I'll take you all through the normal dungeon for free. Lin Ling, you can leave the team then, he said with a tone dripping with condescension. At that moment, a series of system messages suddenly popped up before the Tu Jun's eyes. Lin Ling has left the team. Feng Zhi has left the team. And Yi has left the team. Shang Biao has left the team. The Tu Jun looked at Feng Zhi and the others in confusion. What? You still want to follow him to run the normal dungeon? Don't you know that once the first clear is done, you have to wait 2 hours before running the same level dungeon again? Yet, to his surprise, Feng Zhi paid him no heed. Any interest in the Hard Elite dungeon? 10 million each, Lin Ling suddenly said. Shang Biao and the others' eyes widened, their hearts soaring with joy. But soon their faces fell. Money wasn't the problem. The problem was that they did not have the money. Although they had obtained priceless equipment, it was all highly specialized gear suited to themselves, and selling it would take time. Apparently sensing their predicament, Lin Ling waved his hand. Forget it, consider it on credit for now. 11 million each. Pay me all together within 3 days. With that, Lin Ling sent them invitations to form a team. Soon the 3 joined, bringing the squad to 4 members. Still one short of full capacity. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He wanted to quickly farm the Abyss Scout quest, and naturally, the more team members, the better. He surveyed the remaining players. Only Sheng Jun and 2 other Divine Wind Club adventurers met the challenge requirements for the novice area dungeon. Seemingly feeling Lin Ling's gaze, Sheng Jun immediately grew restless. Dat dojo emited a koje sort. A normal dungeon without first clear rewards isn't worth even 1 million. Sheng Yun quickly approached the Tushun, smiling awkwardly. Boss, I'm naturally waiting to run the hard dungeon with you. Meanwhile, the 2 Divine Wind Club adventurers exchanged glances for a moment before a boy with a mohawk spoke first. I'm no fool. I have no money. So don't consider me. He turned and strode toward the exit, evidently intending to leave. The remaining girl hesitated briefly, but then sent Lin Ling a team request. I'm willing to pay 10 million to experience the Abyss dungeon, she said, immediately taking out her phone and transferring 10 million directly into Lin Ling's bank account. Wow, didn't he expect there was a little rich girl hidden here? Too bad she's not very bright. The Tu Jun's mocking voice rang out instantly. The girl's cheeks flushed deeply, but she lowered her head in silence. Ye's big front teeth has joined her team. Lin Ling's face twitched as he looked at the girl's name. He glanced at her. Her front teeth were not particularly large either. Clearly, This girl had also received some kind of opportunity and had concealed her true name in advance, just like him. Without further words, Lin Ling immediately headed toward the Abyss dungeon entrance. The next moment, to everyone's astonishment, he chose the Abyssal Well dungeon at hard difficulty. The 5 vanished instantly from the 2 June and the other's sight. Damn, they really went to clear hard mode. Only then did 2 June suddenly feel as though something flashed through his mind. He quickly flipped through the system panel's message log. When he saw Yishio's name in the first clear announcement, his eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap, my eyeballs have just been for blowing my nose. How did I only see this now? Aoki Bluecloth City, Goblin Forest. 3 Dragon Nest warships hovered high in the sky, constantly monitoring the leveling party below. In the forest beneath, dozens of 3rd and 4th tier official Yazi team members stood before hovering vehicles. In their central clearing, Xiao Yin, who had just rejoined the team, wielded a massive wolf-esque tooth hammer and smashed the head of a goblin ranger into a pulp with a single blow. All Yazi squads cast strange glances at Xiao Yin. Everyone sensed that he was different from before, yet no one reproached him. They all assumed that Xiao Yin must have been traumatized when abducted and was venting on the monsters, which was understandable. Yet Xiao Yin seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the thrill of smashing enemies with his hammer. Yo-Yo, do you think Xiao Yin is really Yishio? Li Jingliang lowered his voice and asked the archer Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo was momentarily startled, then shook her head. I don't know. I didn't TC him kill the boss, but he said he unleashed Meteor Shower. So he has probably Yishio. Then why is he still alive and back? Li Jingliang glanced at Xiao Yin and whispered again. But before he finished, Xiao Yin suddenly turned his head and looked directly at him. Li Jingliang, what did you just say? Xiao Yin's voice was unbearably cold. Li Jingliang shrank his neck, about to feign ignorance. But suddenly, the image of Xiao Yin himself boarding a hovercar and fleeing flashed before his eyes. An unnamed fury suddenly ignited within Li Jingliang's heart. I ask you, are you really Yishio? Was the meteor shower spell released by you? The more I think about it, the more I believe you are an imposter. I've investigated. The forbidden spell scroll is a controlled item. It's not something you can buy just because you have money. Li Jingliang stared intently into Xiao Yin's eyes as he spoke. You dare question me? You're courting death. In an instant, Xiao Yin's body became a fleeting shadow, appearing right before Li Jingliang. He raised his hand to grasp Li Jingliang's neck. Li Jingliang's expression shifted slightly. But as a warrior, how could he be intimidated by a mage closing in? He suddenly lifted the shield in his hand, attempting to block Xiao Yin. Though he dared not make a move against Xiao Yin, passive defense carried no heavy burden. However, what Li Jingliang did not expect was that an overwhelming force suddenly surged through his shield. At that moment, it felt as though he had been struck by a speeding sedan. Bang! The shield was instantly flung far away. Li Jingliang spewed a mouthful of blood, his entire body flying backward. Crash! He landed heavily on the ground, waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. His arm and one side of his body felt as if they no longer belonged to him. Bang! A golden mage's boot ruthlessly stomped on his face, twisting and turning slowly. Question me? You think you deserve that? Puffed. Xiao Yin sneered contemptuously, spitting directly onto Li Jingliang's face. You're utterly unworthy of being the captain of Yazi. Compared to Captain Lin, you're nothing but trash. Despite being pinned to the ground, Li Jingliang vented all the accumulated resentment in his heart. Say that again. Xiao Yin's voice trembled slightly, as if a long-healed wound had been reopened. You're trash. You're not even worthy of shining Captain Lin's shoes. Li Jingliang forcefully turned his head, glaring at Xiao Yin with narrowed eyes. You're courting death. Xiao Yin raised his wolf-tooth hammer high, ready to smash down on Li Jingliang. Captain Xiao, how can you do this? Jingliang is a member of Yazi. He was only joking with you. How can you treat him like this? Yu was terrified by the sudden scene before her and immediately rushed toward Li Jingliang, intending to stop Xiao Yin. But as she approached, Xiao Yin swung his hand and slapped Yu directly across the face. Yu spun several times in the air before landing on the ground. 2 beams of white light suddenly appeared on Yu and Li Jingliang, instantly healing their wounds. Xiao Yin, enough! Zhou Mingyan shouted sharply, clearly enraged. Xiao Yin gave a cold smile, and the golden scroll appeared in his hand immediately. As he slowly unfurled the scroll, a colossal blaze of magical fire elements began to gather in the air. The aura was identical to that which appeared during the meteor shower. Still think I'm bragging? See that? This is the forbidden spell scroll. Lin Ling? He has nothing. My power far surpasses what you can comprehend. Xiao Yin sneered viciously, while all the Yazi team members around him visibly changed expression. Yu had long been shocked senseless, and Li Jingliang was stunned by the forbidden spell scroll, no longer daring to speak. At that moment, a system announcement suddenly appeared before their eyes. Looking at the dungeon first clear list, everyone stared at Xiao Yin in astonishment. Yishio was never Xiao Yin. The lie was self-evident. Xiao Yin's face flushed deep red, instantly seething with rage and humiliation. A scarlet gleam flashed in his eyes. Hey, Yishiyu, I'm quitting the guild. Yu glared furiously at Xiao Yin. Tomorrow was the day to sign the official contract. Fortunately, she had seen through Xiao Yin today. Quitting the team? Xiao Yin released Li Jingliang, strode forward, grabbed Yu, and headed toward the nearest hover car. Before leaving, let this young master have some fun. Yu's expression changed drastically. Let go of me. What do you intend to do? Sister Mingyin, Jingliang, help. Woo-woo. Yu's cries for help rang out. Xiao Yin, release Yu. What are you doing? Zhou Mingyin shouted angrily once more. Li Jingliang also got up from the ground and charged at Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, damn you. Let go of Yu. Li Jingliang's eyes were bloodshot. He had long harbored feelings for Yu, and as a warrior, protecting her was his highest honor. Yet he had not even reached Xiao Yin when a cold voice instantly ignited him. Blazing inferno, Li Jingliang's body was immediately engulfed in scorching flames. Blood loss numbers rapidly appeared above his head. A piercing scream erupted from his mouth, but the knight's sword in his hand still thrust toward Xiao Yin. Seeing this, Zhou Mingyin instinctively cast a healing spell, but she was too late. The moment the healing spell landed, Li Jingliang's body turned utterly to ash. Compared to Li Jingliang, Xiao Yin's equipment was in a completely different league, and he was almost instantly killed. You actually killed your own teammate? Zhou Mingyin's eyes reddened, her voice trembling. Mother, I'm sorry. I don't want to stay here for even a moment longer. Xiao Yin's pupils contracted sharply, sweat pouring down his forehead. He looked at the ashes on the ground in disbelief, as if none of it had been done by him. But soon, strands of blood red flickered in his eyes, and a sinister smile slowly crept across his face, a lecherous gleam deepening within his gaze. Teammate? Merely trash. I originally wanted to have some fun with this girl, but I've changed my mind. How about you play with me? Xiao Yin threw the stunned Yu aside and strode toward Zhou Mingyin. How dare you? Zhou Mingyin chastised him, but Xiao Yin showed no sign of stopping. When Xiao Yin came within 15 feet, a golden scroll suddenly appeared in Zhou Mingyin's hand. The moment the scroll appeared, Xiao Yin halted immediately, and most of the blood red in his eyes vanished. Forbidden spell scroll? Impossible. How could you possibly possess a forbidden spell scroll? Xiao Yin's voice came from nearby. In her understanding, Zhou Mingyin was merely the daughter of a janitor. Don't force me. I'm taking Yu away. From now on, no ties with the Yazi team whatsoever. Zhou Mingyin said coldly. But then, everything changed suddenly. A slender figure suddenly appeared beside her, snatching the golden scroll from her hand. Zhou Mingyin's expression changed drastically. She never expected a fourth-tier assassin to silently appear behind her. At this moment, the shock on Xiao Yin's face quickly disappeared, replaced by a lecherous grin. He advanced toward Zhou Mingyin once more. Zhou Mingyin tried to retreat, but 3 more fourth-tier assassins appeared behind her. All her escape routes were sealed. Ha ha ha, Zhou Mingyin. I advise you not to resist. I will be very gentle. If you devote yourself to me from now on, I promise you will be the happiest woman alive. Xiao Yin said as he raised his hand to grab Zhou Mingyin. However, at that moment, the 4 fourth-tier assassins surrounding Zhou Mingyin suddenly exploded into clouds of blood mist. Xiao Yin and the other powerful members of the Xiao Corporation all changed expressions drastically. Dozens of Xiao Corporation's strongmen drew their weapons, aiming at Zhou Mingyin. Then another series of explosive sounds rang out. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, over a dozen formidable members of the Xiao Consortium were utterly obliterated into a mist of blood. At that very moment, Xiao Yin seemed as if he had seen a ghost. He immediately retreated, simultaneously drawing forth the forbidden spell scroll from his grasp. He had no comprehension of what had just transpired, yet he was certain that a colossal crisis was rapidly approaching him. To safeguard himself, he was prepared to sacrifice everything. This sudden turn of events instantly drew the attention of the official security members of the Yazi Guild. They swiftly converged toward Xiao Yin, equally unaware of the situation unfolding before them. Just then, the sky abruptly darkened, as if an ominous cloud had veiled the blazing sun. The crowd instinctively lifted their gazes skyward. A colossal white stag, its body stretching over several hundred meters, hovered majestically in midair. Radiating a dazzling brilliance akin to a blazing sun, its luminous presence was impossible to behold directly. Its pristine, snow-white fur shimmered with enigmatic runes, each seemingly imbued with boundless power. Why had the sky darkened? What was this creature? It was a divine beast among flying companion beasts, the Lingxiao celestial stag. Exclamations echoed throughout the goblin forest. At that moment, whether novice adventurers leveling up or seasoned professionals tasked with security, all were overwhelmed by the immense oppressive aura emanating from the divine beast. Concealed aerial strike fighters from the Dragon's nest immediately revealed themselves, and figures clad in military uniforms swiftly emerged from the aircraft. Leading them was none other than Zhou Weigua, the battalion commander of the northern sector of Dragon's Nest. The Dragon's Nest operatives regarded the Lingxiao celestial stag in the sky with utmost vigilance, as if confronting a formidable enemy. "Remain calm, it's one of our own," Zhou Weigua suddenly declared. His voice thundered across the entirety of the goblin forest. "Look closely, there's a figure standing atop that divine stag. One of our own? I thought it was an enemy nation's grand spellcaster unleashing forbidden spells again. Who is that person to command such a divine beast? He must be at least a 6th-tier powerhouse." Several security experts from minor clans wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Upon a majestic stag stood an elderly man clad in resplendent robes. Though his hair was as white as snow, his eyes were deep and fathomless, radiating an inexhaustible aura of authority and aloofness. The staff he held sparkled with dazzling light, as if wielding dominion over the very elements of heaven and earth. "Young man, do not allow your ignorance to trespass upon boundaries that must not be crossed." A voice resonated from the mage's lips. Clutching the forbidden spell scroll tightly, Xiaoyan raised his head and inquired, "Who are you?" "Jiang Shani," the mage replied indifferently. A collective intake of breath swept through the crowd at that instant. "Jiang Shani? Isn't he a 7th-tier grand spellcaster? He is a being capable of casually unleashing forbidden spells. There are only 5 grand spellcasters in the entire Dragon Kingdom. To have such a noble, mysterious, and powerful figure appear before them was staggering. Old Jiang, one of the 3 vice presidents of the War God Hall. The 2 5th-tier deputy captains of Dragon's Nest both inhaled sharply. The War God Hall was the pinnacle organization of elite combatants within the Dragon Kingdom. Many knew that atop this pyramid stood an 8th-tier professional, yet no one knew her name, her class, or even her gender. People only knew that 10 years prior, the United States and allied South Asian nations launched a surprise attack on a rare mineral mine within Dragon Kingdom territory. A mysterious figure appeared and subdued 3 7th-tier powerhouses with a single strike. The United States then propagated the existence of an 8th-tier powerhouse within the Dragon Kingdom, using it to justify the so-called Dragon Kingdom threat theory worldwide. Soon after, Dragon's Nest established the War God Hall, an organization only accessible to its most elite members. The 3 vice presidents of the hall were the already world-renowned 7th-tier grand spellcaster Jiang Shani, 7th-tier Sky Knight Zhong Wugai, and 7th-tier archer Tu Nani. These 3 were known as the unalterable pillars of the War God Hall. Observing that this formidable figure had slain so many of the Shao Consortium's strongest without so much as laying a finger on him, Xiaoyan immediately assumed that this man must hold Shao family's power in great regard. "Senior, my father is Xiao Yuanshan. I hope you will spare me trouble out of respect for him." "Xiao Yuanshan?" Jiang Shani's face twisted with disdain. "Don't mention Xiao Yuanshan. Even your grandfather, Xiao Hong too, would have to kneel and pay respects upon seeing me." The words exploded like thunder in Xiao Yan's ears, instantly annihilating his mysterious confidence. Jiang Shani snorted coldly, and suddenly a silver staff materialized in his hand. A silver radiance burst forth from the staff, freezing time and space within 100 meters instantaneously. All things in the world were plunged into a state of suspension, except for Zhou Mengyan, who remained unaffected. "Nanshu, the Hall Master has instructed me to inform you that your trial is prematurely concluded, and your mission here is at an end. You may return immediately. Do not waste any more time outside," Jiang Shani said, turning to Zhou Mengyan. "Grandfather Jiang, please call me Mengyan," Zhou Mengyan replied. A bitter expression crossed Jiang Shani's face. "Grandfather Jiang, please convey to her that although the trial may end early, I will not return now. I have kept my distance from Lin Ling as instructed, but I must not sever all contact," Zhou Mengyan declared resolutely. "Mengyan, there is nothing questionable about Lin Ling's identity. Perhaps it is all coincidental. Moreover, his performance has far exceeded the War God Hall's expectations. We intend to find an opportunity to formally engage with him." Jiang Shani's breath grew somewhat rapid as he spoke of Lin Ling, grandfather Jiang. "Everyone has underestimated Lin Ling. You should have taken him away from the start. His talent may not merely be that of an SSS tier rule beast. I suspect he possesses a powerful ability unknown to us. Perhaps deduction, perhaps precognition, or even time walking. In any case, I wish to understand him better. Give me more time. and I will uncover the truth. Although I believe in my heart that Lin Ling is not a threat. Behind us lies the Dragon Kingdom's final line of defense. There can be no negligence when national security is at stake. We must act with prudence and uphold the greater good, Zhou Mingyan stated with unwavering determination. How do you intend to uncover Lin Ling's true nature? Jiang Shani's face revealed a hint of approval. No wonder you're her daughter. A blush suddenly colored Zhou Mingyan's cheeks. Is it improper to get close and observe him intimately? Jiang Shani's beard trembled wildly. Is that your idea of prudence and the greater good? What greater good do you speak of? The Hall Master reminds you that before you ascertain how he knows those top-secret details, you must never reveal your true identity to him. Zhou Mingyan's expression swiftly regained composure as she nodded lightly. Grandfather Jiang, do you think it is possible for a person to be reborn, to return to a certain point in the past after death? A flicker of doubt crossed Jiang Shani's eyes. Time travel is feasible, but rebirth into the past is unlikely. Why do you ask? In nothing, Zhou Mingyan smiled awkwardly. Grandfather Jiang, do you think it's possible for a novice to cast forbidden spells? Young people have wild imaginations. By the way, do not harm Xiaoyan. There's likely a big fish behind him. Jiang Shani shook his head resignedly, then turned his gaze back to the Lingxiao celestial stag, which soared skyward and vanished into the upper atmosphere. At that moment, the world, once paused, instantly resumed. Birds took flight once more, and the adventurers in the forest remained utterly unaware that anything unusual had occurred. Zhou Mingyan stowed away the token, turned around, and walked up to Yu, lifting her up with a firm grip. We're leaving Yaji. Is there anyone willing to come with me? Zhou Mingyan asked, gazing at the remaining members of the Yaji squad. I'll go with you. Me too. Sister Mingyan, take me with you. Let us go, let us go. Staying here means dying without even knowing how. In the blink of an eye, all the members of the Yaji reserve squad had gathered beside Zhou Mingyan. Only Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu remained standing alone in place. Xiao Yan glanced warily at the sky, but suddenly noticed that the Lingxiao Tianlu had disappeared without a trace. His fury flared immediately as he shouted at the Yaji members. Stop right there. Did I say you could leave? Do you believe that if I just make a call, no guild in the entire Dragon Kingdom would dare to accept you? You trash think you can even participate in the newcomer championship? Do you still want to enter the Dragon's Nest? For those who retreat now, the reward is 3 million dragon coins plus a set of blue equipment. The final words struck a chord, causing a few hesitant squad members to falter. However, the moment Zhou Mingyan turned and walked away, only Yu followed her. Zhou Mingyan said nothing more. Everyone has their own aspirations. It is enough if they do not regret today as choice in the future. Yet, she never expected that Li Jingliang would remain forever in this goblin forest. Sister Mingyan, does that mean Xiao Liang died in vain? Lin Ling will avenge him. What do we do now? Find a team. All right, but where? Xuanfu, find Lin Ling. Lin Shen will be very glad to see you back. Perhaps. If only I had left with him from the start, that might have been the right choice. Zhou Mingyan took a deep breath. Had it not been for the Lord of the Hall instructing her to stay in Yaji to attract the attention of foreign forces toward Lin Ling, she would have left long ago. Only she knew how exhausting the disguise was, deep love rooted in her bones, yet she could not speak it aloud. Dragon's Nest Headquarters. Lord of the Hall, these are the exact words from Nanshu. Jiang Shani repeated Zhou Mingyan's words without a single omission. Opposite him stood an elegant woman clad in a horse-face robe. She appeared to be around 40 years old, holding a watering can as she carefully tended to a pot of roses. Her name was Zhou Weiyun, Lord of the Dragon's Nest War God Hall, founder of the Yunmeng Group, an 8th-tier holy priest and an 8th-tier fate saint mage, a dual-class practitioner. This child has suffered much. These 3 years in Xuanfu must have been very hard, Zhou Weiyun said, a trace of worry flashing through her phoenix-like eyes. Lord of the Hall, Nanshu is still too reckless outside. Using her to divert Meiyua's attention is unfair to her, Jiang Shani frowned. A bitter expression crossed Zhou Weiyun's face. In the face of national interests, what is such a sacrifice? Besides, didn't the Wei Kingdom go to protect her? But she's still a child. Even with the forbidden spell scroll, a priest ultimately lacks the ability to protect herself, Jiang Shani said. My child is my child. But does that mean other children are not children? Zhou Weiyun responded. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom was forged by countless predecessors with their blood and lives. They gave everything to bring about the Dragon Kingdom of today. My life, Yin Hongtian's life, Old Chun and Old Wang's lives. All of us have silently contributed. People like us existed before, exist now, and will exist in the future. Even if our names are unknown to the world, our motherland will not forget us. Alas, perhaps when Lin Ling awakened his talent yesterday, we should have brought him into the Dragon's Nest. Then Nanshu could have returned with him Jiang Shani sighed. Zhou Weiyan looked at Lin Ling's photo on the large screen. This child is somewhat special. I suspect he has a second profession, and a very powerful one at that. He might require many materials to level up. Keep an eye on what he lacks, and have Mingyan send it to him. Find a suitable opportunity to make contact with him yourself. It's best to offer help when he most needs it. Lord of the Hall, understood. I will monitor Lin Ling's movements closely and seize the opportunity to engage with him, Jiang Shani said. Outside the Abyss Dungeon. Lin Ling is Yi Xiao, a talent with an SSS rank, but no potential for growth. I could solo the boss too. Yes, just lucky. But what I do is reasonable. What he does is definitely suspicious. Moreover, he dares to enter the hard-level dungeon. Could he truly clear it? One question after another surfaced in Big Head Jun's mind. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, party experience distribution has been modified. The leader receives 80% exclusively, while the other members share 20%. Party loot distribution has been modified. The leader holds absolute priority in loot acquisition. Seeing the system notifications, the four showed no displeasure. Brother Lin, should I take the statue as staff now? And he asked nervously. This is a hard-level Abyss dungeon. We might not even make it out alive. The others looked toward Lin Ling, awaiting his command. Unexpectedly, a strange smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. No need. Just follow me and charge straight in. Remember, just charge. Don't worry about anything else. That will activate all the monsters at once, Feng Zhi warned. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Yes, I want to activate them all and deal with them in one go. His words left everyone bewildered. At that moment, Lin Ling immediately opened the level seal on the system panel. Congratulations, unsealing successful. Super experience pool progress 10%. Since level 30 requires second job advancement, experience seals will no longer trigger. Excess experience will be stored in the regular experience pool. Seeing the system prompt, Lin Ling turned and led the charge deeper into the Abyss passage. The others had no time to think and followed with all their might. Soon, they dashed past the first wave of Abyss scouts. At this moment, the Abyss scouts had leveled from 30 to 45. Normally, clearing the hard-level novice area dungeon requires the entire team to be above level 25 with essential equipment and class combinations. Only then, with the priest wielding the staff to grant a buff increasing all 4 attributes by 50, would they have a chance to clear it. Now, this group ran past these Abyss scouts, who were as formidable as bosses, and Inya's calves were already trembling. Yet Lin Ling did not pause for a moment, quickly passing through the second wave of Abyss scouts. Behind them, 10 Abyss scouts were in pursuit. They reached the 10th wave of Abyss scouts in just over 40 seconds. Ahead, there was no path. Behind them, 45 monsters filled the passage. Even the bravely self-assured Shang Biao's heart raced wildly. With so many level 45 monsters, a single swipe could drain half their health. Boss Lin, there's no way forward. Shang Biao's Adam's apple bobbed as he looked at Lin Ling. At that moment, every heart but Lin Ling's was in one's throat. They were prepared to exit the dungeon at any moment. Unexpectedly, Lin Ling looked at the monsters encircling them with a satisfied smile. All right, I'm going to cast a little spell, Lin Ling said. Boss, there are too many monsters. This isn't something magic can handle. Sweat already drenched Feng Zhi's hand gripping the staff. Shang Biao held his shield firmly and looked toward Lin Ling. Boss Lin. Even AoE spells can't possibly hit this many enemies. I'll go up front to hold the aggro, letting Feng Zhi and you focus on output. We'll kill as many as we can. As long as I'm alive, there's no retreat. As his words fell, he prepared to charge forward to draw attention. But at that moment, a radiant staff appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Biaozi, come back. Just wait. Lin Ling's voice rang out, prompting puzzled glances from the others. At that instant, Lin Ling raised the staff high. This time, he did not bother with the theatrical chant. Not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't know how. Thunderous forbidden spell of the lightning element. Please select attack target. Attack only monsters. Attack only humans. Attack specified target only. Attack only monsters. Lin Ling commanded silently. A bird's eye view of the abyssal well, spanning a radius of 100 miles, appeared before his eyes, only covering the Abyss dungeon. Thunderous lightning is an area of effect forbidden spell. Its release may cause overflow, but will not harm targets outside the designated area. Due to an unknown anomaly during the naming of this skill, its effect may deviate slightly. This deviation does not impact the final outcome. Please disregard. A system message popped up, and in the next second, an intense rhythm burst forth accompanied by MC-style chanting. Boom tick boom tick boom tick boom tick boom tick. Thunderous lightning. This supreme cultivation shakes heaven and earth with a purple gold hammer. Purple lightning. Profound, true flames. The 9 heavens suspended sword. a world-shaking transformation. The dim abyssal passage instantly transformed into a dazzling purple. Massive bolts of lightning submerged the entire corridor. All the abyssal scouts suddenly began stretching their necks forward in time with a rhythm. Their movements resembled a dance troupe swaying to music. Meanwhile, the once clear sky above the abyssal well grew ominously clouded. Dense black clouds stretched for miles, turning the southwest of Xuanfu Bay City into a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. At this moment, a large number of professionals drove various vehicles from the urban area toward the abyssal well. Boom rimble rimble. Who has playing DJ with MC chanting? Actually, it sounds pretty good. Boss, that voice sounds like it's coming from the sky. From the sky? Why is it getting dark? Looks like it's going to rain. The weather forecast didn't say anything about rain today. No. Why is there such a thick concentration of lightning element in the air? Why does my head uncontrollably start bobbing to the beat? On an off-road vehicle, for members of the punk guild with afro hairstyles spoke in confusion, their movements perfectly synchronized. Each precisely stepped to the rhythm, stretching their necks forward. Suddenly, their eyes turned violet. Thunderbolts as thick as water jars descended from the sky in countless numbers. The purple lightning transformed into an ocean of electricity, fiercely cleansing all wild monsters. Boom boom boom. Xuanfu Bay City. Dark clouds, I gallop across the battlefield, roaring through smoke and rain. Passion has always left only empty regrets. I wield the crescent blade. Amid the rhythmically charged chanting, the city's red alert blared throughout. The mayor and a group of dignitaries had already ascended the city tower. They gazed toward the southwest, their expressions darker than the clouds above. At that moment, everyone who heard the music seemed bewitched, simultaneously stretching their necks forward. Mayor, do you think this is a natural disaster or a man-made calamity? I hope it's a natural disaster, but have you ever seen thunderclouds with lightning element but no water element? Then this is a forbidden lightning spell? Damn it. Who on earth is it? Another lightning mage? White Bear or Maywa? Zhou Mingyan is in Kiwilan Cloth City. Even if they made a move, they shouldn't still be casting forbidden spells in Xuanfu. The Dragon's Nest just sent news. As soon as I dispatched the city as professionals, they were enveloped by the lightning forbidden spell. Report. No data on casualties received. Mayor Bai Haishan moved his neck as he spoke, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Still only targeting monsters, not humans? Check it out. Who else in that area? A suspicion arose in Bai Haishan's mind. Although he felt it might be absurd, once the thought appeared, it could not be suppressed. Could it be that these repeated forbidden spells are actually skills used by some leveling player? That's why they only kill monsters and not humans, because killing monsters grants experience. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bai Haishan took out his phone and dialed Dragon's Nest Captain Zhou Weigua. Old Zhou, do you think this continuous casting of forbidden spells might be from a novice? Meanwhile, outside the Abyssal Well dungeon, Zhang Meng and Big Head Army were already dumbfounded. The moment the thunder appeared, they didn't even think about fleeing. The scene they witnessed near the Abyssal Well was entirely different from what others saw. Above the well, a thunderstorm formed from condensed lightning raged fiercely. No one knew lightning element better than Big Head Army, who could confirm this was absolutely not a natural disaster, but someone casting a forbidden lightning spell. This had been his lifelong dream. Since awakening his talent, he constantly fantasized about becoming a 7th-level Grand Mage and unleashing a forbidden lightning spell. Now, he was experiencing the charm of such a forbidden spell firsthand. The lightning catastrophe came swiftly and departed just as quickly. In less than a minute, the lightning vanished and the black clouds dispersed. Sunshine once again bathed the land. Every professional's heart swelled with joy. I'm not dead. It's good to be alive. Is this some kind of celestial tribulation? Like the previous 2 forbidden spells, it only kills monsters, not humans. Who the hell is doing this? Yin Yin and Crew Cut shouted excitedly. Zhang Meng, the eye of this storm is right above us. Could there be a peerless expert hidden in this forest? Big Head Army said gravely. Yet, just as Big Head Army's heart filled with awe, a system announcement suddenly popped up before his eyes. Congratulations to Xuanfu Bay City's solo team, Captain Yishio. Members, Yaya's Big Tooth, Shang Biao, Feng Ji, Anyi. First clear of the Abyss dungeon on hard mode. Clear rating. Time taken 1 minute and 39 seconds. Boom. This announcement hit Big Head Army like a thunderclap. Cleared hard mode dungeon? They've only been inside for so long. Big Head Army's eyes reddened. Zhang Ming looked at the dungeon entrance, swallowing nervously. Didn't the announcement say it clearly? 1 minute 39 seconds. They really aren't exaggerating. 2 minutes means 2 minutes. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, congratulations on successfully killing level 45 Abyssal Scout, 5,000 experience. Congratulations on successfully killing level 25 Abyssal Crawler, 1000 experience. Congratulations on successfully killing level 30 Abyssal Tree Demon, 3000 experience. Congratulations on successfully leveling up Time, Mage Profession, to level 21. Congratulations on successfully killing level 45 Abyssal Scout. Congratulations on successfully killing level 35 Mutated Bandit, 3,500 experience. Congratulations on Wind, Mage Profession, leveling up to level 25. Congratulations on successfully killing level 28 Little Zay Mary, 5,000 experience. Congratulations on successfully killing level 30 Rebellious King Ma Z, 6,000 experience. Congratulations on successfully slaying the level 60 Abyss Boss, the Mutated Dark Worm, earning 50,000 experience points. Congratulations on your advancement to level 26 as a Fire Mage. Quest: Alice S. Commission. Quest completion progress 101,300. Congratulations on completing the Novice Zone Abyss Dungeon first clear achievement. Congratulations on receiving an experience reward of 100,000. Congratulations on reaching level 27 as an Undead Mage. Would you like to teleport all dropped items to your vicinity? Yes, no. Yes. Lin Ling confirmed softly. The overwhelming cascade of equipment instantly materialized within the Abyss Dungeon. In the blink of an eye, the downpour of gear transformed into a towering mountain of loot. At this moment, Feng Ji and the other two stood aghast, their faces twitching wildly, hearts pounding like war drums, breath shallow and rapid, utterly incredulous at the spectacle before them. This feels like a forbidden spell? Take out the like. This is absolutely a lightning forbidden spell. Oh my heavens. This is just unbelievably insane. Such a magnificent scene, as picturesque as a painting, should have inspired a poem to gift the world. Alas, Shang Biao lacked the culture. And so a single expletive sufficed to express his awe. Shang Biao. Amidst the other four's skeptical gazes, Lin Ling swiftly gathered all gear of purple rarity and above into a storage space within a mound of equipment. Congratulations on obtaining the rare Azure Wind Longbow, purple. Congratulations on obtaining the flawless Abyss Bracers, gold. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary Abyss Staff, orange. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary Abyss Scimitar, orange. Congratulations on acquiring the Warrior Skill Book, Crossguard. Congratulations on acquiring Skill Scroll 15. Congratulations on acquiring Blind Box 2. Congratulations on acquiring the Archer Skill Book, Sun Chaser. Congratulations on acquiring the Mage Skill Book, Wind Blade Technique. Congratulations on acquiring the Pre-Skill Book, Purification. Congratulations on obtaining the Silver Tier First Clear Badge 1, which grants a 50-point boost to all attributes when worn. Lin Ling gazed at the system messages, a faint smile lifting the corner of his mouth. Forbidden spells truly make monster farming exhilarating. Yet, the thought that this lightning forbidden spell likely enveloped the outside world as well caused Lin Ling to raise a hand and rub his brow. This is not my fault. I merely cast a skill inside the dungeon. However, the level progression was evidently far more arduous than before. His 100-mile radius clearing skill had not even reached level 30. Lin Ling muttered to himself. If anyone else heard this, they would probably be so enraged as to vomit blood. Though the skill ostensibly advanced by 7 levels, it was equivalent to over 200 individuals leveling from 20 to 27. The experience required was an astronomically daunting figure. Ordinary parties, upon reaching level 20, often needed to grind monsters for an entire day to level up once. Lost in thought, Lin Ling turned to survey the remaining white and blue equipment, then cast a glance at the 4 stunned geese beside him. The 4 stood motionless, vacant-eyed, their faces flushed, a perfect embodiment of 4 excessively frightened geese. Ahem. Lin Ling cleared his throat softly, rousing the 4 from their trance. This equipment, instantly, the 4 were jolted awake. Shang Biao's mouth gaped open. Feng Ji's eyes widened, and Yi squinted at Lin Ling with expressions that could only be described as those of ardent admirers. You giving these to us? Feng Ji asked excitedly, breaking the silence first. Are you out of your mind? Don't you have any sense of how much good gear I kept for myself? Lin Ling chuckled. A Feng Ji flushed deeply, stealing a glance at his system panel. Indeed, he had received quite a bounty. 3 pieces of gold tier equipment and 2 full orange tier items. The total value easily exceeded 20 million. His level had also soared to 25. Yet, throughout the ordeal, he had done nothing but follow Lin Ling for a few hundred steps. Hand over all the orange tier gear that dropped. Divide the rest amongst yourselves. Lin Ling addressed the 4 before him, intently watching their expressions, awaiting their response. Their reactions would determine whether he would bring them along on the next nightmare-level dungeon run. However, in the very next moment, a faint smile reappeared on his face. One by one, they retrieved the orange tier items and gently placed them on the ground. Though their eyes betrayed reluctance, no other negative emotion surfaced. It was as if these treasures never truly belonged to them. They were merely returning borrowed goods to their rightful owner. Shang Biao. Boss Lin, I was awarded 3 orange tier items in 2 dungeon runs. Lingo, I got 2, and he said, Boss, I also received 2. Feng Ji added. Only the last to join. Yiya remained silent. She was the sole individual who had not produced any equipment. All eyes naturally converged upon her. A flicker of struggle passed through Yiya's eyes. I didn't get any orange tier gear, she said softly, then slowly lowered her head, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze. This scene instantly darkened the expressions of Feng Ji and the others. Dada, Feng Ji whispered sternly. Dada, however, cast a furtive glance at Lin Ling. I truly didn't receive any orange tier items, but I did get one before she could finish. A red piece of armor materialized in her hands. Yiya gently placed the armor on the ground and stepped back 2 paces. At this moment, aside from Lin Ling, the other 3's breathing grew rapid and shallow. Red, epic tier equipment. Almost simultaneously, everyone cast a detect spell. Bright King Battle Armor, Epic. Category, Armor. Epic Set. Level Requirement, 30. Durability, 100,000 of 1,000. Defense, 500. Strength, 40. Vitality, 50. Agility, 40. Health points, 3,000. Evasion, 5%. Reflect damage, 5%. Collecting all 9 pieces of the set triggers the set effect. Defense plus 1,000. Collecting the full set grants the passive, Immovable Bright King. Upon being attacked, immediately activates, rendering the wearer immobile while converting all damage received into equivalent health. Hissing in awe, everyone drew a sharp breath. Divine equipment aside, this epic armor was undeniably the pinnacle of warrior gear. Lin Ling raised his hand, gathering all the gear offered by the 4. Then, with another gesture, he produced 7 or 8 golden tier items and tossed them onto the ground. The rest you can divide amongst yourselves. No one scrambled for the loot. Rather, they all emptied their storage spaces and laid out their equipment. After a brief distribution, Shang Biao and Feng Ji had assembled complete sets of golden tier armor, and he possessed 6 pieces of gold and 3 of purple. He had 5 gold and 4 purple pieces. The remaining white and blue equipment was evenly shared. Lin Ling had grown weary of examining these items. Collectively, they amounted to merely a few million in value. He then produced 2 mage skill books. Mage skill book, Wind Repulsion. Required level, 25. Skill description, releases a wind-based magic that blows targets within a 5-meter radius away by 10 meters. Irresistible. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Would you like to learn this skill? Learn. An icon of a small whirlwind instantly illuminated the wind element skill bar of Lin Lingfeng's professional abilities. This had originally been sent anonymously, and Lin Lingfeng had not learned it earlier due to insufficient level. Now, not only was he required to learn it, but he also had to name it. Upon unsealing, all skill cooldowns were reset, and he happened to possess 1 usage of the forbidden spell naming technique. As for the required title, Lin Lingfeng had long since contemplated it. He named the wind element skill Wind Repel as beyond 1,000 miles. Naming successful. The wind element magic skill Wind Repel is automatically upgraded to the forbidden spell beyond 1,000 miles. Upon casting, the designated target is blown into the sky and sent beyond 1,000 miles away. This skill ignores defenses and is unstoppable unless the opponent possesses a defense skill of the same rank. That's the true flavor. This is exactly how the forbidden spell should feel. I ask you, who else can match this? What does unstoppable mean? It means even a god would be swept away. There are AoE skills like All Things Grow, Meteor Shower, Thunderclap, and defensive skills like Invincible Armor. If you encounter a tough opponent, you could just send them on a free aerial tour with beyond 1,000 miles. The expressions on those big shots' faces will surely be priceless. Though, this 1,000-mile distance is a bit short. A teleport might just bring them back. If only it could be 100,000 miles, or even light years. Lin Lingfeng then directed his attention toward a newly unlocked skill. Mage Skill Book, Wind Blade Technique. Required level, 25. Skill description, releases a gust of fierce wind containing 18 wind blades, attacking the designated target in a specified direction 18 times. Each hit deals 80% of the caster's magic damage to the target. Cooldown 90 seconds. Would you like to learn this skill? Learn it. Skill learning successful. Lin Lingfeng began contemplating a fitting title, and soon a very apt song title appeared in his mind. Now, he only needed to reach level 30 or wait until the forbidden spell naming technique's cooldown ended tomorrow to name it. When time permitted, he planned to find a place to test this skill. As Lin Lingfeng pondered, a voice came from nearby. Boss Lin, what skill did you just cast? It was Fengji. Others suddenly recalled the endless sea of thunder they had seen earlier. A skill capable of covering an entire dungeon was incredibly powerful. If they knew the thunderclap actually covered only a 100-mile radius, their expressions would be even more remarkable. It's just an AoE skill, nothing special. Lin Lingfeng replied with a smile. Just then, the countdown for leaving the dungeon appeared. Darkness enveloped everyone's vision, and they found themselves beside the abyssal well. At that moment, Big Head Jun saw Lin Lingfeng emerge and immediately charged at him with reddened eyes. Kid, are you messing with me? You gave me the strategy, but went for the first clear on hard mode yourself. Big Head Jun bellowed, raising a thunderball to smash towards Lin Lingfeng. Boom! Shang Biao lifted a golden great shield and stood resolutely in front of Lin Lingfeng, blocking the attack. Lightning sparks flew everywhere, yet Shang Biao did not retreat a single step. Seeing this, Big Head Jun's pupils suddenly contracted. Thunderlight surged over his body as he prepared to cast another skill. Lin Lingfeng's eyes, however, gleamed with murderous intent. Lin Lingfeng, don't be impulsive. Big Head Jun is the grandson of General Zhao. Zhang Ming swiftly stepped before Lin Lingfeng, whispering a warning. This little troublemaker, if he truly killed Big Head Jun, would certainly have countless people cheering, but Lin Lingfeng would face endless troubles. Yet, his words seemed to have no effect. Lin Lingfeng instantly vanished from behind Shang Biao and reappeared right before Big Head Jun smack. Big Head Jun felt as if a giant dragon had struck his left cheek, sending him flying backward. This is the last time. If there's a next time, I will kill you. Lin Lingfeng's voice came faintly, laced with chilling murderous intent. You're looking for death. You owe me 50 million and still dare hit me? Big Head Jun got up from the ground, thunderlight surging, ready to fight desperately. Did I say I sold you the strategy? Does that mean I can't clear the dungeon myself? Lin Lingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Big Head Jun's complexion shifted between green and red. Lin Lingfeng had indeed never said that. But that was not the point. The point was, you got the first clear, so why should I care? Is it my fault? Endure a moment, and the wind will calm. Retreat a step, and the anger will grow. No matter how much Big Head Jun thought about it, he was convinced Lin Lingfeng was screwing him over. You never said you could first clear hard mode. Big Head Jun retorted. Are you an idiot? I cleared the hard mode with them for 10 million each right in front of you. Are you blind? Lin Lingfeng scoffed. This guy's head was big, but why didn't his brain grow with it? Like bananas, the bigger the peel, the bigger the fruit inside. Who would have thought you could actually clear it? Don't you have any fault at all? Big Head Jun shouted angrily. Lin Lingfeng raised a hand to rub his temple and turned to walk toward a nearby clearing. What fault do I have? He muttered. Big Head Jun was the kind of person who had some strength but had been spoiled since childhood. Alice still had 200 tasks remaining, requiring 4 more dungeon runs to complete. His Elemental Guardian passive still had 2 hours of cooldown. This was a perfect time for him to rest. Lin Lingfeng found a vacant spot, took a rocking chair from his storage space, and lay down. Zhang Ming approached with an awkward smile. Brother Lin, I just reported the news. It shouldn't have affected you, right? No problem, let it be. Do you have any soda on the plane? Preferably cold, Lin Lingfeng asked. It was nearly noon, and the mutton offal soup from breakfast had mostly digested. Hearing this, Zhang Ming's face immediately lit up with a sly grin. Haha, yes. Just wait and see. Zhang Ming raised his hand and pulled a table out from his storage space. Then Lin Lingfeng was truly shocked. An oven, charcoal, a refrigerator, beer, and soda were successively taken out and spread across the entire table. Brother Lin, just wait and see. Let's have some skewers. Zhang Ming chuckled and immediately took out half a lamb from the refrigerator. You all come help. Shang Biao, you Deb 1, Feng Ji, start the fire, and Yi and Yaya, handle the skewers. Watching them busy themselves, Lin Lingfeng estimated it would take a while, so he stood up and said, You guys go ahead, I'll take a walk. He dashed into the forest and soon arrived at a secluded spot. Immediately, he cast Gale Technique on a large tree. A gust of wild wind emerged from the tip of his radiant magic staff, but only 3 wind blades struck the tree. Bang, bang, bang. 3 deep cuts appeared on the tree, but this was clearly unsatisfactory to Lin Lingfeng. His spiritual power was high, so he should be able to control the skill more precisely. Once this skill was upgraded to a forbidden spell, the number of wind blades would be terrifying. If Lin Lingfeng could condense all these wind blades onto a single point, the exploit in an instant. A towering tree was cleaved by a gusting blade of wind into a cascade of wooden splinters, with a segment of its translucent core exposed to the open air. Now, I feel confident that releasing the forbidden spell again should confine its effect within the entire dungeon. It seems I must dedicate more time to practice in the future. Lin Ling spoke as he abruptly approached the broken tree, gently touching the exposed core. The essential material for the exclusive magic robe was said to be the luminous tree core, an extraordinarily rare item that only appeared as a chance reward from hidden quests. Whether it could be purchased remained unknown. Muttering to himself, Lin Ling prepared to leave. However, before he had gone far, voices emerged from within the forest. He pricked up his ears and immediately realized that a team of adventurers from the Xuanfu base city had arrived. He paid them no mind and was about to depart. But those approaching adventurers soon spotted him. "Friend, are you here for the dungeon too? Come along with us." Lin Ling turned his head to see a group of dusty, weary adventurers emerging from the woods. It was evident they had not rested for quite some time. Two distinct insignias adorned their attire, clearly marking them as members of two separate teams. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ling discerned that one group was the rookie squad from the War God Alliance, while the other belonged to the novice contingent of the War Heaven Guild. "Lin Ling, what are you doing here? Also running a dungeon?" A captain from the War Heaven Guild immediately recognized him. Lin Ling had met this fellow a few times before. His name was Hao Dayer, nicknamed Big Hao. He was fairly amiable and had exchanged several conversations with Lin Ling. "Yeah," Lin Ling responded briefly without elaborating. "Lin Ling, you should lighten up. It's nothing serious. That Xiaoyan is just a fool. The theories you put forth alone are worth more than an S-rank combatant. Besides, you possess an SSS grade talent. What does it matter if you level up slowly? Just take your time. Come on, let us go together. If the dungeon is simple, I'll guide you through it later to claim the rewards," Hao Dayer said with a broad smile, his stature imposing. "No need. You guys go ahead. The normal level dungeon isn't difficult, and your two squads are fully staffed anyway," Lin Ling replied, rubbing his nose. He vaguely sensed that his secret connection to Yi Xiu might no longer remain concealed. But it did not matter. Besides completing the task, he only needed to find an excuse to eliminate the Big Head army. From then on, he would avoid entanglements with these people as much as possible. "Mouse, Captain Lin already said no." "Stop insisting," said Huang Yimao, the captain of the War God Alliance, his hair dyed bright yellow, perfectly matching his name. Hao Dayer could only shake his head and continue chatting and joking with Huang Yimao. "Old Huang, your War God Alliance isn't doing so well. How come you're only at level 12 after a whole night?" "Mudo sit." Huang Yimao sneered. "Come on, Mouse, you're only level 13 yourself. Your War Heaven Guild isn't any better. Let me tell you about my cousin, Feng Ji from the Divine Wing Club. When I messaged him, he said he was already level 25. Hao Dayer revealed this tidbit with enthusiasm. Huang Yimao glanced up at the sky. "I said we haven't even seen a bull lately. Turns out you scare them all away." Hao Dayer's expression darkened. "Em bragging. My cousin told me he's got a big shot backing him. Didn't you see? He's listed in the dungeon, first clear record. I'll find him and introduce you later." "TCH, what is so great about that? My third and fourth uncle's son, Zhang Meng, is now stationed at Dragon's Nest. Heard he's a squad leader. Maybe one day I can get in there too." Huang Yimao scoffed disdainfully. Just then, a dozen or so nonconformist youths with explosive hairstyles chased up behind them. The leader, a youth with a spiky hairdo, cast a glance their way and sneered. "You too? Stop bragging. Do you even know who Yi Xiu is?" Hao Dayer and Huang Yimao immediately perked up. Yi Xiu's fame had grown so immense that he was the subject of widespread discussion lately. "Wang Jiehua, you know who Yi Xiu is, right?" Huang Yimao asked skeptically. "I'm telling you, don't tell anyone else. My sister works at the Divine Wing Club, you know." "Actually, I know Yi Xiu," the spiky-haired youth said mysteriously. Everyone nodded at once. Even Lin Ling wore a puzzled expression. "You know Yi Xiu?" Lin Ling inquired, taking a swig from a bottle of ice cola. Wang Jiehua smiled mysteriously, pride shining in his eyes. "My sister told me she is dating Yi Xiu. You get what that means? Yi Xiu is my brother-in-law." Huang Yimao exclaimed. "No way, really?" "Puffed." Lin Ling nearly choked, spraying cola from his mouth. "Brother-in-law? How come I never heard that?" "Don't doubt it. Have you seen the announcement for the hard level, first clear? That big-toothed girl Yaya is my sister, Wang Yaki. If it weren't for the great Yi Xiu noticing her, why else would he bring her into a dungeon run?" Wang Jiehua hurriedly explained when met with disbelief. A tinge of envy glimmered in the group's eyes. How come none of them had a sister or younger sister noticed by the great Yi Xiu? Seeing their expressions, Wang Jiehua beamed. "Back then, Yi Xiu even called me. Said he'd give me a perfect piece of equipment. Once I have my golden gear, you all will be my juniors." Hao Dayer and Huang Yimao exchanged glances, faces sourer than if they had eaten lemons. Only Lin Ling, walking ahead, felt his facial muscles twitch uncontrollably. It seemed he must be more cautious about bringing others into dungeons from now on. This time, inexplicably, he had gained a little brother-in-law. Who knows? Next time, a big I might just pop out. "Do you smell that?" "I think I smell grilled lamb skewers." Wang Jiehua suddenly sniffed the air. Everyone sniffed vigorously, catching the scent of barbecue mingled with cumin wafting on the breeze. Someone was grilling here, probably running a stall. Look at their business acumen, Huang Yimao said as their pace quickened. Soon, they saw several people gathered around a barbecue grill, roasting a large batch of skewers. Nearby, bottles of beer, soft drinks, and mineral water were sweating with condensation, clearly chilled. A chorus of swallowing sounds arose among them. Since yesterday, they had been leveling up, eating only rations. How come everyone's gear is so good? Doesn't he look like a street vendor's setup? How Dayer muttered doubtfully. Smells delicious. The cooking skills seem quite good. Lin Ling praised. Captain Lin, I heard you're a bit short on cash. Don't even think about those lamb skewers. They must be expensive, and they probably don't sell them casually. Leave it to me, Huang Yimao said, then charged toward Zhang Meng and the others. He strode forward, pulling out a thick stack of dragon bills and threw it onto the ground. The stack was easily worth 10,000. Friend, how about some skewers to try? Huang Yimao reached to grab a skewer from the grill. Slap! His hand was slapped away, and the force sent him stumbling several steps back. Who the hell do you think you are? Who told you to touch that? Zhang Meng, still wearing an apron and a chef's hat, looked every inch the chef. I'm giving you money, R&T-I. Uncle Zhang Meng? Huang Yimao's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized Zhang Meng. Who the hell is your uncle? Zhang Meng glared, 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead from frustration at this sudden nephew. I'm Wang Dahua's nephew. We met last New Year. Huang Yimao scrambled to his feet, dusting himself off. You're Huang Mao. Go on. Do what you need to do. I don't have time for you. Zhang Meng waved him off impatiently. At that moment, Hao Dayer also arrived and immediately spotted Feng Ji. Cousin, Heidel let out a thunderous shout, causing the string of chicken wings in Feng Ji's hand to nearly fly out of his grasp. Mouse, why the hell are you making such a fuss? Get lost. Feng Ji snapped irritably. Heidel knew that his formidable cousin had changed over time. Despite being scolded, he still smiled broadly and nodded as he retreated. Soon, he and Huang Mao had withdrawn some dozen meters away. The two exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a clear message. Neither would mock the other. Yet at that moment, they suddenly saw Lin Ling walking toward the roasting pit. Why is Lin Ling heading over there? Could he possibly know them? Heidel asked, his face full of puzzlement. It's hard to say. After all, Captain Lin used to be a prominent figure in Xuanfu. A subordinate whispered softly. Yeah, right. His era is long gone. Does he really think he is still the Lin god? The two of us got humiliated, and he dares to step forward? Let us just wait and see him get laughed at. Huang Mao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, especially since a group of subordinates behind him had witnessed his disgrace. But seeing Lin Ling boldly approach lifted his spirits considerably. True enough that as Zhang Meng, our Huang team was driven off to the sidelines. And he probably wouldn't even glance at Lin Ling. Huang Mao's underlings chimed in. What about Wang Jiahua? Didn't you say Yi Xiao is your brother-in-law? Hurry up and introduce us. Huang Mao grinned and asked. Immediately, all eyes turned toward Wang Jiahua. However, they noticed that Wang's eyes were wide open, as if he'd seen a ghost. Curious, everyone followed Wang's gaze. Behind a roasting pit, Lin Ling reclined in a rocking chair. Before him lay an array of fragrant grilled skewers and chilled cola. Zhang Meng, Feng Ji, and the others stood in front of Lin Ling, each sweating profusely. Yet their expressions resembled those of disciples awaiting praise from their elder brother. A bead of cold sweat silently traced down Huang Mao's forehead, dropping with a soft plop onto the ground. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, lips trembling as he finally uttered, Holy smokes, could Lin Ling actually be Yi Xiao? The thought intensified within Huang Mao's mind. He was increasingly convinced his guess was correct. Such a mysterious and formidable figure as Yi Xiao, if wanted to find someone in the Xuanfu Bay City to match him, it seemed only Lin Ling could possibly live up to Yi Xiao's legendary achievements. Before awakening, a godlike existence. After awakening, still a godlike existence. Lin Ling possessed an SSS-grade talent mockingly dubbed the waste talent. Their essay saying, there's no such thing as a waste talent, only a waste person. Since Lin Ling was already called the Lin God before awakening, he could never be a waste. He was a genuine prodigy, a genius so familiar with professionals that he could publish papers and win awards about them. Could such a person truly be restrained by his talent? Moreover, this talent, no matter how wasteful, was still SSS grade. How many SSS grade talents exist in the entire world? Surely no more than the fingers on one hand. Lin Ling must have used his unparalleled intellect to uncover some hidden loopholes and exploited them to acquire treasures beyond ordinary reach, like equipment. Huang Mao's mind raced at lightning speed. At this moment, he felt as if his 18 years of wisdom had reached its pinnacle. Lin Ling's actions of eating skewers and drinking cola slowed in Huang Mao's vision until Lin Ling became a still image. Huang Mao's eyes suddenly widened upon seeing Lin Ling's level 1 white gear. "I've got it," he exclaimed abruptly. "What do you know now?" Heidel asked, bewildered. "Don't speak. I need to verify something," Huang Mao said, pulling out his phone. He opened the camera and snapped a picture of Lin Ling's white glowing mage robe. Click. Huang Mao immediately sent the photo to a private QQ group. Huang Tianbu, Fu Yu Xian Mao. "Sirs, can you help identify this equipment? First pure love warrior. Isn't that just a level 1 white gear? Kyoto 4 little dragons. No. Level 1 white gear shines pure white. But this is milky white. Look at the runes. It's a sacred item." Seeing this, Huang Mao's hand trembled. He took more photos. Lin Ling's boots, bracers, and pants. Huang Tianbu, Fu Yu Xian Mao. Pics. Kyoto 4 little dragons. "Brother, where did you find such a big shot? Wearing a sacred set?" Huang Tianbu, Fu Yu Xian Mao. "Is that certain, big bro? Kyoto 4 little dragons. Who do you think you're underestimating? There are fewer than 10 sacred sets across Dragon Nation, all ranking high on the equipment leaderboard. Kyoto 4 little dragons. I've never seen this one before. Maybe the owner hasn't reached second awakening?" Huang Tianbu, Fu Yu Xian Mao. "Thanks, big bro. I'm logging off for now. Talk later." Boom. Huang Mao's heart pounded faster and faster. No wonder. He was clad in a full sacred set, truly worthy of a Lin god. This was no feat for an ordinary person. Sacred set. How did he manage to obtain such an extraordinary set immediately after awakening? Could it be he discovered some system loophole? Or was his waste talent merely a fabricated lie by the state to protect him? A single set of equipment could restore a fallen god to the celestial throne? If I wore that gear, could I also claim first kill on bosses and first clear dungeons? Huang Mao's breath grew increasingly ragged, his gaze filled with insatiable greed. But he understood that he himself could never obtain the sacred set. If given a chance, he wouldn't mind selling this discovery to others. Sometimes, fate works in such coincidences. Not far away, a pair of eyes was fixed intently on him. Big Head Jun watched Huang Mao, a sly smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He knew that look all too well. Whenever Huang Mao's eyes lit up like that, it meant he had spotted a girl he desired. Whenever that look appeared, Big Head Jun would stop at nothing to claim that girl, allowing no one to obstruct his goal. "What exactly did you discover that makes you so eager?" Big Head Jun rose slowly and strode toward Huang Mao. "Kid, come chat with me." Big Head Jun wrapped an arm around Huang Mao's neck. "Who are you?" Huang Mao was taken aback, trying to break free, but then noticed the dazzling red gear the man wore. An epic set? Wearing epic gear before second awakening? Though not as formidable as Lin Ling, he was undoubtedly a high-level player. The War God Alliance members behind Huang Mao immediately stepped forward, but Huang Mao waved them back. Amid their puzzled gazes, the two walked aside. Leather pants over cotton pants must mean there's a reason. "Boss, are you Huang Mao?" he cautiously asked. "Did you uncover some secret about Lin Ling?" Big Head Jun's triangular eyes narrowed slightly. "Nothing discovered." Huang Mao's pupils constricted sharply. "Don't pretend. If you have any thoughts about Lin Ling, why not cooperate with me? If your findings are useful, I can give you a legendary piece of equipment." Big Head Jun said as an orange longbow quietly appeared in his hand. As an archer, Huang Mao's mouth watered at the sight of the orange weapon. Though the War God Alliance's name was grand, it was a minor guild. Even as captain, Huang Mao wielded only a purple weapon. The sacred armor adorning Lin Ling was undoubtedly immensely alluring, yet Huang Mao was fully aware of his own limitations. He realized that Lin Ling was none other than Yishio, and the reason he managed to secure the first kill on the boss and clear the dungeon was entirely due to exploiting a loophole to acquire the entire set of sacred armor. Whoever donned his equipment would inevitably surpass him in strength. Huang Mao's eyes flickered as he whispered softly to himself, convinced that only by belittling Lin Ling's prowess could he possibly negotiate a deal to obtain the orange bow. Sacred armor? A gleam of greed instantly flashed across the eyes of Big Head Jun, who himself wore an epic set. His understanding of powerful equipment far exceeded that of Huang Mao. No wonder he was so arrogant. It was all because of this advantage. Huang Mao raised his hand to grasp the orange bow, forcing a sheepish smile as he said, "Boss, please don't reveal your discovery. Otherwise, I can take both your orange weapon and your life at any time." With that, Big Head Jun turned and left, while Huang Mao stared at the orange weapon in his hands as though caught in a dream. More and more professionals arrived, and several squads entered the dungeon one after another. The teammates summoned by Big Head Jun soon appeared as well. leading them into the hard-level dungeon. They followed Lin Ling's strategy, and indeed swept through with ease. Although the hard level proved somewhat challenging, they ultimately became the second team to clear it. Even without the first clear reward, Big Head June was still overwhelmingly exhilarated at this moment. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, Guide of the Wicked. Congratulations on receiving experience points, 30,000. Congratulations on acquiring Wicked Emblem. Professionals harboring malevolent intent or dark attributes who equip the Wicked Emblem gain 50% to all attributes. Congratulations on obtaining Wicked Fruit. Consuming it increases all attributes by 500. This fruit does not conflict with gene serums and can be consumed at any time without level restrictions. Congratulations on obtaining Divine Rain Dew, Sacred Potion, X1. For 2 minutes after consuming Divine Rain Dew, all skills can be cast with no cooldown and no cost. Congratulations on acquiring Life Tree Core, X1. This item is a rare, special material essential for crafting exclusive weapons. Congratulations on acquiring Trader S Memento X1. This item is required for the 5-star second tier quest. Congratulations on unlocking active skill. Abyssal Gaze Trial, Transcendent. Duration, 3 days. Within 3 days, all concealment effects are nullified for you. You can see through all invisibility and hidden information. A radiant white light enveloped him, and he had astonishingly leveled up from 19 to 20. Big Head June gazed toward Lin Ling in the distance, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He equipped the Wicked Emblem and immediately consumed the Wicked Fruit, causing his attributes to surge dramatically. Lin Ling, no matter how many treasures you have, Big Head June wants them all. At the foot of Tsuan Mountain, Chong and Bay City, Lamb Belly, handkerchiefs, 3 paths of blue. Meeting you is easy, but chatting is hard. GMO traversed the hills as a spirited folk song suddenly echoed through the ravine. His eyes brightened, and the despondency that had weighed on his face instantly rekindled into fierce determination. Due to the unique geography of Chong and Bay City, all civilian aircraft and hover cars were prohibited from entering the mountains. The treacherous mountain roads allowed motor vehicles only halfway up. After 2 hours on foot, GMO finally reached his destination. Along the way, numerous level 10 wolves roamed freely. He conjured many images in his mind, but could scarcely fathom how, after the Great Fusion, humanity managed to graze livestock in the wilderness. Climbing swiftly up a mountain ridge, a flock of white sheep immediately came into view within the valley below. At that moment, the questions lingering in his heart were suddenly resolved. Seated on a large stone in the center of the valley was a solitary figure. His head was wrapped in a white sheep's wool handkerchief, and he held a self-crafted wooden bow and arrow. Beside the rock stood a rusted iron bucket half filled with arrows. The man sang the folk song as he simultaneously knocked, drew, and released arrows with fluid precision. His right hand moved so swiftly it was almost impossible to track with the naked eye. One arrow after another flew in a continuous line toward the edge of the valley, each striking precisely in the eye of a wolf. 18 arrows per second, all piercing the wolf's eyes. The sheep grazed peacefully at the valley's bottom, while wolves along the edge collapsed one by one. Even GMO was left agape, utterly astonished. What incredible rate of fire! What unparalleled archery skill! Incredible! Snapping back to reality, GMO blurted out, "This must be the man I'm looking for, Wang Yilin." Yet, as the words left his mouth, the man's ears twitched slightly, and his longbow suddenly pivoted to point directly at GMO. Upon seeing him, the bow lifted sharply. Swish, 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 swish. 18 arrows shot skyward in an instant. Before GMO could make sense of it, a gust of wind descended from above. Bang, 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 bang. The 18 arrows landed precisely around GMO's body, encircling him tightly. Each arrow was within 2 inches of him, spaced 4 inches apart. Witnessing this, GMO swallowed hard, a surge of competitive spirit rising within him. His body vanished in an instant. The man's eyes narrowed, sharp as a hawk's. He quickly noticed subtle changes in the grass below and raised his bow to shoot again. A barrage of arrows rained down toward GMO's invisibility. Each arrow narrowly grazed GMO's neck before embedding in the ground. Even in stealth, beads of sweat formed on GMO's forehead. Nonetheless, the arrows did not impede his stride. Thanks to the Death Hymn talent, his invisibility was perfected and combined with unmatched speed. He crossed 100 meters to the valley's bottom in mere breaths. GMO leapt onto a large stone at the valley floor, feeling the rush of wind on his face. The young man below instantly paled. Just as he attempted to retreat and create distance, a cold dagger pressed against his neck. "What is the matter? What is your name? Does it even concern you?" GMO's dagger applied slight pressure. Spare me. I surrender. I surrender. Is that not enough? What is your name? Happy brother. That is my real name. Will you tell me? Wong Yilin. Really Wong Yilin SS rank talent? That's right. 18 arrows per second? I can shoot 36, but I only fire 18 to avoid scaring the wolves away. I've seen arrogance before, but never like this. Everyone says I'm the greatest archer in 100 years. Come with me. I'll show you the world outside. I'm not going. Do you think I'm a fool? You say come. I come. Come with me. And this bow is yours. An orange starry moon longbow appeared in GMO's hand. Wong Yilin's eyes widened in astonishment. His Adam's apple bobbed, but he still shook his head. I still have to tend to sheep. Tending sheep leads nowhere. Come with me. G. Montauk urged earnestly. I'm happy. Wong Yilin replied. Grazing sheep only buries your talent. Going out is like a tiger entering the forest. GMO coaxed patiently. I'm happy. Wong Yilin declared. Zimmer furrowed his brow tightly. What's the matter? Worried about your parents? My father died early. I don't even remember what he looked like. My mother passed away just last month. But I still have these little ones. I have to wait for them to grow up and then send them to their benefactor. I must. Wong Yilin pointed toward the flock of sheep in the mountains, contentedly grazing on fresh grass. Upon hearing this, Zimmer immediately brightened. Your benefactor is Linling, right? Linling is my eldest brother. Do you want to follow him? Zimmer mimicked Wong Yilin's tone, a sly glint flashing through his eyes. Sure enough, Wong Yilin's breathing grew rapid the moment he heard Linling's name. From now on, you'll be my second brother. Zimmer swiftly retracted his dagger and let himself go. That's the spirit. When we get back, your second brother will get you a legendary set. You'll have the gear, you'll have the level, and you'll have brothers too. You little lamb, you're quite cute. Swoosh. An arrow struck one of the lambs, and it collapsed. The little lamb was truly adorable, irresistibly so. Wargot Hall. Zhou Weiyun's eyes snapped open. Suspended before her hovered a pale, blue crystal orb. Inside the orb, a fledgling eagle was being watched intently by a black snake with a red sun emblazoned on its forehead. A fierce gleam flashed through Zhou Weiyun's eyes. Xiang Lao. The serpent from the east has set its sights on our fledgling eagle. Go and deal with it. Do they really think we let them roam free? The cold voice echoed through the great hall. Jiang Shani immediately obeyed and turned to leave. Outside the abyssal well dungeon, many teams wore expressions of dejection. They had all attempted the normal difficulty abyss dungeon, but had failed repeatedly. One team even suffered a casualty inside the dungeon. Although it was not the dungeon's first completion, successfully clearing it would at least grant every participant a level up. Not only did the dungeon guarantee equipment drops upon completion, but there was also a chance to obtain blue or even purple gray gear. This left those outside the dungeon anxious and helpless, seeing everyone's worried faces. Big Head June's eyes gleamed with cunning. I have an exclusive strategy guide, available for 10 million dragon coins. Anyone interested in buying it can come find me, he said with a sheepish smile. The announcement immediately drew everyone's attention. 10 million? That's so expensive. If we get the guide, we can endlessly farm the dungeon, gaining experience rapidly and collecting gear. Yeah, exactly. Let us pool our money together. After we buy it, we can resell it at a lower price to others. Several professionals began whispering among themselves. Big Head June's ears were sharp. Hearing this, he laughed and called out, to buy the guide from me. You must form your team in advance, and upon purchase, swear to the divine realm not to disclose it externally. Although many professionals showed anger, they still pooled their money to buy it. In no time, over a dozen teams amassed 10 million dragon coins, ready to trade with Big Head June. Seeing this, a broad smile spread across Big Head June's face. However, just as these people jostled to trade with Big Head June, a shout suddenly rose from the crowd. Hey, this possible dungeon type's guess. Abyss Dungeon Guide Online looks just like this dungeon. This comment instantly captured everyone's attention. Someone pulled out their phone and immediately began searching online. After quickly scanning the guide, that person hurriedly led their team into the dungeon. Big Head June frowned deeply and also took out his phone to search. But soon, his expression darkened completely. Although this dungeon guide differed somewhat from the one Lin Ling sold him, the clearing techniques were exactly the same. Lin Ling. Big Head June's furious roar rang outside the dungeon. Lin Ling was currently leading his team toward the dungeon entrance. What's the matter? Lin Ling asked. Where did the dungeon guide you sold me come from? Big Head June asked each word deliberately. I found it online. That post has been up for over a year. Lin Ling said with a smile. Big Head June's face flushed red, and in his heart, he felt as if he were about to spew a mouthful of blood 3 stories high. You tricked me. Big Head June trembled as he pointed at Lin Ling. You begged me. I'm the one who sold it to you. Puff. Big Head June's fury overwhelmed him, and a fountain of fresh blood erupted spectacularly. Lin Ling turned and whispered softly, "Start the dungeon. Select Nightmare difficulty." As his words fell, the five vanished instantly. Only then did those outside the dungeon come to a stunned realization. What difficulty did he enter? Damn, did I hear that right? It really seems like he entered Nightmare difficulty. I can't even beat normal difficulty. He definitely one team make it. I bet they LLB out in less than 3 minutes. Yet, a ruthless gleam filled Big Head June's eyes. He took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. "Grandpa, I want to kill someone." The voice on the other end fell into a brief silence. "If you're calling me, it means you're not absolutely confident. Don't act yet. I'll send Uncle Woohoo over." The call ended. Big Head June stared at the dungeon's teleportation portal, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. "Lin Ling, your death day will be when you come out. Blame yourself for provoking someone you can't afford to offend." Inside the dungeon, Lin Ling's eyes shone coldly as well. The moment he entered, he clearly felt Big Head June's murderous intent. "No matter who's behind you, if you bear ill will toward me, I'm sorry, but you're in trouble." In Lin Ling's heart, on his mental ledger, Big Head June's name was already marked with a crimson cross of death. Meanwhile, Shang Biao and the others stared at the Nightmare difficulty dungeon prompt, unable to find words to express their feelings. "Boss Lin, how we fight this time? Are you still going to use the forbidden spell?" Feng Ji asked with some anticipation. This time it's truly hard to pull aggro. Nightmare difficulty has increased the challenge significantly, Lin Ling said as he stepped beyond the red line. But instead of 5 Abyss Scouts appearing, there were 50. These Abyss Scouts were noticeably larger than those previously encountered, their forms more grotesque and terrifying, truly worthy of a Nightmare difficulty. The monsters changed not only in quality, but also in quantity. Lin Ling focused on one Abyss Scout and used Hero SI. Abyss Scout Elite. Quality, Dungeon Monster. Class, Abyss Archer. Level, 60. Health, 25,000. Physical damage, 4,500. Defense, 2,500. This minor mob's attributes were stronger than the bosses in the normal dungeon. A single careless encounter could cause casualties. Seeing 50 Abyss Scouts, Shang Biao and the others swallowed hard. Is this something newbies can handle? Luckily, we have a godlike captain. Thinking this, the 4 faces broke into wild joy. Looks like we have to use the forbidden spell. Then we'll push forward as we go. Lin Ling thought, speaking calmly. "Follow me and keep charging forward. Don't worry about being attacked." Hearing this, the 4 responded with trust in their eyes, nodding in agreement. Lin Ling took out his staff. The Elemental Guardian passive had long since cooled down. Meteor shower blossomed. "I'll accompany you to watch the meteor shower fall upon this earth. Let your tears fall on my shoulder." A melodious song resonated under Lin Ling's control of his spiritual power. This time, the forbidden spell's range encompassed only the entire Abyss dungeon. Meteoric fire rained down from the heavens, and since the skill was set to attack only monsters, the group charged forward relentlessly. Wherever they surged, the meteor shower followed. The Abyss passage was nearly choked with monsters, yet still, nothing could halt Lin Ling's advance. Before long, all the Abyss Scouts were annihilated by the forbidden spell. However, Lin Ling did not anticipate the bizarre scene that unfolded the moment the boss appeared. Upon spotting Lin Ling accompanied by the meteor fire rain, the Abyss boss turned and fled. It ran, he pursued. It was as if wings had been clipped. Just as the boss seemed cornered with nowhere to turn, it let out a furious roar. The earth trembled, and, at the end of the passage, a bottomless chasm suddenly split open. Without hesitation, the boss leapt into the abyss, jumping without warning. How outrageous! Sans signe danger. Lin Ling exerted his spiritual power to control the meteor shower, smashing it into the abyss. He chased, it jumped. The boss's fate hung in the balance. Instantly, the meteor shower engulfed the boss. A desperate roar echoed from the depths. "You have been cursed by the boss. For 1 hour, damage taken cannot be healed. Congratulations on defeating the Abyss Well Guardian and completing the Abyss Well dungeon on Nightmare difficulty for the first time." With the boss's demise, the completion prompt flashed across the screen. Congratulations to the Xuanfu Bay City team, Captain Yi Xiao. Members, Yaya S. Big Fong, Shang Biao, Feng Ji and E. First to clear the Nightmare level Abyss dungeon. Completion rating. Time taken 1 minute and 57 seconds. White lights ignited one after another as the 5 members entered a frenzy of level gains once more. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 60 Abyss Scout. Experience gained, 10,000. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 60 Abyss Scout. Experience gained, 10,000. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 60 Abyss Scout. Congratulations on your fire mage profession, successfully leveling up to 29. Congratulations on your wind mage profession, leveling up to 29. Congratulations on your time mage profession, successfully leveling up to 29. Congratulations on your necromancer profession, successfully leveling up to 30. Congratulations on receiving an experience reward of 200,000. Congratulations on your space mage profession, leveling up to 30. Congratulations on your light mage profession, leveling up to 30. Since all your professions have reached level 30, the excess experience has been stored in the experience pool. After completing the second job transition task, all experience will be added to the experience bar. Congratulations on achieving the Newbie Zone Abyss Dungeon Nightmare level first clear achievement. Congratulations on receiving the reward, Abyss Key. Congratulations on obtaining Blind Box 2. Congratulations on acquiring the Water Mage Skill Book, Title Surge. Congratulations on obtaining the Bright King War Boots, Epic. Congratulations on obtaining the Radiant Staff, Epic. Congratulations on obtaining the Bright King Shield, Divine. Congratulations on receiving the Golden First Clear Badge 1. Congratulations on acquiring the Fate Mage Skill Book, Hair Combustion Technique. Lin Ling stared at the system messages before him, 3 small question marks instantly appearing above his head. It seemed some peculiar things had slipped in. Title Surge? What on earth was this? Was that name even serious? Could water magic be so wanton? And that hair combustion technique, was this some kind of joke? Would casting it ignite green fireworks atop one's head? These several rewards unexpectedly piqued his curiosity. Item, Abyss Key. Category, Special Item. Item description. Possession of this item permits entry into the dungeon at any time, bypassing cooldowns. This item is limited to single-person use. This was quite useful. Skill Book Title Surge. Level requirement, 30. Skill description. Summon a river to form a 10-meter-high tidal wave, knocking back targets along the designated path and dealing 300 spell damage to the caster. This was not bad either. He would learn it. Fate Mage Skill Book, Hair Combustion Technique. Level requirement, 30. Skill description. Curse a single target. For 3 days, when the cursed target casts a skill, their hair will burst into flames. After each combustion, there's a chance a green mushroom will grow, which grants the caster 1 experience point per second. Reading the skill description, even Lin Ling could not help but twitch the flesh on his face. He had actually obtained a rare Fate Mage Curse Skill Book. Fate Mages were an exceedingly rare hidden profession, usually appearing as a secondary class. When a profession reached its 2nd, 5th, or 8th job transition, there was a chance to awaken a secondary profession. Fate Mages themselves were scarce, and skill books even more so. Most Fate Mages never achieved much due to the rarity of their skill books. However, upon reaching the 5th job transition, they awakened a talent skill called Prophecy. And by the 7th transition, Fate Mages could advance this into greater prophecy. Fate magic was divided into 3 categories: curses, blessings, and prophecy. Clearly, this hair combustion technique belonged to the curse category. He would learn it. Lin Ling hesitated not in the slightest. As a master of all mage professions, he welcomed every mage skill book without exception. If this became a forbidden spell, suddenly, a vivid image flashed through his mind. A mischievous grin curled his lips as if a little demon appeared beside him, incessantly tempting him to name this skill a forbidden spell. His eyes glanced toward his skill bar, with a previously learned Gale technique still queued. Compared to this mushroom-headed nonsense, he much preferred to obtain an offensive forbidden spell. Especially now, with his spiritual power having been refined, these area of effect forbidden spells could be wielded as single-target forbidden spells if used skillfully. Yet, the forbidden spell naming technique was still far from its cooldown's end. Suddenly his gaze fell upon the cooldown heart, and a sly smile quietly spread across his face. The cooldown heart's second active skill allowed, once every 2 hours, the immediate unlocking of 1 skill's usage permission. At this moment, that skill was already on cooldown. With a thought, Lin Ling immediately chose the forbidden spell naming technique. The skill icon beneath the cooldown heart instantly lit up. He named the Gale technique Tornado. Naming successful. The Wind Magic skill Gale technique has been automatically upgraded to the forbidden spell Tornado. Upon casting, it releases a tornado in the specified direction. This tornado contains 10,800 wind blades, each capable of dealing true damage to targets. The caster may control the tornado's size through spiritual power. The default size is 1 kilometer in diameter, a world-ending storm. As you are a transcendent level professional, the system detects your successful attainment of level 30 and rewards you with 1 opportunity to cast a skill without consumption. Completion of the 2nd job transition task will yield even greater rewards. Lin Ling read the messages on the system panel, unable to suppress a broad smile from tugging at the corners of his mouth. 2 sets of Ming Wang armor, and another piece of divine equipment. If one could assemble a complete set, it would be worth at least several billion. Lin Ling did not bother to check their attributes. Instead, his attention was drawn to the quest log. There, a quest notification flickered incessantly with a golden light. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed instantly as he swiftly opened the quest panel. Quest: Alice's commission, completion progress, 601,300. Congratulations on completing Alice's commission. Reward: permanent attribute enhancement of 200. Automatically accepted the second job transfer quest. Commencing difficulty draw. Draw successful. Congratulations on accepting the 5-star job transfer quest. Quest requirements: collect the Trader's token, not yet obtained. 1 legendary grade equipment, obtained. 1 divine grade equipment, obtained. 1 silver level first clear badge, obtained. 1 gold level first clear badge, obtained. And 5 types of rare items. Feeling the significant boost in his attributes, the smile on Lin Ling's face never faded for a moment. The Trader's token? What on earth is that? Staring at the sole item not yet acquired, Lin Ling's smile gradually subsided. This thing looked extremely difficult to obtain, likely requiring a hefty sum to procure. You all. Lin Ling turned to look at Shang Biao and the other 3, but before he could finish speaking, the 4 had already taken the initiative to produce all their equipment of orange quality and above. Lin Ling accepted the gear without hesitation and slowly said, I have a matter that requires your assistance. If this is handled well, you can forget the debts you owe me. At these words, a gleam of wild joy immediately appeared on their faces. Boss Lin, just say what you need. Shang Biao owes his life to you. I would go through fire and water without hesitation. Shang Biao said, his face flushed. After you leave, tell everyone outside that I was cursed by the boss, suffered injuries that cannot heal, and that all orange and red equipment was taken away. Also, you must help me block Zhang Ming. Boss Lin, what exactly is going on? Shang Biao asked, puzzled. But as soon as he spoke, his pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Ling was selecting enemies, clearing threats, and it meant death. Don't ask so many questions. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Do not rest tonight. Level up to 30 as quickly as possible and complete the job transfer quest. Do not leave Xuanfu Bay City. If a warrior-type quest prompt appears tomorrow afternoon, you must accept it, but do not rush in recklessly. No sooner had Lin Ling finished speaking than the dungeon's space darkened suddenly. The 5 were instantly teleported out of the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside, chaos had already erupted into a complete mess. Looking at the first clear announcement popping up on the public chat, many were momentarily stunned into silence. For first clear of a normal difficulty newbie zone dungeon, once the technique was found, the difficulty was not very high. For a first clear of the hard level dungeon, as long as the team had the proper skills and equipment, there was a high chance of success. But the nightmare level dungeon's difficulty was an absolute qualitative leap, especially the nightmare level newbie zone dungeon, which had not seen a first clear for decades. It was impossible to challenge after the second job transfer, and before the second job transfer, no one had the strength to attempt it. Yet today, a fresh first clear announcement for the nightmare level newbie zone dungeon appeared before everyone's eyes. Oh my god, am I seeing this right? Someone actually cleared the nightmare level newbie zone dungeon? It's them again. They must be cheating. There must be some bug. I can't even get past the normal level. Fake. This is obviously fake. Fake. Try faking it and see. Yishio, it must be Yishio. He is just too amazing. Whenever Yishio's name appears, everything suddenly makes perfect sense. I want to worship this master. Meanwhile, abroad, the atmosphere was bleak and desolate. Eagle Nation, new sheep-based city. Fuck. What on earth is Chaldea up to? I'll go to Dragon Nation myself. John, Dragon Nation's borders are locked down. The War God Temple 1T stand idly by. You may not return. Then have the Terminators lurking in Dragon Nation quickly assemble at Xuanfu Bay City. This Yishio definitely has serious problems. Datong Bay City. Kato, you useless bastard. With a loud bang, Yamamoto Ichiro slammed his palm onto the stone table before him, shattering the hard marble into a pile of rubble. Yamamoto-kun, a call from Kyoto. They insist you must eliminate Yishio. A man dressed in samurai attire bowed his head and said, Then I'll go to Xuanfu myself. I refuse to believe that, as a 6th job transfer Earth Ninja, I can't kill a newcomer. As soon as Yamamoto finished speaking, his samurai armor instantly transformed into a black bodysuit. A faint red glow shimmered on the suit. Clearly an epic grade set. His figure vanished instantly, leaving a residual shadow soaring into the sky. The samurai in the courtyard looked toward the direction Yamamoto had disappeared, eyes filled with admiration. Lord Yamamoto's flying skill is indeed formidable. His speed must have surpassed Mach 5. It won't be long before he reaches Xuanfu. and even 7th job transfer elites cannot detect his stealth talent. Outside the abyssal well dungeon, as soon as Lin Ling emerged, he dashed swiftly toward the depths of the jungle. Seeing this, many people's expressions turned to surprise. What is wrong with Lin Ling? Someone asked. Shang Biao recalled Lin Ling's instructions and said immediately, he was cursed by the boss, injured and unable to recover his health. At these words, a gleam flashed in many eyes. You four cleared the nightmare dungeon and obtained quite a few good items, right? Another voice inquired. Lin Ling took all the orange and red equipment. Anyi answered truthfully. At this statement, some people's eyes immediately revealed a fervent glow. At this moment, there was no need for encouragement or instigation. More than a dozen well-equipped professionals immediately gave chase in the direction Lin Ling had vanished. The Tu Jun and Sheng Jun silently followed behind these people. Not good. These people are going to attack Lin Ling. Zhang Ming narrowed his eyes, ready to give chase. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his arm. Captain Zhang, you come with me. I have a big treasure to show you. Deep within the forest, Lin Ling is Yi Xiao. This news will spread quickly. This is our one and only chance. We absolutely cannot leave any survivors. Yes, let us attack together. Don't let him get close. Then we'll split the loot. Where did Lin Ling go? A chilly wind blew as several professionals abruptly stopped. At that moment, the Tu Jun slowly appeared behind them. I know where he is. When I point, all of you attack together. Do you see the cedar tree on the right? The second branch, that Dojun spoke, eyes filled with ferocity. Although he was arrogant, he was not confident enough to take down Lin Ling, who wore divine grade armor, alone. But with so many attacking together, as long as Lin Ling was injured, he was confident he could strike like thunder and capture him. Lin Ling, today is truly the day heaven will destroy you. Rest assured, these people will be buried with you. Thinking this, he immediately pointed toward the large tree where Lin Ling was hidden. Under his abyssal gaze, Lin Ling's invisibility was completely revealed. Hearing the Tu Jun's words, the others did not hesitate at all. Archers and mages unleashed their skills and firepower, all focusing on the location the Tu Jun indicated. Boom! 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 They were generally around level 15, and under this concentrated fire, the large tree was instantly shattered. Haha! Unity is strength. If we all focus our fire on him, no matter how powerful he is, he will surely perish. How shall we divide the loot? I claim the great hammer. The rest you can share among yourselves. I want 2 pieces of orange gray gear. One after another, they voiced their claims, reserving the equipment adorning Lin Ling. Yet, at that moment, a voice dripping with mockery suddenly echoed through the swirling wood shavings. Had enough? Is that all the damage you can deal? If you cease fighting, then I shall take action. Everyone's pupils constricted sharply as they turned toward the source of the voice. Clad in diamond armor from head to toe, Lin Ling emerged slowly from the dust and missed ahead. The health bar above his head remained utterly untouched. Big Head Jun's eyes gleamed with icy determination as he bellowed. I'll lead the charge. You all strike together. He instantly activated the Thunder God's descent, causing his 4-dimensional attributes to surge tenfold. However, at that instant, a dozen or so orange scrolls suddenly appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Not good. He has advanced magic scrolls. Run. Someone recognized the items in Lin Ling's grasp and let out a terrified scream. The others turned to flee as well. Trying to run now? Too late. Lin Ling's lips curled into a faint smirk. I hereby pronounce you guilty. As his words fell, he hurled several scrolls in rapid succession. This was a trial, but alas, they had all failed the test. Advanced Magic Scroll, Exploding Fire Dragon. Advanced Magic Scroll, Infernal Puppet. Advanced Magic Scroll, Thunder Dragon's Roar. Advanced Magic Scroll, Sigh of the Storm God. Magnificent advanced magic instantly enveloped the dozen or so men. Boom! 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 Magic ravaged the battlefield. Screams pierced the air. Behind the brief tumult lay a deathly silence. The dust and smoke blurred everything. You have successfully slain the professional Wang Hu. You have successfully slain the professional Dai Yiming. You have successfully slain the professional Lian Yu. You have successfully slain. Lin Ling frowned slightly. The system panel displayed the names of 15 professionals, but Zhao Yijuan's name was conspicuously absent. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dust. Big Head Jun's figure slowly rose from the ground. His battle robe was torn. Wisps of bluish smoke emanated from his body, and his face was smeared with scorched blood. Amidst flashing lightning, it was faintly visible that his health bar still held a quarter of its life. Lin Ling, you Shai Di, what is the matter? Out of magic scrolls? Dare to strike me. Have you considered the consequences? I will kill you, kill all your friends, kill your family. Kill everyone connected to you. Exploding fireball. Lin Ling did not allow him to finish. Raising his radiant staff, he unleashed a fireball in an instant. The fireball appeared and immediately hurtled toward Big Head Jun. Big Head Jun's pupils contracted sharply as a magic scroll appeared in his hand as well. A soil-colored shield materialized before him instantly. Don't think you're the only one with magic scrolls. Even if you wear a sacred set, you won't break through this earth elemental shield. Big Head Jun roared with a ferocious grimace. He knew he had underestimated Lin Ling, but as long as he could hold him off for a while, the men sent by his grandfather would arrive. Boom! The fireball exploded violently. Although the health bar above the shield dropped somewhat, breaking through it was clearly not something achievable in the near term. Ha ha ha, can't break through, huh? Then let me show you the taste of advanced magic scrolls. Big Head Jun sneered, producing another advanced magic scroll from his hand. As he cast the scroll, a fiery dragon immediately soared toward Lin Ling Dai. Boom! Flames roared, painting half the sky red. Yet once again, Lin Ling's diamond armor appeared. The advanced magic scroll, comparable to a 4th-tier expert strike, inflicted no damage upon him. In Lin Ling's hand appeared a handful of silver glimmering magic scrolls. GMO's gift had proven unexpectedly useful at this moment. Witnessing this, Big Head Jun was utterly panicked. How do you have so many advanced magic scrolls? Lin Ling, let's talk this over. Perhaps out of confidence in his own strength or his background, Big Head Jun had only 2 advanced magic scrolls in total. At this moment, he was completely flustered. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly upward as he threw a golden magic scroll. A gigantic spear materialized in the air, hurtling straight toward Big Head Jun. Boom! As the spear shattered, Big Head Jun's protective shield instantly turned to dust. Lin Ling swung his staff again, unleashing another exploding fireball. The scorching orb, accompanied by a rolling heat wave, surged toward Big Head Jun. Boom! Lin Ling, stop. Let's talk this through. Boom! Boom! Big Head Jun's body burst with blood-red cracks as his health bar rapidly depleted. Lin Ling, my grandfather is Zhao Longcheng, former Dragon Nation's Lieutenant General. How dare you kill? Boom! The fireball detonated, blasting away Big Head Jun's forehead. His eyes widened abruptly as he collapsed backwards stiffly. You have successfully slain the professional Zhao Yijuan. So much nonsense, Lin Ling said coldly, flashing forward to swiftly loot the corpse. Congratulations on obtaining Heretic's emblem. Congratulations on obtaining Divine Rain Sacred Potion X1. Congratulations on obtaining Life Tree Core X1. Congratulations on obtaining Trader's Souvenir X1. Congratulations on obtaining Radiant Staff Epic. Congratulations on obtaining Tattered Radiant Robe Epic. Congratulations. Congratulations on successfully collecting all job change materials and completing the 5-star difficulty job change quest. Congratulations on receiving 5-star job change rewards. SSS level passive skill Elemental Guardian upgraded to Elemental Child, allowing 1 free. Cooldown free skill, cast every hour and immunity to magical attacks once per hour. Congratulations on receiving 5-star job change rewards. 1,000 points to each of the 4 attributes. As you are a transcendent professional, rewards are doubled. Congratulations on receiving job change rewards. 500 free attribute points. As you are a transcendent professional, rewards are doubled. Congratulations on successfully achieving 2nd job change. SSS level talent law as favorite granted privilege. Information cannot be viewed by those below 8th job change. Congratulations on successfully achieving 2nd job change. Forbidden spell, naming master S 2nd talent heaven S overlook unlocked. Talent analysis. You can sense all energy fluctuations within a 1,000 li radius. This talent has no cost or cooldown. Experience seal successfully unlocked. Experience from the pool automatically enters the experience bar. Trigger transcendent blessing. All skill cooldowns reset. Congratulations on raising summoning profession to level 32. Congratulations on raising necromancer profession to level 32. Congratulations on becoming the first newcomer to achieve 2nd job change. Awarded special reward. 2 dungeon entry tickets. System will announce nationwide in 10 minutes and open this year's Dragon Nation newcomer ranking. Lin Ling, unfazed by the dazzling array of system messages, raised his hand and threw an exploding fireball. It instantly struck Big Head Jun's corpse. The fireball erupted with a thunderous blast. Big Head Jun's body was instantly reduced to a cloud of blood mist. At that very moment, a cluster of blue-purple lightning radiance suddenly burst forth from the blood mist. The orb of light, no larger than the palm of a hand, streaked directly toward Lin Ling, as if intent on piercing his body. Yet, for reasons unknown, it failed to succeed. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his hand and captured the orb within his palm. SS rank talent source, Thunder. Item information. When a practitioner with a talent level exceeding SS rank is slain by a transcendent level professional, there is a certain probability of this item dropping. Talent sources can be absorbed. Absorbing a talent source carries a 50% chance of failure. Failure results in immediate death of the absorber, while success grants the talent and awakens a secondary profession. This item can only be absorbed by practitioners of the same type. If the absorber already possesses the same attribute talent, that talent will evolve one tier higher. A sharp gleam instantly illuminated Lin Ling's eyes. How could such a treasure exist? The value of this item was incalculable. The surprises brought by the second ascension were simply overwhelming. Lin Ling immediately thought of the newly acquired transcendent talent, Heaven's Gaze. Before him appeared a bird's eye view spanning 1,000 miles. Countless points of light dotted the map. Some remained still while others moved. Different colors represented varying intensities. At this moment, 4 red points rapidly approached his location. One glowed a deep crimson but moved sluggishly, wavering as it came from the direction of the Kyoto Bay City. The remaining 3 emitted faint red glimmers, their speeds varying between fast and slow, but all targeted the abyssal well. 2 of the slower ones originated from Aokino Blue Cloth City, traveling at approximately 150 miles per hour, expected to arrive in about 10 minutes. The faster one came from Datong Bay City, having already entered the Xuanfu Bay City's jurisdiction within moments. This is bad. That person's speed is too fast. He'll arrive in no more than 2 minutes. Lin Ling's expression shifted slightly as he made an immediate decision to leave at once. Suddenly, the red point that was already swift accelerated even further. Before Lin Ling could move, the red point instantly overlapped with his position. A distance of dozens of kilometers was traversed within seconds. At that moment, the light within the forest abruptly darkened. A somewhat aged, chilling voice suddenly rang out. Yoishi, I never imagined Lin Ling was actually Ishio. For the Dragon Nation's upper echelons to let a talent like you roam free, it seems the Dragon Nation's fortune has truly waned. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed sharply. He felt as though a venomous serpent had locked onto him. A cold chill crept down his spine. He turned abruptly to see a man clad in tight-fitting attire, hovering in midair. The eye of the hero. Name, Ichiro Yamamoto. Codename, Little Black. Profession, Earth Ninja. Talent, SS rank, Divine Concealment Clone. Level, 173, 6,148%. Health, 523,000. Mana, 128,745. Physical damage, 924,950. Magical damage, 26,636. Stamina, 46,000. Strength, 154,600. Intelligence, 25,749. Agility, 50,092. Combat rating, 12 stars. Potential assessment, limits approaching. No hope for 7th ascension in this lifetime. Overall evaluation. If the opponent remains still, the Forbidden Spell Tornado has a certain chance to slay him. If the opponent evades, a frontal clash will result in certain death. A heavy weight settled in Lin Ling's heart, yet he remained utterly composed. At this moment, his mind was racing at full speed. Under normal circumstances, he was indeed no match for this 6th Ascension Earth Ninja. After all, from the eye of the hero's assessment, only the tornado had any chance of slaying him, but the risk was immense. One misstrike would surely mean his demise. The safest countermeasure was to use the wind element forbidden spell from 1,000 miles away. This spell could banish the target 500 miles distant. However, the opponent's agility exceeded 50,000, moving at a speed of 5 Mach. He could return within 5 minutes at most. And all Lin Ling could do was hide in the abyssal instance via the abyssal key. But now, he held an ace in his hand, the divine rain of the spell god, pilfered from the big-headed army. Though he had never used it before, nor even examined it, memories from his previous life revealed its description. Divine rain of the spell god. For 2 minutes after consumption, all skills may be cast without cooldown or cost. This item was exceedingly precious. A single vial cost tens of billions of blue star coins and was priceless on the market. It was said only 7th Ascension Masters possessed any stock, and they reserved it for desperate moments. Lin Ling decided to banish this foot basin chicken 1,000 miles away. Such a precious divine rain of the spell god was too wasteful to be used on himself. I'll give you a chance. Swear allegiance to the divine realm and serve the great Sakura Empire, and I will spare your life. Yamamoto watched Lin Ling's momentary silence and spoke again. In his view, Lin Ling had no choice. To survive, he must agree. Recruiting this extraordinarily talented youth, abandoned by the Dragon Nation, was most opportune. Yet, To his surprise, Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. There was a scumbag named Kato who said something similar before. Do you know how I answered him? Lin Ling chuckled. Yamamoto's eyes narrowed, his graying long eyebrows trembling slightly. How did you respond? Lin Ling's mouth twitched upward. Sakura country? Not even dogs go there. Bakayuru. Yamamoto instantly erupted in fury, and the temperature throughout the forest plummeted sharply. But just then, another aged voice suddenly echoed. Well said, absolutely no fault. That broken place called Sakura country, not even dogs go there. The voice came from all directions, making it impossible to discern its origin. Yamamoto's pupils contracted sharply, as if facing a dire threat. Lin Ling's breathing also grew rapid. Heaven's gaze had remained active throughout. The previously wavering deep red point suddenly leapt hundreds of miles to overlap his coordinates. Who? Yamamoto shouted fiercely, drawing his samurai sword and slashing toward Lin Ling. The strike was lightning fast, affording Lin Ling no chance to evade. His pupils constricted sharply, and he prepared to cast the banishment spell. Yet at this critical moment, the blade suddenly halted midair. It was as though time had frozen at the blade's location. Yamamoto's expression changed drastically again. His body vanished in an instant, immediately fleeing toward the distance. Under Lin Ling's heaven's gaze, Yamamoto's red point had already moved dozens of miles away. Then, a man clad in white robes appeared before Lin Ling, softly chanting an incantation. In the next second, time began to rapidly reverse. Yamamoto, who had fled, was propelled backward. Lin Ling, rest assured. With me, Jiang Shani, present, no scoundrels from Wa Island shall harm you in the slightest, Jiang Shani said with a smile. In the next instant, the blade aimed at Lin Ling abruptly reversed direction and with a puff sound, pierced Yamamoto's forehead. Blood, mixed with brain matter, flowed from Yamamoto's brow as his health bar instantly emptied. A peak 6-stage Earth ninja met his demise right before Lin Ling's eyes. In that moment, even a man of Lin Ling's experience could not help but feel his Adam's apple bobbing in shock. With a single stride, Jiang Shani instantly appeared beside the corpse of Yamamoto, Ichiro. Yet, a faint furrow creased his brow. Why is there no kill notification? Boom! Suddenly, the corpse of Yamamoto exploded violently. Jiang Shani teleported 5 meters away, but still some blood splattered upon him. Damn it! Jiang Shani cursed under his breath. But before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically. A poison alert appeared above his head, and his body was immobilized for 3 seconds. The passive defensive artifact on Jiang Shani's body automatically unleashed a protective shield, enveloping him without a single blind spot. However, at that very moment, a shadow silently materialized behind Lin Ling. A dagger gleamed coldly as it thrust straight into Lin Ling's back. Yamamoto Ichiro's SS tier innate skill, Divine Concealment Clone. Upon activating Divine Concealment Clone, the clone possesses 1/3 of the original S attributes, and all damage inflicted becomes true damage. If the original dies, the clone automatically becomes the original after 7 days, but its level drops by 1. Unless both the original and the clone perish, Yamamoto Ichiro cannot truly be killed. At this moment, Jiang Shani's face paled as guilt and regret filled his eyes. He understood what 3 seconds meant for this child before him. The prophesied one was about to fall due to his own carelessness. Yet, just then, a strange melody suddenly echoed through the forest. Invincibility is so lonely. The cold dagger pierced Lin Ling's back, but his body suddenly manifested a diamond armor. A massive crimson number floated above Lin Ling's head. 308,316. The sight made both Yamamoto Ichiro and Jiang Shani draw a sharp breath. Especially Yamamoto Ichiro. After that strike, an ominous premonition inexplicably gripped his heart. At that moment, another wave of song arose from all directions. Love is like a gust of wind. It blows and then leaves. No one can resist this rhythm. The sense of impending danger escalated. Yamamoto Ichiro struck again. 308,316. Another vivid red number appeared, yet Lin Ling remained unyielding. The diamond armor's 10 million hit points played a crucial role at this juncture. Yamamoto glared furiously, realizing he no longer had the chance to strike again. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Ling, knowing full well he should flee immediately. Suddenly, Lin Ling's lips curled into a slow smile. Have you ever heard of a tornado? That foreboding premonition intensified. Yamamoto Ichiro turned and fled. But no sooner had he spun around than an abrupt air current enveloped his body. This vortex, centered on Lin Ling, swiftly transformed into a colossal tornado, piercing the heavens. In an instant, Towering trees were uprooted, swirling sand and stones ascended violently, as if to tear through the sky. Jiang Shani gaped in astonishment. The shield surrounding him instantly cracked. Yamamoto Ichiro's eyes bloodshot instantly. How is this possible? As his final words left his mouth, his body seemed no more than an ant before the mighty wind dragon, instantly swallowed by the tornado. Oh, love arrives too quickly, just like a tornado. Caught within the storm's eye, there's no escape. Countless wind blades ravaged inside the tornado. In the blink of an eye, Yamamoto Ichiro was reduced to a skeletal frame. The tornado moved toward the distance like an apocalyptic disaster. In a vast abyssal well forest, 100-meter-wide vacuum strip appeared. Only after the tornado dissipated completely did Jiang Shani slowly regain his senses. He did not even know when his immobilization had ended. At this moment, the shield around Jiang Shani's body vanished, having collapsed completely before the tornado's end. Once vibrant and vigorous, the Deputy Hall Master Jiang now appeared disheveled, his hair messy and clothes in tatters, resembling a refugee from Siberia. The flesh on his face twitched uncontrollably, his eyes fixed solely on the slightly emaciated figure and the miraculous jungle sky path appearing before him. How is this even possible? What did I just witness? Does anyone understand? A child who had awakened less than 2 days ago cast a forbidden spell right before his eyes and slew a 6th-stage Earth Ninja. Who would believe such a tale? Yet, this absurd event had truly transpired. Jiang Shani's breathing grew rapid as he gazed at Lin Ling as though beholding a priceless treasure. At this moment, Jiang Shani had already made up his mind. Lin Ling must never be left to roam freely again. There is undoubtedly a great secret hidden within him. Sensing Jiang Shani's gaze, Lin Ling remained utterly vigilant. Hero SI. Lin Ling directed his gaze at Jiang Shani and immediately activated Hero SI. Name, Jiang Shani. Codename, the Older, the Wiser. Occupation, Archmage of Time, Archmage of Space. Talent, SS Tier, Believer of Time and Space. Level, 205, 229%. Health, 15,323,000. Mana, 18,937,592. Physical damage, 5,110,175. Magical damage, 23,204,617. Stamina, 424,820. Strength, 146,005. Intelligence, 1,003,949. Agility, 150,092. Combat rating, 84 stars. Seeing this attribute panel, even with prior preparation, Lin Ling could not help but gasp. This was the profile of a 7th-stage old-timer. Over 15 million health points, nearly 19 million mana. If Lin Ling had such mana, he could unleash 19 forbidden spells in succession. No wonder it was easy to subdue a 6th-stage Sakura ninja. The gulf between 7th and 6th stages was truly an unfathomable chasm. Although no hostility emanated from Jiang Shani, Lin Ling still felt a strong sense of caution. Should he keep this old man around? Having consumed the divine rain of magic, Lin Ling could continuously cast all forbidden spells. But he was uncertain if he could take down an Archmage. Lin Ling began to contemplate the possibility of eliminating Jiang Shani, but quickly abandoned the notion, deeming it too risky and not worth the cost. Previously, when naming the tornado, he had received a 0-cost activation reward for that skill, so the tornado did not consume his elemental scion's passive. In other words, Lin Ling still held one forbidden spell in reserve. His gaze fell upon the skill bar. Indeed, the elemental scion's passive remained active. He had already resolved that if this old man harbored any ill intentions, he would send him packing with a one-way ticket. There was an irrevocable setting 1,000 miles away. Even a 7th-stage Archmage could not escape the flight. You're quite impressive, young man. Don't be so nervous. With me here, no one can harm you, Jiang Shani said, but halfway through, his face flushed crimson. He had just uttered these words moments ago, but in truth, if not for this youngster's own abilities, he would likely have perished by now. A twinge of guilt quietly blossomed within his heart. Ahem. A couple of dry coughs from Jiang Shani dissolved the awkwardness. Young man, come have a couple of drinks with your old brother. Let us have a chat. Jiang Shani's tone was gentle, utterly devoid of any airs befitting a 7th-tier master. I'm not going. If I hadn't held a trump card just now, I'd be lying dead on the ground, Lin Ling said, keenly perceiving the guilt flickering in Jiang Shani's eyes, his face full of pitiful sorrow. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shani's guilt deepened further. Such a pitiful child, originally awakened with an SSS-level talent, he should have been the center of admiration. Yet he was branded with a worthless talent due to the nation's troubles. These past few days, he must have endured much disdain and grievance, and now, because of my carelessness, he nearly met his demise. The nation has failed him, and so have I. No, I must compensate him properly. Completely heal the wounds in this child's tender heart, Jiang Shani thought, casting a look at Lin Ling filled with remorse. Sensing his gaze, Lin Ling's mind immediately began to scheme. He was a pragmatic person. This was undoubtedly a sign of a great opportunity to exploit. Feeling bad about taking advantage would only last a while, but missing out on such a chance could cause lifelong regret. Just as Lin Ling was about to make his move, he suddenly noticed two other red dots rapidly closing in. At the same time, Jiang Shani seemed to sense their arrival as well. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and a faint cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His figure instantly blurred, drifting like a ghost in the air. The next moment, over a dozen figures appeared in the sky from the north, while several from the west. Upon spotting the northerners, concealed themselves within the treetops. Lin Ling immediately activated his hero SI. The northern group was led by a 6th-tier assassin named Arcadia, of European and American descent. The murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable, his target clearly Lin Ling. The other group consisted of Chinese individuals, headed by another 6th-tier assassin named Zhao Wuhu, whose appearance bore some resemblance to Big Head Jun. It was evident that neither group came with peaceful intentions. Both groups glanced at the vacuum zone 1,000 meters wide, carved out by the wind-type forbidden spell, their eyes simultaneously flashing with astonishment. But they quickly recovered and fixed their gaze on Lin Ling. Lin Ling matches the photo. If I'm not mistaken, you're Yishio, right? Arcadia coldly addressed Lin Ling. So what if I am? Lin Ling's lips curled into a slight smirk. He knew well that, as he rose to prominence, his Yishio alias would inevitably be exposed. How arrogant. If that's the case, then die. Arcadia shouted coldly and charged at Lin Ling without hesitation. This time, an order to kill at all costs had been issued from above. There was no room for hesitation. Yet from the treetops, Zhao Wuhu suddenly appeared. Blocking the path before Lin Ling, Arcadia immediately assumed a battle stance, seemingly caught off guard by the presence of hidden forces in the canopy. I said, how could such a genius like Dragon Nation's prodigy go unprotected? Sure enough, there are experts concealed in the shadows. But you alone won't be enough to protect him, Arcadia sneered. He had no intention of returning alive this time, and paid no heed to Zhao Wuhu. You may be mistaken. I'm not here to protect this kid. Also, I'll pretend not to see you, but I have questions for him, Zhao Wuhu said sternly. Arcadia's face flickered with surprise at these words, yet his vigilance remained unyielding. Whether this was a trick was known only to them. He raised a hand, signaling Zhao Wuhu to proceed, while he himself remained ready to fight. Kid, have you seen Zhao Yijuan? Zhao Wuhu looked down on Lin Ling with a lofty demeanor. Such contemptuous arrogance from a superior made Lin Ling quite displeased. As for Big Head Jun, there was absolutely no way he would admit to anything. Fear? Not at all. At worst, the divine rain would be used, giving these people a concert to attend. But now, with so many openly and covertly present, a single misstep could expose the forbidden spell. If that happened, troubles would only multiply. If I'm to act, I must wipe them out completely. Moreover, Jiang Shani had taken a stand. Mere words without action would not suffice. Sometimes, one must use another's blade to kill. How can I get that old fellow to make a move? Isn't it a bit too comfortable just lurking in the shadows and watching the show? Ideally, the entire Zhao family would be uprooted. Cutting the grass without removing the roots only lets the spring breeze bring new growth. Only with the Zhao family utterly destroyed can the trouble be truly eradicated. Who is Zhao Yijuan? Is he famous? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Displeasure immediately flashed in Zhao Wuhu's eyes. As a dignified 6th-tier master, this kid's attitude was intolerable. There was a battle here earlier? Tell me in detail what happened. Zhao Wuhu commanded, pointing at the vacuum zone carved by the forbidden spell. Lin Ling glanced at him, a teasing tone in his voice. The Zhao family truly lives up to its reputation as a military clan. Foreign assassins have even reached your doorstep. Yet, instead of killing the enemy, you treat each other with such civility. TSK, truly the pillars of the nation. You're courting death. Zhao Wuhu exploded in rage. 5th Master, a 4th-tier mage behind Zhao Wuhu, shook his head gently. Humph, kid, the Zhao family is not something you can fathom. In Dragon Nation, I kill whoever I want and spare whoever I wish. Do you think your few words can make us fight? Zhao Wuhu said coldly, turning to Arcadia. Humph, gentlemen, please proceed. With that, Zhao Wuhu stepped aside, once again becoming an observer. He understood his subordinate's meaning. Since the Terminator was tasked with killing this kid, there was no need for him to intervene personally. Lin Ling felt a twinge of regret. It seemed the dog-eat-dog spectacle he hoped for would not unfold. A sinister smile flickered in Arcadia's eyes. Ha ha, since you are unwilling to act, then let us enjoy the show. His figure instantly surged toward Lin Ling. Yet at that moment, a chilling snort, as if from the depths of the netherworld, abruptly echoed. Oomph. Arcadia's expression changed drastically. He realized someone else was concealed in the shadows. That single cold snort shook his spirit profoundly, a testament to the terrifying strength of this person's mental power. A 7th-tier powerhouse. Arcadia was startled, but showed no sign of retreat. Instead, his attack accelerated. Unnoticed by all, a tiny black cube, no larger than a fingernail, was quietly tossed onto the ground. It was the terminal of a miniature teleportation array. The moment the array activated, a 7th-tier assassin from America would witness everything unfolding here and could teleport instantly. Today, they would stop at nothing to kill Lin Ling. Just then, Jiang Shani's figure suddenly appeared, gently raising the staff in his hand. Boom! 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 Arcadia and the dozen-plus Terminators accompanying him simultaneously exploded into clouds of blood mist. Such a magnificent formation, yet not even a struggle was possible. Far away, a 7th-tier assassin lying in ambush thousands of miles away watched the scene unfold, a hint of hesitation flickering in his heart. This scene caused Zhao Wuhu to abruptly turn and look at Jiang Shani. Rebirth of technique? Are you old Jiang? Jiang Shani cast him a cold glance. Chialambu City S. Zhao, family S. Wuhu, what brings you here? Zhao Wuhu swallowed hard. This truly was a good show to watch. He hurriedly replied, my young master Zhao Yijuan may have encountered some trouble. The family head is worried about his safety and sent me to check. Have you, old Jiang, seen him? Oomph. Jiang Shani coldly snorted. That little bastard still alive? I didn't see him here. Get lost. Old Jiang. Yijuan is Father's favorite grandson. For the sake of Father's past service to the nation, Zhao Wuhu protested unwillingly. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly cut off. An icy killing intent silently locked onto him, as if this moment was his last chance to leave. Zhao Wuhu hesitated slightly, wanting to say more. But upon meeting Jiang Shani's stern gaze, he could only clasp his fists and turn away. At this moment, Lin Ling couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his nose, feeling somewhat regretful that he hadn't been able to use Jiang Shani's hand to eliminate the Zhao family members. Simultaneously, his wariness toward Jiang Shani deepened. Such a formidable individual posed an overwhelmingly high threat to him. Lin Ling disliked the sensation of his fate being controlled by others. His mind began to ponder once more on how to extricate himself. The big head army's backing had arrived so swiftly. If he didn't leave soon, trouble was inevitable. Boy, come with me for a moment, Jiang Shani said irritably as he watched Zhao Wuhu disappear into the distance. Lin Ling's nerves instantly tightened. Where to? Are you going to forcibly take me as well? He asked, probing the old man's intentions. Jiang Shani's mood seemed considerably worse than before. At Lin Ling's question, a nameless inferno blazed within his heart. But Lin Ling was oblivious. This fury was entirely due to the Zhao family. Zhao Longcheng had once held a high position, fighting for the Dragon Kingdom. Yet since retirement, his son and grandson, relying on their military lineage, had committed every imaginable atrocity. The War God Hall had long sought to eradicate the Zhao family, but lacked concrete evidence. Just now, Jiang Shani had witnessed Zhao Wuhu's arrogance firsthand. How could he not be enraged? Boy, don't ask so many questions. Come with me, Jiang Shani repeated, raising his hand to seize Lin Ling. Lin Ling's nerves were taut as a bowstring. Almost instinctively, he unleashed 1,000 miles away. A melodious song erupted instantly. I send you away, 1,000 miles afar. Silent in black and white. In this silent era, perhaps we should not love from too far apart. Jiang Shani was utterly bewildered, his figure suddenly halting. Did you play that song? It's quite pleasant. No sooner had he spoken than a fierce gale swept him up. The sensation of soaring 9,000 miles in a single bound was utterly exhilarating. In the blink of an eye, his vision blurred, and he was tumbling through the air, flying 1,000 miles away. Others charged for playing songs. Lin Ling's music demanded lives. Seeing the great mage banished, Lin Ling turned and fled. He donned a disguiser's mask and a soldier king's cloak. His appearance transformed instantly, and his figure vanished in an instant. Within a few breaths, he had darted 1,000 meters away. Yet, as he moved, a black magic cube concealed within the forest suddenly transformed into a teleportation array. A shadow immediately appeared within the teleportation circle. Truly heaven sent. This great merit belongs to me, Olive. With a cold sneer, the figure vanished, pursuing the direction Lin Ling had fled. Though Lin Ling was already invisible, this person had locked onto his position through unknown means. Lin Ling burst out from the northern edge of the deep well forest, intending to take a detour back to the Xuanfu Bay City. But shortly after leaving the forest, a dazzlingly bright point of light appeared on the overhead map. Moreover, that point of light was rapidly closing in on him. Lin Ling's pupils constricted sharply. This light was even brighter than Jiang Shani's, clearly not belonging to him. He had the ominous feeling that this newcomer bore ill intent, taking advantage of the moment after Jiang Shani's banishment to make a move. In just 2 breaths, the light had moved within 50 meters behind Lin Ling. Just as Lin Ling prepared to act, the sky suddenly darkened, and the light dimmed, ceasing all movement. Lin Ling slowly raised his head to gaze upward. A colossal white deer, blotting out the sky and sun, appeared above him. Perched atop the divine deer was a grizzled old man, staring intently at him. Lin Ling's facial muscles twitched. Who else could it be but the very Jiang Shani who had just been banished 1,000 miles away? He. Lin Ling gave a foolish laugh toward Jiang Shani, glanced at the concealed 7th-rank expert, and immediately turned to flee. With a 7th-rank Jiang Shani ahead and a 6th-rank Zhao Wuhu behind, now a mysterious 7th-rank expert appeared as well. It was truly like wolves at the front and tigers at the rear, all converging together. At the moment he saw Jiang Shani's name, Lin Ling already knew his identity. The renowned War God Hall's 3 vice halls, with Jiang Shani as the unyielding leader. Such a legendary figure. How could Lin Ling not have heard of him? Being targeted by such an existence and having his secret discovered, would he be dissected for research? That was now Lin Ling's greatest fear. However, he had barely fled far when an invisible giant hand suddenly seized him. Lin Ling felt his vision blur. The next moment, he was standing atop the divine deer's head. Senior. Lin Ling smiled awkwardly, striving to appear harmless. You're a strange one, boy. Are you a hedgehog? Why run? Jiang Shani said irritably. From the moment the wind swept him away, he had known this kid was far from as innocent as he seemed. Lin Ling thought, if he didn't chase me, could I run? But out loud, he flattered. Senior, you carry an invincible aura. Who wouldn't he be afraid upon seeing you? Sure enough, there was no one in the world who disliked flattery. At these words, a smile appeared on Jiang Shani's face. He instinctively used his divination technique, intending to examine Lin Ling's attribute panel. Yet at that moment, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Target cannot be probed. Staring at the prompt, Jiang Shani was instantly astonished. This kid is so wicked. I am a 7th-rank great mage. How can I not see through a newly awakened little guy? Even among SSS-level talent awakeners, some have mechanisms to conceal their attributes. But those have level restrictions. He and Lin Ling differed by more than a little. This made no sense. Unless Lin Ling possessed a special treasure or his talent surpassed even SSS level. Jiang Shani's doubts deepened. Old Jiang, if there is nothing else, I'll be going. You know my talent level's up slowly, and I lack resources. I need to train, Lin Ling said awkwardly. Jiang Shani's brow twitched. A trace of relief flashed through his eyes. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Lin Ling's equipment. As a Vice Hall Lord of the War God Hall and a formidable 7th-rank master, a close look immediately revealed it to be a holy set. His eyes gleamed with fascination. No wonder this kid managed the first kill on a boss. Such luck was simply divine. The holy set's lowest grade should be the 10th level Radiant set. Its rarity was no less than a 6th rank or higher holy set. How much time had passed since his awakening? Lin Ling had already reached the standard set by the War God Hall's leader. Jiang Shani's smile grew ever broader. Jiang Shani understood that luck was always part of strength. Countless prodigies had perished on the path to greatness due to misfortune. You've suffered, but rest assured, you'll have inexhaustible resources from now on. I can't see your level, but if you can wear a holy set, you must be at least 10th level by now, right? Jiang Shani inquired with a satisfied smile, growing ever more fond of the brat before him. Lin Ling touched his nose, but remained silent. Why so quiet? It's all right. Big Brother 1 team make fun of you. Could it be that you haven't reached level 10 yet? That can't be right. A surge of guilt welled up within Jiang Shani, only to be swiftly replaced by deepening confusion. Yet, before he could speak further, a nationwide announcement suddenly popped up before his eyes. Congratulations to Yi Xiao from Xuanfu Bay City for successfully reaching the 2nd job advancement, rewarded with 2 dungeon entry tickets. As the first 2nd job advancement of the year has appeared, the rookie leaderboard is now open. Rookie level rankings are now available. Click to view. Instinctively, Jiang Shani clicked to open the list. The global top 10 rookies appeared instantly before him. First place, Yi Xiao, Xuanfu Bay City, level 32. Second place, GMO Jinwei Bay City, level 30. Third place, Fengji Long Kingdom, level 28. Fourth place, Shangbiao Xuanfu Bay City, level 26. Fifth place, Zhangzai Moda Bay City, level 26. Sixth place, Delang Tao Jin Xiao Anin Jinmin Bay City, level 25. Seventh place, and Yi Xuanfu Bay City, level 24. Eighth place, Xiaoyan Xuanfu Bay City, level 22. Ninth place, Yaya S Big Fong Long Kingdom, level 20. 10th place, Zhou Mingyan Xuanfu Bay City, level 20. 11th place, Wang Yilin Chang'an Bay City, level 18. 12th place, Chun Aoyan Baishan Bay City, level 17. 13th place, Gni Tai Mei Jiangnan Bay City, level 16. 14th place, Qin Xian Xuanfu Bay City, level 16. Glancing over the top dozen names, Jiang Shani's breathing grew increasingly rapid. He slowly turned his head, staring at Lin Ling in disbelief. Already second job advanced? Lin Ling nodded. You're Yishio, right? Jiang Shani licked his slightly chapped lips. Knowing he couldn't hide it, Lin Ling nodded once more. Jiang Shani's left eyelid twitched uncontrollably as he glanced back at the other leaderboards. Rookie magic damage rankings are open. Click to view. Rookie physical damage rankings are open. Click to view. Rookie strength attribute rankings are open. Click to view. Rookie intelligence attribute rankings are open. Click to view. Rookie equipment rankings are open. Click to view. Jiang Shani instinctively clicked through each list one by one. However, the rankings that appeared before him only accelerated his heartbeat further. At that moment, he felt as though he might forget to breathe. Across every rookie leaderboard, Yishio held the top position. Yishio's name dominated the entire rookie rankings. This was no mere rookie leaderboard. It was practically Lin Ling's attribute panel. This was utterly unbelievable. He had even once worried that the child of Law Wu Ti survived these 7 days. Is this the power of the sacred set? Just as Jiang Shani was overwhelmed with astonishment, a storm erupted across the national public chat of the Long Kingdom. Holy crap! Yishio is defying the heavens. What do you mean defying the heavens? He has already done it. Second job advancement on the second day after awakening? The global century record has been shattered. I Haven T slept for 2 days, and I'm only level 13? Who understands the sorrow of being trash, my friends? He has first on every single leaderboard, alright? Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. This man is too strong. I can't handle it. Who knows what kind of deity Yishio is? Does he need leg hair? Does he need dolls? Master, do you need a little slave? I could be a fox girl or a maid. I can fulfill any order for my master. Lin Ling was Yishio. Lin Ling? Lin Ling with the SSS garbage talent? SSS rank with garbage talent? I'll write my S backwards. Brother Lin Ling, my surname is AI. AI meaning love. Can you see the public chat? Brother, please add me as a friend. My surname is Sure. No matter when I get to know you, I'm worth it. Did you see the equipment rankings? First place is a set of Sacred Radiance gear, and the owner is also Yishio. The sacred set? That S insanely powerful. But that S not the point. The point is that Yishio, or Lin Ling, must have acquired this sacred set to consecutively secure first kills on bosses. Only with the sacred set could he level up so quickly. He owes all his first place rankings across every attribute board to the sacred set. My strength in this rookie cohort is absolutely top tier. If I had this equipment, my achievements would definitely surpass Yishio's. The difficulty for the child of law to level up is more than 200 times that of others. Early on, he could surge ahead due to his equipment advantage. But everyone has felt how terrifying the difficulty spike is. His progress is destined to slow, and for many years he may not gain a single level. If this equipment were given to a truly infinitely potential professional, that individual could very well secure better results for the Long Kingdom in the Rookie Championships and even future Divine Realm contests. The public chat suddenly fell into silence. Clearly, many accepted this perspective. After a moment, but that is still Lin Ling's equipment. So what if it's Lin Ling's equipment? Treasures belong to those who possess them. Exactly. As citizens of the Long Kingdom, we should show dedication. Lin Ling, hand over the sacred set. Hand over the sacred set. You're shameless. That is the mindset of bandits. Don't be misled. Who says Lin Ling can't march forward triumphantly? My father is the mayor. He says the child of law is a useless talent. Listen to me. Let us head to Xuanfu Bay City and make Lin Ling surrender the sacred set. The national public chat grew increasingly heated, splitting into factions supporting and opposing Lin Ling. But under the influence of numerous internet trolls, the number of those calling for Lin Ling's downfall grew. An invisible hand was slowly reaching toward Lin Ling. Yet all this was destined to be empty talk. For Lin Ling's rise was simply unstoppable. Jiang Shani struggled to calm his emotions, slowly turning to look at the pitiful, innocent-looking youth beside him. My goodness, you really are a little monster. Divine Realm has merged with reality for a century, and never has anyone succeeded in second job advancement on the very next day. Nor has anyone ever dominated all leaderboard categories within a single day. The Hallmaster's worries were utterly unnecessary. The growth of the Child of Prophecy was simply unstoppable. If his leveling techniques were applied to training other talents, it might be an excellent choice as well. Jiang Shani pondered this as he turned to Lin Ling, little brother. 16 professions, and reaching level 32 within 2 days? How did you level up? Lin Ling replied solemnly. Level up? I've never trained for levels. I'm not interested in leveling. He suddenly recalled the tornado from before and the gust of wind that had swept him away. His old face twitched uncontrollably once again. Oomph. Jiang Shani snorted lightly, composing himself. Little brother, we need to have a proper conversation. My name is Jiang Shani, from the War God Hall. Though his tone was as gentle and calm as he could manage, the turmoil within his heart could not be quelled. Lin Ling's impact on him was one shock after another, each more earth-shattering than the last. That terrifying pace of advancement, the swift and decisive execution of 6-level ninjas, and that utterly unscientific forbidden spell. Any one of these feats alone would suffice to command the utmost respect among his peers. Those so-called prodigies pale in comparison to this boy, who appears as immature as a fledgling chick yet to leave the coop. No wonder Nanshu, that girl, is utterly captivated and enthralled by him. Moreover, these are clearly not the entirety of the young man's remarkable attributes. He seems to possess a precognitive ability. Upon realizing this, Jiang Shani suddenly furrowed his brow. Young friend, I wish to know all there is about you, Jiang Shani declared abruptly. His tone was firm, bordering on confrontational. Though he clearly held a deep fondness for the boy, he wished to test Lin Ling's character. Sorry, I do not wish to reveal my talents. Once exposed, they would bring me great trouble, Lin Ling replied candidly. Ha ha, rest assured, I have seen all manner of talents. With me here, trouble shall not come your way, Jiang Shani said with a smile, yet his voice carried an unmistakable authoritative certainty. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed instantly, and the reign of the arcane god silently manifested in his hand. I have said my secrets are not for anyone to know. If you insist on forcing me, I would rather we perish together. Lin Ling spoke gravely, his gaze fixed intently on the faint glimmer lurking in the shadows. As soon as the ranking list appeared, that glimmer moved once more, albeit slowly, with Lin Ling remaining its target. Lin Ling understood that this person was likely about to make a move. If that was the case, he might as well display his strength before Jiang Shani. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Shani could no longer contain himself. Ha! How many years has it been? At last, someone dares speak to me like this, and a mere stripling at that. But I like it, haha. Sadly, I have no daughters or granddaughters. Then let me see just how capable you are, brat. A certain cruel amusement stirred within Jiang Shani's heart. He was eager to see how this boy intended to perish alongside him. Suddenly, the aura surrounding him shifted dramatically, and a presence as imposing as divine wrath enveloped Lin Ling in an instant. Yet at that moment, an extremely perilous premonition flashed through Jiang Shani's mind. Simultaneously, a diamond armor materialized around Lin Ling's body. The reign of the arcane god was deployed in tandem. Though this artifact was exceedingly precious and Jiang Shani's reputation was solid, Lin Ling still could not bring himself to divulge his greatest secret to this old man he had known for less than half an hour. Since no agreement could be reached, he would defend his dignity through sheer might. If he could intimidate this old fellow, perhaps unexpected gains would follow. It was time to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Successfully activated Reign of the Arcane God for 120 seconds. All skills enter a state of 0 cooldown. Countdown 120, 119, 118. The sky abruptly shifted hue. Blood-red clouds spreading over a radius of hundreds of miles. Uoo, the Lingxiao heavenly deer suddenly let out a sorrowful cry. Its entire body trembled violently as it rapidly descended toward the earth. This scene caused Jiang Shani's complexion to change drastically. The Lingxiao heavenly deer was a demigod-level divine beast, its combat prowess rivaling Jiang Shani's own. For the deer to feel fear meant it had sensed an existence capable of threatening it. Jiang Shani's eyes darted skyward. Wrinkles on his face tightened swiftly, revealing sheer terror. Could this aerial anomaly be a forbidden spell? No sooner had the thought surfaced than a chaotic medley of songs echoed through the air. Accompany you to watch the meteor shower falling upon this earth. Purple lightning, the mysterious true flame, 9 heavens suspended sword, earth-shattering transformation. Eaves like cliffs, wind chimes like the vast sea, we await the swallow's return. At that moment, Lin Ling seemed to have plunged into a state of frenzy. He unleashed 16 meteor showers in one breath. The meteor fire raining from the sky became so dense as to be terrifyingly overwhelming. This was sheer exhilaration, the ultimate secret art of a forbidden spell namer. Instantaneous forbidden spells without cost or cooldown. Lin Ling had utterly transformed into a forbidden spell Kadyusha. Meteor showers, thunderclaps, tornadoes rained down mercilessly 30 meters behind Lin Ling. He could now clearly sense the 7th level expert 30 meters away, harboring an intense murderous intent toward him. If you wish to kill me, then sorry. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey, you will be the chicken. This scene left Jiang Shani frozen in place. Forbidden spells were impressive, but the accuracy was lacking. Jiang Shani was dumbfounded, yet there was someone even more bewildered by 1,000-fold. Orlif, lurking in the shadows, had been ready to strike, but suddenly realized the plot was off course. This boy seemed poised to clash with the great Grand Mage of the Dragon Kingdom, sparking in him an unexpected urge to spectate. What surprised him most was that this boy could unleash such a ferocious fire-type forbidden spell. What surprised him even more was that these forbidden spells were falling directly upon his own head. As a 7th-level assassin, how could he be without a life-saving tool? Instantly, a black bowl descended, covering Orlif's head. This night, it possessed a staggering 80 million health points, sufficient to withstand 2 forbidden spell attacks from a Grand Mage. Yet as the fire meteors descended from the heavens, his eyes widened in shock. The quantity of fire meteors was at least 10 fire-type forbidden spells. This was utterly ruthless. Before Orlif could react, the strange song in the sky abruptly shifted. 8 colossal tornadoes soared from earth to sky, countless wind blades ravaging the air as if intent on strangling all within this space. Spherical lightning danced ceaselessly between heaven and earth, bathing the world in a ghostly purple hue. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, the landscape was utterly transformed into a post-apocalyptic realm. The black bowl atop Orlif's head was instantly shattered. Already fragile, he was wiped out without having withstood a single forbidden spell wave. Lin Ling watched the kill notification appear before him, a faint smile curling upon his lips. Forbidden spell time remains. Old man, care to experience it too? In the next moment, the forbidden spells surged toward Jiang Shani. At this very instant, the entire northern region of the Dragon Kingdom trembled. Professionals within a radius of hundreds of miles, from novices to veterans, were all petrified where they stood. Can someone tell me what is happening? Could it be a battle among Grand Mages nearby? Damn it! I was farming rabbits in Xuanfu and got bombarded by forbidden spells. I fled to King Lambu City in Keelan to hunt goblins and got bombarded again. Now, even in the capital, forbidden spells are raining down on me. One day, I will stand at the summit and let newcomers taste the feeling of being enveloped by forbidden spells. All base cities within a 1,000-mile radius simultaneously sounded red alerts. Nearly all experts of 5th level and above rushed desperately toward this place. They rode warplanes, tamed beasts, or soared through the air. Yet no one could advance even half a step within the 100-mile radius. Who had ever witnessed such a scene? Who could unleash dozens of forbidden spells simultaneously? Above a 100-meter-long azure dragon stood a middle-aged man clad in silver-heavy armor. He was Zhong Wugai, one of the 3 vice presidents of the Dragon Kingdom's War, God Temple, and a 7th-level Sky Knight. Meiwa has arrived? Zhong Wugai's expression was grave. Beside him stood another middle-aged man clad in silver light armor. He gripped a silver longbow, his hooked nose and eagle-like eyes fixed unblinkingly ahead, as if piercing through the layers of tornadoes to see everything within. Tunani, the Vice Hall Master of the War, God Hall, a 7th-level divine marksman, stands as the strongest archer guarding the Dragon Kingdom's borders. It should be Meiwa. Haven't you noticed? These forbidden spells haven't inflicted any harm upon those leveling professionals, Tunani remarked. Old two charge in. We're too close to the capital. No matter who it is. Zhong Wugai's voice was grave, yet before he could finish, a graceful figure suddenly appeared before them. Don't concern yourselves. Everyone return. Announce to the public that the War God Hall is testing a secret weapon. There is no need for alarm. Zhou Weiyun's voice resonated through the air. Zhong Wugai and Tunani bowed in unison, then turned and soared toward the imperial city. Zhou Weiyun's gaze pierced through the storm of wind, thunder, fire, and rain, settling upon Lin Ling's face. No wonder that girl is utterly captivated by him. If only he were 20 years younger at this moment. Jiang Shani's expression had already shifted dramatically. He had discovered Lin Ling when the Black Bowl artifact was unleashed at the Aurelius Temple, just as he felt a moment of relief. An unexpected forbidden spell hurtled toward him. As the target of this curse, He had no time to ponder and quickly uttered a cryptic incantation. Spatial forbidden spell, energy, translocation. In the next instant, a colossal vortex over 100 meters in diameter appeared in the sky. Within the vortex, a kaleidoscopic passage seemed to connect to another dimension. Boom! 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 Countless attacks were swallowed by the vortex, yet many still struck the Ling Xiao, celestial deer. Yow! Yow! The celestial deer cried out in pain. A massive meteorite hurtled toward the deer's head. Jiang Shani instinctively shouted, "Boy, watch out!" However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he noticed that Lin Ling was no longer atop the celestial deer. Though the deer was plummeting rapidly, it was still thousands of meters above the ground. How could the boy survive such a fall without turning into minced flesh? His spiritual power instantly surged, and his eyes widened in shock. In his perception, the diamond armor adorning Lin Ling shimmered with 7-colored radiance as he crashed onto the earth with a thunderous impact. The health bar above the armor immediately dropped by 70 to 80%. Yet, in the following moment, a silver light flickered, and the health bar instantly replenished to full. Lin Ling emerged from the crater unscathed. Witnessing this, Jiang Shani turned and leapt into the air, raising his hand in a gesture. The massive form of the Ling Xiao, celestial deer, vanished instantly. I should have realized earlier, this boy is a full-time mage, since he can cast wind element forbidden spells. Those meteor showers and apocalyptic thunderbolts that appeared in the Xuanfu Bay City must have been his doing. Well done, kid. No wonder you told me it's a fight to the death. You're no mere porcupine. You're more like a honey badger, Jiang Shani mused, as the vortex overhead continued to absorb the falling fireballs and lightning bolts. A layer of silver armor gleamed on his body, and despite the wind blades striking it, not a single scratch was inflicted. Although it was a forbidden spell, the damage was insufficient. Against a 7th level ambush, he might barely have a chance. But facing an 8th level would surely be overwhelming. Jiang Shani did not dwell further on this. From his perspective, Lin Ling's forbidden spells posed little lethal threat to him. At least against a spatial grand mage, there was not much advantage to be gained. With a thought, he instantly appeared on the surface. "Boy, stop right now," Jiang Shani bellowed. They had now entered the outskirts of the Kyoto Bay City, less than 50 kilometers from the urban center. Several leveling zones lay nearby, with tens of thousands of professionals hunting monsters and training. Such a commotion had likely already alerted the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. If irreparable casualties occurred, it would truly spell disaster. Yet before his words had even faded, a chilling chant echoed in his ears, sending goosebumps across his skin. The earth began to tremble as countless pale white skeletons rapidly emerged from the ground. In mere moments, thousands surrounded Jiang Shani. Most were skeletal archers and skeletal mages. Upon appearing, they launched attacks at Jiang Shani, yet their strikes failed to even breach his defenses. At that moment, a snow-white skeletal claw suddenly shot out from beneath Jiang Shani's feet, gripping his ankle. "You bastard!" Jiang Shani's expression shifted. Just as he prepared to shatter the skeleton, an invisible energy surged from the distant sky into his body. "Hall Master!" Jiang Shani was stunned. The skeletal warrior hoisted his ankle and slammed him into the ground repeatedly. Boom! 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 Within moments, Jiang Shani was flung about 4 times. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was immense. Bang! The skeletal warrior instantly crumbled to dust, leaving Jiang Shani covered in dirt and utterly disheveled. He glanced eastward, his face etched with deep frustration, the expression of one profoundly aggrieved. Kasimoto's Halamo, spatial forbidden spell, elemental expulsion. A complex incantation sounded from Jiang Shani's lips. In an instant, all magical elements within a 10-kilometer radius vanished. Step by step, Jiang Shani advanced toward Lin Ling, his eyes blazing with ferocity, already resolved to give the reckless youth a harsh lesson. Yet at that moment, a crimson and black cloud suddenly appeared on the eastern horizon. If you do not wish for both lightning and fire forbidden spells to descend upon Kyoto's urban area, cease immediately, Lin Ling's voice rang out. He would not truly strike so drastically, but his stance had to be made clear, his fists had to be shown. Jiang Shani's expression darkened as he retorted with a scowl. "You really think I can't handle you?" He raised his hand, pointing at Lin Ling, and sharply commanded imprisonment. A surge of azure light shot forth toward Lin Ling. A level 180 spatial magic spell, spatial imprisonment. Once it struck the target, it would sever their perception of magical elements and imprison their skill set. Though it was somewhat embarrassing for a 7th level Grand Mage to wield such a high-level spell against a mere 30-level novice, Jiang Shani had no choice. He had to swiftly stop this unruly brat. Yet, as the spell neared Lin Ling, A system prompt instantly flashed before Jiang Shani's eyes. Target is in a state of magic immunity. All magical attacks are ineffective. Jiang Shani's eyes widened in disbelief. He had lost count of how many times in less than 10 minutes he had been so utterly shocked. How is this possible? How can you possess magic immunity? It's because you forced me, Lin Ling said in a low voice. Jiang Shani's expression changed dramatically, and he dare not make another move. He understood what Lin Ling intended. But launching a forbidden spell attack on the capital was absolutely out of the question. Enough, Lin Ling. If you continue this, I will be angered, Jiang Shani warned sternly. Swear by the divine realm, never to reveal my secret, never to harm me, and to compensate my losses or face heavenly punishment and earthly annihilation, Lin Ling declared. What are you afraid of? You have already slain a 7th-level assassin and proven your strength. Revealing your talents will only draw more attention from the dragon nest. The stronger you become, the more resources you'll receive. Besides, I will protect you, Jiang Shani said, fixing Lin Ling with a steady gaze. Protect? We have actually been watching you in secret all along, but due to certain suspicious points about you, some matters could not be made public, Jiang Shani said anxiously. Swear, Lin Ling repeated, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Jiang Shani's anger was beginning to surge. Just then, a gentle female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Promise him. Lin Ling's worth far exceeded our initial estimations. We must fulfill all his demands. Jiang Shani's pupils abruptly contracted as he responded inwardly. Yes, Lord Master. He sighed deeply, and the gaze he cast upon Lin Ling softened considerably. I, Jiang Shani, solemnly swear by the divine realm. I shall never disclose any secrets concerning Lin Ling, shall never harm him, and will compensate for any losses he incurs. Otherwise, may heaven and earth condemn me. Once these words were uttered, Jiang Shani felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. He reflected honestly. If he were to confront Lin Ling to the bitter end, he might eventually win, but it would certainly be a humiliating ordeal. This apparent concession was also a graceful retreat for himself. This young man's audacity was astonishing, but unfortunately, his mindset was somewhat extreme. Jiang Shani's oath to you has taken effect. Observing the system prompt that appeared before him, a slight smirk curled at the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. After causing such a commotion, he had been waiting for this very moment. Whether he could reap substantial benefits now was about to be revealed. Lin Ling exhaled deeply, dispelling the turbulent air within his heart, and immediately felt much more at ease. Everything was unfolding according to his expectations. In truth, Lin Ling sensed that compared to his previous life, the state now attached far greater importance to him. He was already certain that Yin Nanshu, who sent him the Warring States Red, was absolutely an agent of the state. The appearance of Jiang Shani this time also confirmed many things. Naturally, it was utterly impossible for him to truly attack the capital city. That would be tantamount to treason, and treason was something Lin Ling could never commit. However, when it came to seizing opportunities, he would never be lenient. Wasn't he this battle precisely to fully demonstrate his value and obtain more resources? It was not that he was unwilling to reveal his hand to the state, but rather that he required an official stance from the state itself. As the Vice Lord of the God of War Hall, Jiang Shani's sworn promise carried sufficient weight to represent the state's position. The undead army and the ominous phenomena in the sky vanished instantly. Jiang Shani, gazing at the faint smile on Lin Ling's lips, suddenly felt a heavy sinking in his heart. He had the distinct impression that he might have fallen into someone's trap. Let us leave here first. You wouldn't want to expose yourself, would you? Jiang Shani grumbled, though what he truly meant was that it would be shameful if anyone discovered him in such a sorry state. Yet, this youngster could defeat a 7-turn assassin in an instant. Wasn't he that a bit too abnormal? Nonetheless, Lin Ling offered a sheepish grin. Old Jiang, just wait a moment. At this moment, his system interface had already been flooded with numerous notifications. Congratulations on successfully defeating the level 50 government fish monster, gaining 50,000 experience points. Congratulations on advancing to level 32 as a lightning mage. Congratulations on successfully defeating the level 18 garden flower thief, gaining 2,500 experience points. Congratulations on successfully defeating the level 60 Betaling mountain giant, gaining 60,000 experience points. Congratulations on advancing to level 33 as a summoning mage. Congratulations on defeating the level 65 elite magic spider of the Zhulu cave, gaining 100,000 experience points. Congratulations. Congratulations on successfully defeating the level 80 corrupted Great Wall Guardian, gaining 150,000 experience points. Congratulations on advancing to level 40 as a Fate Mage. Friendly reminder, since you are a full-class mage, all professions have now reached level 40. Manual unlocking is required before further leveling. Unlocking materials required. 20 spirits of Sand City Wine Ghost, 20 saliva samples of Magic Spider from the Cave, 20 waste badges of the Corrupted Great Wall Guardian. Is there anything else? Jiang Shani inquired. I need some materials. Lin Ling listed the required unlocking materials one by one. Jiang Shani furrowed his brow slightly. These materials differed considerably from those prepared by the God of War Hall for Lin Ling. It seemed he had underestimated the difficulty of nurturing a favored child of the laws. As Vice Lord of the God of War Hall, Jiang Shani wielded considerable power, so gathering some materials should have posed no challenge. However, the Great Wall Guardian's waist badge was difficult to obtain. This item was tied to a secret dungeon of the God of War Hall. The waist badges of the Guardians were core resources and essential for unlocking the dungeon. All the waist badges were held by the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. I can give you these materials right away, but the Guardian's waist badge will have to wait. Even if you pay, it's impossible to buy one, Jiang Shani explained. Lin Ling said nothing further, nodding as he accepted the other materials. Since even Jiang Shani could not produce the Guardian's waist badge, it was evidently quite troublesome to acquire. All right, then I'll await your good news, Lin Ling said. Are you ready? Let us leave quickly. The old fellows might be arriving soon, Jiang Shani urged anxiously. Just a moment longer, Lin Ling replied with a wry smile. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of equipment descended from the sky, quickly piling up before him like a small mountain. This time, the area covered by the forbidden spell was vast, yielding far richer spoils than previous castings. Under Jiang Shani's astonished gaze, Lin Ling waved his hand, and all the equipment was instantly collected. Glancing at the countdown for the Mage's Divine Dew, Lin Ling noticed only a few seconds remained and felt a surge of joy. Time was pressing. He immediately began using the forbidden spell naming technique in his mind. He renamed the water Magic Crescendo to Frenzied Waves. Naming successful. The water Magic Crescendo automatically upgrades to the forbidden spell Frenzied Waves. Upon casting, the area within a 100-mile radius transforms into a vast ocean, with giant waves repelling designated targets and inflicting massive damage. The first water forbidden spell was born in an instant, and a faint smile curved Lin Ling's lips, while the Mage's Divine Dew was active. Releasing any skill would not affect the normal cooldowns. Why not make full use of it? Who would ever complain about having more forbidden spells? He glanced at the remaining 30 seconds on the Divine Dew countdown and continued naming. He renamed the Fate Skill Hair Ignition to Human Fireworks. Naming successful. The Fate Skill Hair Ignition automatically upgrades to the forbidden spell Human Fireworks. Upon casting, targets within a specified area are cursed and cannot evade the effect. Cursed individuals' hair will ignite upon emotional fluctuations within 7 days. After each ignition, there's a chance for a green mushroom to sprout, which will provide the caster with 10 experience points per second. Lin Ling looked at the system panel with a mischievous grin. The Demon King would appear tomorrow. Brave warriors, don't blame me if green mushrooms start growing on your heads, he chuckled darkly. He scanned the skill list again, only to find that the status indicator for the Mage's Divine Dew had completely vanished. Meanwhile, Jiang Shani observed Lin Ling's silent yet animated demeanor with growing concern. My Mage's Divine Dew, Lin Ling lamented, truly a marvelous artifact. His exclamation suddenly made Jiang Shani understand the situation. No wonder this youngster had been able to consecutively cast so many forbidden spells. It was because of the Mage's Divine Dew. You brat, how can you use forbidden spells? Jiang Shani abruptly asked. Lin Ling answered calmly, without a hint of embarrassment. I have a unique SSS-ranked hidden profession that allows me to upgrade acquired skills to forbidden spells by spending money. Jiang Shani looked utterly incredulous. Kid, why do I find that so hard to believe? Believe it or not, I'm just short on money, Lin Ling replied with a defiant air, as if impervious to consequences. Hey, you little rascal, what compensation do you want? Regardless of truth, you can definitely cast forbidden spells after your second transformation, Jiang Shani said, his eyes shining at the thought of the post-apocalyptic scenarios he had witnessed. If Lin Ling could truly develop, Jiang Shani's eyes gleamed with hope. No wonder he is the prophesied child. Only such a prodigious talent could possibly steer the Dragon Kingdom through its crisis. In that moment, he suddenly felt that it no longer mattered if the entire world witnessed his disheveled state. I just used 1 or 2 bottles of the Divine Rain elixir to resist your bullying earlier. You owe me, Lin Ling said shamelessly. Divine Rain elixir? Jiang Shani's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, but thinking of Lin Ling's importance, a broad smile returned to his face. Damn it, I only have 3 bottles in total. Take them. Looking at the 3 bottles of Divine Rain elixir in his hand, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel a surge of elation. 3 bottles meant he had obtained 3 experience cards for the forbidden spell Katyusha. What else do you need? Just ask. I'll do my utmost to fulfill your wishes, Jiang Shani said with unprecedented generosity, backed by the support of the hall master behind him. Linling, your stag is quite impressive. Jiang Shani, see, I'm naturally slow at leveling up. I can't just waste time on the road. Linling once again put on a pitiful expression. No way. No matter who asks, it won't work. Lulu is not for you. Deal with it. Jiang Shani snapped angrily, then immediately feared he might have spoken too harshly. He pondered briefly. I have a fighter jet I haven to use for years. If you want it, take it. I also have a flight skill book. I'll give you that too. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red alien fighter jet materialized on the ground. The warplane resembled a primeval beast. Its material unknown, it looked like a finely carved piece of red agate. Below, 16 laser cannons emitted a faint chill, instilling awe at a mere glance. Instinctively, Linling activated the Hero SI and instantly received information about the fighter jet. Item: Phantom Fighter Jet. Rank: King level. Speed: Mach 10. Primary weapon: 16 laser cannons. Comprehensive evaluation: one of the top 10 ace fighter jets on Blue Star. Priceless. King level? It was actually a king level fighter jet? Linling's heart pounded wildly. Even GMO's SS rank fighter jet was nothing compared to this. This is a skill book for summoning flying pets. It requires level 45 to use. You can have it too. This book is rare and extremely valuable, Jiang Shani said. Tossing over a skill book, Linling accepted the skill book, his eyes lighting up once more. Skill book, summon flying pet. Level requirement, 45. Applicable classes, all. Skill description. After learning this skill, you can randomly summon a flying pet to command. The pet is non-aggressive and lacks autonomous intelligence. Flying skill books were exceedingly rare and often had no supply on the market. Whenever one appeared, it was fiercely sought after. A flying pet summoning skill accessible to all classes was a sky-high priced item, often selling for over 1 billion. Looking at this skill book, Linling's heart swelled with joy and a touch of emotion. He liked to take advantage, but hated owing debts. What Jiang Shani had given him far exceeded his expectations. Whether the king-level fighter jet or this flying pet skill book, both were extraordinarily precious. Senior Jiang, thank you, Linling said, gazing at Jiang Shani. Jiang Shani beamed proudly. Just call me Big Brother. You should fly the jet normally. This level 45 flying pet summoning spell can only summon ordinary birds that don't fly very fast. Linling shook his head slowly. Others might find it useless, but that didn't mean he would. Compared to those flying summoning spells above level 100, Linling lacked only the act of naming. What song embodies both speed and flying creatures? As Linling pondered, a colossal figure slowly appeared before his eyes. In the Northern Ocean, there's a fish called Kuan. Kuan is so large it cannot fit in a single pot. It transforms into a bird called Peng, which soars 90,000 li into the skies. Linling seemed to envision the emergence of a great fish soaring across the heavens. While Linling's soul wandered beyond, Jiang Shani was also momentarily dazed. At that moment, the voice of Zhou Weiyun, hall master of the War God Hall, echoed in his ear once again. He glanced eastward and nodded lightly before turning his gaze to Linling, little brother Lin. Big Brother has 2 questions for you. These questions concern your future, and if you answer well, you may save yourself many years of struggle. His expression was more solemn than ever before. Linling immediately returned to his senses and looked toward Jiang Shani. As the saying goes, one is beholden when accepting help. Since Jiang Shani had shown such sincerity, as long as the questions did not involve his deepest secrets, answering them was not out of the question. The Dragon's Nest was the dream of every professional in the Dragon Kingdom. Truth be told, Linling also desired to join it. After all, the Dragon's Nest was a state organization. Many rare materials were strictly controlled by the state, but supplied without limit to its members. Experience points and attributes also enjoyed substantial bonuses, which was a considerable temptation for Linling, judging by Jiang Shani's words. Simply resolving the doubts of this powerful figure might grant him a chance to be invited to join the Dragon's Nest. Senior Jiang, please ask, Linling said. We're not strangers anymore, and you really suit my taste, Jiang Shani laughed. Let us keep things straightforward. Call me Big Brother from now on when no one else is around. But as soon as he finished speaking, the smile on his face vanished instantly. First question, do you know the Mist Island secret realm? Second question, why have you sent money over the past 3 years to Wang Yilin in Chang'an Bay City and Shun Outyin in Baishan City? Also, how did you come to know the name Yin Nanshu? Jiang Shani finished and fixed his gaze intently on Linling's eyes. At that moment, a figure quietly appeared behind him. Linling's pupils suddenly constricted sharply. Even Zhou Weiyun would not have expected that her movements had been locked onto by Lin Ling from the very beginning. Under Lin Ling's godlike talent of celestial oversight, a golden light resembling a bright moon hovered behind him. The moment had finally arrived. Since his rebirth, he had anticipated this day. The identities of those three were so secretive that sooner or later someone would come looking for him. But he had long prepared to face it. Big Brother Jiang, this matter is long and somewhat unbelievable. I can answer both your questions at once. 3 years ago, I had a dream. I dreamed that I had come to the future. 7 years ahead, Lin Ling said. When he mentioned the word 7 years, both Jiang Shani's and Zhou Weiyun's pupils simultaneously contracted. Is there a chance someone might be eavesdropping on our conversation here? Lin Ling suddenly asked. Jiang Shani immediately understood Lin Ling's meaning. A silver metallic disc appeared in his hand. Pressing a button, a silver light dome instantly enveloped a 100-meter radius, completely isolating the inner space from the outside world. Little brother Lin, continue, Jiang Shani urged. Lin Ling nodded and continued. In that dream, I met 3 people. They were Yin Hongtian, the 7th-rank Grand Bishop lurking in Eagle Nation, Wang Jinyu, the 7th-rank sharpshooter hiding in the Eastern Island Nation, and Chun Jiangpan, concealed within the Sun Never Sets Empire. If Jiang Shani had been shocked when Lin Ling first revealed himself, hearing these 3 names now left him utterly stunned. Go on, Jiang Shani whispered, glancing covertly at Zhou Weiyun behind Lin Ling. We encountered each other in a legendary level dungeon called the Mist Island Secret Realm. 3 venerable predecessors saved my life, only to ultimately sacrifice themselves for the nation. On their deathbeds, they entrusted me with the care of their children, imploring me to watch over them. I awoke from the dream, and it all felt as if it had truly transpired. I endeavored to seek out the names of their offspring, and to my astonishment, I found 2. Though it was but a dream, its vividness was overwhelming, and the weight of their charge pressed heavily upon me, leaving me restless and uneasy. Only after I began supporting the 2 did my life gradually return to normal. Lin Ling ceased his narration at this point, withholding what he did not say. From the very moment he was reborn, he had harbored a certain sensation. Were it not for that super god awakening stone, perhaps he would never have been granted a second chance at life. If not for the intervention of those 3 predecessors, he might long ago have been reduced to mere dust in this world. His words now were part truth, part conjecture, yet each syllable was spoken from the depths of his soul. Jiang Shani's astonishment was now unmasked. The grand prophecy technique wielded by the Hall Master foretold the Mist Island secret realm 7 years hence, where the strongest warriors of the Dragon Nation emerged, only to be nearly annihilated. It was only with the advent of the prophesied child that the Dragon Nation escaped devastation. Yet, Zhou Weiyun's grand prophecy offered but a few cryptic warnings. The prophesied child had visited the Mist Island secret realm before the year 2831, then concealed himself in the prosperous city of Xuanfu in 2824. He was reborn amid grievances and ascended to godhood amidst despair. Despite the grand prophecy, the war god Hall marshaled all its forces in vain, uncovering no trace whatsoever of the Mist Island secret realm. Based on global calculations, it was highly probable that the secret realm had yet to materialize. Thus, the 2 essential elements of the prophecy seemed fundamentally illogical. Even Zhou Weiyun was baffled as to why such a warning existed. The war god Hall resolved to treat the latter half of the prophecy as paramount. In 2824, a golden era would appear in Xuanfu Bay City, and the prophesied child would be concealed therein. Lin Ling's words instantly enlightened both Jiang Shani and Zhou Weiyun. So having been there in a dream counts as having been there, Jiang Shani mused, glancing once more behind Lin Ling. Zhou Weiyun nodded gently, and a voice resonated in Jiang Shani's ear. 95% of what he said is truthful. The parts he concealed are negligible. Though all this defies reason, the world has never lacked the inexplicable. For now, keep Lin Ling's circumstances confidential and invite him to join the War God Hall, appointing him directly as captain of the War God team. After the War God Hall's preliminaries conclude, the top 4 ranked shall fall under his command, and all support programs will be fully entrusted to him. Jiang Shani looked at Lin Ling with a hint of excitement. Lin Ling, equally expectant, awaited Jiang Shani's invitation. Young brother, on behalf of the Dragon Nest authorities, I invite you to join the War God Hall as captain of the War God team. We will arrange for the Dragon Nation's finest warriors to become your comrades. Do you accept? An invitation to join the War God Hall? Lin Ling's eyes flickered subtly. He had not anticipated it would be the most enigmatic and formidable War God Hall within the Dragon Nest. The resources and privileges enjoyed by its members were leagues beyond those of ordinary Dragon Nest affiliates. It was akin to the difference between Tsinghua and Peking University compared to an average 92 university. Normally, one must first enter the dragon nest, and then pass selection to join the War God Hall. Jiang Shani immediately detected the faint shift in Lin Ling's emotions. His eyes narrowed slightly, a gleam of amusement like flowing light crossing his gaze. Young man is still young, he thought. Excited, are you? Surprised and delighted? He pressed again. So, will you join the War God Hall and become captain of the War God team? Yet, just as he imagined Lin Ling would eagerly nod assent, Lin Ling abruptly countered, must my future team members be those you assign? Jiang Shani was momentarily taken aback, seemingly puzzled by the question. Of course, all team members must pass rigorous selection. Rest assured, they will be the strongest rookies of the year. You will lead them to soar, delivering a grand surprise to the world. Then I refuse to become captain of the War God team, Lin Ling declared suddenly. Jiang Shani's expression turned questioning. Why? Give me a reason. I want to form my own team, Lin Ling candidly replied. If I am to lead, isn't it better to lead my own brothers? Who knows whether the higher-ups might sneak in some backdoor entrance. I dislike relinquishing control. It is best that my destiny remain firmly in my own hands. An unusual glint flashed through Jiang Shani's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Lin Ling. Young man, your ambition is considerable. Do you realize what the War God team represents within the Dragon Nation? The Dragon Nest teams embody the nation's elite, and the War God team is the pinnacle among them. Are you truly willing to forego this honor? I have made up my mind. I am confident I alone can crush all teams, including the War God team. If I must lead others, it will only be those I choose willingly, Lin Ling responded. Neither servile nor conciliatory. Their dialogue fell into a tense impasse, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Lin Ling, seeing this, jested, however, if Brother Jiang is willing to let me establish an independent brigade, I would not mind playing the role of Li Yunlong again. An independent brigade? Li Yunlong. Jiang Shani's confusion deepened. Lin Ling rubbed his nose, suddenly recalling that Li Yunlong was unknown on Blue Star. I mean, just form a separate team equal in rank to the War God team, but free from anyone's control. When missions arise, we will receive the orders. But how to fight and succeed will be entirely at my discretion. He made his intention clear. He wished the War God Hall to grant him autonomy. Yet, he spoke casually, not truly expecting agreement. He was confident he could lead his brothers to triumph and join the War God team through his own prowess. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. I approve your request. You may establish an independent brigade and select its members yourself. Personnel decisions will be entirely your responsibility. The brigade will belong to the War God Hall, enjoy the same privileges as the War God team, and participate in all Dragon Nest internal missions. As brigade commander, I, representing the Dragon Nation's military, confer upon you the rank of Lieutenant General, granting you authority over a War God Hall army group, equivalent to an army group commander. Furthermore, I will provide 500 billion in team development funds. However, I require that all members of your independent brigade rank within the top 100 in the Rookie Championship mission. Should you succeed, the brigade's establishment will be officially recognized nationwide. Should you fail, all above provisions shall be nullified. Your recruits shall return whence they came, and you will obediently assume the role of captain of the War God team. Lin Ling whirled around to find Zhou Weiyun standing behind him, dressed in simple yet elegant white attire. You are? Lin Ling's heart stirred with faint suspicion, yet he could not help but inquire. I am Zhou Weiyun, Hall Master of the War God Hall, mother of Zhou Mengyan, and wife of Yan Hontian, Zhou Weiyun said with a faint smile. Lin Ling's pupils constricted sharply. Though he had long anticipated the arrival of the figure behind him, he had not dared to turn his head. Now he suddenly realized that the legendary Yunmeng Consortium, the foremost private financial conglomerate, was in fact a state-owned enterprise. So it turned out that the foremost entrepreneur of the Dragon Kingdom was none other than the Grandmaster of the Dragon Kingdom War God Hall. Moreover, she was Zhou Mengyan's mother. Lin Ling suddenly felt somewhat bashful, momentarily unsure of how to address her. Seeing his reaction, Zhou Weiyun smiled gently. Relax. No need to be nervous. You can just call me Aunt Zhou. Hello, Aunt Zhou, Lin Ling replied, not quite understanding why his cheeks inexplicably flushed. Ha ha ha. Brother Lin is shy now. Don't be nervous. I was the same when I first met my mother-in-law. Jiang Shani suddenly laughed. Get lost. A sharp reprimand rang out, and a sphere of light suddenly struck Jiang Shani. His body bizarrely reappeared tens of meters away, but his head had merged with a cedar tree, leaving only his body writhing outside the trunk. At that moment, even Zhou Weiyun appeared somewhat reserved. Suddenly, a system notification popped up before Lin Ling's eyes. The Grandmaster of the Dragon Kingdom War God Hall invites your team to join the War God Hall. Do you wish to merge the Heavenly Court team into the War God Hall? Lin Ling hadn't expected that his casual mention would actually lead to an invitation. He glanced at Zhou Weiyun before confirming. Congratulations on successfully joining the War God Hall. The War God Hall bestows upon you the title of Independent Regiment Commander. Please name the Independent Regiment. Ling Tian, Lin Ling responded. Naming successful. Ling Tian Independent Regiment established. Team Management System activated. Team name, War God Hall Ling Tian Independent Regiment unauthorized. Number of teams within the regiment, 1. Number of members, 2. Team name, Heavenly Court Team. Team instance not cleared. Regiment buff. Activated when team members exceed 3. Just as Lin Ling regretted not being able to see the extent of the independent regiment buff, another system message suddenly appeared. Heavenly Court Team. Deputy Team Leader GMO has successfully invited Wang Yilin to join the team. Lin Ling was momentarily dumbfounded. Truly, what was lacking was now provided. Yet he could not comprehend how G the Black Dog had managed to coax Wang Yilin into the team. Nevertheless, a faint smile appeared on Lin Ling's lips. He had originally planned to travel to Chang'an and Baishan once he succeeded in his second transformation. He had supported those two for 3 years without ever meeting them. If they possessed combat talent, he would not mind bringing them along. At that moment, the team system notification appeared again. Detected team size reaching 3 members. Team buff activated. The following is a blessing from the War God Hall, effective immediately. Lin Ling stared at the values flashing on the screen, utterly astonished. Congratulations on receiving the War God Hall's blessing. During your time with the War God Hall Independent Regiment, your mana increases by 200. Congratulations on receiving the War God Hall's blessing. During your time with the War God Hall Independent Regiment, your 4-dimensional attributes increase by 50. Congratulations on receiving the War God Hall's blessing. During your time with the War God Hall Independent Regiment, experience gain increases by 200. Congratulations on receiving the War God Hall's blessing. During your time with the War God Hall Independent Regiment, skill cooldowns are reduced by 50%. Congratulations on receiving the War God Hall's blessing. During your time with the War God Hall Independent Regiment, you may participate in experience dungeons 3 times daily. Congratulations on receiving the War God Hall's blessing. During your time with the War God Hall Independent Regiment, you can claim a monthly personal development fund of 30 million yuan. Congratulations on becoming the War God Hall Independent Regiment Commander. You may exchange any required items in the War God Hall point shop. Congratulations on being bestowed the rank of Lieutenant General by the War God Hall. As the messages finally ceased, Lin Ling's heart was filled with mixed emotions, touched and contemplative. Had he enjoyed such treatment in his previous life, he would never have wandered the wilderness for 7 years. Yet he soon understood that in his former life, lacking the forbidden spell naming technique, he was ultimately still a failure. Gazing at his dramatically enhanced attributes, Lin Ling silently vowed within himself, he must continually grow stronger. Across past and present lives, humanity's survival laws remain unchanged. Only those powerful enough earn respect and recognition. With this resolve, Lin Ling's eyes gradually shimmered with moisture. His emotional fluctuation was immediately noticed by Zhou Weiyun. Lin Ling, keep striving. No need to be overly moved. From the moment you awakened, I was certain you were the prophesied one. I had planned to initiate support for you immediately, but internal issues arose. You understand that before the national institutions and the divine realm merged with reality, there were many differences. The upper echelons are all formidable professionals. Strength dictates one's voice. Where there is light, shadows exist. Where there are good people, there are also bad ones. Some have sacrificed much for the nation and gained rights beyond ordinary reach. But as they age, some refuse to relinquish power upon retirement. They have secretly built a vast, dark empire underground. To expand their empire, they have forsaken faith, abandoned the motherland, and unscrupulously seek personal gain, even bordering on treason. Yet we lack sufficient evidence, and some in the upper ranks cover their tracks. We need a sharp sword to excise these tumors. You're the most suitable to wield that sword, whether tycoons or high officials, if they court death. Your sword can sever them. Do not doubt the rank I have granted you. These honors will inevitably be yours. But I do not want you to rely on military rank. You must carve your own path. I will temporarily suppress information about you, though your identity as Yi Xiao cannot remain concealed. Zhou Weiyun smiled at Lin Ling, then turned to Jiang Shani. Old Jiang, please escort Lin Ling back to Xian Prefecture. With that, Zhou Weiyun's figure vanished instantly. Yet Zhou Weiyun's words echoed persistently in Lin Ling's mind. A sharp sword, an imperial sword? A faint smile played on his lips when suddenly a mail notification appeared. You have Reese Tu Nani, the Deputy Hall Master of the War God Temple. has always been the soldier my father trained. How dare you, a mere rookie, lecture me? As Zhao Wuhu's words fell, he suddenly appeared before Zhang Meng. Smack! A crisp sound rang out as Zhang Meng was struck with a single slap, flying backward. He crashed heavily against a large tree, and his health bar instantly plummeted by more than half. His head tilted to the side as he fainted. You, Captain Zhang! Yin Yin, in short hair, cried out in alarm and rushed toward Zhang Meng. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Zhao Wuhu's lips as he turned to a newly awakened recruit. He and a dozen others went after Lin Ling. If anything happens to the Big Head Army, it's definitely Lin Ling's doing. It has nothing to do with us. Captain Huang Mao of the War Sky Alliance swallowed nervously and said with some trepidation, Huang Mao, what nonsense is that? Which eye of yours saw Lin Ling? Before he could finish, Zhao Wuhu was already in front of him, grabbing his neck in a chokehold. Lin Ling? Could it be? Cold glints flashed in Zhao Wuhu's eyes as a foreboding feeling crept into his heart. It seems you have a special relationship with Lin Ling. Sir, you've misunderstood. We were only teamed up with Lin Ling. He even stole our orange-gray gear. Shang Biao, I ascend, T very bright. Please have mercy on him. Seeing Shang Biao's face turning red with anger, Feng Ji quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Zhao Wuhu snorted coldly, throwing Shang Biao to the ground. Leave one person to watch over them. No one is allowed to leave. With that, he turned and charged again toward the place where Lin Ling had been earlier. But both Lin Ling and Jiang Shani had long vanished. Fifth brother, what should we do now? One follower asked. Zhao Wuhu's face darkened as he took out his phone and swiftly dialed the number of Zhao Longcheng, head of the Zhao family. Father, it seems Yijuan is in trouble. After a brief silence on the other end, a cold and aged voice spoke. No one there is allowed to leave. I'm coming over now. Zhao Wuhu's heart skipped a beat. He knew the old man was furious. The Zhao family was fiercely protective, and Zhao Longcheng cared most about his grandson, Zhao Yijuan. Even though this eldest grandson was usually arrogant, overbearing, and wicked, Zhao Longcheng always cleaned up his messes. The last incident involving the molestation of a female student had blown up, yet Zhao Longcheng still managed to smooth everything over. In just a few months, his eldest grandson would swagger out of prison as if nothing had happened. Only minutes later, a menacing triangular fighter jet appeared overhead. Two figures leapt out, one with silver hair, dressed in a high-ranking military uniform without insignia, none other than former Dragon SNS People's Army Major General Zhao Longcheng. The other was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman clad in splendid armor. She hailed from the Iron Tower Kingdom and was one of the 5 great 7th-level temporal mages of Blue Star, Rosabelli. She happened to be visiting the Zhao family and was invited to come along by Zhao Longcheng. Miss Rosabelli, please use your power to reverse time, Zhao Longcheng said gravely. Rosabelli nodded gently and produced a silver staff. As a chant rose from her lips, the scene before them began to rewind rapidly. Soon, the image of Jiang Shani being blown away by the wind appeared, followed by Jiang Shani killing the Terminator, then Lin Ling unleashing a tornado to slay Yamamoto. Witnessing this, everyone's pupils constricted simultaneously. Yet the scene did not stop. It froze only when Lin Ling blasted the Big Head Army with a fiery explosion. Crackling sounds of clenched fists echoed. What a thief! Zhao Longcheng roared. General Zhao, it seems your Dragon Nation has produced an extraordinary genius, Rosabelli remarked. Miss Rosabelli, forgive me if I offend, but do you think a newly awakened rookie could cast a forbidden spell? Zhao Longcheng replied. A flicker of doubt crossed Rosabelli's eyes, but she soon relaxed. You mean this boy must possess some remarkable treasure? No talent alone could unleash a forbidden spell upon awakening, Zhao Longcheng said. A sudden realization gleamed in Rosabelli's eyes. Zhao Longcheng's analysis was astute. Daring to kill my precious grandson, Lin Ling, you will pay with your life. Zhao Longcheng snarled through gritted teeth. Father, Jiang Shani took him away. It will be difficult for us to act, Zhao Wuhu warned. A cold gleam flashed in Zhao Longcheng's eyes. Did you see the quarrel on the public screen? Many want Lin Ling to hand over the sacred suit. Fan the flames. Make the uproar even louder. You mean take advantage of the chaos? Zhao Wuhu raised his hand in a throat-slitting gesture. Zhao Longcheng nodded. What about those who teamed with Yi Xiao to run the Abyss Dungeon? What is their relationship with him? I've looked into it. It was a temporary team. Lin Ling even stole their equipment, but I sense they somewhat support Lin Ling in their hearts, Zhao Wuhu said. Zhao Longcheng glanced at the spot where the Big Head Army died and said viciously, arrest those few and lock them in the Black Mountain Water Prison. Spread the word. Whoever does not confess to killing Yijuan by sunset tomorrow will be executed along with the other 3. Inform Nani to watch the movements of the higher-ups. Contact Eagle Sauce. Last time they gave conditions, I agreed. The mayor's office of Xuanfu Bay City. At this moment, the heads of the major guilds in Xuanfu Base City gathered together. Mayor Bai Haishan sat in the main seat, his brow tightly furrowed. Mayor Bai, say something. Lin Ling belongs to my Morning Love Guild. Knight Tianming, guild leader of Morning Love, stood up and declared. What do you mean Lin Ling belongs to your Morning Love Guild? When Lin Ling first awakened, it was my War Sky Guild that extended the olive branch. If anyone is taking him in, it should be us. Lei Zhantian, leader of War Sky Guild, retorted indignantly at Knight Tianming. Old Lei, who was it that pretended to be busy and ran off when they heard Lin Ling was a waste talent? I remember the first one to flee was you. Lei Zhantian. A burst of mockery erupted. Chen Xiao, leader of the War God Alliance, knowing he had no chance, added insult to injury. Lei Zhantian was about to explode in anger when Mayor Bai Haishan suddenly bellowed. Enough. The three guild leaders trembled simultaneously and turned to face Bai Haishan. Don't think I don't know what you all are scheming. When they needed you, you ignored them. Now that you know Lin Ling is Yi Xiu, you think recruiting him means he LL join you? Dream on. Bai Haishan's face was ashen, though inside he was even more regretful. He simply could not understand. The higher-ups had declared the SSS grade rule favored one a waste talent. How could Lin Ling be so formidable? Was it really just because of a sacred suit? Though the sacred suit was important, could simply wearing it guarantee first clear of the nightmare-level Abyss dungeon? He absolutely did not believe it. Yet the higher-ups surely wouldn't deceive them, would they? Mayor Bai, if you hadn't said he was trash, could we have left? Exactly. More and more people want Lin Ling to hand over the sacred suit. That's a sacred suit, after all. You can buy advanced sacred suits with money. But no one has ever seen or even heard of sacred suit for novices. Old Lei is right. Lin Ling will grow eventually, and this gear will have to be replaced. If such a treasure remains in Xuanfu, could we see a top-tier rookie every year? We have to get Lin Ling to join our guilds. Our three major guilds are at least level 2. Besides Yaji, we're the largest in Xuanfu. He won't return Yaji if he is expelled. Maybe this is our chance. Bai Haishan's eyes suddenly brightened. I have a notion. Why don't the three of you join forces to establish a brand new guild, perhaps called the Goddess of Love Guild? That way, you could almost ascend to the ranks of a first-tier guild. Exactly. Lin Ling is merely a novice. No backing, no resources. When the time comes, a few of us guild leaders will personally approach him, which will surely grant him ample face. A splendid idea. Let us pool 100 million yuan from our three families as his development fund. When he sees that amount, he'd be overjoyed enough to sing and dance. Just as the guild leaders were animatedly discussing, Mayor Bai's secretary, Xiao Wang, suddenly rushed in. Lin Ling has returned. He is probably at home now, the secretary announced. The three guild leaders' eyes immediately lit up. Old Bai, the new guild is in your hands. We'll head to his home right now to find him. Rest assured, we will make sure Lin Ling stays in Xuanfu. Having spoken, the three swiftly dashed outside. Take Xiao Wang with you. He fully represents me. And Lin Ling should show some respect. Mayor Bai's voice rang out, prompting Secretary Xiao Wang to follow closely behind. At Lin Ling's residence. Kid, what is this blueprint? You're even crafting a specialized weapon? Jiang Shani picked up a draft of the specialized weapon design, astonished. Lin Ling leisurely took a sip from a bottle of ice-cold cola before replying, Brother Jiang, don't you think it's time you change your clothes? At this moment, Jiang Shani looked every bit the refugee, his hair disheveled and clothes tattered. He had previously worried his appearance might invite ridicule. But since Lin Ling joined the War God Hall, the old man no longer cared in the slightest. In fact, there was a hint of pride on his face, as if having sparred with Lin Ling was something he could boast about for a decade. Don't mind those trivial details. I'm asking you, are you really interested in specialized weapons? Jiang Shani asked with a sneer. Lin Ling, unwilling to waste words, simply produced the Ling Tian staff and tossed it over. Jiang Shani caught the staff, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Whoa, you actually made one. But upgrading this staff further will be quite difficult. Jiang Shani suddenly shook his head. Lin Ling frowned, looking at Jiang Shani with puzzlement. I've already tested it. As long as the materials are sufficient, it can be upgraded. Jiang Shani shook his head again. If specialized weapons were that easy to make, who would bother spending a fortune buying equipment? Lin Ling remained silent, though his eyes betrayed a deeper confusion. You think merely having blueprints, learning basic life, forging skills, and gathering materials will let you level up your specialized weapon all the way? Think again. Jiang Shani raised his brow. Isn't that so? Lin Ling asked. Of course not. Here, take this silver staff. Once you embed level 60 materials successfully, you'll find your life forging skill panel can no longer upgrade the specialized weapon. This seemingly simple object contains many techniques beyond your imagination. Moreover, the blueprints you made using a basic simulator have inherent flaws. They simply cannot properly embed the final upgrade materials. A flicker of something unusual crossed Lin Ling's eyes. This was truly the first time he had heard such things. After all, in his previous life, he only obtained the core blueprints released by the American Union. In this life, he had spent 3 years mastering those blueprints and then improving them to suit his own use. He had thought that a simulation design program at the level of the Yazi Guild would suffice. Now it seemed he had been somewhat presumptuous. Brother Jiang, how can I continue to enhance my specialized weapon? Lin Ling humbly sought advice. First, you must find a way to raise your life profession skill level. That's too time-consuming. I suggest you don't make it yourself. I'll help you find a senior blacksmith in the War God Hall. Although weapons forged by others 1T perfectly match you, their quality will far surpass what a newcomer like you can produce, Jiang Shani said. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's face suddenly broke into a faint smile. No need, Brother Jiang. I still intend to do it myself. Low profession skill level? Ever heard of the forbidden spell naming technique? Lin Ling was already looking forward to the prospect of elevating his forging skill to forbidden spell level. You brat, do you really think you can turn forging into a forbidden spell too? Jiang Shani said grumpily, but the moment the words left his mouth, his eyes widened. Why not? If you're determined to do it yourself, you'll need to find a high-level forging laboratory. The War God Hall has one, but to use it you must follow procedures under the jurisdiction of Tu Nan, who is sure to give you a hard time. Alternatively, you can search for large institutions in the Kyoto Bay City. I have an old friend who is the president of the Kyoto Forging Guild. I can introduce you so you can borrow their lab. He owes me a favor and probably 1T refuse. Or, if you're capable, you might seek out his daughter. That girl may look delicate, but she is a fanatic specialized weapon maker who can offer you valuable experience. Having spoken at length, Jiang Shani returned the Ling Tian staff to Lin Ling. Brother Jiang, are the Forging Guild's laboratories usually closed to outsiders? Lin Ling inquired. If it's something money can solve, he 1T waste personal favors. Ha ha ha, you could try your luck. But that girl, Qiu Yue, has quite a fiery temper. Don't get kicked out, Jiang Shani warned. Lin Ling nodded, already resolved to visit Kyoto Bay City after completing the quest to slay the Demon King at Black Mountain S base tomorrow. I wonder how Meng Yin and Li Jingliang are doing? The thought of the Black Mountain Demon King quest reminded Lin Ling of the Yazi comrades who had accompanied him for 3 years. Though they had parted ways, Lin Ling understood that many circumstances in the world were beyond one's control. At least in the past 3 years, Li Jingliang and the others have been his best friends. Brother Jiang, does the War God Hall accept equipment? Lin Ling suddenly asked, returning to the topic. Opening the guild panel, the War God Hall was a national organization. Naturally, the Dragon Kingdom's national team belonged to a top-tier guild. There was a guild shop where you could scan the equipment you wish to sell and receive quick evaluations by specialists. You could exchange them for dragon coins or points. Jiang Shani explained. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He immediately opened the guild interface and indeed found the guild shop. He began rapidly withdrawing useless equipment. And soon price quotes popped up, no less than what the Yunmeng trading house offered. When he scanned the perfect set confiscated from the Sakura Nation ninja, the numbers stretched out in a long sequence. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 million? Lin Ling licked his lips. This perfect Go sword set was worth 100 million yuan. He had several such sets, and he even possessed a legendary set belonging to Yamamoto Ichiro. After scanning all the items for sale, the total transaction amount on the system interface had surged to 5 billion yuan. Staring at that lengthy string of digits, a broad smile curved Lin Ling's lips. If only Sakura Nation sent more ninjas. Brat, was your spiritual power awakening at 120? Jiang Shani suddenly asked. Lin Ling nodded. Wait until your 3rd transformation. I'll find a way to get you some treasures to boost your spiritual power. Its importance rivals your 4-dimensional attributes. Jiang Shani said. Lin Ling looked puzzled. Spiritual power really existed? Aren't professions all about attributes? What use is spiritual power? Spiritual power determines a professional's ceiling and whether a 9th transformation professional can ascend to godhood. Jiang Shani stated solemnly. Ascend to godhood? A flash of astonishment crossed Lin Ling's eyes. Is that really possible? Of course it is. Jiang Shani's gaze burned with intensity as he spoke. The divine realm is, in essence, the dwelling place of the gods. It is not merely inhabited by primordial deities, but predominantly by practitioners who have transcended the 10th level of mastery. A gleam of sharp brilliance suddenly ignited in Lin Ling's eyes. No matter how many lifetimes one may have lived as a deity, it remains an enigma to him. Previously, the 8th level had been the utmost limit of his vision. Yet now, he had just heard mention of the 9th and 10th levels, and seemingly in no small numbers. Perceiving Lin Ling's bewilderment, Elder Jiang chuckled and explained. The Divine Realm-S game integration encompasses not only Blue Star, but other life-bearing planets as well. Though they lie at unfathomable distances from Blue Star within the Divine Realm, all civilizations merged by it converge in a single assembly. Very well, those matters are far too remote for me. I shall proceed step by step, maintaining a low profile. Advancing steadily and decisively, Lin Ling smiled. Divine Realm, low profile? Yet you speak of advancing decisively? That hardly sounds like humility. Jiang Shani rolled his eyes at Lin Ling and said, "Little one, I must be going now. If you need anything, contact me at any time. I will arrive with utmost haste." Leaving so soon? Lin Ling looked at Jiang Shani, a subtle reluctance stirring within his heart. After spending some time together, he found the old man surprisingly agreeable. "What is with that look? You're already reluctant to part with this old fellow?" Jiang Shani teased. Lin Ling gave him a side glance. "What nonsense. I wouldn't miss you." A smile never left Jiang Shani's face as he pushed the door open and departed. Lin Ling shook his head and returned his attention to his specialized weapon. He would soon reach level 60, at which point his level 10 sacred set would no longer grant such a significant advantage. Though he believed Jiang Shani's words to be true, Lin Ling still yearned to test it personally. At that moment, a sudden and forceful knocking echoed from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ling furrowed his brow slightly. Could the old man be back already? Before he could dwell further, an arrogant voice rang out from beyond the door. "Lin Ling, are you home? Open up quickly. 3 presidents of the Ares Guild from the first-tier guilds of Xuanfu Bay City have come personally to deliver money to you." Lin Ling's brows knitted tighter. The speaker's tone was unbearably unpleasant, exuding an air of condescension. He stepped forward and gently pushed open the door, beholding 4 figures standing outside. All 4 were familiar to him. Xiao Wang, the mayor's secretary. The 3 guild presidents of Xuanfu's major guilds. "What is the matter?" Lin Ling inquired. "Xiao Lin. Today I represent the mayor's office of Xuanfu Bay City." Secretary Xiao Wang immediately adopted an official tone to commence his speech. Lin Ling frowned slightly. "If you have something to say, just say it." "I'm busy." Secretary Xiao Wang's words were abruptly interrupted, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Yet, knowing the goal of the visit, he forced a smile and continued, "Xiao Lin, you're quite fortunate to have obtained a sacred set. Today, we bring you truly magnificent news." Lin Ling looked at Xiao Wang suspiciously, waiting for him to continue. "Our 3 major guilds of Xuanfu, War God Alliance, Battle Heaven Guild, and Love's Burial Guild, have merged to form the Ares Guild, now officially elevated to a first-tier guild. We specially invite you to join the Ares Guild. As a first-tier guild, we stand on equal footing with Yazzie. You must be well aware of the guild buffs. So how about it? Surely our sincerity is enough." As Secretary Xiao Wang spoke, his chin rose slightly, unconsciously displaying his pride. "No interest." "Bang," Lin Ling said, shutting the door firmly. Staring at the tightly closed security door, the 4 stood agape. Unbelievable. This Lin Ling is truly ungrateful and arrogant. Secretary Xiao Wang's face flushed red, his chest heaving with anger. "Secretary Wang, your attitude is off. We came to seek Lin Ling's membership. And why didn't you mention the signing bonus?" Yi Tianming of the Love's Burial Guild anxiously reminded him. Xiao Wang's eyes revealed an embarrassed smile, a residual effect of his usual flattery and the resulting inflated ego. He took a deep breath and spoke again. "Lin Ling, come out. I haven't finished. We are genuinely sincere." Lin Ling flung open the door, his face brimming with disdain. "Are you done yet?" Seeing this, Xiao Wang forced a smile. "If you agree to join the Ares Guild, we will reward you 100 million dragon coins on the spot." At that moment, he imagined the wild joy flashing in Lin Ling's eyes. 100 million. Such a figure was astronomical not only for Lin Ling, but also for himself as the mayor's secretary. Yet the next second, no thanks. No interest. Bang. The security door was slammed shut once more. "This is outrageous. What kind of attitude is this?" Xiao Wang exploded with rage. Could it be that Lin Ling didn't even value 100 million? After all, he had claimed the first kills of 2 bosses and cleared the Abyss dungeon thrice. President Lei's face was tinged with bitterness as he said, "Old Lei, don't joke around. What good equipment can a novice area boss drop? The dungeon rewards a few epic items at best, selling for maybe a few tens of millions at most. How can he not value 100 million? Exactly. That's 100 million. I've saved for most of my life and only have a net worth of 500 million. Their anger grew as they spoke. "Lin Ling, think carefully. Don't let temporary fame and fortune cloud your judgment. That's 100 million. If you don't seize this opportunity today, tomorrow you'll be begging others to accept you." Secretary Xiao Wang had completely lost his composure, pounding on the door and shouting furiously. Behind him, the three guild presidents' faces were equally grim. These were prominent figures who had never been humiliated before. Such arrogance. Indeed, both of us are 4th-level seniors. And old Shun is a 5th-level knight. The three spoke in turn, clearly displeased. At that moment, an aged voice suddenly sounded behind them. What are you all doing? Step aside. Already incensed, Xiao Wang snapped coldly. Who are you? Don't you see the 4 of us, important figures, are blocked? But before he could finish, his words abruptly ceased. Though this old man resembled a refugee, the face was all too familiar. Wasn't he this Jiang Shani, one of the 3 vice presidents of the War God Hall? On the mayor's office wall hung several portraits of great figures, among them this very man. A 7th-level grand sorcerer had come to Xuanfu Base City. Zhizhang, Jiang Xiao Wang stammered, trembling, yet unable to bring the words forth. Step aside. Jiang Shani's face darkened. At this moment, the 3 guild presidents also recognized Jiang Shani. They were all shocked and filled with admiration, unable to believe such a figure, one only seen on television or online, stood before them. Step aside. Jiang Shani commanded a 3rd time, releasing a faint aura of pressure. All 4 simultaneously felt a chilling coldness seeping into their bones. Terrified, they hastily retreated to the side. Knock, knock, knock. Boy, open the door. Jiang Shani rapped on the door. With a creak, the door opened, revealing Lin Ling, arms crossed. Old man, you're in cahoots with him too? Lin Ling's mouth twitched, baffled by the situation outside. How dare you? Lin Ling, show some respect. Do you know to whom you're speaking? Secretary Xiao Wang barked at Lin Ling enough noise. Jiang Shani frowned and snapped coldly, waving his hand. In the next moment, Secretary Xiao Wang spun through the air and vanished without a trace. The 3 guild presidents inhaled sharply. The next instant, Jiang Shani produced a crystal cube and handed it to Lin Ling. Almost forgot this, the battle machine as control core. The Phantom is inside. Originally, I intended to grant you a private subsidy, but you casually parted with a mere fraction of your equipment and earned 5 billion yuan. Perhaps I should reserve my funds for retirement after all. Remember to call on me if you need anything. Farewell, brother. Having spoken, Jiang Shani turned to face the 3 chairmen. By the divine realm, you are forbidden to divulge anything you have just witnessed or heard to anyone. The 3 chairmen trembled and immediately swore the oath. With the oath sealed, Jiang Shani waved at Lin Ling before vanishing at the doorway. Lin Ling did not even glance at the 3 chairmen as the door closed once again. This scene instantly petrified the 3 chairmen standing beside him. Thump. Brother? 5 billion? Did I mishear? Did Elder Jiang just say the Phantom Battlecraft? That royal-class battlecraft worth hundreds of billions was given to Lin Ling, good heavens. At that moment, the tightly shut door suddenly swung open, and Lin Ling poked his head out. Gentlemen, how much did you say you would pay me to join your guilds just now? The 3 chairmen exchanged glances, their faces flushing a deep red with embarrassment as they recalled their meager resources and previous attitudes. At this moment, they wished they could find a crack in the earth to hide in until the new year. Their facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Lin Ling's words struck straight to their hearts. Seeing their expressions, Lin Ling could not help but reveal a mischievous smile. Chairman Lei, your guild seems rather busy. If you have matters, you should take your leave promptly. Chairman Yi, has the Your Zong AI guild been financially strained lately? Perhaps you should invite me in another time. Chairman Shun, if I recall correctly, your War God Alliance does not accept failures. You can forget about this great god. Lin Ling mercilessly rubbed their own words back in their faces. When I first awakened, you all avoided me like the plague. Now that I am in my prime, you come crawling to me? Do I even recognize who you are? The 3 faces gradually turned a sullen purple as they forced out smiles more pitiable than tears. Young friend Lin is right. I shall take my leave first. I shall be going as well. Until we meet again. Chun Xiao's complexion was the gloomiest. After struggling to speak for some time, he said nothing and simply turned around, sprinting away as if fleeing. 300 meters from Lin Ling's home, on a street corner, 2 figures stood silently. They had been gazing toward Lin Ling's residence for quite some time, lost in thought. Sister Mingyan, shall we go in? Yu asked anxiously. Zhou Mingyan pursed her delicate lips, her slender white hands nervously tearing at her dress hem. Yu, perhaps we should look for him just yet. I'm afraid he might be angry with me. I'm a bit too scared to see him, Zhou Mingyan confessed, her heart pounding wildly beneath her proud chest. Oh, that's impossible. Lin Shen isn't that petty. Besides, we have always been searching for a chance to bring him along. It's just that his strength surpasses our expectations. Besides, didn't you say you wanted to confess to him? Why are you backing out now? When you sold him equipment and sent money, I didn't see you afraid, Yu said with carefree candor. Zhou Mingyan's cheeks flushed, but her eyes remained conflicted. Sending money was anonymous, wasn't it? What if he rejects me once I reveal myself? Maybe we should find a team in the wild zone to level up first. Let me think it over. Yu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, but she could only shake her head helplessly and follow Zhou Mingyan toward the city outskirts. They had not gone far when they spotted a female mage and 2 female archers calling out to passersby. Fishing monsters at Heishan Reservoir. Need a priest and archers. Anyone up for a night raid till dawn? The 2 exchanged glances and immediately approached. Deep within the goblin forest of Blue Cloth City in Autumn Plains, a gaunt youth was frantically fleeing through the woods, pursued relentlessly by a dozen level 20 terror claws. This slender youth was Qin Xian, whose eyes were bloodshot, lips cracked, and mage robes tattered and torn. Since departing Xuanfu Bay City last night, he plunged headlong into the goblin forest. This was the largest forest in Blue Cloth City and rarely ventured into by novice teams due to the dense concentration of monsters in the dark forest. Yet this place had become Qin Xian's best leveling ground. Wielding the Shura staff, he could easily contend with 3 terror claws simultaneously. He had spent the entire night reaching level 10, at which point he could summon 3 undead creatures. This instantly boosted his leveling efficiency, and within half a day, he had advanced from level 10 to 16. Though exhausted, Qin Xian's eyes shone with exhilaration. The boss is level 32. Unbelievable. How much time has passed? I must try harder, he exclaimed as he stared at the leaderboard. But just as he finished speaking, the corpse of a slain terror claw suddenly transformed into a red light and burrowed underground. The next moment, the earth split open. A shadow dashed out and charged directly at Qin Xian. He barely caught a glimpse of its form before being struck and flung aside. 8,000. A massive scarlet number floated above his head. The 2 skeleton archers behind him exploded into bone dust. Qin Xian's own health was reduced to barely half. This sight chilled Qin Xian's soul. Were it not for the excellent necromancy skillbook Necromancer as a substitute he had obtained earlier, this blow would have been fatal. Without hesitation, Qin Xian rose and fled, summoning 2 more skeleton archers as he ran. The shadow pursued him with astonishing speed, relentless in its chase. Fortunately, its attacks required charge-up. Preventing a rapid barrage. Qin Xian immediately cast a detection spell while glancing back. Goblin Assassin Leader. Level 40. A deceased goblin assassin transformed into an undead creature, hiding underground and surviving by absorbing the malice from corpses. Extremely dangerous. Escape is the best option. The ordinary detection spell could not reveal this boss's precise attributes. But Qin Xian still gasped in shock. Yet he did not flee outright, instead retreating into the forest to play hide-and-seek with the boss, using large trees for cover. His 3 skeleton archers successfully attracted the boss's aggro. At that moment, Qin Xian's heart pounded wildly. Though barely alive, every arrow his skeleton archers fired visibly reduced the boss's health. Whenever a skeleton archer was killed, he promptly summoned another. Roar! The goblin assassin suddenly bellowed in rage, abandoning the skeleton archers and charging straight at Qin Xian. Qin Xian frantically retreated as the assassin closed in at breakneck speed. Just as a pitch-black dagger aimed for his neck, the last arrow from a skeleton archer struck the assassin. Bang! The boss collapsed. Congratulations on defeating the goblin assassin leader, earning 100,000 experience. Congratulations on reaching level 18. Gasping for breath, Qin Xian's eyes gleamed with wild joy. 3 items burst from the ground. All treasures at a glance. 2 skill books and a pair of orange boots. Ding! You have obtained the Mage Skill Book, Summoning Enhancement. Skill Book, Summoning Enhancement. Category, Mage Passive Skill Book. Required level, 15. Skill Analysis. This skill is exclusively available to Necromancer and Summoner mages. Upon learning, the summon limit increases by 5, and summon creatures deal 20% additional damage. Gazing at the prompt before him, Qin Xian's already crimson eyes deepened in hue. This was a skill book seemingly crafted just for him. With it, his combat prowess would surge dramatically. I always knew the gods would watch over me. My luck is simply invincible. He held the skill book with trembling hands, overcome with excitement, and without a moment's hesitation began to learn it. Feeling the increase in his summoning capacity, Qin Xian danced about on the spot for several seconds before he managed to steady his emotions. Having completed the skill, Qin Xian immediately picked up the second skill book. It bore faint snowflake patterns and, to his surprise, was also a mage skill book. Congratulations on acquiring the Mage Skill Book, Sigh of Snow. Skill Book, Sigh of Snow. Category, Mage Skill Book. Required level, 40. Skill Analysis. Ice mages may learn this skill. Upon learning, The mage can unleash a blizzard that inflicts a freezing effect on the target and deals 200 points of magical damage. Praise be to the gods, an ice skill book. My boss will definitely need this. Wonderful, Qin Xian exclaimed with joy, already envisioning presenting the skill book to Lin Ling and receiving praise in return. He twisted his body in delight, looking even more pleased than when he had learned the summoning enhancement. He bent down to pick up the orange tier equipment on the ground. If he could wear these shoes, his movement speed would undoubtedly soar. Yet just as he reached out, a fireball suddenly streaked out from the woods. Boom! The fireball exploded, hurling Qin Xian several meters away. Kid, hand over what the boss just dropped. Is there an ice mage skill book? Give it to us, and you can walk away. Refuse. And don't blame us for being ruthless. Qin Xian's pupils contracted sharply as he quickly looked toward the source of the voice. Yet no figure was visible. Just as he heightened his vigilance, a figure materialized from the shadows. The person appeared to be in his 20s, clad in a black cloak that seemed like an abyss of darkness, with faint dark mist rising from it. Soon, more figures emerged from the bushes. All appeared to be in their 20s, dressed entirely in blue-tier equipment. At this moment, the five wore sinister smiles as they steadily approached Qin Xian. Who are you? Why should I give you my belongings? Qin Xian rose from the ground and asked coldly. Who are we? We are from Shao Corporation. This forest is under our control. Everything inside belongs to us, one sneered. That's right. We want to fuss over you killing our boss, but hand over the loot. Haha, right. Necromancer is a rare profession. Isn't it? Don't be ungrateful. Otherwise, you might become undead yourself. You're just a level 18 little trash. 10 seconds to hand it over, or face the consequences. A sarcastic sneer echoed from their mouths. They were all at least level 25, with the leading mage already at level 29. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes. Uncle, you're 25 years old, right? Still haven't reached your second-class advancement? What a genius you are. You're looking for death. Kill him. Qin Xian's words enraged them instantly. Yet at that moment, 5 undead creatures suddenly appeared behind Qin Xian. For pale skeletal archers and, surprisingly, the goblin assassin who had just fallen moments ago. Qin Xian instantly retreated, while the goblin assassin charged toward the group. The mage's face changed drastically as he tried to vanish, but the goblin assassin was far too swift. Squelch! The dagger pierced the throat directly. The level 29 mage's health bar instantly depleted, and he collapsed. You have successfully slain the professional Shi Liang. The other 4 were stunned by the scene. Swish, swish, swish. Before they could recover, 7 skeletal arrows flew toward them. Poke, poke, poke. 3 fell without even the strength to resist, collapsing in pools of blood. Only 1 warrior clad in full body armor remained, barely alive. Don't kill me. The Shao Corporation has over 100 people in this forest. If you kill me today, you will surely die. The warrior pleaded in terror, while a guild message quietly slipped out. The skill book is for my boss. If you try to snatch my boss's belongings, you are courting death. Qin Xian said coldly. No sooner had he spoken than the goblin assassin's dagger plunged into the warrior's neck. A series of kill notifications popped up, but Qin Xian's gaze was fixed intently on the mage's corpse. He quickly moved forward to loot. Congratulations on acquiring the rare radiant staff. Congratulations on acquiring the rare magic boots. Congratulations on acquiring the night cloak. Elation spread across Qin Xian's face instantly. Item, night cloak. Special item. Required level 10. No profession requirement, but dark attribute or necromancer users receive enhanced effects. This equipment grants no attribute bonuses, but bestows an invisibility skill. Attacking does not break the invisibility. A fine treasure. Without hesitation, Qin Xian donned the night cloak. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. Yet then, numerous sounds echoed through the forest, as if many were converging this way. Quick, something has happened to Liangzi and the others. Anyone who dares lay hands on the Shao Corporation must die today. Boss, can we take down Liangzi and his group? Could this person be strong? Should we report it? If something happens to that item, we want to be able to handle it. Trash. What is there to be afraid of? We have over 100 people, more than 20 second-class advancers, and I'm third class. Unless he is a powerful third-class expert, we could drown him with just our saliva. The boss is right. Brothers, we can't let him escape. Kill him first, then deliver the treasure to the young master. Haha, brothers, don't envy the loot. It won't be much use to you. Better to turn it into cash. The boss promised us 200 million in rewards. Hearing these voices, a gleam flashed in Qin Xian's eyes. He deliberately left traces in the forest as he fled deeper into the woods. A group of grim-faced professionals swiftly weaved through the forest. These were the Shao Corporation Xian's gold farming team, tasked with attracting monsters and collecting skill books for siblings Xiao Yin and Xiaoya. For Xiao Yin's safety, they had forcibly driven away all outsiders on the outskirts. They had not expected someone to solo the entire night deep within the forest. The group charged forward recklessly and soon discovered several corpses. Search thoroughly. We must find him, the leader commanded. Soon, they found the trail Qin Xian had left. Meanwhile, Qin Xian led monsters deeper into the forest as time slipped by, night fell, and the stars shifted. The Xiao Corporation's gold farming team gathered in a clearing to rest, having tracked Qin Xian's traces for several hours that night. Each time they thought they were close, Qin Xian managed to slip away once again. Exhaustion coupled with hunger compelled the gold farming party to abandon their pursuit, choosing instead to set up camp and await dawn before promptly regrouping with Xiao Yin and the others. After all, the treasures they carried were far too precious. Should any mishap cause them to lose their belongings, the consequences would be beyond their capacity to bear. Qin Xian glanced at his wristwatch. It was already 4:30 in the morning, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. At this very moment, his level had astonishingly reached 25. Alas, his talent was only rated at grade A, and even under the skill of enhanced summoning, the number of undead creatures he could call forth barely reached 10. He cast a furtive glance toward a campfire several hundred meters away and silently crept in that direction. Boss, the young master, said we should head to the Xuanfu Bay City at dawn. He didn't specify what we're supposed to do. Do you know the details of the mission? A diminutive assassin from the gold farming group inquired of a middle-aged man nearby. The man shot him a sideways glance and replied slowly, "You don't know? Didn't you see the public chat messages? Tomorrow, quite a few people will gather in Xuanfu, supposedly to pressure the Xuanfu Bay City government. Damn, are they really going to force Lin Ling to surrender the sacred armor?" The small assassin's eyes blazed with fervor. The middle-aged man sneered coldly. "Absolutely. What right does a newcomer have to wield such powerful equipment? I heard more than 5,000 have already responded to the call and will head to Xuanfu tomorrow to denounce Lin Ling. Ha ha ha. I love stirring up trouble. If Lin Ling shows up tomorrow, we'll strike from the shadows. I bet many will join in the attack. Maybe after a single volley, Lin Ling will be done for," the small assassin said with a ferocious gleam in his eyes. The middle-aged man chuckled wickedly. "Let me tell you, the young master has the same plan. Moreover, he has prepared an even bigger surprise. The number of people coming to hunt Lin Ling tomorrow will far exceed your expectations." "What kind of big surprise?" The small assassin's curiosity was palpable. Can't say. You don't need to know. The young master insists the fewer people who know of his plan, the better. Were it not for my sacred oath to the divine realm, I'd have been dead the moment I learned of it. He has already set things in motion. Just wait and see tomorrow. The young master's plan is truly brilliant." The middle-aged man gave a thumbs up. "Ha ha ha. Then let us wait for tomorrow's spectacle." Whistles and raucous laughter echoed ceaselessly throughout the camp. Yet, amid their uproarious mirth, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. "You intend to kill my boss?" Everyone was instantly stunned. "Who is there? Show yourself." The leader of the gold farming group brandished a golden staff and shouted fiercely. The others frantically searched, but could not locate the source of the voice. "Boss, it's Liangzi's shadow cloak." The small assassin squinted his eyes. "Force him out. Once found, annihilate him on the spot." The middle-aged man issued the command, and all immediately began firing blindly. "By the heavens above, since you seek to harm my boss, I declare you are courting death." Qin Xian's voice rang out once more. The next moment, a soft splatter. A streak of blood sprayed through the air, illuminated by moonlight filtering through the dense forest, casting a hauntingly beautiful and eerie glow upon the crimson blossom. The blood bar emptied in the woods. With a resounding bang, the 60-level leader of the Xiao gold farming group collapsed instantaneously.